Chapter 193. One person crushed a group of people. It's done in 1 minute. Hearing Jiang Chen's crazy words, the alchemists in the hall sneered with disdain after being startled for a moment. Hee, I heard that right. This kid said he can comprehend these third-grade pill recipes in 1 minute. Doesn't he know that so many of us in Master Jiang have spent more than a day to get a better impression? It's ridiculous. He is a hairy boy. Can he be better than so many of us? Zhang Jiehe also looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer on his face. Boy, anyone can speak big words. If you have the ability, you can understand this recipe for me in 1 minute. Comprehend a third-rank pill in 1 minute, not to mention that he, a fourth-rank high-level alchemist, cannot do it. Even the fifth-rank alchemy master may not have that ability. What's more, this little brat in front of me, a low-level third-rank alchemist who dares to speak out and understand the incomplete third-rank alchemy for 1 minute is simply a dream. Jiang Chen ignored the ridicule of Zhang Jiehe and others. Under everyone's gaze, he directly picked up the incomplete third-grade pill. Ding! Watching the incomplete third-rank congenital pill of 1 energy will trigger a hundredfold comprehension. Ding! You have obtained a complete third-rank innate 1 qi pill. It sounded with the prompt in my mind. Jiang Chen quickly picked up the pen on the table, and then wrote some medicinal materials on the incomplete pill. Jiang Chen directly placed Dan Feng in front of Zhang Jiehe. He looked at Zhang Jiehe and said indifferently, Master Jiang, this pill of innate qi pill, what is missing should be these few materials. When Zhang Jiehe looked at the medicinal materials that Jiang Chen had written on the pill, his pupils suddenly shrank. Zhang Ji and the others have almost understood this pill of innate qi pill. And the medicinal materials that Jiang Chen wrote on the pill are almost exactly the same as they had realized. Most importantly, Jiang Chen added a touch on the basis of their insights. Zhang Jiehe calculated in his mind and found that the blind material Jiang Chen had added was exactly the part he had never figured out. With this medicinal material added by Jiang Chen, the pill of Shantian Yiki pill has become extremely perfect. Perfect. It's a perfect innate pill. Unexpectedly, in such a short period of time, you would comprehend the pill of innate Yiki pill. How did you do it? Zhang Jiehe took a deep breath. He suddenly raised his head to look at Jiang Chen. His old eyes were filled with unprecedented horror. Hearing that Zhang Jian personally admitted that Jiang Chen had perfectly comprehended the innate qi pill, the other alchemists in the hall couldn't help but took a breath. They all looked at Jiang Chen with a dull expression, and they were all shocked to speak. 1 minute. This kid really didn't even spend a minute, and he succeeded in comprehending the innate Yiki pill. Under the leadership of Zhang Jiehe, it took them more than a long time to comprehend the innate qi pill. Moreover, there are still some flaws in the enlightened prescription, but this kid in front of him just took a look and solved it perfectly. No one could have imagined that this kid's attainments on the path of alchemy were already so terrifying. This kid completely overwhelmed them all by himself. Chapter 194. From today, Dantang respects Master Jiang. This kid is really a freak. It was seen that Jiang Chen easily resolved Zhang Jiehe's troubles in just a short time, and in turn slapped Zhang Jiehe and the others in the face. It took a long time for Yueyangzhou to recover from the shock. Yueyangzhou asked Jiang Chen to come to the Dantang to help, because he knew that Jiang Chen was already a fourth-rank alchemist. He believed that the strength of Jiang Chen's fourth-rank alchemist should be able to help Zhang Ji in the incomplete ancient alchemy. Yueyangzhou also did not expect that Jiang Chen's attainments in alchemy would have reached such a level of evil. Just by looking at the incomplete pill, you can directly comprehend the complete pill. Jiang Chen ignored everyone's shock. Directly under the gaze of everyone in the hall, he took Zhang Ji and the few remaining pills in front of him. His eyes swept over the first pill. Just less than 10 seconds. Jiang Chen picked up the pen again and wrote a few medicinal materials on the pill. After solving the first prescription, Jiang Chen drew a gourd and began to observe the second prescription. Soon, he added the missing part on the second pill. In this way, Jiang Chen quickly filled up these incomplete prescriptions under more than 10 dull gazes in the hall. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Chen had completed all the pills. The whole hall fell into deathly silence for an instant. Everyone's eyes on Jiang Chen revealed an incredible shock. This kid actually understood all these remnants in just 10 minutes. They are very clear. Among these pill prescriptions, there are 2 fourth-grade pill prescriptions that are very serious. Zhang Jiehe gathered their backbone of the moon-scared chamber of commerce pill hall. After a few days of comprehension, he didn't have any clues. But the boy in front of him has solved it all without much effort. This feat is too exaggerated. When everyone was overwhelmed by Jiang Chen's shaking behavior, Zhang Jiahe was the first to recover. He took a deep breath, and then with trembling hands picked up the pills that Jiang Chen had completed. Every time he watched a pill, the whole person was like a divine enlightenment, and the whole person was stunned. Soon, Zhang Jiahe finished reading several danfangs one by one. He was shocked to discover that every pill that Jiang Chen had completed was almost perfect, and he couldn't find any flaws at all. Zhang Jiahe is completely convinced. His gaze towards Jiang Chen has changed from his previous disdain to unprecedented respect. In front of him, the boy who looked only 15 or 16 years old. His comprehension on the path of alchemy has almost reached a level beyond his reach. Master Jiang, I don't know if these prescriptions I have completed can still enter your eyes. Just when Zhang Jiahe's heart was shocked to the extreme, Jiang Chen's faint voice rang in his ears. Master Yang's understanding of the alchemy is really embarrassing to the old man. The prescriptions you have completed are almost perfect, and the old man can't find the slightest fault. Master Jiang, just now I had no eyes, and Jiang is here to apologize to you. Zhang Jiahe gave a wry smile, and immediately saluted Jiang Chenjing respectfully. From today, Dantang would like to honor Master Jiang. Chapter 195, Alchemy Upgrade, Innate Fourfold. From today, Dantang respects Master Jiang. I heard that Zhang Jiahe said this respectfully in front of Jiang Chen. All the alchemists in the hall were also unable to recover from the horror for a long time. If it weren't for these pill recipes, they were all ancient pill recipes that had long been lost. They even had some doubts whether this kid had already known these pills. Under the leadership of Zhang Ji and this fourth-ranked senior alchemist, they have been comprehending these pills for several days. But even so, they still haven't fully understood these prescriptions. And the boy in front of him, it only took less than 10 minutes to complete the pill. Do you want to be so exaggerated? Do you want to go against the sky? Jiang Chen used incredible means to comprehend several ancient alchemy prescriptions, and finally convinced Zhang Ji and the alchemists of these alchemy halls. After conquering the group of alchemists, Jiang Chen didn't rush to leave either, but directly settled in the alchemy hall. Now it has been less than a month since the 9 prefectures of the Great Xia Kingdom will join forces. Jiang Chen planned to refine the pill in the pill hall of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce during this period, and then take some pills to improve his strength. He is now at the first level of innate strength, but he really wants to use his full strength, even if the martial artist of the 4th level of innateness is not his opponent. The 9 provinces of the Great Xia Kingdom are full of talents, and talents come forth in large numbers. There are also some peerless evildoers who can leapfrog battle. When chatting with Yueyangzhou 2 days ago, he heard that Yueyangzhou mentioned a few talented students from other martial arts. Especially in Qianlong Wufu, known as the first Wufu of the Great Xia Kingdom, there is a genius named Yin Kai who is quite an enchanting evildoer. It is said that this person had already broken through the congenital triple 6 months ago. And at that time, someone saw Yin Kai make a move and defeated an innate quadruple warrior with just one move. You know, when Jiang Chen faced the innate fourfold by Jintian, he almost burst out his strength before defeating him, no doubt. With Jiang Chen's current strength, if he encounters Yin Kai of Qianlong Wufu, I am afraid that there is really no big chance of winning. Therefore, Jiang Chen decided to improve his strength in the next period of time. Before the arrival of the Jufu Huiwu, he must raise his own strength to congenital triple or even congenital quadruple. In this way, no one can pose a threat to him in the Jufu Huiwu with many high-level martial arts and a heavy sword intent. For the next few days, Jiang Chen stayed in the pill hall of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Except for occasionally giving pointers to Zhang Jiahe and others, he spent most of the rest of his time doing alchemy. After this lasted for nearly 10 days, Jiang Chen went out and gave the Qicheng pills to the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, which also accumulated a lot for himself. So, at the 11th time, Jiang Chen left the alchemy hall and returned to his residence to practice in retreat. Jiang Chen's retreat practice is undoubtedly much simpler than most people. As if eating beans, he stuffed the prepared pills one by one into his mouth. Ding! You have taken a 3rd-class primary pill, Shantian Ling pill, and gained 3000*100 experience. Ding! You took a 3rd-class high-level pill Juwan pill and gained 3666*100 experience. Ding! You succeeded in breaking through the congenital duality. With the addition of 100 times the experience of the system, Jiang Chen swallowed the pill and his strength improved rapidly. Just less than an hour. Jiang Chen's strength has soared from the first innate to the fourth innate. Chapter 196, So It's You Rubbish. After breaking through the innate fourfold, Jiang Chen also ate the few remaining pills. Because more and more experience was spent on upgrading, Jiang Chen finally failed to break through the innate 5 layers. However, Jiang Chen was already very content with being able to reach the innate fourfold in one breath. The strength of the innate fourfold, coupled with his extraordinary combat power, is completely enough to match some innate sevenfold warriors. After upgrading his cultivation level, Jiang Chen did not rush to leave. He spent some time practicing Canglong Podian Fist. A few days later, Jiang Chen successfully promoted the Canglong Podian Fist of the Xuanpin, intermediate martial skill, and was promoted to the profound grade advanced martial skill Shenlong Podian Fist. In this time, it has been less than 3 days since the Daxia Kingdom's 9 prefectures Huiwu will be held. Jiang Chen estimated that the team from Lingyun Wufu Mansion who had come to participate in the Jufu Huiwu had arrived in the imperial capital, so he decided to join the team from Lingyun Wufu Mansion. After leaving the room, Jiang Chen went to Yueyangzhou to say goodbye. After learning that Yueyang Prefecture was not in the headquarters of the Yuehan Chamber of Commerce, Jiang Chen left the Yuehan Chamber of Commerce directly. The martial arts of the 9 prefectures of the Great Sha Kingdom is an annual martial arts flourishing age. Each session of the Jufu Huiwu is jointly held by the royal family of the Great Sha Kingdom and the Yuanwang Wuwan. Anyone who has performed outstandingly in the Jufu Huiwu is a genius disciple. Not only can you get rich rewards, but you also have the opportunity to enter the Yuanwang Wuwan of Great Sha Kingdom. Regardless of strength or training resources, Yuanwang Wuwan far surpass the 9 palaces of the Great Sha Kingdom. It can be said, Yuanwang Wuwan is the martial arts holy land that all the martial artists of Great Sha Kingdom dream of. Jiang Chen came to the side of the imperial palace of the Great Sha Kingdom, a mansion specially prepared for the former 9 martial arts. After showing the identity card of the disciple of Lingyun Mansion to the guard, Jiang Chen walked into the mansion. Slightly inquired about the residents of Lingyun Wufu. Just as Jiang Chen was about to go to meet the people in Lingyun Wufu, a shout of anger suddenly sounded in his ears. "Boy, it turned out to be you." The sudden shout made Jiang Chen stunned. He raised his head and followed the voice and looked at him, then watched a familiar figure rushing towards him with an ugly face. This person who rushed up suddenly was not someone else, but the Nangong Yi he met in Tianlong Mountain. Behind Nangong Yi, Jiang Chen also saw dozens of warriors wearing the same robes as him. These people are the people from Xian Wufu who came to participate in the Juwu Huiwu. Seeing Nangong Yi who rushed towards him directly, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but set up a slight arc. He looked at Nangong Yi with a sneer. "Who am I? It turns out that it's trash that you are not as good as a beast." "Boy, what are you talking about? Say it again." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Nangong Yi's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Jiang Chen like a dead person, and his whole body instantly became murderous. Nangong Yi was extremely frightened. Originally, he thought that after he escaped from Tianlong Mountain, Jiang Chen would undoubtedly die in Shang Tianlong's hands. As long as Jiang Chen died, no one would know the secret that he used 2 companions as a shield to survive. But now Jiang Chen stood in front of him alive. You know, the identity of one of the 2 people who went to Tianlong Mountain with him is extraordinary. If this kid really shakes out what happened in Tianlong Mountain, it will definitely be a very dangerous thing for him. Chapter 197, Nangong Yi, do you want a face? No way. In any case, I must never give Jiang Chen a chance to tell this secret. Jiang Chen, you sinister villain, finally let me meet Nangong Yi. On that day, I joined forces to attack Tianlong Mountain, but I did not expect you to join Tianlong Mountain's Shang Tianlong to attack me at a critical time. Both of my juniors were killed because of this. Today, I will kill you insidious villain to avenge my 2 juniors. A cold light flashed in Nangong Yi's eyes. With a loud shout, the aura of the innate realm warrior broke out instantly. His figure also directly turned into an afterimage. With a fierce energy between the 5 fingers of his right hand, he grabbed Jiang Chen's Tianling Gai with one claw. After escaping from Tianlong Mountain to Xian Wufu last time, Nangong Yi began to work hard. After nearly a month of crazy training, Nangong Yi finally broke through the innate and became an innate martial artist. Now that he met Jiang Chen, Nangong Yi did not hesitate to display all his strength. Because he had to kill with one blow, he didn't give Jiang Chen any chance to refute. Nangong Yi's ideals are full, but the reality is very backbone. When his confident, killing blow just appeared on Jiang Chen's head, Jiang Chen's figure disappeared in front of him like a ghost. Nangong Yi's face changed suddenly. He suddenly raised his head and looked forward in response to his eyes. I saw Jiang Chen's figure, and he didn't know when he had already appeared 10 meters away from him. Hee. Nangong Yi, your story is pretty good. In order to survive under Shang Tianlong, you did not hesitate to use the bodies of your two companions to shield you from the knife. Now you are embarrassed to bite me in reverse. Do you still have a face like rubbish? Jiang Chen faintly looked at Nangong Yi in front of him. The disdainful sneer also resounded in the air. Boy, don't talk nonsense, don't give me death. Nangong Yi was furious. Without any hesitation, he directly took out the long sword, and a mysterious sword skill, Tianyu slashed directly at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and the movement of the universe started instantly. Jiang Chen's figure disappeared in the same place like a ghost, perfectly avoiding Nangong Yi's fierce blow. How could this kid's speed be so fast? Nangong Yi was terrified when he saw that his mysterious sword skill failed again. He turned his head and looked at Jiang Chen, who had appeared behind him at some unknown time. His face instantly became extremely gloomy. Nangong Yi, are you so impatient to kill me? Jiang Chen looked at Nangong Yi with a sneer. But with your strength, I am afraid that you are not qualified enough to kill me. Nangong Yi's complexion was extremely green. He clenched his fists, his eyes looking at Jiang Chen almost burst into flames. He regrets it a little. Knowing that Jiang Chen is so powerful, he shouldn't have rushed to find Jiang Chen so eagerly. Now he not only failed to solve Jiang Chen, but instead asked Jiang Chen to tell the secret of using his companion to block the knife in public. What made Nangong Yi more frightened? The father of one of the people he used to block the sword at the beginning was the deputy palace lord who led the team from Xian Wufu to participate in the meeting. If the deputy palace master learns the truth of the matter, then he is really dead. Nangong Yi, what is going on? Just when Nangong Yi felt a little flustered, a cold anger sounded from behind Nangong Yi instantly. Chapter 198. The death of your daughter has nothing to do with me. Palace Master Du, when I went to Tianlong Mountain with junior sister Du to practice, the Lingyun Wufu student we met was this person. If he hadn't colluded secretly with the thieves of Tianlong Mountain, junior sister Du would not have encountered a murderous hand. This kid, he is one of the culprits who killed junior sister Du. Nangong Yi looked at Du Yushan, the deputy palace lord who came up, and couldn't help but quickly pointed to Jiang Chen and said. Although Jiang Chen had said everything that happened in Tianlong Mountain, Nangong Yi immediately calmed down after a moment of panic. After all, what he said was also a genius disciple of Xian Wufu. Moreover, what has always been shown in Xian Wufu is the image of an upright gentleman. Nangong Yi really didn't believe it. Du Yushan would rather believe in Jiang Chen, an outsider, than him. As soon as Du Yushan heard that Jiang Chen was the one who killed his daughter, his expression turned gloomy in an instant. He stared at Jiang Chen coldly. Boy, you killed my daughter. Your daughter's death has nothing to do with me. If I really want to kill your daughter, I don't need to join forces with the thieves of Tianlong Mountain. Jiang Chen sneered disdainfully. Of course, if you really want to believe Nangong Yi's rubbish, I have nothing to say. HMPH, Nangong Yi is my genius in Xian Wufu. I naturally know what kind of person he is. I don't believe in my students, so do I still believe what you said will not work. Stop talking nonsense. If you can't show evidence that you have nothing to do with my daughter's death today, then don't blame me for being polite. Du Yushan snorted coldly, and a sharp breath also pressed Jiang Chen in an instant. Haha, it's ridiculous. Why don't you let Nangong Yi show evidence that your daughter was not killed by him? I said one last time, your daughter's death has nothing to do with me, and I don't need to prove anything to you. You are willing to believe Nangong Yi, that is your business, it has nothing to do with me. Facing Du Yushan's powerful aura and oppression, Jiang Chen's expression did not change at all. He said lightly, before turning around and striding away. Du Yushan looked at Jiang Chen, who was about to leave, and a look of anger and shame flashed in his eyes. This kid, but a student of Lingyun Martial Mansion, didn't even put him in the eyes of the Vice Palace Master of Xian Martial Mansion. Boy, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, then don't want to leave. Du Yushan's complexion was cold, and his figure flickered directly in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's face was slightly cold. Palace Master Du, what do you mean? Du Yushan said coldly. You killed my daughter, so you are ashamed to ask me what do you mean? Don't you understand human words? How many times have I said it? Your daughter's death has nothing to do with me. The people of Tianlong Mountain haven't died yet. If you want to know how your daughter died, I won't know if you check it yourself. Jiang Chen looked at Du Yushan contemptuously. The deputy palace master of the dignified Xian Wu mansion was actually played around by a censored student in his mansion. It is not too shameful. Boy, you killed my daughter, you dare to be arrogant in front of me. I, Du Yushan, can't spare you today, let someone die. Du Yushan smiled angrily. With a big wave of his hand, a fierce energy swept out directly at Jiang Chen like lightning. Chapter 199, Hard Shake the Innate Ninefold Powerhouse. Watching Du Yushan directly attack Jiang Chen. In Nangongyi's eyes, a smug smile suddenly appeared. He knew it. Du Yushan would not ignore his words and believe in Jiang Chen, an outsider. It's ridiculous that Jiang Chen, an idiot, took the initiative to provoke Du Yushan. He is simply seeking his own death. Du Yushan's vain shot also made Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly cold. He clenched his fist suddenly. The Xuanpin high-level martial arts Shenlong Podian fist blasted out with a single punch, resisting Du Yushan's fierce palm. This horrified scene in front of me directly made Nangongyi's whole body freeze in place instantly, and there was an unbelievable whisper in his mouth. Originally he thought, under Du Yushan's trick, Jiang Chen had to peel off even if he didn't die. It's just that he didn't expect it anyway. Jiang Chen actually blocked Du Yushan's attack so easily. And beside Nangongyi, the students from Xian Wufu were also shocked to almost fall off their eyes. Du Yushan, this is their vice palace master of Xian Wufu, a powerful person who has reached the innate strength. Even if it is a random blow, most people probably avoid it. But the boy in front of him actually defeated Du Yushan's attack with a frontal punch. This kind of strength, even if they were the first genius Zheng Hong of Xian Wufu, he was beyond the reach. This kid is very strong. If he doesn't die today, he will definitely be a big enemy for me in the Jufu Huiwu. In the front of the group of Xian Wufu students, Zheng Hong, the first genius of Xian Wufu, also looked extremely solemn. Even Lingyun Wufu, who was at the bottom of the 9 martial arts, had such an enchanting genius. It seems that it is not easy for him to obtain the wukui of the 9 martial arts. Not only these Xian Wufu students were shocked by Jiang Chen's performance. Du Yushan's heart was also shocked. As an innate ninefold powerhouse, even if he took a casual blow just now, it would not be inferior to the full-strength blow of an ordinary innate fourfold warrior. But the boy in front of him was abruptly resisted. Doesn't this mean that this kid in front of him has at least a combat power comparable to the innate 4-tier warrior? Du Yushan, it seems that you, the deputy chief of Xian Wufu Mansion, are nothing more than that. You said I killed your daughter, then show evidence, otherwise don't bother me. With one move to defeat Du Yushan's attack, Jiang Chen said coldly, turning around to leave. Boy, you killed my daughter, and now you still want to leave safely in front of me. How could it be that easy? Seeing Jiang Chen turning around and about to leave, Du Yushan couldn't help but let out a burst of anger. When he moved his palm, the majestic innate vitality burst out, turning into a cyan giant palm in midair. The cyan giant palm was spurred by Du Yushan, and in the blink of an eye he patted Jiang Chen overwhelmingly. Seeing Du Yushan's attack again, Jiang Chen's face suddenly chilled. Just as he was about to fight back with all his strength, a familiar anger suddenly exploded in the air. Du Yushan, your dignified vice palace master of Xian Martial Mansion, regardless of your status, is nothing more than doing something on a junior, and you even used Xuanpin martial arts. I think you have lived on a dog all these years. I am from Lingyun Wufu, but you can't bully you if you want to. Chapter 200. The Domineering Yan Kangming. With this angry shout resounded in midair. A figure with a fiery red light all over the body instantly fell from the sky and directly stood in front of Jiang Chen. He suddenly clenched his fist, and a fiery red fist shadow blasted towards Du Yushan's cyan giant palm like lightning. The green and red handed over, and the earth-shaking explosion resounded in midair instantly. I saw Du Yushan's figure trembled, and the whole person was shocked by this fierce fist and took 7 or 8 steps back. He looked up at the figure that appeared suddenly, his eyes condensed in vain. Yan Kangming. Yan Kangming sneered disdainfully and said, "Du Yushan, as the vice palace master of Xian Martial Mansion, it is not as shameful that you even attack a junior. Murder pays for life, it is justified. This kid killed my daughter. In any case, he must give me an explanation today." Du Yushan said with a gloomy expression. Yan Kangming said lightly, "You said Jiang Chen killed your daughter, but what evidence is there?" Du Yushan snorted coldly. "This incident was seen by my student Nangongyi from Xian Wufu. Could there be any mistakes? Ha, that's ridiculous. This is just a one-sided statement of your student. Why do you think Jiang Chen killed your daughter? What's more, even if Jiang Chen really killed your daughter, it would be your daughter's responsibility. With me here today, don't you want to touch Jiang Chen's hair?" Yan Kangming laughed loudly, and the domineering voice resounded directly in everyone's ears. "Yan Kangming, it seems that you are determined to protect this kid." Hearing Yan Kangming's extremely domineering words, Du Yushan's expression instantly became extremely difficult to look. "So what?" Yan Kangming said proudly. "If you don't accept it, just do it." Du Yushan clenched his fists, his eyes changed for a long time, and then the anger in his heart was forcibly suppressed. Xian Wufu is adjacent to Lingyun Wufu. Du Yushan knew very well about Yan Kangming in Lingyun Wufu. This old guy is a veteran powerhouse in Lingyun Wufu. He was already a powerhouse of the 9 and 8 layers more than 10 years ago. Yan Kangming's strength today is probably even more unfathomable. If he really started with this old guy, he wouldn't be able to ask for the slightest advantage. "Jiang Chen, you better pray that I don't find evidence that you killed my daughter. Otherwise, I will definitely not let you go." Knowing the existence of Yan Kangming, he couldn't help Jiang Chen today. Du Yushan had to take a sharp look at Jiang Chen, then turned around and quickly left with the students from Xian Wufu. "Little guy, you finally came. If it weren't for the 3 elders of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce who said that you would come and join us soon, I would have planned to find you myself." After Du Yushan and others left, Yan Kangming couldn't help but smiled and said to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, "Recently, I have been practicing in the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce for a period of time. Elder Yan has been waiting for a long time. Haha. It's okay, I haven't seen you for more than a month. I didn't expect your strength to reach such a level. You can force a blow from the innate 9-fold power. Your current strength, even if compared to Qianlong Wufu's Yin Kai, I am afraid it will not be inferior in the slightest." Yan Kangming's hearty laughter also sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. 30 years later, I Lingyun Wufu, and finally there is another peerless genius who can be the first in the Jufu Huiwu. Chapter 201, Jufu Huiwu, Geniuses Gather. After Jiang Chen and Yan Kangming converged, 3 days passed in a flash. Daxia Kingdom's annual martial arts event, Jufu Huiwu, is also coming as scheduled under the hope of countless people. This day, Jiang Chen and dozens of students from Lingyun Wufu Mansion, led by Yan Kangming, came to a huge square in the mansion that could accommodate thousands of people. When Jiang Chen and the others came to the square was already crowded with people. There are not only a lot of contestants from the 9 martial arts, but also a lot of people who came to watch the martial arts of the 9 martial arts. Look, everyone, people from Lingyun Wufu are here. Lingyun Wufu has been at the bottom of the last few 9 house meetings. What's so interesting about it? That is, the first genius of Lingyun Wufu seems to be called Jiang Chen. I haven't even heard of this guy. It seems that Lingyun Wufu will be at the bottom of this meeting. When Jiang Chen and his party appeared, a round of disdainful mockery also rang around the square. "Maid, these people are too much. How can we say that Lingyun Wufu is also one of the 9 great martial arts of the Great Sha Kingdom? Why do they look down on us Lingyun Wufu?" Hearing disdain and ridicule from all around, many students in Lingyun Wufu were filled with righteous indignation, and could not help showing an expression of irritation. Don't worry too much, our Lingyun Wufu's performance in Jufu Huiwu in recent years has not been satisfactory, which is an indisputable fact. As long as you can show your strength in this martial arts, you can naturally make them shut up. Yan Kangming said lightly, "This time the 9 houses will martial arts, but Lingyun Wufu has the enchanting existence of Jiang Chen." Yan Kangming believes that Lingyun Wufu must be able to shine in the next Wushu meeting. Wow, people from Haoshan Wufu are here. Look, that is Yi Zhancho, the first genius of Haoshan Wufu. It is said that he is a genius of swordsmanship who understands the meaning of sword. It's so handsome. I didn't expect Yi Jiancho to be not only powerful, but also so handsome. At this moment, exclamation sounds came from all around. Jiang Chen and the others couldn't help but look back. I saw a middle-aged man who looked righteous and awe-inspiring, walking slowly toward the square with nearly 100 students. Most of these students carried a long sword behind their backs, and all of them looked extraordinary. Especially the headed Yi Jiancho, is even more handsome and handsome. Ha ha, Ni Tianfeng, your Haoshan martial mansion came quite early. At this moment, a thunderous laugh suddenly sounded in the square. A burly middle-aged man also appeared on the square with a group of students with extraordinary momentum. And beside the middle-aged man, a young man in a golden robe stood proudly, exuding this heart-palpitating breath. Grass, the people from Qianlong Wufu are here too. That young man in golden robe is the first day of Qianlong Wufu's first day before Yin Kai. It's worthy of being a popular figure of Wu Wukui in this Nine Houses meeting. He is really powerful. Seeing the appearance of the people in Qianlong Wufu, many people on the square once again exclaimed. Jiang Chen, Na Yin Kai and Yi Jiancho, both have at least 3 levels of innate strength, and their combat power is extremely amazing. This session of the Jufu Huiwu can be regarded as a gathering of geniuses. Yan Kangming's gaze swept over Yin Kai and Yi Jiancho, and slowly said to Jiang Chen who was beside him, if you want to compete for the martial arts leader this time, these 2 people are probably your biggest opponents. Chapter 202, The Gamble of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Chen actually wanted to compete with Yin Kai and Yi Jiancho for the Wukui of the Jufu Huiwu. Yan Kangming's faint words also stunned the other Lingyun Wufu students behind him. Even Wu Feilong, who was once the first genius of Lingyun Wufu, had an incredible shock in his eyes. For many years, Lingyun Wufu has been at the bottom of the 9 Wufu. Wu Feilong knew very well. Even if he occupied the top of the Lingyun list for 3 years, compared with other top geniuses in the martial arts, the gap was more than a star and a half. In particular, Yin Kai, Yi Jiancho and others had already shined in the Jufu Huiwu a year ago and obtained the qualifications to enter the Yangwang Wuwan. It's just that these 2 people are very proud. Last year they participated in the Jufu Huiwu for the first time. Although their performance was very eye-catching, they did not make the top 10 in the final ranking. Therefore, they resolutely decided to postpone their entry into the Yangwang Wuwan for a year to participate in the Jufu Huiwu. The reason why they made such a decision was to fight for the Wukui of Jufu Huiwu. Jufu Huiwu is an annual martial arts event held in Daxia Kingdom. Anyone who can enter the top 64 in Huiwu will receive various rewards. And the higher the ranking, the more generous the reward, especially the Wukui of each session of the Jufu Huiwu. It is said that after entering the Yangwang Wuwan, he can obtain a privilege that countless martial artists dream of. This privilege is to comprehend the true meaning of martial arts of Shanghai realm for free. Precisely because of this, the battle for Wukui in each session of the Jufu Huiwu is very fierce. But now Yan Kangming actually felt that Jiang Chen was qualified to compete with Yin Kai and the others for Wukui. Could it be that in just 2 months, the strength of this kid has risen to such a terrifying level? Yin Kai, long time no see, don't come here unharmed. Just when all the students in Lingyun Wufu were shocked by Yan Kangming's words. On the side of Haoshan Wufu, Yi Jiancho stared sharply at Qianlong Wufu's Yin Kai, and an astonishing sword intent swept out instantly. Upon seeing this, Yin Kai of Qianlong Wufu could not help but let out a cold snort. I saw a bright golden light burst out of his eyes, colliding with Yi Jiancho's sword intent. An invisible force collision sounded directly in the air. Grass the grass. Yi Jiancho and Yin Kai are now fighting. I don't know who is stronger. Yi Jiancho's swordsmanship is strong, Yin Kai martial arts double cultivation, and also has a special bloodline. The confrontation between the 2 in the Jufu Huiwu must be very exciting. Seeing Yin Kai and Yi Jiancho's invisible confrontation, everyone around was amazed. As for Jiang Chen and his group of Lingyun Wufu, they were completely ignored by everyone. Even the people in Qianlong Wufu and Haoshan Wufu didn't come up to say hello to them from beginning to end. Let's go. Yan Kangming's face was expressionless, just as he was about to bring in the students from Lingyun Wufu. A loud voice suddenly resounded in the midair of the square. Everyone, the Jufu Huiwu will be held soon, and the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce will start to guess Wukui's gambling game. Welcome everyone to participate. There are 9 wukui candidates, and they are the first geniuses of the Jufu. On the first day of Qianlong Wufu, Yin opened, the odds are 1, 1. Yi Jianzhou, the first genius in the Haoshan martial mansion, the odds are 1, 2. Jiang Chen, the first genius to press Lingyun Wufu, the odds are 1, 100. Chapter 203, I am pressing Lingyun Wufu Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen and the others followed their voices. On the right side of the square, a few men wearing black cloud chamber of commerce costumes quickly set up a few tables. Above the table, the names and odds of the first geniuses of the 9 martial arts were placed. The first middle-aged fat man opened his voice and shouted loudly in the square. Grass, the black cloud chamber of commerce has opened, and I am pressing Yin Kai from Qianlong Wufu. This time Wu Kui must be him. Cut. Haoshan Wufu Yi Jianzhou is also a popular candidate for Wu Kui, and the odds are higher than Yin Kai. I will beat Yi Jianzhou. With the opening of the black cloud chamber of commerce, the square became extremely lively in an instant. Yi Jianzhou of the vast sky martial mansion watched the black cloud chamber of commerce set Yin Kai's odds to 1, 1, and set Yin Kai's odds to 1, 2, and he couldn't help but let out a faint hum. The black cloud chamber of commerce's move was obviously not optimistic about Yi Jianzhou, thinking that Yin Kai had a greater chance of capturing Wu Kui than him. Yi Jianzhou's expression was indifferent, and he walked straight towards the opening of the black cloud chamber of commerce. As soon as he moved his palm, a pile of spars appeared in front of the middle-aged fat man, and his faint voice resounded instantly. 1,000 low-grade spar, I will suppress Yi Jianzhou of Haoshan martial mansion. The middle-aged fat man was stunned for a moment. Yi Xiaoxia wants to press yourself. Yi Jianzhou said indifferently, you black cloud chamber of commerce. It seems that there is no rule that you can't suppress yourself, right? Of course, since our black cloud chamber of commerce has opened, naturally everyone will come. The middle-aged fat man smiled slightly, and then said to the man beside him, hurry up and record Yi Xiaoxia's bet. Tisk tusk. Yi Jianzhou actually crushed himself 1,000 lower-grade spar. It seems that he has great confidence in capturing Wu Kui. Yi Jianzhou and Yin Kai are both popular candidates for Wu Kui, and the odds are twice as high as Yin Kai. Everyone should beat Yi Jianzhou. Seeing that Yi Jianzhou was crushing himself, many people followed the wind to crush Yi Jianzhou. 1,000 lower-grade spar, this guy is really rich. Jiang Chen watched that Yi Jianzhou's shot was 1,000 low-grade spar, and he couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Spar is a kind of stone with magical energy. As long as it is a warrior above the Imperial Qi realm, it can accelerate cultivation by absorbing the energy in the spar. However, things like spars are extremely rare for most warriors. Even the lowest low-grade spar, it is difficult for a general Yuki realm warrior to have a few. Yi Jianzhou took out 1,000 lower-grade spars as a bet, which was considered a big bet. Jiang Chen watched the countless people around him rushing forward to make injections, and the corners of his mouth could not help but a slight arc was raised. The odds for him to win Wu Kui are 1, 100. If he suppresses himself at this time, he will definitely make a fortune. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help turning his head to look at Yan Kangming beside him. Elder Yan, how many spars do you have? Can you lend me a little? Do you want to make a bet too? Yan Kangming was taken aback for a moment, and immediately took out a Na ring and placed it in front of Jiang Chen. There are 10,000 low-grade crystals in it, is it enough? Enough, thank you Elder Yan. Jiang Chen accepted Na Jia with a smile, and walked straight to the middle-aged fat man from the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce. He threw Na Jia on the table at any time, and the amazing voice sounded in everyone's ears instantly. 10,000 low-grade spar, I will crush Jiang Chen from Lingyun Wufu. Chapter 204, a group of great people are pressing Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's faint words immediately caused countless eyes around him to look at Jiang Chen. Who is this kid? Is there any mistake? He actually wants to suppress Jiang Chen from Lingyun Wufu. Tisk tusk. Lingyun Wufu is at the bottom of the 9 martial arts, their first genius. It is difficult to even get into the top 10, wanting to capture Wu Kui is simply wishful thinking. This idiot, even if you have too many spars to spend, don't you want to play like this? Not only did Jiang Chen's words make everyone around him speechless to the extreme, even the middle-aged fat man in charge of the gambling at the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce was taken aback. He looked at Jiang Chen with a weird look. This little brother, are you sure you want to suppress Jiang Chen from Lingyun Wufu? Jiang Chen expressionlessly. Why, can't I suppress him? Yes, As long as it is the Wu Kui candidate we listed, you can press anyone. The middle-aged fat man smiled and said, I don't know the name of the little brother. 10,000 low-grade spar, this is not a small sum. Even the average innate powerhouse is difficult to get. Since this kid gave 10,000 spars to the door in vain, does he have reason to refuse? Jiang Chen said lightly, I'm Jiang Chen from Lingyun Wufu, and what I suppress is myself. Damn, it turns out he is Jiang Chen from Lingyun Wufu. This kid is too self-conscious, doesn't he really think he can win Wu Kui? Haha, I really laughed at me. If he can win the Wu Kui of the Jufu Huiwu this time, unless the sun comes out to the west. Everyone heard that Jiang Chen even suppressed himself to win Wu Kui, and they couldn't help but mock Jiang Chen with disdain. Boy, don't think that the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce will list you as a Wu Kui candidate. You are really qualified to compete with us for the Wu Kui of Jufu Huiwu. If you are more acquainted, you can quickly take back the 10,000 low-grade spar, so that you won't lose even your pants when you don't get it. Yi Jiancho saw that Jiang Chen, a fellow from Lingyun Wufu Mansion, imitated him and pressed himself to become Wu Kui, and immediately couldn't help but snort disdainfully. Just as Yi Jiancho's words fell, a cold voice suddenly resounded in the square. Who said that Jiang Chen was not qualified to fight for Wu Kui? Meng Qingxie of the Meng family, 10,000 lower-grade crystal stones pressed Jiang Chen. Everyone looked for their reputation and saw a stunning woman in a white dress, slowly walking towards Jiang Chen and the others. It turned out to be Meng Qingxie, the genius beauty of the Meng family, and she actually suppressed Jiang Chen in Lingyun Wufu. Everyone was shocked, but before they had time to recover from their shock, a hearty laughter sounded in the square again. Haha, brother Jiang Chen's talent, even you Mo can't help but admire it. I have 100,000 low-grade spars in Yueyang Prefecture, and Jiang Chen becomes Wu Kui. The third elder of the Moon-Mark Chamber of Commerce, Yueyangzhou, pressed Jiang Chen with 100,000 low-grade spar. Another great man came to press Jiang Chen to become Wu Kui. What is the situation? What is the situation with Nima? Hehe. Since everyone is so optimistic about little brother Jiang Chen, I naturally can't let people watch jokes. Yan Qingshan, also pressed Jiang Chen with 100,000 low-grade crystal stones. 6th rank alchemy master Yan Qingshan. He even pressed Jiang Chen to become the martial leader of the 9 houses. The square fell into deathly silence. Everyone was so shocked that even their eyes almost fell off. Chapter 205, The Hottest Character. Trough. What the censored is going on? I am not dizzy. Jiang Chen of Lingyun Wufu is actually favored by so many big people, this is incredible. Does this Jiang Chen really have the strength to compete for Wu Kui? The shocking scene that suddenly appeared on the square directly caused the surrounding area to explode. Their gazes towards Jiang Chen showed unprecedented shock. Lingyun Wu Mansion, the existence of the bottom of the 9th mansion of Daxia Kingdom. And Jiang Chen, the first genius of Lingyun Wufu, is also the most unlikely candidate to win Wu Kui in the eyes of everyone. But such a person who is least favored by them now has the support of countless big people. Meng Qingxie, the genius beauty of the Meng family, pressed 10,000. The Yueyangzhou and 6th rank alchemy master Yan Qingshan of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce each crushed 100,000. Is this Jiang Chen of Lingyun Wufu really going to be the biggest black horse of this 9 taigas martial arts? The strong pressure of Yan Qingshan and the 3 of them also made Yi Jiancho and the middle-aged fat man of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce look a little unpleasant. Yi Jiancho glanced at Jiang Chen coldly, then turned and left without saying a word. He has secretly vowed in his heart that he must make this kid look good when the Jufu meets the martial arts. But the middle-aged fat man of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He even regretted not spending more energy to investigate Jiang Chen in Lingyun Wufu. This time Jiang Chen's odds for Wu Kui were set at 100 by their Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce. If Jiang Chen really wins Wu Kui, the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce will have to accompany 20 million lower-grade spars with Yueyangzhou and Yan Qingshan alone. Such a large amount of wealth, even for the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce, is not a simple matter. After Yan Qingshan and the 3 of them have pressed Jiang Chen, I am afraid that many people will follow the wind and press Jiang Chen to become Wu Kui. Tisk tusk. This time the 9 martial arts meeting is getting more and more interesting. Unexpectedly, so many big people are optimistic about Jiang Chen of Lingyun Wufu, or we will try to press Jiang Chen. Press. If Jiang Chen really becomes wuxia, then we will make a lot of money, really. The guess of the middle-aged fat man from the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce soon became a reality. There were many people around who were not optimistic about Jiang Chen, but they changed their attention in an instant, and they all placed their bets on Jiang Chen, very quickly. The bet placed on Jiang Chen even far exceeded that of Yin Kai and Yi Jianzhou. It seems that Jiang Chen has become a popular figure to win this time. Seeing more and more people put their bets on Jiang Chen, the cold sweat on the middle-aged fat man's forehead couldn't help but scream. He can only pray in his heart now that Jiang Chen can't get the wuxia who is only the Jufu Huiwu. With an odds of 100, even their Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce has suffered a lot of energy. Yin Kai, it might not be easy for this kid to get the attention of Yan Qingshan and Yu Yongzhou. If you meet him in the wuhui, don't be careless, he might really be one of your biggest opponents in capturing wuxia. On the side of Qianlong Wufu, the deputy chief of Qianlong Wufu stared at Jiang Chen on the opposite side, and said solemnly to Yin beside him. Relax, I will not despise any opponent. Yin Kai's eyes flickered. Whether it is Yi Jianzhou or this Jiang Chen, they will only become a stepping stone for me to capture wuxia. Chapter 206, Thousand Shadows Phantom Killing Array. Dang dang. Just when everyone was crazy about Jiang Chen as a popular figure winning the first prize. A loud bell suddenly resounded in the midair of the square. The atmosphere in the entire square has become much quieter. And Yan Kangming and the leaders of the major martial arts quickly brought the students from the martial arts to the contestants area. Soon, all the contestants from the 9 major martial arts of Daxia State gathered. The conditions for participating in the huiwu of the 9 houses of the Great Xia Kingdom are not too harsh. As long as they reach the imperial state before the age of 18, they can participate, basically. The internal disciples of the 9 martial arts are all qualified to participate in the martial arts of the 9 martial arts. Jiang Chen glanced slightly, and found that there were a lot of contestants in the 9 Wufu palaces, nearly 1,000 people. Except that they only had dozens of people in Lingyun Wufu, there were basically hundreds of people in other Wufu. In particular, Qianlong Wufu and Haoshan Wufu, the 2 most powerful martial arts, had more than 150 participants. Among these people, Jiang Chen naturally found some acquaintances. Including Nangong Yi from Xian Wufu and Lei Qing from Kangalei Wufu, they are all contestants in this martial arts conference. Among the nearly 1,000 contestants, only 64 students were able to break through and obtain the qualifications to enter the Yangwang Wuwan. This shows how fierce the competition among the Jufu Huiwu will be. Daxia Kingdom's annual Jufu Weifu, now officially, begins. Just as Jiang Chen looked at other Wufu students, a faint voice suddenly resounded over the square. Although the voice was a little old, it was unusually loud, and it almost clearly passed into the ears of everyone on the square. When Jiang Chen looked for his reputation, he saw a white-haired old man in a golden cloud robe landed in the middle of the square. This old man is Sha Dongwang, the host of the 9 houses of the Great Xia Kingdom for the past 10 years. Sha Dongwang, the elder of the royal family of the Great Xia Kingdom, is also one of the elders of the Yangwang Wuwan. He is not only a Kaiyuan realm powerhouse, but also a 5th-rank array mage, with a very high status in the Great Xia Kingdom. With the appearance of Sha Dongwang, all eyes on the square focused on him, waiting for him to announce the rules of the Jufu Huiwu competition. Daxia Country's 9 houses meetings are generally divided into 2 stages, knockout and ranking. However, the rules of each elimination round are different from the previous one. Everyone wants to know how the elimination game of the Jufu Huiwu will go on. Sha Dongwang didn't talk nonsense, looking directly at the contestants of the 9 Wufu palaces and said, "Now, please come to the middle of the square for all contestants." Hearing Sha Dongwang's words, the contestants from the 9 Wufu palaces quickly flashed towards the middle of the square. In a short while, thousands of contestants gathered on the platform in the middle of the square. Everyone, this Jufu Huiwu elimination tournament is very simple. Next, I will start a 4th-grade fantasy killing formation. All of you enter the phantom array together, ranked by the length of time you persist in the phantom array. Finally, the 64 people who lasted the longest in the phantom array can enter the next round of ranked matches. Sha Dongwang briefly introduced the rules of the elimination round, and a pattern exuding a strange streamer flashed in his hand. Thousand Shadows Illusion Killing Array, get up. Sha Dongwang let out a soft drink, and the formation under his control instantly formed a huge formation in midair, covering all the participating students in it. Chapter 207. You don't even deserve to lift my shoes. Grass. This time in the elimination round, the faces turned out to be the 4th stage magic killing array. 4th rank illusionary killing array. Even if it poses a certain threat to the Kaiyuan realm powerhouse, the general innate realm powerhouse estimates that no one can last for long. Tisk tusk. I don't know where Jiang Chen of Lingyun Wufu can rank. If he can't even make the top 64, many people will lose their money. Hearing Sha Dongwang's rules of the game, countless onlookers all around couldn't help but talk. Remind you, if you can't hold on in the formation, just shout me to give up, and I will pull you out of the formation. This 1000 shadow illusion killing array is not weak. If you have to be strong, you will be at your own risk. Now I announce that the game begins. Sha Dongwang's faint voice fell, and immediately with a move of his palm, the Chenying illusionary killing array was also activated instantly. And at the moment when the formation was operating, all the contestants in the formation felt an extremely powerful aura oppressing them. Many of the weaker Imperial Qi realm students turned pale in an instant. They hurriedly sat down cross-legged, mobilized the power in their bodies, and fully resisted the power of Qi. But the geniuses of the 9 martial arts such as Yin Kai were not affected by this force at all. They randomly found a place in the formation and sat down cross-legged. After taking a look at the situation of the surrounding students, Jiang Chen didn't rush to sit down, but directly cast his gaze on the Chenying illusionary killing array. Ding! Watching the 4th stage array, 1000 Shadows Magic Killing Array, triggers a hundredfold comprehension. Ding! You successfully comprehended the essence of Chenying's phantom killing formation and the method of breaking it. Comprehending the essence of the Chenying illusionary killing array and the method of breaking it, Jiang Chen couldn't help but lifted a slight arc. He walked straight to a position on the upper right side of the formation, and then quickly sat down cross-legged. Next to Jiang Chen was Yi Jiancho from Haoshan Wufu. Jiang Chen, although I don't know why so many people are optimistic about you. But in my eyes, you still don't have the qualifications to compete with me for Wukui. Next I will let you know how big the gap between you and me is. Yi Jiancho looked at Jiang Chen who was sitting cross-legged next to him, and he couldn't help but let out a slight cold snort. The gap between you and me is indeed quite big, Jiang Chen said lightly, because you don't even deserve to lift my shoes. Jiang Chen, don't you want to be arrogant in front of me? Yi Jiancho's eyes were cold. If you have a seed, take a bet with me to see who will last longer in this formation. How do you want to bet? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth turned up slightly. Although this 4-ranked Chenying illusionary killing array is very powerful, for him who has mastered the Chenying illusionary killing array, it does not pose any threat at all. As long as he is willing, there is no problem staying in this formation until the end of the day. Since Yi Jiancho took the initiative to send him to the door to find his death, is there any reason for him to fail? Yi Jiancho said coldly, how about betting on 10,000 low-grade spars? 10,000 low-grade spar, this is not a small number. Jiang Chen curled his lips and said, can you get it out? You don't need to worry about this. As long as you can win, I will naturally come up with something worth 10,000 low-grade spars. Yi Jiancho said with a sneer, stop talking nonsense, in one word, do you dare to gamble with me? Jiang Chen smiled proudly, I will take your bet. Chapter 208, The Dark Horse Among the Dark Horses. Jiang Chen, wait, I will convince you to lose. Yi Jiancho snorted coldly, and immediately ignored Jiang Chen and closed his eyes to calm himself. And when Jiang Chen and Yi Jiancho were betting, the first wave of coercion of Chenying illusionary killing array had ended. Immediately afterwards, a suffocating aura that was several times more terrifying than the previous one also spread quickly within the formation. 1000 Shadows Phantom Killing Array with 4th stage formation, this is a very powerful phantom killing array. Once this formation works, it can transform layers of evil spirits and pressure, and the pressure of each next layer will be much stronger than the previous one. Just like now, under the coercion of the second wave of evil spirits, many weak students could not bear it. They all shouted in horror, and then they were transferred out by Sha Dongwang. Hundreds of students were eliminated under the second wave of pressure. After the second wave of pressure was over, before everyone had time to kick, the third wave of pressure came again. The pressure this time was many times stronger than the pressure of the second wave. After many students were exposed to this horrible breath, a mouthful of blood could not help but squirted out wildly. Where did they dare to hesitate? and quickly chose to give up with a look of horror. With the passage of time, the coercion in the Chenying illusionary killing array has become more and more terrifying. And there are fewer and fewer figures in the array. After the end of the third wave of coercion, the participants in the Chenying fantasy killing array were eliminated by half, and there were already less than 500 people. After eliminating half of the contestants, Chenying fantasy killing array was not polite to the rest, and directly transformed waves of terrifying coercion, constantly oppressing the students in the formation. Until the end of the sixth wave of coercion, the number of students in the formation had dropped to less than 100. Except for the geniuses in the 9 martial arts who had reached the innate realm, everyone else was sweating profusely, and their eyes revealed an unprecedented solemn expression. At this moment, a stronger pressure suddenly broke out in the formation. I saw a fierce tiger condensed on the head of every student in the formation, and it pressed against the student below with its teeth and claws. Seeing this scene, many students' faces turned pale instantly. Shameless. This seventh wave of coercion is totally different from the previous 6 waves. Many students in the Imperial Qi realm were almost knocked out, and they were eliminated in an instant. Even some students who have reached the innate state have become extremely difficult to deal with. In less than a few minutes, more than half of the people in the formation were eliminated again. Even characters like Nangong Yi and Lei Qing couldn't survive this wave of evil spirits. Until the end of the 7th wave of coercion, only a few dozen people remained in the Chenying illusionary killing array. And Jiang Chen is naturally one of these 10 people. Song. That Jiang Chen from Lingyun Wufu Mansion is really awesome, and he has survived till now. Now in the Thousand Shadows illusionary killing array, they are all the top geniuses in the 9 palaces. I didn't expect that he really has such a terrifying strength. This kid deserves to be the one who has been favored by so many big people. Looking at the situation inside the formation, many people in the square were shocked. They didn't expect that Lingyun Wufu, who had always ranked bottom, actually had such a monster as Jiang Chen. This kid is simply the dark horse among the dark horses. Chapter 209. With me, first, don't even think about it. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to be quite capable, so you can hold on till now. But the next 8th wave of evil coercion, I see how you can resist it. Yi Jianqiu couldn't help but sneer while looking at Jiang Chen, who was still sitting beside him. The terrifying coercion of the 7th wave of evil spirit transformation is no longer something ordinary students with 1st grade can bear. Yi Jianqiu really didn't believe that this kid had the ability to resist the 8th wave of pressure. How I resist? You don't need to worry about it. Jiang Chen glanced at him lightly. You should still care more about yourself. By the way, think about what you will use to pay for the 10,000 low-grade spar when you lose. Haha. It's a big joke. Do you really think you won me? Yi Jianqiu laughed wildly with disdain. He confidently said, I've got the 1st place in this knockout match, Yi Jianqiu. For this knockout, Yi Jianqiu is very confident. After all, he is a kendo genius who has realized the intent of a heavy sword. With sword intent, he has a natural advantage in resisting the suffocating coercion of this 1000 shadow fantasy killing array. In this regard, even Yin Kai of Qianlong Wufu cannot be compared with him. Yi Jianqiu believed that he would definitely be the one who persisted the longest in the Chenying fantasy killing array. Jiang Chen wanted to beat him. It was a foolish dream. Young man, you still have to be as low-key as I am. Where do you say that makes people Yinkai? Not to mention whether you have the ability to beat him. Even if you really beat him, the 1st place will not belong to you. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth turned up slightly. With me, don't even think about the 1st place. The conversation between Jiang Chen and Yi Jianqiu also caused the corners of everyone in the square to twitch, and they couldn't help wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads. This kid was so embarrassed to make Yi Jianqiu low-key like him. What you say by yourself, you don't know how many times it is more high-profile than others. With me, don't even think about the 1st place. This is what a low-key person can say. When everyone was stunned by Jiang Chen's words, in the Chenying illusionary killing array, a loud dragon sound suddenly resounded in the air. I saw the sky above the Chenying illusionary killing array, and a huge dragon phantom that was 10 feet long was condensed in an instant. A terrifying dragon power filled the entire Chenying fantasy killing array. The faces of all the students, including Yin Kai and Yi Jianqiu, changed suddenly. They fully urged their internal forces, and even 2 or 3 of them have already displayed the prototype of the martial arts true intent they have understood, and confronted the oppressed Longwei in midair. Only Jiang Chen's expression remained calm. After staring at the formation for a while, he appeared in a position on the lower left as if teleporting, and continued to sit cross-legged. At this moment, several students were unable to withstand the powerful Long Wei and chose to give up. In less than 10 minutes, only Yin Kai, Yi Jianzhou and Jiang Chen were left in the Chenying magic killing array. Yin Kai's eyes flickered with golden light, and his whole body exuded a mysterious and powerful aura. Yi Jianzhou's body, a sharp sword intent, also rose to the sky. When Yin Kai and Yi Jianzhou were both fighting Long Wei with all their strength, Jiang Chen was still sitting still like an old monk, sitting there motionless, as if he hadn't been affected at all. Chapter 210. You can kill you in seconds without hands. Hold the grass. Look, Jiang Chen is still sitting there motionless. Even Yin Kai and Yi Jianzhou have already taken full action. Long Wei must be very scary in the formation. How could he not be affected at all? My god, this kid is too enchanting. Seeing Jiang Chen still sitting in the formation as stable as a mountain, everyone couldn't help but took a breath. Yin Kai and Yi Jianzhou, these are the strongest geniuses recognized by the 9 martial arts. Now the two of them exerted their powerful bloodline power, and the other sword intent rose to the sky, fighting against Long Wei in the formation with all their strength. But Jiang Chen seemed to be out of the way, completely unaffected. Could it be that this kid is already strong enough to ignore the dragon power in the formation? This is incredible. Unexpectedly, little friend Jiang Chen also dabbled in the formation method. If I guessed correctly, he might have found the flaws in this Chenying phantom killing array, so he could perfectly avoid the pressure of the formation method. Yan Qingxian looked at Jiang Chen, who was completely unaffected, and a look of shock was revealed in his muddy old eyes. Ha, Master Yan guessed right. Brother Jiang Chen is indeed a wizard of formation. When I met him 2 or 3 months ago, he was already a mage of rank 3 formation. Master of the 3rd stage formation. Yan Qingxian couldn't help but smile wryly in his heart. This little guy is indeed an almighty genius who is extremely enchanting in every aspect. That kid, look at the situation inside the formation. Even Sha Dongwang, who presided over the formation, had an inconceivable horror in his old eyes. At the beginning, because there were too many people in the formation, Sha Dongwang did not notice Jiang Chen. It wasn't until the 7th wave of evil gasification pressure came and there were less than 100 people in the formation. Sha Dongwang finally found out. The location of Jiang Chen happened to be the only flaw in the Chenying illusionary killing array, and he could not be affected by the formation at all. Sha Dongwang thought it was just a coincidence. So when the 8th wave of Long Wei came, he changed the trend of the formation. But to Sha Dongwang's surprise, Jiang Chen once again accurately found the location of the formation flaw. The flaws in his Chenying illusionary killing array, even the average rank 4 mage, may not be able to tell at a glance. How could that kid's attainments in formations reach such a terrifying point? When everyone was stunned by Jiang Chen's performance against the sky, Long Wei in the Chenying illusionary killing array is finally coming to an end. Both Yin Kai and Yi Jianzhou relied on their own powerful strength to forcibly resist this wave of dragon power. That kid, it should be out already. After Yi Jianzhou fought against Long Wei in the formation, he couldn't help but looked at Jiang Chen's direction with pride. When he saw Jiang Chen sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed and rested, his whole body was directly stiff. How could you possibly? Yi Jianzhou's eyes were dull, and his mouth also let out an unbelievable roar. Facing this wave of tyrannical Long Wei oppression, he did his best to use his sword intent to resist. This kid, how could he block it so easily? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth was slightly lifted, and his proud voice also instantly sounded in everyone's ears. I see the coercion in this formation like nothing. Even if you don't do it, it can still kill you in seconds. Chapter 211. The strongest dark horse in history is born. This Jiang Chen, as expected by the palace lord, will be my biggest opponent in capturing Wu Kui. Yin Kai's gaze was locked tightly on Jiang Chen, and there was an unprecedented solemn expression in his eyes. Just now when he was fighting against Long Wei in the formation, he had almost done his best except for the last 2 whole cards that were not used. But Jiang Chen's performance was completely beyond his imagination. Yin Kai's attention to Jiang Chen has even surpassed Yi Jianzhou. Yin Kai's eyes flickered slightly. This is just a knockout game. It is not a wise choice if you expose your whole cards in order to compete for the first place. He looked at the coming 9th wave of pressure and directly chose to give up. Grass. What's the situation? Yin Kai came out directly. This is just a knockout. Even if you get the first place, it doesn't make much sense. Tisk tusk. Yi Jiancho and Jiang Chen bet 10,000 low-grade spars, so I guess they won't give up easily. Seeing Yin Kai gave up, everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Jiancho and Jiang Chen in the formation. They all wanted to know whether Jiang Chen could really continue his previous performance against the sky, and he could kill Yi Jiancho in seconds without using his hands. Under the gaze of everyone in the square, the ninth wave of the Chenying illusionary killing array came. I saw black clouds suddenly condensed in the midair of the formation, and thunder and lightning continued to roll in the black clouds. Looking at the furious thunder and lightning that exudes the mighty power above his head, Yi Jiancho, who was in the formation, suddenly felt his scalp numb. The ninth wave of pressure of the Chenying illusionary killing array will turn out to be the might of heavenly thunder. Yi Jiancho was horrified. Where did he dare to hesitate for a while? The innate triple strength and heavy sword intent burst out in an instant, fighting with all the might of the thunder that poured down. Jiang Chen's eyes were locked tightly on the oppressive mighty thunder. His figure appeared 10 meters away from the bottom right as if teleporting, and he sat down cross-legged again. This son is really proficient in the formation, and his talent on the formation is simply amazing. Seeing that Jiang Chen had once again found the flaw in the formation method accurately, Sha Dongwang was also amazed. He glanced at Yi Jiancho, who was already at the end of the crossbow, and shook his head sympathetically. This kid, to compare with Jiang Chen, a man who is proficient in formation, is simply dead. After Yi Jiancho resisted with all his strength for a while, he finally couldn't bear the terrifying power of the thunder. I saw his body trembled, his face turned pale in an instant, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but spurt out. Upon seeing this, Sha Dongwang immediately shot Yi Jiancho out of the formation like lightning. On the other hand, Jiang Chen in the formation was still standing still under the raging power of thunder that day. Until the power of the sky thunder in the formation completely ended, Jiang Chen was not hurt by the power of that day. The incredible situation in the Chenying illusionary killing array immediately caused the square to fall into deathly silence. This kid is just from Lingyun Wufu, which is at the bottom of the top 9 martial arts. This kid is just a little known hairy kid. However, he became famous in the knockout match of the Jufu Huiwu, and completely killed the popular figure Yi Jiancho. This kid is definitely the strongest dark horse in the history of Daxia Kingdom's 9 martial arts. Chapter 212. A mere 4-rank formation, but I can't help it. After the end of the 9th wave of thunder power, Sha Dongwang looked at Jiang Chen sitting in the formation, but did not intend to withdraw the formation. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and the faint voice resounded in the middle of the square. Boy, you are the only one left in the Chenying fantasy killing array. Do you come out by yourself or want me to invite you out? For Jiang Chen's performance in the Chenying fantasy killing array, Sha Dongwang was also extremely surprised. He wanted to see if this kid had completely seen through the flaws in the Chenying illusionary killing array and walked out of the array by himself. Sha Dongwang's faint words also made everyone in the square show incredible shock. This 1000 Shadows phantom killing array, but a genuine 4th grade high-level phantom killing array. Even if the general Kaiyuan realm powerhouse is caught in it, it is not easy to get out. No matter how enchanting this kid is, he can't get out of the formation by himself. Just when everyone was shocked, under the gaze of countless eyes in the square, Jiang Chen slowly stood up. He raised his head and glanced at Sha Dongwang, who was in charge of the formation, and the faint chuckle also instantly spread to everyone's ears. Hee, don't bother Senior Sha doing it. The 4th rank formation is just a mere rank, but I can't help it. A faint laughter fell. Jiang Chen calmly strode forward, and walked out a strange S-shaped curve in the formation. Everyone realized in horror that Jiang Chen walked out of the Chenying illusionary killing array without any hindrance. Seeing this scene, countless people in the square couldn't help taking a breath. This Jiang Chen from Lingyun Wufu can actually treat the 4th stage 1000 Shadows illusion killing array as nothing, coming and going freely in the formation. This kid is really evil. Okay, what a talented little guy. Unexpectedly, at your young age, you have such an accomplishment in the formation, and easily broke my 1000 Shadow fantasy killing formation. Seeing Jiang Chen coming out of the formation, Sha Dongwang couldn't help but exclaimed. This son is only 15 or 16 years old, and his skills in the formation have reached such a level of defense. With a little instruction, I am afraid that I can at least become a 6th rank formation master in the future. Even if you become a master of the 7th stage array magic, it is not impossible. No, Senior Sha, Jiang Chen's grades can't be counted. He just relied on himself to be proficient in the formation, and he was able to persist in the formation for so long by opportunism. If he is really capable, how can he persist to the end? Yi Jianqiu heard that Jiang Chen had beaten him because he was proficient in the formation, and immediately said to Sha Dongwang with a look of unwillingness. It's ridiculous. Jiang Chen is able to stick to it by relying on his accomplishments in the formation. That's also his ability. How can it be opportunistic? Sha Dongwang coldly snorted. What's more, I preside over the competition, don't care about the process, just look at the results, you have to accept even if you don't accept it. Jianqiu, you don't want to fool around. Old Sha is right, no matter what method Jiang Chen uses, he can persist in the formation until the end, that is his ability. Just when Yi Jianqiu was extremely unwilling, Ni Tianfeng, the deputy chief of the Haoshan Martial Mansion, couldn't help but screamed at Yi Jianqiu. He directly took out 10,000 lower grade spar and threw it to Jiang Chen. Boy, this is the 10,000 lower grade spar that Jian Chu lost. I will give it to him. Ni Tianfeng finished speaking, and then left with Yi Jianqiu and the students from the vast Sky Martial Palace. Chapter 213, Points Ranking Contest. The knockout is over. Sha Dongwang announced his entry into the top 64. Everyone also left the square, waiting for the second round of the game tomorrow. The day passed quickly. Early the next morning, everyone once again gathered in the square. Tisk tusk. This time the Jufu Huiwu, I am afraid it will be the most exciting one this year. Yeah, not only did Yin Kai and Yi Jianqiu have such great talents this year, but now there is a dark horse like Jiang Chen, and the competition must be very beautiful for a while. I suppressed 100 crystals of Jiang Chen and became Wu Kui. If Jiang Chen can continue the myth of yesterday, then I will really develop this time. Haha, I am the same. I really hope that Jiang Chen will be able to defeat Wu Kui in one fell swoop. When countless people in the square were expecting Jiang Chen to take Wu Kui, the face of the middle-aged fat man of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce was ugly. He is the most unwilling person in this square to win Jiang Chen's Wu Kui. The number of spars that pressed Jiang Chen to become Wu Kui in the 9 martial arts meeting this time has exceeded 500,000. If Jiang Chen becomes Wu Kui, the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce will have to pay out 50 million lower grade spar. At that time, he really became a sinner of the ages of the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Chen, it's best to pray that you don't meet me in the martial arts competition, otherwise I will make you pay a heavy price. Yi Jianqiu stared at Jiang Chen gloomily, and his eyes were also shining with cold light. Yesterday, oppressed by the might of the 1,000 shadows killing array of thunder, Yi Jianqiu got a blessing in disguise and broke through to the 4th innate in one fell swoop. Now even facing Yin Kai, he still has absolute confidence. He believed, this time, the Wu Kui of the Jufu Huiwu must belong to him, Yi Jianqiu, and no one would want to censor it from him. Next, the second round of ranking competition of Jufu Huiwu will begin now. Sha Dongwang stood in the center of the square and announced loudly. The second round of Jufu Huiwu, a ranking match. 64 students who enter the second round will start a 1-to-1 round of competition. 1 point is awarded for a win and 1 point for a loss. After 10 rounds, the scores obtained by the trainees are the rankings obtained by the Jufu Huiwu this time. In the first round of the ranking match, Yi Jianqiu faced Zhao Li. As Sha Dongwang announced the two sides of the first match, Yi Jianqiu's sound appeared on the stone platform in the center of the square. As for Zhao Li, who was fighting Yi Jianqiu, he surrendered directly after taking the stage. Yi Jianqiu won the first competition without any effort. In the next few games, with the exception of Yin Kai's opponent who surrendered without exception, the battle among others was fierce. A few more games have passed. Jiang Chen to Li Yong. Is it finally to me? Hearing his name, Jiang Chen appeared on the martial arts stage in the center of the square in a flash. He looked at the boy on the opposite side who stepped onto the martial arts stage, his mouth turned up slightly. Aren't you going to give up? Huh, Jiang Chen, you just relied on speculation to get the first place in the first round of the elimination round. Now we are fighting one-on-one, how can I be afraid of you? The young man named Li Yong gave a cold snort, then suddenly clenched his fist, and blasted at Jiang Chen with a basic fist of the profound grade. Jiang Chen stood there blankly, with a faint golden light on his body, without the slightest intention to fight back, and directly let Li Yang's fist hit his chest. Chapter 214. Win you, no need to shoot. Jiang Chen didn't even make a move. What is the situation? He actually has to rely on his body to resist Li Yang's fist. Is this crazy? Seeing Jiang Chen, who had no doctor to fight back on the martial arts stage, everyone around couldn't help but feel an uproar. Damn, you dare to look down on me like this, just die for me. Seeing that Jiang Chen ignored his attack, Li Yang's expression instantly became extremely hideous. The huge fist, with a fierce energy, slammed Jiang Chen's chest fiercely. Clang. A harsh metal crashing sound was instantly uploaded from the competition platform. I saw Li Yang's body trembled suddenly, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and the whole person fell out of the competition platform like a kite with a broken line. Suddenly, the eyes of countless spectators in the square became round. The most powerful dark horse in this session of the Jufu Huiwu, although they also believe that Jiang Chen will have no problem defeating Li Yang. But they still didn't expect that Jiang Chen would defeat Li Yang in this way. He stayed motionless, but Li Yang, who was actively attacking, was hit hard and flew down directly from the competition stage. This is too incredible. HMPH, that's all about the vultures. When you meet me in a while, I will see how you can use your body to block the sword in my hand. Yi Jiancho sneered disdainfully. If Jiang Chen only has this ability, he can defeat it, only one sword is enough. This kid, he is also a physical training. On the other side, Yin Kai of Qianlong Wufu looked at Jiang Chen on the martial arts stage, his eyes shrank suddenly. Then Li Yang's strength reached the 8th layer of Yu Qi, and Jiang Chen was able to kill him with the help of his body's counter-shock. His strength in training together, I am afraid that at least they have reached a level comparable to innate warriors. After Jiang Chen left the field, the game continued in an orderly manner. 64 students, almost all appeared one by one. In addition to Jiang Chen in Lingyun Wufu, there are still 3 people entering the top 64. Except for Wu Feilong's victory in the first round, the remaining 2 are at the bottom of the 64 rounds, and there is no doubt that bailing. The game entered the second round. After a few battles, it was Jiang Chen's turn again. This time, Jiang Chen's opponent was an innate warrior named Shishin in Qianlong Wufu. Jiang Chen, do it. It is said that you are the strongest dark horse in this session of the Jufu Huiwu, and have the qualifications to compete with my senior brother Yin Kai for Wukui. Let me first see if you have this qualification. On the stage, Shishan looked at Jiang Chen, who was standing opposite him, and couldn't help but said with sorrow. You want to do it, even if you do it. Jiang Chen said lightly. I don't need to shoot if I win against you. Boy, do you really treat me like Li Yang? Dare to be so arrogant in front of me, I will definitely want you to pay for it. Shishin's face turned cold, and his innate and heavy aura exploded with all his strength. A fierce palm strength rushed towards Jiang Chen like an angry wave. Jiang Chen hugged his chest with his hands, his face was extremely calm, and he still didn't mean to fight back. Watching Jiang Chen behave exactly like the first round of competition, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Shishin on the opposite side, but a genuine innate warrior. Does he still want to use his body to block the attack of the innate martial artist like just now? Chapter 215. The more you fight, the more you can resist. Under countless horrified eyes on the square, Shishan's innate palm strength submerged Jiang Chen's body in the blink of an eye. Regardless of Shishan's innate palm strength, Jiang Chen still stood proudly in place. From beginning to end, Shishan's innate palm strength couldn't hurt Jiang Chen at all. Again, everyone in the square was stunned. Jiang Chen actually blocked Shishan's innate palm strength with his body. This is too powerful. Opposite Jiang Chen, Shishan was equally frightened. How could this kid's strength reach such a terrifying point? He actually used his body in this way and easily blocked his innate palm strength. Shishan, your innate palm strength is too weak, so come with your strongest strength. When Shishan was so shocked, Jiang Chen's contemptuous voice rang in his ears. Jiang Chen, you should look down on me. I want to see how strong your body can be. Shishan roared grimly. With a wave of his fist, a fierce innate energy suddenly exploded, directly condensing into a hill 3 feet high in midair. This time, Shishan did not have the slightest reservation, and directly displayed his famed stunt. Tarzan earth-shaking fist. Shishan screamed, and Taishan earth-shaking fist slammed into Jiang Chen under the urge of Shishin, like a meteorite landing. In the blink of an eye, the 3-foot-tall hill hit Jiang Chen, who was still not shot. I saw Jiang Chen's body under Shishin's powerful punch, and he only took 2 or 3 steps back to stabilize his figure again. Ding! You received a full blow from the innate 1 heavy warrior and gained 1000*100 experience. Ding! Your invincible refining technique has reached the 2nd stage. Hearing the familiar prompt sound in his mind, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but lifted a slight arc. After constantly passively accepting attacks, the invincible exercise technique finally broke through. Today, he, with the power of invincible refining technique, is enough to match the innate 4-layer warrior. Haha. This punch is kind of interesting. Jiang Chen looked at Shishin on the opposite side with a smile, and couldn't help but hooked his finger. Do you have any other means? Just use it. Feeling Jiang Chen's contemptuous gaze, Shishan only felt hot on his face. With a roar in his mouth, another shocking punch blasted towards Jiang Chen. This time, not only did he not knock Jiang Chen back by half a step, but he was shocked and backed 7 or 8 steps away. Grasp the grass. Jiang Chen's body, how does it feel stronger? He is using the opponent's attack to temper his body refining technique, and he seems to have broken through. This kid is really a pervert. Looking at the situation on the competition stage, countless people in the square couldn't help taking a breath. Jiang Chen's body refining technique is already powerful enough, and now he uses the opponent's attack to temper his body, allowing the body refining technique to successfully break through. At the beginning, Shishan could shock Jiang Chen back with a punch. And now, with the power of physical training, Jiang Chen can fight against innate masters like Shishin. In Jiang Chen's current state, among the 9 houses, there are probably only a handful of people who can break his physical defenses. This kid, the more he fights, the more he can resist. Chapter 216. I will end your winning streak. Everyone in the square was horrified by Jiang Chen's powerful body refining technique. Jiang Chen smiled and looked at Shishin with an iron face. Do you want to continue? Shishin's face was extremely gloomy. He took a deep breath and suppressed the urge in his heart to rush to beat Jiang Chen violently. Just now he played his strongest blow twice. The first punch only knocked Jiang Chen back 3 steps, without hurting Jiang Chen. The second punch not only failed to repel Jiang Chen, but was stunned by the powerful counter-shock force of Jiang Chen. With his strength, Jiang Chen's defense can't be broken at all now. If you continue to spend with Jiang Chen, it will not only make no sense, but will increase the consumption in vain and affect his subsequent performance. It may even affect his ranking on the Jufu Huiwu. I surrender. Shishan's eyes changed uncertainly for a long time, and then he uttered 3 cold words with difficulty, turned and left the competition platform. After Jiang Chen easily defeated Shishan, the game continued. In the next few games, Jiang Chen undoubtedly became a lot easier. Everyone has seen Jiang Chen's powerful strength in the battle with Shishin. Even an innate martial artist like Shishin can't break his defenses, who would waste time on Jiang Chen foolishly. Therefore, in the next few rounds, Jiang Chen's opponents all chose to admit defeat without a doubt. Even when he encountered Kang Lei Wufu Lei Qing in the 5th round, Lei Qing also chose to avoid the battle. This situation continued until the 9th round. Jiang Chen finally met Yi Jianzhou from Haoshan Wufu. After the previous 8 rounds of matches, besides Jiang Chen, the only ones who still maintained a complete victory record were Yi Jianzhou and Yin Kai. The confrontation between Jiang Chen and Yi Jianzhou in the 9th round will undoubtedly be a focus battle. Those who win can get the 9th point smoothly. Those who lose will deduct 1 point and turn into 7 points. If this game is lost, even if you win the final round of the game, you will still lose the opportunity to compete for Wukui. Under the gaze of everyone's expectations, Jiang Chen and Yi Jianzhou both played. Yi Jianzhou stood proudly. He looked at Jiang Chen in front of him. His eyes were very cold. Jiang Chen, finally let me meet you. In yesterday's knockout match, Jiang Chen used his attainments in the formation to make a fool of himself and lost the game. Yi Jianzhou was naturally very unwilling. In the previous rounds of competition, Yi Jianzhou had been looking forward to meeting Jiang Chen. Until the 9th round, he finally got his wish and met Jiang Chen. This time, he must defeat Jiang Chen upright and completely crush Jiang Chen's hope of capturing Wukui. Hehe, do you want to meet me so much? Meeting me is not necessarily a good thing for you. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth made a slight arc. but now that you have met, I will end your winning streak. Yi Jianqiu laughed wildly with disdain, and a powerful aura burst out of him. His cold voice also spread in the square instantly. Jiang Chen, just last night, I succeeded in breaking through the 4 innate levels. If you want to end Yi Jianqiu's winning streak, you probably don't have that qualification yet. Chapter 217. No matter what, I can crush you. Yi Jianqiu's sudden burst of power also surprised everyone in the square. Grasp the grass. Yi Jianqiu broke through the innate quadruple overnight. Yi Jianqiu is a genius of swordsmanship, he is already amazing in combat power. Now he has broken through the 4 innate levels, plus the sword intent he has understood, who can stop him? Oh, Yi Jianqiu's breakthrough, Jiang Chen is probably in danger. When a warrior reaches the innate realm, each increase in strength will greatly increase his combat power. Especially the super genius like Yi Jianqiu who understands the true meaning of martial arts, combat power will be doubled. Although Jiang Chen's body refining technique was already very powerful, even ordinary innate martial artists could hardly hurt him. But Yi Jianqiu is no ordinary innate warrior. Coupled with the heavy sword intent he comprehended, the attack was even more terrifying. It was definitely not an easy task for Jiang Chen to block Yi Jianqiu's attack. Compared with the worries of everyone in the square, Jiang Chen looked extremely calm. He looked at Yi Jianqiu on the opposite side, and couldn't help but smile faintly. As expected of the kendo wizard of the vast sky martial mansion, I didn't expect that you broke through the innate 4 layers yesterday after being baptized by the Chenying fantasy killing array. Jiang Chen, don't you want to end my winning streak? Yi Jianqiu looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer. Next, you will soon know who we will end who. Hehe, do you really think that you are great when you break through the innate quadruple? You are far more than you in the arena of Jufu Huiwu. Jiang Chen's faint laughter fell, and the 4-fold innate aura exploded from him quickly. Congenital 4-fold, Jiang Chen's strength has reached the 4th level of innateness. Everyone in the square looked dull, with incredible shock in their eyes. All the time, what Jiang Chen showed in front of everyone was his powerful and invincible physical training technique. Almost no one can think of it. Jiang Chen's martial arts cultivation level has also reached the 4th level of innate. Innate 4-fold strength, coupled with that powerful exercise technique. Even in the face of Yi Jianqiu who had broken through, Jiang Chen had the power to fight a battle. How can you have the innate 4-fold strength? Feeling Jiang Chen's powerful aura that was not weaker than him, Yi Jianqiu's eyes could not help but a touch of horror that could not be concealed. From the very beginning, Yi Jianqiu hadn't paid attention to Jiang Chen. Even if he lost to Jiang Chen in the knockout match yesterday, he still thinks that Jiang Chen is just taking advantage of the proficient formation. Yi Jianqiu never expected that Jiang Chen would have the 4 inherent strengths. If it weren't for the chance to break through last night, his cultivation base would have been a lot lower than Jiang Chen. An opponent that he had never looked at each other, but now turned into a peerless genius even more enchanting than him. For Yi Jianqiu, who had always regarded himself highly, it was tantamount to receiving 10,000 critical damage. You can break through the innate 4-fold, why can't I have the innate 4-fold strength? He looked at Yi Jianqiu faintly, his proud voice resounding directly in everyone's ears. Yi Jianqiu, stop talking nonsense and do it. I will let you know immediately that not only my cultivation base is stronger than you, but no matter what, I can completely crush you. Chapter 218. The final round, the peak showdown. Even if you reach the innate 4-fold, I can defeat you. Yi Jianqiu's eyes were cold, and a heavy sword intent burst out in an instant, directly condensing into an illusory sword shadow in the air, and slashed down at Jiang Chen. He was despised by Jiang Chen time and time again. Yi Jianqiu was finally completely angry. He didn't have the slightest reservation, and just shot his strongest sword intent. With his innate 4-fold strength, and then display the comprehend 1 AP sword intent, even the general 6-tier warrior can hardly resist. Yi Jianqiu wanted to see how this kid blocked his sword intent. Haha. It's just a realization of a heavy sword intent, do you think this will win me? I have said that no matter what, I can easily crush you. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and the aura on his body suddenly changed, and a sky-shaking sword intent that was not inferior to Yi Jianqiu's was also skyrocketing. The two geniuses collided in midair instantly. Seeing Yi Jianqiu's muffled grunt, his face suddenly turned pale, and the whole person couldn't help but stepped back a few steps. Before he could stabilize his figure, Jiang Chen directly appeared in front of him like a teleport, and blasted out a punch directly. Yi Jianqiu didn't have time to react at all. Jiang Chen's swift punch was already heavy on his chest. Puff! Yi Jianqiu's throat was sweet, and a mouthful of blood spewed out wildly, and the whole thing was like a kite with a broken line flying upside down towards the competition stage. Jiang Chen. He actually won. Looking at Yi Jianqiu flying upside down from the competition stage, there was a dead silence in the square. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen standing proudly on the high platform, showing incredible horror. No one could have imagined that Jiang Chen's strength had reached such a powerful level. Just now, Yi Jianqiu exploded with 4 innate strengths. They thought Jiang Chen was in danger. They even thought that Yi Jianqiu was very likely to obtain the wuxia of the 9 houses. But the reality surprised them. Jiang Chen also broke out a powerful strength that was not inferior to Yi Jianqiu. Yi Jianqiu displayed a heavy sword intent, and Jiang Chen also defeated it with his sword intent. The genius sword repairer Yi Jianqiu of Haoshan Wufu was really crushed by Jiang Chen in every aspect. This kid deserves to be the most powerful dark horse in the history of Jufu Huiwu. I didn't expect that Yi Jianqiu of Haoshan Wufu would be defeated by Jiang Chen, and he was defeated so thoroughly. This kid hides too deeply. Tisk tusk. With Jiang Chen's current strength, perhaps it can really defeat Yin Kai of Qianlong Wufu and win the wuxia of Jufu Huiwu. It took a long time for everyone to recover from their horror. They looked at Jiang Chen floating down from the martial arts stage, and they couldn't help but exclaim. After Jiang Chen left the field, the 9th round of the competition was quickly approaching its end. The last one to play was impressively Yin Kai from Qianlong Wufu. Yin Kai just made an understatement, and Yang's opponent blasted out of the competition stage and won the 9th game. After defeating the opponent, Yin Kai looked directly at Jiang Chen below the stage, and his faint voice also resounded in the square. Jiang Chen, you and I will have a battle sooner or later, so let's compete in this final round. Chapter 219, Disillusionment Demon Eye. Jiang Chen nodded and appeared on the competition stage in a flash. He had to defeat Yin Kai if he wanted to take the wuxia of Jufu Huiwu. Now that Yin Kai took the initiative to make an appointment, how could Jiang Chen refuse? Sha Dongwang saw this, but did not stop it. Now Jiang Chen and Yin Kai have both won 9 games. If they don't meet in the 10th round, the points of the last 2 are probably 10 points. By the time, the 2 still have to play an extra game to find out who is the wuxia of the Jufu meeting. Anyway, the 2 will have a battle sooner or later, and it makes no difference to let them decide the winner directly in the final round. Yin Kai stared at Jiang Chen in front of him tightly. You are very strong. For so many years, you are the first person in your generation to make me feel dangerous. You are not bad. They all said that Yi Jianqiu is a figure who can compete with you in this 9 houses meeting. But in my eyes, he is 1 level worse than you. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. But, even so, I still have to decide the wuxia this time. Let's make a move. If you want censored wuxia from me, it depends on whether you have the ability. 1 move will determine the outcome. As long as you can defeat my strongest blow, wuxia of Jufu Huiwu, it belongs to you. Yin Kai's cold voice fell, and a burst of mysterious and dark brilliance burst out of deep eyes. The light of the entire tournament is dimmed in vain. Under the cover of that mysterious brilliance, Jiang Chen only felt a shock. Jiang Chen found himself in a gray and mysterious space. Ding! You are trapped in the disillusionment demon pupil, one of the blood pupils, triggering a 100-fold realization. Ding! You successfully discerned all the weaknesses of the disillusionment demon eye. After receiving the message about the disillusionment demon pupil in his mind, Jiang Chen couldn't help taking a breath. This Yin Kai is worthy of being the first person in the 9 martial arts of the Great Sha Kingdom, and he is indeed stronger than he thought. Disillusionment demon pupil is a powerful pupil technique inherited by blood. This kind of pupil technique can create a space with mental illusion, and then let the enemy's consciousness fall into this space. Although his current body is still confronting Yin Kai on the martial arts stage, his mental consciousness has fallen into the space formed by Yin Kai's disillusioned demon pupil. And in this space, Yin Kai is the master here, an invincible existence. If Yin Kai's disillusionment demon pupil cannot be broken, his consciousness will be obliterated by Yin Kai, and he will become an unconscious walking corpse. Yin Kai's censored pupils are really powerful. If he hadn't had the system, a cheating device, I'm afraid it would be really troublesome this time. Jiang Chen, you have fallen into my censored pupils. In this space, I am an invincible existence. You won't have the slightest chance of winning. Give up. At this moment, Yin Kai's proud voice rang directly in Jiang Chen's ears. I want to see what is so amazing about your disillusionment demon pupil. Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced at Yin Kai standing proudly in the air, and immediately sat down cross-legged. I saw that his hands quickly changed into a mysterious handprint in midair. HMPH, in this space, no one can go against my will. All your resistance is futile in front of me. Yin Kai looked down at Jiang Chen condescendingly, and said coldly, since you want to see the power of disillusioning monster pupils, then I will fulfill you. Chapter 220, Defeated Yin Kai, Aspiring Wu Kui. Yin Kai's cold voice fell. With a wave of his palm, countless gray energy formed a prison around Jiang Chen, directly confining Jiang Chen who was sitting cross-legged. After restraining Jiang Chen, Yin Kai's palm made another move, and an illusory long knife instantly condensed in his palm. He clenched the long knife in both hands, and slammed Jiang Chen down. Just when Yin Kai's long knife was less than 3 feet away from Jiang Chen's forehead, an invisible barrier appeared on Jiang Chen's body, and he bounced the long knife abruptly. This is the secret technique of mental defense. Yin opened his eyes and his pupils shrank suddenly, and his expression looked astonished. You actually learned the secret technique of mental defense. His disillusionment demon pupil is originally a kind of mental pupil technique, and what he is good at is mental attack. And the secret technique of mental defense is the biggest nemesis of his pupil technique. It's just that it's always been very rare, and it's almost lost now. Yin Kai did not expect that Jiang Chen actually possessed the legendary spiritual defense secret technique. Yin Kai, even if you have a powerful disillusionment demon pupil, you still can't stop me from capturing Wu Kui. Jiang Chen looked at Yin Kai faintly, and a slight smile couldn't help but conjured up the corner of his mouth. I want to see how long you can support under my disillusionment demon pupil with this spiritual defense secret technique. Yin Kai smiled furiously, and then madly attacked Jiang Chen below. In the space formed by Yin Kai's disillusioned demon pupil, Jiang Chen and Yin Kai's spiritual consciousness engaged in a fierce battle. The bodies of the two of them were indeed motionless, facing each other far away. Only Yin Kai's deep pair of eyes kept emitting strange rays of light. What's the situation? Why are the two people on the stage moving? It is rumored that Yin Kai of Qianlong Wufu has a powerful blood pupil, which can directly attack the spirit of people. Jiang Chen should have fallen into it. It turned out to be the pupil of the legendary bloodline. Jiang Chen might be dangerous now. Seeing the situation on the high platform, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. Yin Kai's censored pupils were too powerful and strange. Can Jiang Chen really continue his dark horse myth, defeating Yin Kai in this final battle, and asking Wu Kui of Jufu Huiwu? Under the gaze of everyone on the square, time passed bit by bit. Unconsciously, 5 minutes passed. I saw Jiang Chen on the martial arts stage still looking calm. Instead, Yin Kai, who was opposite him, began to see a slight cold sweat on his forehead, and his face gradually became pale. Oops, I didn't expect that the kid named Jiang Chen has such a powerful spiritual consciousness. Qianlong Wufu sighed. Qianlong Wufu's deputy palace master's expression also became extremely gloomy. Although Yin Kai's disillusionment demon pupil is powerful, the load it exerts is not small. With Yin Kai's current strength, it would not last long at all. The facts are just as the deputy chief of Qianlong Wufu had expected. Yin Kai forced support for less than 2 minutes, and finally reached the limit he could bear. I saw his body trembling in vain, standing still on the martial arts stage, and he fell to the ground with a thump. Watching this weird scene on the competition stage, the square fell into a dead silence. They never thought of it. Jiang Chen really continued the myth of his strongest dark horse, defeating Yi Jianzhou and Yin Kai, two peerless geniuses in a row, and aspiring the Wu Kui of Jufu Huiwu. Chapter 221, 21 Million Spars. Song. Jiang Chen has really become the martial leader of the 9 houses. As expected of the person who was favored by the 6th rank alchemy master Yan Qingshan, he is indeed not so powerful. Haha, I'm betting on Jiang Chen to become Wu Kui with 500 lower grade spars. I'm going to get rich this time. Watching Yin Kai lose in vain. It took a long time for everyone to recover from the shock. Some people think that Jiang Chen is impossible to capture Wu Kui, and they all regretted that they placed their bets on Yin Kai and others. And those who followed Yan Qingshan and the others pressed Jiang Chen to become Wu Kui, were very excited. Odds of 1 to 100. They really made a lot of money this time. After the peak duel between Jiang Chen and Yin Kai ended, the next 10th round of the match became much sadder. About half an hour later, the 10th round is finally over. Sha Dongwang checked the record of the students and prepared a simple additional test for the students with the same points. The ranking of the top 64 of the Jufu Huiwu has been released. Jiang Chen won the Wu Kui without any surprises with 10 victories. Yin Kai and Yi Jianzhou had the same record, but they had already lost their combat power, and there was no way to compete with Yi Jianzhou. Yi Jianzhou won the second place, and Yin Kai ranked third. After announcing the ranking of the competition, Sha Dongwang began to issue ranking rewards for Jufu Huiwu. The first place rewards 100,000 low-grade spar. You can choose one of the Zan grade high-level martial arts when you enter the Yanwang Martial Arts Academy, and you have the privilege of 3 times for free to enlighten the true meaning of martial arts in the Shanghai realm. The 2nd to 10th place will be rewarded with 50,000 lower-grade spar. Entering the Yanwang Martial Arts Academy, you can choose an intermediate-level martial art of profound grade, and get a free opportunity to understand the true meaning of martial arts in the Divine Sea realm. After 10, all of them also received different degrees of rewards. Everyone, now I announce that this Jufu Huiwu has come to a successful conclusion. According to the usual practice, all the top 64 students are qualified to enter the Yanwang Wuwan. Those who are willing to enter the Yanwang Martial Arts Academy will gather at the North Gate at 8 tomorrow morning. Sha Dongwang's voice fell faintly, and immediately his whole body instantly rose into the air and disappeared directly above the square. After Sha Dongwang left, all the 64 students returned to their teams. Haha. Little guy, great. Looking at Jiang Chen walking from the center of the square, Yan Kangming finally couldn't help laughing. Behind Yan Kangming, all the students of Lingyun Mansion looked at Jiang Chen with a look of admiration. Haha. Brother Jiang Chen, congratulations. He also stepped forward to congratulate Jiang Chen. Brother Yan, Elder Yu, this time I have made a lot of money for you. I wonder how you two can thank me. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qingshan and Yueyangzhou and couldn't help but chuckle. Hee, I should really thank you very much. Yueyangzhou smiled and said, Brother Jiang Chen, I will borrow flowers to present the Buddha today and give you the 10 million low-grade spar I won in the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Since Elder Yu is so generous, I can't be stingy as an old man. I have given you a copy of the spar. It is a gift for you to win Wu Kui. Yan Qingshan also had to smile heartily. Jiang Chen didn't expect that Yan Qingshan would give him such a fortune. He repeatedly refused to no avail, and finally had to accept the generous gifts of the two. Plus the 1 million he won. Jiang Chen had 21 million low-grade spar in one go. Chapter 222, Don't Be Nosy. On the second day after Jufu Huiwu ends, the leaders of the 9 martial arts all left the imperial city with their students and set off to return to the martial arts. And Jiang Chen and other students who were about to enter the Yanwang Martial Arts Academy, all rushed towards the north gate of the imperial city according to Sha Dongwang's instructions. Jiang Chen is naturally no exception. After simply bidding farewell to Yan Kangming and the others, he went to the north gate with Wu Feilong and 2 other Lingyun Wufu students. When Jiang Chen and the others came to the gate of the north gate, many young people had gathered here. Jiang Chen glanced slightly and found that these teenagers were roughly divided into 2 groups. There are many familiar figures among a group of people, including Yin Kai, Yi Jianzhou and others. This group of people are naturally the top 64 students in the Jufu Huiwu. As for the other group of people, most of them seem extremely strange. All of these people are well dressed, with unconcealable arrogance between their eyebrows. Jiang still found a familiar figure in the crowd, that was Meng Qingshe. Tisk tusk. Look at everyone, Jiang Chen is here. Is he the Wu Kui Jiang Chen of the Jufu Huiwu this time? It seems that it is nothing more than that. Haha. The Wu Kui of the Jufu Huiwu is just a mere fame. How can they be compared with the geniuses of our royal family? With the appearance of Jiang Chen, the disdainful ridicule of those unfamiliar teenagers also rang directly in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen was expressionless, and walked directly towards Yin Kai and their group. Jiang Chen, I said that you are also the Wu Kui of Jufu Huiwu. People have already bullied you. Are you still trying to shrink your head? As soon as Jiang Chen walked over, Yi Jianzhou couldn't help but said sarcastically. Jiang Chen ignored Yi Jianzhou. He directly asked Yin Kai, who was on the side, the group of people on the other side are also students recruited by Yangwang Wuwan. In addition to recruiting students from the Jufu Huiwu Academy each year, Yangwang Wuwan's major families can allot some places to enter the Yangwang Wuwan through competition. Yin Kai said indifferently, the people on the other side are the geniuses of the major families in the imperial capital. They have always looked down on our people in the 9 martial arts. He looked at Meng Qingxie on the opposite side, and the corner of his mouth could not help but a slight curve was raised. He directly beckoned to Meng Qingxie under countless dull gazes, "Qingxie, come to me." When Jiang Chen said this, Yin Kai and the others beside him were shocked. Opposite Jiang Chen, the geniuses of the major families in the imperial capital couldn't help laughing wildly with disdain. "Ha ha, I heard that right, that kid actually asked Meng Qingxie to come to him. I don't know what to say. He thought he was really awesome after winning the Wukui of the Jufu Huiwu. This kid is just dead. I saw that a student in the 9 houses was so arrogant that they used Meng Qingxie, the genius beauty of the Meng family, as a maid. Several Meng family disciples were very angry. I saw one of the Meng family disciples with the sword eyebrow star stood up. He stared at Jiang Chen coldly. Boy, what did you just say? Say it again. I just called my maid to come around. What does it have to do with you? Jiang Chen said lightly. Whoever I am, just let me go, don't be nosy. Chapter 223, Please be kind to me. The boy from the Meng family was immediately irritated by Jiang Chen's words. Seeing him staring at Jiang Chen sternly, his whole person instantly became murderous. Jiang Chen, don't think that if you take a Wukui who is an expert in martial arts, no one can cure you. My Meng family, how can you let you bully at will? Today, I, Meng Chen, will let you know what it will be like to insult my Meng family. Meng Chen's cold voice fell, his eyes condensed in vain, and the innate 5-fold powerful aura burst out instantly. Watching Meng Chen's powerful aura burst out, among the 9 houses, everyone, including Yin Kai and Yi Jianzhou, couldn't help but change slightly. Although these royal family geniuses are arrogant, they do have arrogant capital, and their overall strength is a bit higher than that of the students in their 9 provinces. Innate 5-fold strength. Regarding the cultivation base alone, just this Meng Chen from the Meng family has completely crushed the genius of their 9 houses. Meng Chen, stop me. Just when Meng Chen was about to start his hands, a faint cold drink suddenly passed from behind him. Meng Chen was taken aback for a moment. He looked up at Meng Qingxie who was walking up, and said in a puzzled expression, Qingxie, what do you mean? You are not his opponent, you really want to start, but you are only insulting yourself. And my business, don't worry about you. Meng Qingxie said lightly, and then walked towards Jiang Chen on the opposite side without looking back. Seeing Meng Qingxie who walked straight to Jiang Chen's side and stood by like a maid. Both the students from the Jufu, or the geniuses of the royal family were so shocked that their eyes almost fell out. Meng Qingxie, the dignified beauty of the Meng family, actually obeyed Jiang Chen's command and stood by his side obediently. Wow, why did Meng Qingxie really run to that kid? It is said that at a banquet held by the 3rd prince some time ago, it was reported that Meng Qingxie was Jiang Chen's maid. I thought it was just a rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true. It's incredible that Meng Qingxie, the dignified beauty of the Meng family, actually became Jiang Chen's maid. I heard the voices around me. Meng Chen's face that was not so pretty at first also instantly became more gloomy. He stared at Meng Qingxie with an iron expression, and said angrily, Meng Qingxie, have you really become this kid's maid? This is my business, it has nothing to do with you. Meng Qingxie said blankly, just take care of your own affairs. As a direct disciple of the Meng family, you are now someone else's maid. You let the face of the Meng family go. This matter is related to the face of my Meng family, how can it have nothing to do with me? Meng Chen said with stern eyes, Meng Qingxie, if you insist on being with that kid, don't blame me for being rude. Meng Chen's voice just fell. A ghostly figure suddenly appeared beside him, and blasted Meng Chen's chest with a punch. The sudden punch directly slammed Meng Chen back several feet. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen, who shot him. His whole person instantly became murderous. Jiang Chen, you are looking for death. Don't you want to be rude to me? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth turned up slightly, and he hooked his fingers to Meng Chen. Come on, please be kind to me. Chapter 224, Yangwang Wuwan. Jiang Chen, since you are looking for death by yourself, then I will fulfill you. I want to see, you Wu Kui of Jufu Huiwu, what can you do in front of me? Meng Chen's eyes were cold. With a move of his palm, a blood-red spear flashed out of his palm in an instant. Just when Meng Chen was about to take action to clean up Jiang Chen's meal, an old anger suddenly resounded in the air. Meng Chen's face changed suddenly. He raised his head slightly and saw Sha Dongwang descend from the sky, blinking his eyes, and appeared in front of them. I don't care what kind of grudges you have, whoever dares to do something in front of me, get out of here. If you want to do it, after entering the Yanwang Wuwan, you have a chance. Now, everyone is coming with me, Sha Dongwang said coldly, and immediately walked out of the city. If you are lucky, when you enter the Yanwang Martial Arts Academy, I will want you to look good. Meng Chen snorted coldly, put away his spear, and turned to follow Sha Dongwang's pace. Jiang Chen and the others also followed quickly. Yanwang Wuwan, the Yanwang Mountain 100 or 300 miles away from the imperial city of Daxia Kingdom. Jiang Chen and the others came to Yanwang Mountain. Sha Dongwang took a group of people forward in Yanwang Mountain for 10 minutes, and finally stopped in an open mountain forest. When Sha Dongwang moved his palm, a token flashing with strange light flew out instantly. In the moment the token flew out, even if Jiang Chen and the others were shocked to discover, the space 10 meters ahead had actually become distorted. In that twisted space, a gate emitting a strange light also emerged in front of Jiang Chen and the others. Yanwang Wuwan is here, come in with me, Sha Dongwang said lightly, and then stepped into the light door in front of him with a flash of figure. When Jiang Chen and the others saw it, they didn't hesitate at all, and quickly stepped into it. When Jiang Chen opened their eyes, one after another, tall college towers and various weird buildings appeared in their sight. This is Yanwang Wuwan. It is rumored that the ancestors of Yanwang Wuwan used formations to hide Yanwang Wuwan in Yanwang Mountain. When I saw it today, it was indeed well deserved. Seeing the surroundings, many students couldn't help but exclaim, "Little guys, from now on, you have officially become students of Yanwang Wuwan." Sha Dongwang's expression turned straight. According to the usual practice, after entering the Yanwang Wuwan, you will face an assessment. Follow me to the assessment location. Hearing Sha Dongwang's words, many students were in an uproar. Aren't we already students of the Yanwang Wuwan Academy? Why should we participate in the assessment? Yanwang Wuwan established this admission assessment to assess the potential of new students. It is said that those who perform well in the assessment can be directly promoted to inner courtyard students. Grass. Then I must seize the opportunity and strive to enter the inner courtyard directly. Here's that he has performed well in the admission assessment and can be directly promoted to the inner courtyard students. Many people can't help but gear up. Under the leadership of Sha Dongwang. About 5 minutes later, Jiang Chen and the others came to a huge square. There are already hundreds of people gathered here. With the appearance of Jiang Chen and the others, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Chen and the others. Chapter 225, Admission Assessment. Is this the new student recruited by Yanwang Wuwan this year? It doesn't look very good. Hehe. But that's the case. There is no dazzling genius in the major families of the imperial city this year. The Wu Kui of the Jufu Huiwu comes from Lingyun Wufu, which is at the bottom of the ranking. Grass. Even people in Lingyun Wufu can get Wu Kui of Jufu Huiwu. It seems that this new year is really not good. I am afraid that there is no genius who can directly enter the inner courtyard. Looking at Jiang Chen and others who appeared in the square, many students from Yanwang Wuwan started talking about it. Elder Sha, you finally came back. I wonder how this year's new students are. In the middle of the square, a kind-faced old man in white robe looked at the oncoming Sha Dongwang and others and couldn't help but said with a smile, "In this year's freshmen, there are a few good seedlings." Sha Dongwang smiled slightly and said, "I think they will directly become students in the inner courtyard, so there shouldn't be much problem." "Oh, then I have to see it." The white-robed old man's old eyes flashed, and immediately his eyes fell directly on Jiang Chen and the others. His loud voice also rang in everyone's ears. "Little guys, I am Bai Shengxing, the elder of the Yanwangwu Academy, and the person responsible for presiding over your admissions assessment." Hear what Bai Shengxing said. Jiang Chen and the others were concentrating and listening carefully. The student levels of Yanwang Wuwan are divided into 5 levels: elementary, intermediate, advanced, inner courtyard, and dragon list. Admission assessment is actually a grade division. You can obtain different levels of student status by passing different levels of assessment. Bai Shengxing said indifferently. The first type of assessment is to challenge a student of Yuki Zhejiang, and you can directly become an intermediate student if you win. Defeat a student of Yuki Zhejiang. Many freshmen laughed bitterly. Those who can enter the Yanwang Martial Arts Academy are all elites with martial arts talents no weaker than theirs. Unless they break through the innate, they want to defeat a student of Yuki Zhejiang. How easy is it to say? It seems that it is not easy for most people to promote directly from a junior student to an intermediate student. The second type of assessment is to challenge a student who is inherently heavy, and he will be promoted directly to a senior student. As for the last assessment, challenge the Longbang students. The Longbang students will suppress their cultivation to the same level as yours. As long as you can persist in 10 moves undefeated, you can be promoted to the inner government students. Bai Shengxing heard the remaining 2 assessments. Many freshmen can't help but wipe the cold sweat on their foreheads secretly. Even the eyes of Yin Kai and others have become much more serious. Naturally, they all know something about the Longbang students of Yanwang Wuwan. There are 100 students on the top of the dragon list of Yanwang Wuwan. It is said that among the students of the dragon list, the lowest ranked are all with 6 inherent strengths. And these people are all peerless geniuses who can leapfrog and challenge. Even at the same level, the combat power of Longbang genius is probably not comparable to ordinary people. I have already introduced the assessment rules. If you have no objections, let's start. As Bai Shengxing said, his eyes swept slightly on Jiang Chen and the others. Which one of you will come first? Just as Bai Shengxing's voice fell, a figure swept towards the high platform in the middle of the square, and the proud voice sounded in everyone's ears. I challenge Longbang students. Chapter 226. The terrifying power of Longbang students. The sudden arrogant voice also caused everyone on the square to look over. On the high platform in the center of the square, a purple-haired boy stood with his hand holding his hand, revealing unconcealed arrogance from all over his body. This year's students are really courageous, and the first one to appear is to challenge Longbang students. Isn't this Mu Qi from the Mu family? He even wants to challenge the Longbang students. Hey! This time the Longbang student who accepted the challenge, but Xu Zi, who is ranked within 50, is simply looking for death. Looking at Mu Qi who suddenly swept towards the high platform. Waves of disdainful sneers also instantly rang around the square. Haha. It's interesting. I didn't expect that the first freshman in this class would challenge me. Behind Bai Shengxing, a gray-robed youth walked out slowly. He glanced at Mu Qi in front of him, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Boy, I am Xu Zi who is ranked 46th on the dragon list of Yanwang Wuwan Academy. Are you really going to challenge me? Yes, I just want to challenge you. Mu Qi said coldly. I am going to decide the identity of this inner courtyard student. Xu Zi sneered disdainfully. Only you. Senior Xu, you should look down on me. Mu Qi sneered. Stop talking nonsense, suppress the cultivation base and fight with me in Shantian Sanjiang. Mu Qi can be said to be confident about his own combat power. He really didn't believe that under the same cultivation level, he would not even be able to take up Xu Zi's 10 moves. It's not that I underestimated you, you really don't have the qualifications to make me look straight. He held up a finger at Mu Qi with a scornful expression. Even if the cultivation base is suppressed to the 3rd level of innateness, to solve you, I will be enough. The faint voice fell. Xu Zi's figure instantly turned into a fuzzy shadow, and appeared beside Mu Qi in a flash. Before Mu Qi could react, Xu Zi's palm seemed to penetrate the void, and with a fierce energy, he patted Mu Qi's chest heavily. Mu Qi's body trembled suddenly, and a mouthful of blood spurted out wildly. I saw him falling from the high platform like a broken kite, and finally hit the ground with a bang. Seeing this horrified scene before him, many freshmen can't help but take a breath. The dragon list students of the Yanwang Academy of Martial Arts really are no ordinary horror. Even if he suppressed his cultivation to the same level as Mu Qi, he still defeated Mu Qi with a simple and neat move. This Xu Zi is worthy of being the top 50 students on the dragon list. Yin Kai took a deep breath, then turned his head to look at Jiang Chen and said, Are you sure to stick to the 10 moves in his hands? His body style is good. If I guess it right, I'm afraid he has reached the high level of profound grade. Because of this, he was able to defeat Mu Qi with a single stroke with absolute speed. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth turned up slightly, but, just by virtue of this high-level profound body technique, he can't pose any threat to me. Hey, Jiang Chen, You deserve to be Wu Kui of the Jufu Huiwu, your tone is not small. Since you have such confidence in yourself, I wonder if you have the courage to gamble with me. Just as Jiang Chen's voice fell, a contemptuous sneer rang in his ears instantly. Chapter 227. If you want to bet, bet 1,000,000. The sudden sneer also made Jiang Chen stunned. He followed the voice and found Meng Chen was looking at him with a sneer. How do you want to bet with me? Jiang Chen looked at Meng Chen lightly, and a playful smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Jiang Chen, you Wu Kui, who is dignified in the martial arts of the 9 prefectures, will definitely challenge that Longbang student to get the qualification to be directly promoted to the inner courtyard student. In that case, let's bet on whoever insists on more tricks in the hands of that Longbang student. Meng Chen said coldly, if anyone loses, give the opponent 100,000 low-grade spars. What do you think? 100,000 low-grade spar is almost all Meng Chen's possessions. In order to bet against Jiang Chen in this game, Meng Chen obviously had his money, not. Very good. Jiang Chen curled his lips and said, I'm not interested in your gambling game. As a local tyrant with 20 million low-grade spar, Jiang Chen simply didn't like this 100,000 spar bet. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect that you, the Wu Kui who is capable of martial arts in the 9 houses, would actually be a fool. Meng Chen stared at Jiang Chen provocatively. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Just like you don't have the qualifications to scare me. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth turned up slightly. I am really not interested in the gambling game of 100,000 low-grade spars. If you want to bet 1,000,000 spars, I can consider it. This kid actually wants to bet 1,000,000 low-grade spars. Meng Chen's expression suddenly changed. 1,000,000 low-grade spar, this is not a small sum. Even as a genius disciple of the Meng family, he only receives tens of thousands of low-grade spars in the Meng family every month. Excluding what he usually uses for cultivation, the total amount of spars on his body now amounts to more than 100,000. This kid proposed 1,000,000 spar bet, and 80% wanted to let me quit. Meng Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As a genius disciple of the first martial arts family in the Great Sha Kingdom, how could Meng Chen be frightened by Jiang Chen's gambling game? Since this kid took the initiative to send it to the door, why didn't he take advantage of Jiang Chen to win 1,000,000 low-grade spar? Jiang Chen, if you want to use the 1,000,000 spar bet to make me retreat, I am afraid that your calculation is wrong. You want to bet 1,000,000, I will accompany you. Meng Chen looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer. This time, you should have no reason to refuse. Ha ha. That kid dared to bet with Brother Chen for 100 low-grade spars. I think he has too many spars to spend, so send 1,000,000 to Brother Chen. Brother Chen, if you win in a while, don't forget to give it to us. And at this moment, the several Meng family disciples beside Meng Chen quickly flattered Meng Chen. When I win, I will give you 50,000 low-grade spar. Meng Chen also said vigorously. He is the strongest genius of the Meng family this year, even among all freshmen, his strength is one of the best. If he wants to beat Jiang Chen with his strength, isn't it a matter of grasping at hand? And when Jiang Chen and Meng Chen said 1,000,000 gambling game, the admission assessment is being carried out in an orderly manner. It took less than 10 minutes. Several freshmen who challenge Yuki Zhejiang have all failed one after another. There was even an aristocratic genius who was born with the first class, who was defeated by the student of the 9 Imperial Qi. Chapter 228. It's only 30 strokes, what are you talking about? Hold a grass. Yanwang Wuwan is indeed the martial arts holy land of the Great Sha Kingdom. A student of the 9th layer of Yuki can leapfrog and defeat the warriors of the 1st layer of innateness, which is too scary. Hey, it seems that I am destined to become a junior student. This scene before me, it is directly like a basin of cold water poured on the hearts of most new students. The admission assessment of Yanwang Wuwan was really cruel. Wanting to be promoted directly to intermediate students has become a luxury for them. The student of Yuki Zhejiang obviously consumed a lot after playing 5 games. Just when someone was going to pick up the bargain. On the other hand, Bai Shengxing replaced a 9-layer Imperial Qi student on stage, and directly destroyed the last trace of luck in the hearts of countless new students. Half a day later, more than half of the admission assessment was conducted. Among the more than 100 freshmen, at least 70% of them failed the challenge and could only become the lowest level junior students. As for those who challenge the 9th layer of Yuki and are directly promoted to intermediate students, there is almost no one level. As for the students who challenge innate first heavy, those who directly become advanced students are even rarer. With the admission assessment, one by one, the number of people in the field who have not yet participated in the admission assessment is becoming less and less, and soon there are fewer than 10 people left. Meng Chen, who set $1 million bet with Jiang Chen, did not rush to do anything. He is waiting. The others first went to explore the falsity and reality of Longbang student Xu Zi. Know yourself and the enemy, and 100 battles will never end. Only by finding out the true strength of Xu Zi can he hold on to Xu Zi for longer and win the bet with Jiang Chen. Really. After waiting like Meng Chen, someone finally challenged Xu Zi. The first person to appear was the kendo genius Yi Jiancho from Haoshan Wufu. The cultivation base is suppressed in the same realm. With a heavy sword intent, Yi Jiancho survived 10 moves in Xu Zi's hands and became the first freshman to be directly promoted to an inner courtyard student. Next, it was Yin's turn to start. He also relied on his own blood and pupils, easily survived 10 moves, and the challenge was successful. After Yi Jiancho and Yin Kai played repeatedly, Meng Chen, who thought he had already understood Xu Zi's strength, finally moved. Jiang Chen, 1 million low-grade spar, you have to be ready. Meng Chen grinned at Jiang Chen, and immediately appeared on the high platform with a flash of figure, saying loudly, I challenge the Longbang students. Xu Zi's eyes were cold, and he went on stage to play again. The two didn't have the slightest nonsense, they both attacked each other with all their strength. The two have already fought for nearly 10 moves. Seeing Meng Chen's 10 tricks lightly blocking himself, Xu Zi's complexion also became a little unsightly. Just as he was about to step down, Meng Chen's arrogant laughter rang in his ears. Ha ha. Really happy, Senior Xu, go ahead. I actually want to know how many tricks can defeat me in the same realm. Xu Zi looked cold. Since this kid had to want to die, he didn't have to be polite, and directly attacked Meng Chen again. Finally, after Meng Chen persisted 30 moves in Xu Zi's hands, he was accidentally shot down by Xu Zi from the high platform. Jiang Chen, it's your turn. Meng Chen, who was shot down by Xu Zi, looked pale, but his gaze toward Jiang Chen looked extremely proud. It's only 30 moves, what are you talking about? I think you should quickly prepare 1 million spars. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth slightly lifted. You have already lost this game. Chapter 229, What if I beat him? Ha ha. Jiang Chen, don't you want to speak fast in front of me? If you want to win against me, let's wait until you insist on 30 tricks in the hands of Senior Xu Zi. Meng Chen laughed disdainfully. Only after he really fought against Xu Zi, did he know how powerful this Longbang student was. Even if the cultivation base is suppressed to the same level, its combat power is far beyond ordinary people. Even if he was born in the first martial arts family of the Great Sha Kingdom, he has mastered several amazing mysterious martial arts, and he can only support 30 moves in his hands. In Meng Chen's view, Jiang Chen, the Wu Kui of the 9 martial arts, was at best a little stronger than Yi Jiancho and Yin Kai, and he was able to withstand 10 or 20 moves in the hands of Xu Zi. It is absolutely impossible to win him. Then you can keep your eyes open. Winning you, for me, is just a breeze, Jiang Chen said lightly, and then strode directly toward the high platform in the center of the square. Watching Jiang Chen walking up the platform, Xu Zi, who had not left the platform, couldn't help but coldly said, Are you going to challenge me too? I made a bet with the person who was ousted by you just now, who will hold on to you longer. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. His gaze swept over Xu Zi. You spent a lot of time in the battle just now, I will give you a quarter of an hour to recover. No need, Xu Zi coldly snorted. Stop talking nonsense, do it. I feel very much needed. Jiang Chen faintly smiled and said, Otherwise, I'm afraid that someone will lose in a while and won't admit it, then wouldn't I have a big loss? Huh, a mere new student dares to be so arrogant in front of me. Since you are looking for death by yourself, then I will fulfill you. I want to see how you can hold on to 30 moves in my hands for a while. Xu Zi's eyes were cold, and he quickly swallowed a pill, and regained his strength by sitting cross-legged. About a quarter of an hour later, Xu Zi finally stood up again. He stared at Jiang Chen sharply, a sharp aura swept out in an instant, and the cold voice sounded directly in Jiang Chen's ears. Boy, my strength has been restored, you can do it now. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, No hurry, before I do it, I want to ask Elder Bai for a question. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the Elder Bai Xianxia on the side was taken aback for a moment. He looked at Jiang Chen with a surprised look. What's the problem with you? Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Elder Bai, are there really only the 3 types of assessments you mentioned for the admission assessment of Yanwang Wuwan? Bai Xianxia was immediately confused by Jiang Chen's words. However, he nodded and said, yes, there have always been 3 types of admission assessments. Is there a problem? The 3 assessments that Elder Bai said are a bit too simple. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. He pointed at Xu Zi on the opposite side, and said astonishingly, if I can beat him. Jiang Chen's faint words directly caused countless people in the square to take a breath. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen with incredible horror. They even doubted whether they had auditory hallucinations in their ears. Who is Xu Zi? That's the 46th genius on the dragon list of Yanwang Wuwan. A freshman who had just entered the Yanwang Wuwan Academy actually wanted to defeat the top 50 students in the dragon ranking. What a madness and how arrogant this is. Chapter 230, 30 Shocking Strokes. Who is this kid? I heard that right, he actually wants to defeat Senior Xu Zi. Haha. This kid is not afraid to flash his tongue when talking big. It's ridiculous. Senior Xu Zi is a genius ranked 46th on the long list. How can he beat him as a freshman? After a brief silence, the students watching around the square all gradually recovered from their shock. They couldn't help but mock Jiang Chen with disdain. Yanwang Wuwan, this is the gathering place for the geniuses of the Great Sha Kingdom. And those who can become Longbang students or even geniuses among geniuses. Since the establishment of Yanwang Wuwan, there have been many peerless evildoers who are talented and close to evil. However, no one has ever beaten Longbang students in the admission assessment. It is impossible for this kid in front of him to defeat Xu Zi on the dragon list. This little guy really doesn't like playing cards according to common sense. Hearing Jiang Chen threaten to defeat Xu Zi, Sha Dongwang, who was on the side, couldn't help but let out a low whisper. Sha Dongwang's heart was vaguely expecting. He really wanted to see if Jiang Chen could do a miracle once again, just like he did in the Jufu Huiwu Middle School. Haha. Boy, don't be too arrogant. Xu Zi smiled angrily. If you can really defeat me, I will give in as a student of the dragon list. Jiang Chen ignored Xu Zi. He tilted his head slightly and looked at Bai Xianxia with a smile on his face. Elder Bai, does what he says count? Bai Xianxia's turbid old eyes gleamed. In Yanwang Wuwan, any student is eligible to challenge Longbang students. As long as you win, you are eligible to replace it. This time he was admitted to the hospital, although Jiang Chen only challenged Xu Zi, who had the same cultivation level. But as a freshman who just entered Yanwang Wuwan, even if it is to defeat Xu Zi at the same level, that is the most enchanting genius in the history of Yanwang Wuwan. If this kid can really defeat Xu Zi, why not let him directly become a Longbang student? After confirming that defeating Xu Zi, he can directly become a Longbang student. Jiang Chen turned his head and grinned at Xu Zi in front of him. Senior Xu, I'm sorry, I will decide the position of your Longbang student today. My Xu Zi's position can't be moved by a cat or a dog. Xu Zi snorted coldly, and his whole person instantly became murderous. When he moved his palm, he directly brought up a fierce innate energy and grabbed Jiang Chen's throat directly. Just when his claws appeared at a distance from Jiang Chen in front of him disappeared ghostly. Xu Zi's expression changed. He turned his head suddenly, but found that Jiang Chen had appeared 10 meters away behind him at some unknown time. What kind of body is this? Xu Zi was surprised. He didn't hesitate at all, and directly displayed the high-level profound physical technique Tiankan Ghost Shadow and chased Jiang Chen. But when he appeared where Jiang Chen was, Jiang Chen's figure disappeared again. The two of them chased each other on the high platform. 30 strokes or over. The situation on the high platform also made everyone in the square open their mouths in shock. Xu Zi, a dignified Longbang student, actually didn't even touch the corner of Jiang Chen's clothes within 30 moves. Chapter 231, If you say not to hide, then I will not hide. Seeing the situation on the high platform, Meng Chen's face instantly turned pale. After the previous battle with Xu Zi, Meng Chen has a deep understanding of Xu Zi's strength. He originally thought that he was able to hold on to 30 moves in Xu Zi's hands already very good. Xu Zi has mastered several Xuanpin martial arts, as well as a strange and unpredictable Xuanpin high-level body technique. Under Xu Zi's ghostly body, he also tried his best just now to barely manage to 30 strokes. Meng Chen never thought of it anyway. Jiang Chen relied on a body that was against the sky to make Xu Zi 30 moves without even touching the corners of his clothes. This kid, it's no wonder that he dares to threaten to defeat Xu Zi, he really has some ability. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was still calm under Xu Zi's frantic pursuit. In Bai Shengxing's muddy old eyes, he couldn't help but flash a look of surprise. This one is indeed extraordinary. From his eyes, it is naturally not difficult to see that Jiang Chen has mastered a very advanced body technique. Even if the grade of this kind of body technique does not reach the ground grade, it is completely comparable to some ground grade body techniques. The world of martial arts, only fast is not broken. With this body technique, this kid could be invincible in the face of any opponent in the same realm. On the high platform, Xu Zi's face also looked a little unsightly. Xu Zi didn't expect it either. The kid in front of him actually learned such a weird body technique. Even if he used the high-level profound body technique Tianquan Ghost Shadow Step, he still couldn't keep up with Jiang Chen's speed. He dignified a Longbang student who chased a freshman who had just entered the academy for a long time, but he didn't even touch a single hair on the other side. Xu Zi's face suddenly became a little unbearable. Boy, are you still threatening to beat me? You are just relying on your own special body to hide in front of me, how can you beat me? Xu Zi yelled angrily. If there is a kind, don't hide, you are fighting me dignified. Since Senior Xu told me not to hide, then I will not hide. Jiang Chen grinned. Come on, this time I promise not to move, and I will stand here and let you fight. Seeing Jiang Chen despising him so much, Xu Zi's eyes also flashed an angry look. The soles of his feet are a little on the ground. The ghostly erratic figure stood beside Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. I saw his right hand sticking out suddenly, as if piercing through the void, and lightning imprinted on Jiang Chen's chest. Xu Zi hit Jiang Chen with a palm, and a sharp metal crash instantly rang out in midair. That feeling, it seemed that what he hit with this palm was not a person, but a hard bronze statue. And his whole person was shaken by a huge counter-shock force and backed by 7 or 8 steps. Fuck you, what's the situation? I'm not mistaken. That kid just stood there and let Xu Zi fight, but he actually shook Xu Zi back. This is incredible. Watching this weird scene on the high platform, countless people in the square were so shocked that their eyes almost stared out. This kid was shocking enough that Xu Zi couldn't even touch the corners of his clothes by virtue of his magical body. He stood there to resist Xu Zi's blow, and forced Xu Zi back. This freshman who just entered the Yanwang Wuwan is too awesome. Chapter 232, the most freshman in the history of Yanwang Wuwan. What? This kid is still a physical practitioner. Xu Zi stabilized his figure, and in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen, there was also an inconceivable horror. The boy in front of him had a mastery of a body technique that made him completely helpless. And it's also a powerful body repairer. His body has even been cultivated to the point where it can confront the innate 4-tier warrior directly. This kid, is he really a freshman who just entered Yanwang Wuwan? Just before Xu Zi recovered from the horror, a fierce wind suddenly hit. Xu Zi's face changed in vain. He looked up suddenly and found that Jiang Chen's figure had appeared on top of his head. And on the soles of Jiang Chen's feet. An extremely overbearing force also instantly kicked Xu Zi's head. Xu Zi didn't have time to think about it, and quickly waved his palms to resist Jiang Chen's foot. Although Jiang Chen's invincible body refining technique is still in the 2nd stage, it is already sufficient to match the innate 5-tier warrior. Now that Xu Zexiu is suppressed in the 4th innate, how can he stop Jiang Chen's attack in a hasty? The terrifying power contained in Jiang Chen's foot fell on Xu Zi's palms almost in the blink of an eye. I saw Xu Zi's figure tremble suddenly, and the whole person was once again shaken to the ground and retreated several feet. Xu Zi retreated with a kick. Jiang Chen's figure didn't stay in the slightest, and Chengqin moved instantly, moving to Xu Zi's body in a flash. His fist, with a faint golden light, blasted directly at Xu Zi. Before Xu Zi had time to relax from that kick just now, Jiang Chen's fist was already whizzing. He had to grit his teeth and urge the innate chi to form a protective mask on the body surface. Jiang Chen's full-strength punch smashed Xu Zi's protective mask abruptly, and Xu Zi's body instantly flew out at 10 feet in embarrassment. Yin Hong's blood also spilled out along the corners of Shu Zi's mouth. Jiang Chen hurt Shu Zi with a punch, but Jiang Chen did not continue to shoot. He smiled and looked at Shu Zi. Senior Shu, you lost. Wow. Shu Zi was defeated. A freshman who just entered the Yanwang Wuwan Academy actually defeated the Longbang students. Awesome. This is so awesome. Everyone in the square was shocked. This freshman named Jiang Chen really defeated the Longbang student who was in charge of the assessment in the admission assessment. And with just one kick and one punch, 2 strokes simply defeated the opponent. Even in the history of Yanwang Wuwan for thousands of years, there has never been a new student who defeated Longbang students. Terrible. It is terrible. This kid in front of him is absolutely the best new student in the history of Yanwang Wuwan. I heard the talking voice in my ear, and felt the strange eyes around me. Shu Zi only felt that his face was hot. He stared at Jiang Chen gloomily, and an extremely hideous look appeared in his eyes. No, I didn't lose. I am a dignified Longbang student. How could I lose to you, a freshman? Shu Zi Zhuangruo let out a frantically low growl, and the aura on his body began to rise quickly. Just blink of an eye. An innate sevenfold powerful aura radiated directly from Shu Zi's body. Chapter 233, The Weakest Dragon List Student. Facing Shu Zi's outbreak, Jiang Chen's expression was still extremely calm. Although the innate 7-layer warrior is powerful, Jiang Chen has no fear in his heart. If Shu Zi really dared to make a move, he wouldn't mind completely defeating this Longbang student upright. It was seen that Shu Zi no longer suppressed the cultivation base, and directly exploded with the 7 innate aura. Bai Shengxing on the side could not help but let out a faint cold snort. Enough. Don't you think you have lost enough face? With a faint snort, carrying a majestic and mighty power, he oppressed Shu Zi. Shu Zi trembled, and he couldn't help but let out a muffled hum. I saw that he was kneeling on the ground with a thud and half under the pressure of Bai Shengxing. Shu Zi, I am willing to bet and give in to Jiang Chen the identity card of the Longbang students. Bai Shengxing looked at Shu Zi blankly, downplaying authenticity. Shu Zi naturally didn't dare to go against Bai Shengxing's words, and had to throw his identity card to Jiang Chen with a look of unwillingness. Boy, wait for me, and I will personally get back my identity card. Shu Zi glanced at Jiang Chen coldly, then turned and left the square without looking back. Little guy, congratulations on becoming a Longbang student. You are also the first freshman who has directly become a Longbang student since the establishment of the Yanwang Wu Academy. Bai Shengxing looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. But, whether you can keep the position of this dragon list student, you have to rely on yourself. In Yanwang Wuwan, the competition among students is fierce. Especially the Longbang students. In order to compete for the ranking, challenges happen from time to time. Although this kid had obtained Shu Zi's identity card, his strength was only in the 4th innate. Among the Longbang students, even those who ranked the 100th had at least 6 inherent strengths. It is definitely not an easy task for this son to keep the 46th place of Longbang students. Grass. That kid. He was actually promoted directly to a Longbang student. Cut. Even if it's useful to become a dragon list student, with his strength, it is estimated that he can stay on the dragon list for only half a month. Yeah, half a month later, this kid is absolutely dead. I saw. Jiang Chen is a freshman on the dragon list, and still replaced Shu Zi in the 46th place. Many students in the square were amazed. More people are showing disdainful mockery. In Yanwang Wuwan, every Longbang student will only have a safety period of half a month after a successful challenge. After half a month, you will face the challenges of other Longbang students. Jiang Chen accidentally entered the dragon list with the 4 inherent strengths, and was undoubtedly the weakest one on the dragon list. And he also replaced Shu Zi's position. There are more than 50 Longbang students behind him. I am afraid that no one wants to challenge Jiang Chen in half a month. In fact, without other people's action, even Shu Zi himself would definitely not let Jiang Chen go. Shu Zi would not suppress his cultivation in the 4 innate levels like today. How could Jiang Chen resist Shu Zi, who was born with 7 layers? For the surrounding voices, Jiang Chen didn't care at all. What if he is the weakest student on the dragon list? Now that he took this identity card in his hand, the position of the 46th in the dragon ranking was fixed. It belongs to him, no one wants to take away from him. Chapter 234, There is nothing in this world that I dare not. The admission assessment is over. All freshmen have obtained different student status through their performance in the assessment. Bai Shengxing also quickly issued the students' identity badges and costumes. More than 100 freshmen were quickly divided into several groups, and led to different places by different causes. And Meng Chen, who had previously bet with Jiang Chen 1 million spars, seemed to have completely forgotten this matter. After he received the ID card of the inner courtyard students, he had to leave with a few new inner courtyard students and a middle-aged instructor. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly. Seeing his body move, he teleported directly in front of Meng Chen, and his faint voice instantly sounded in Meng Chen. Meng Chen, have you forgotten something? Do you need me to remind you? The big man keeps his promises, and if you want to bet, you will lose. If you are a man, give me 1 million spars quickly. Looking at Jiang Chen, who directly stopped in front of him begging for a spar, Meng Chen's face also didn't look so good. HMPH. Meng Chen, I don't want to lose so much, it's just that I don't have that polycrystalline stone now. But don't worry, I will gather 1 million spars for you soon. When Meng Chen was speaking, a glimmer of cold light flashed through his eyes. 1 million spars. For Meng Chen, this is a very large asset. Don't say he can't get it out now. Even if he could get it, he wouldn't just give it to Jiang Chen. In terms of strength, he is stronger than Jiang Chen. In terms of power, there are more than 1 Longbang students of their Meng family. Just after today, Meng Chen believed that Jiang Chen would never take 1 million spars from him. If Jiang Chen is more acquainted, just give up actively. Otherwise, if he really dared to ask for a spar, it would be just a shame. It's not impossible if you want to owe a debt, Jiang Chen said lightly, but you have to take some valuable things out as collateral. Jiang Chen, I remember you. Meng Chen smiled angrily. As soon as he moved his palm, a simple scroll with faint golden light appeared in his palm. The only thing that can be worth 1 million spars in my body is this mysterious secret technique. It's just. This volume of the secret technique of rising dragons can only be possessed by the core disciples of the Meng family. No outsider can get involved. Meng Chen looked at Jiang Chen provocatively. If you dare to ask for it, then use it as a collateral. Seeing that Meng Chen had taken out the copy of the dragon secret technique, Meng Qingshui's eyebrows on the side wrinkled slightly. This Meng Chen clearly wanted to calculate Jiang Chen. As a disciple of the Meng family, Meng Qingshui naturally knew how important this secret law was in the Meng family. If Jiang Chen really took the Shenglong secret method as a mortgage, even Meng Chen would quickly redeem it with 1 million spars. I'm afraid the Meng family will not let Jiang Chen get involved in the secret of Shenglong. Just when Meng Qingshui was about to step forward to remind Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen's claws slammed towards the secret technique of Shenglong, and directly sucked the secret technique of Shenglong into his hand. His proud voice also rang directly in everyone's ears. There is nothing in this world that Jiang Chen dare not. Your secret method of rising dragon, I will accept it first. If you still want to get it back, you can bring 1 million spars to me within 3 days. Chapter 235, True Meaning Valley, 5 True Meanings. HMPH, I hope you don't regret it. Meng Chen gave Jiang Chen a sneer, and then followed the middle-aged tutor straight away from the square. After Meng Chen left, Meng Qingshui also walked straight to Jiang Chen's side. She looked at Meng Chen's leaving back and frowned slightly and said, Meng Chen gave you the secret method of rising dragons, which is not good at all. You shouldn't accept it. He owes me 1 million spars, and it is justified to take something as a collateral. Jiang Chen curled his lips and said, if you don't take anything from him, how do I know if he will fall behind? If you accept this thing, he will still run the bill. Meng Qingshui smiled helplessly. He will never redeem the secret technique of rising dragon with 1 million spars. Isn't this better? Compared to spar, I am actually more interested in this secret technique of rising dragon. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. In the Shenwu continent, in addition to martial arts, there are also some magical secrets. Every secret method can greatly increase the combat power of the warrior in a short time. Especially the secret method of reaching the profound grade is almost enough to make a warrior soar 2 or 3 small realms in a short time. Even if it is a primary secret technique of profound grade, its value is far beyond that of 1 million spar. If Meng Chen didn't come to redeem it, Jiang Chen couldn't ask for it. This guy is as arrogant as ever. In this great Sha state, Jiang Chen was definitely the first person ever to dare to attack the secret method of the Meng family so blatantly. With Jiang Chen's enchanting level, the disciple of the Meng family in this Yanwang Wuwan, I am afraid he can't help him. After leaving Yanwang Wuwan, Jiang Chen was also backed by Yan Qingshan and Yuehan Chamber of Commerce. Even if the Meng family wants to move Jiang Chen, I'm afraid they have to weigh it. Collect the Thang Long secret method. Under Bai Shengxing's personal leadership, Jiang Chen took the place of Xu Zi and lived in the 46th courtyard of Longbang students. Although Meng Qingshe evaluated the students in the inner courtyard, she didn't go to the students' residences in the inner courtyard. Instead, she stayed beside Jiang Chen and continued to be Jiang Chen's maid. After a night of rest in Yanwang Wuwan, the next morning, having nothing to do, Jiang Chen decided to see the true meaning of martial arts of Shanghai realm. As a Wu Kui of the Jufu Huiwu, he has 3 free chances for enlightenment, which naturally cannot be wasted. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen took Meng Qingshe to the Valley of True Meaning in Yanwang Wuwan. The Valley of True Meaning, Yanwang Wuwan, is a place specially for students to understand the true meaning. It is said that in the Valley of True Meaning, there are several kinds of martial arts true meaning left by the great power of the Divine Sea realm. These martial arts true meanings are all hidden in a formation in the Valley of True Meaning. Except for some privileged students. If you want to enter the Valley of True Meaning, you have to pay a high fee of 10,000 low-grade spars in 1 hour. And Jiang Chen had 3 free opportunities for enlightenment without any time limit, so it was naturally very precious. His eyes swept slightly at the door of True Meaning Valley. Jiang Chen walked straight to the black-robed old man who was guarding the Valley of True Meaning, and then took out the privilege order Sha Dongwang gave him. Seeing this, the black-robed old man couldn't help but flashed a look of surprise in his old eyes. He looked at Jiang Chen lightly and said, "Boy, there are 5 true meanings of sword, fist, wind, thunder, and fire in the Valley of True Meaning. I don't know which one you want to comprehend. This Yanwang Wuwan is worthy of being the martial sacred place of the Great Sha Kingdom, and it has 5 true meanings for students to understand." Jiang Chen's heart suddenly became hot. If he had read all the 5 true meanings of True Meaning Valley, what a spectacular sight would it be. Chapter 236, Ding. Your sword will be promoted to the 2nd level. The true meaning of martial arts. This is a profound artistic conception that surpasses any martial skills, and it can only be understood without words. Because of this, it is extremely difficult to comprehend the true meaning of martial arts. Even in the Yanwang Martial Arts Academy, where the geniuses of the Great Sha Kingdom are concentrated, students who can comprehend the true meaning of martial arts are extremely rare. Comprehending the true meaning of martial arts is not difficult for Jiang Chen. He who possesses the heaven-defying system, he can learn all of these by just looking at these true meanings. He can have the 5 true meanings. What a heaven-defying existence that would be. Senior, after entering the Valley of True Will, can I comprehend the true meaning of different martial arts? Jiang Chen took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and asked the Black Robe of Moria. No. The 5 true meanings in the Valley of True Meaning are divided into 5 different spaces by formations. You can only choose one of them. The black-robed old man frowned and said, "Any warrior who can comprehend a kind of martial arts true meaning in his life has already benefited immensely. Don't be too lofty." Hearing the words of the black-robed old man, Jiang Chen couldn't help flashing a helpless look in his eyes. He wanted to comprehend all the 5 true meanings of the true meaning at one time. Anyway, the 5 real intentions won't run away here, and sooner or later he will have to patronize all the 5 real intentions. Thank you, Senior, for reminding. Jiang Chen smiled at the black-robe old man. Then she pointed to Meng Qingshe beside her and asked, "Can I give her the privilege of entering the Valley of True Meaning these 3 times? As soon as Jiang Chen said this, a look of surprise flashed in the eyes of the black-robed old man. The privilege of entering the Valley of True Meaning is such a precious existence. This is the first time that the black-robed old man has encountered it, and some people are willing to give the privilege of entering the Valley of True Meaning to others. The privilege belongs to you, even if you give 3 opportunities to others to use." The black-robed old man smiled faintly. "What are you trying to understand?" Sword intent. Since only one true meaning of martial arts can be understood. At a time, Jiang Chen did not hesitate to choose the sword intent that he had understood. After comprehending an épée sword in Lingyun Wufu, he used his sword to fight the enemy again and again, and gained a lot of experience. Now, his heavy sword intent is almost reaching its peak. This time watching the sword intent of Xianxia realm might be able to directly break through the double sword intent. Hearing the words, the black-robed old man put his right hand in the void. A teleportation array appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. Go in, although there is no time limit for the privilege token, with your strength, staying in the formation for 3 days is already the limit. If you don't come out within 3 days, I will urge the formation to expel you from the Valley of True Meaning. Thank you, Senior. Jiang Chen thanked the black-robed old man, and then led Meng Qingxie into the teleportation formation. The next moment, Jiang Chen and Meng Qingxie were passed to a strange space. Slightly looked at the situation in the space. Jiang Chen's gaze was quickly attracted by the strange crystal stone 2 to 3 feet high in the middle. On that crystal strange stone, a series of magical images also appeared in Jiang Chen's sight. I saw a middle-aged man in a blue robe standing proudly in the air, exuding a monstrous sword intent, and he was fighting fiercely with a huge beast that was several feet in size. Ding! Watching the strong of the Divine Sea Realm display sword intent and gain 1666*100 experience. Ding! Your sword intent is promoted to the 2nd level. Chapter 237. I have finished comprehending the sword intent of the Valley of True Meaning. Seeing the situation in the strange crystal stone, the system prompt sounded instantly in Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang Chen's sword intent was promoted to the 2nd level without any surprise. It's worthy of being the martial arts holy land of the Great Sha Kingdom. It really is a good method. Jiang Chen stared at Crystal Weird closely, shocked in his heart. He originally thought that the Valley of True Meaning in Yanwang Martial Arts Academy should be similar to the Jianshan Temple in Lingyun Martial Arts Palace. There should be traces of the true meaning of martial arts left by the great power of Xianxia realm. Jiang Chen never thought of it. The Yanwang Wuwan actually sealed the image of Xianxia realm's great power using martial arts to fight in this crystal strange stone. The value of this battle image is definitely not comparable to a trace of the true meaning of martial arts. Watching the real meaning of martial arts by the great power of Xianxia realm in this way. This method can definitely make the students of Yanwang Martial Arts Academy become more enlightened with less effort. This should be the first dean of Yanwang Wuwan, Qingyan Zhanzun Ji Yu Qingyan. Unexpectedly, Yanwang Wuwan actually saved his battle image here. Meng Qingxie also looked at the image of the crystal strange stone with an incredible expression, and her beautiful eyes revealed unconcealed shock. His sword intent is indeed very strong, you can enlighten it here. Jiang Chen chuckled and said, your sword intent basically has a rudimentary shape. 3 days should allow you to perfect your sword intent. Meng Qingxie stayed for a while. She looked at Jiang Chen with a look of astonishment. Have you finished comprehending again? Almost, it's a little bit of understanding. Because of the system, he can only gain experience once by watching a kind of martial arts true meaning, and staying here is completely meaningless. Meng Qingxie was completely speechless. This guy is really perverted as always. The last time he was in the Sword Mark Palace of Lingyun Wufu, Jiang Chen just glanced at the Sword Mark stone and said he had some understanding. As a result, he had a little bit of insight, and he actually understood the complete sword intent in one breath. Watching the sword intent of Qingyan Sword Sovereign Ji Yu Qingyan this time, God knows how terrifying Jiang Chen's sword intent has reached. Meng Qingxie took a deep breath and was too lazy to pay attention to Jiang Chen's abnormal state, and began to sink her heart to comprehend the sword intent. When Jiang Chen saw this, he flashed away and left. Why did you come out so soon? In Taniguchi of Valley of True Meaning. The black-robed old man saw that Jiang Chen had run out of the Valley of True Meaning within a few minutes, and he was immediately surprised. In Yanwang Wuwan, the opportunity to enter the Valley of True Meaning for free is almost unattainable. It's good for this kid, and one chance was given to others. He entered the Valley of True Meaning, and ran out of it within a few minutes as if he was playing. Senior, there seems to be no rule that I can't get out of it so quickly. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, I have finished comprehending the sword intent in the Valley of True Meaning. Don't be ashamed, I really don't know how you got the privilege to enter the Valley of True Meaning 3 times for free. It would be a waste to give such privileges to you. It's not easy to enlighten martial arts. In the history of Yanwang Wuwan, there is no shortage of kendo geniuses who have borne evildoers. But no one has ever dared to say that he can comprehend the sword intent within a few minutes after entering the Valley of True Meaning. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. Then I don't know what seniors think, how can I not waste these privileges? Chapter 238. No spar, just get out of here. Didn't you say that you have finished comprehending the sword intent of the Valley of True Meaning? The black-robed old man smiled angrily. If you have the ability, show your sword intent and show it to me. The black-robed old man's voice just fell. A sharp sword intent suddenly radiated from Jiang Chen. And it's still double sword intent. Feeling the powerful sword intent emanating from Jiang Chen, the black-robed old man's eyes condensed suddenly. The black-robed old man looked at Jiang Chen in horror, and also let out an unbelievable exclamation. You have actually realized the double sword intent. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Senior, you don't know the sword intent. I understand. Are you satisfied? The black-robed old man smiled bitterly in his heart. This time, he was blindsided. As a shogun in the Valley of True Meaning, the black-robed elder knows the genius in the academy who understands the true meaning of martial arts very well. But this kid in front of him was the first time he saw him. This kid should be a freshman who just entered the Yanwang Wuwan. Regardless of whether this kid's sword intent is exactly what he said, he can understand it in the Valley of True Intent. But being able to comprehend the meaning of the double épée sword as a new student is definitely the first person in the history of Yanwang Wuwan. Little guy, I just missed it. Your kendo talent is indeed the only thing I have seen in my life. I hope you don't waste all of your talents, and you can become a swordsman like Ji Yuqingyan, the first dean of the Yanwang Martial Arts Academy. The black-robed old man took a look at Jiang Chen and said, you can come to Junyi Valley any time to understand the sword intent, and I can open the battle for you for free. Jiang Chen thanked the black-robed old man, and then slowly left the Valley of True Meaning. Jiang Chen returned to the 46 courtyard of Longbang students. It's just that he just appeared at his door when he was stopped by two figures who suddenly appeared. Among these two people, one of them, Jiang Chen, was very familiar with him, and it was Meng Chen from the Meng family. And beside Meng Chen, there was a strange young man. The young man's face was cold, and his whole body was revealing a force of chill. At first glance, he was not an ordinary role. Seeing Jiang Chen approaching, Meng Chen couldn't help but smiled coldly. Jiang Chen, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Are you here to redeem the secret method of Rising Dragon? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. If it is, then take out 1,000,000 spars. A cold light flashed in Meng Chen's eyes, and he coldly snorted. I don't have a spar, but I have to get it back for the dragon's secret technique. You say take it back and take it back. Who do you think you are? Jiang Chen's face suddenly cold. Since you can't take out the spar, then let me go. Jiang Chen, right, my Meng family's secret method of rising dragons is not something you can get involved. The faint voice of the young man beside Meng Chen also rang directly in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen cast a glance at the young man and said coldly, who are you again? Meng's family in Mengbei, Yanwang Wuwan ranked 60th on the long list. The young man said coldly, Jiang Chen, quickly hand over the Shenglong's secret method. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, and his proud voice resounded instantly. Meng Chen owes me 1,000,000 spars, and he pledged me the secret of Rising Dragon. If you really want to take the Shenglong's secret technique back, you can take out 1,000,000 low-grade spar for him. If you can't get it out, then let me roll as far as you can. Chapter 239, 1,000,000 games, I will take as many as there are. Meng Bei's eyes were cold, and his whole person instantly became murderous. Why, do you want to do it here? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. Yanwang Wuwan has strict rules. You should know what the consequences will be if you do it here. In this world, anyone who dares to interfere with my Meng family's secret law will have only one death in the end. If you obediently hand over the Thang Long's secret method, and then take out 10,000,000 spars to confess your sins to me, I can consider letting you go. Meng Bei stared at Jiang Chen with a sneer. Before coming to find Jiang Chen, Meng Bei had already let people investigate Jiang Chen's details. He knows naturally. The boy in front of him was Wu Kui of the Jufu Huiwu today, and he also 20,000,000 won lower grade spars in the Black Cloud Chamber of Commerce gambling game. Such a huge wealth, even Meng Bei was greedy. Moreover, he recently urgently needed a large amount of spar to purchase a high-level martial art of profound grade. The reason why he agreed to stand up for Meng Chen was actually because of the spar on Jiang Chen's body. Hehe, I heard that there is a Meng Yan in your Meng family, who is ranked in the top 10 geniuses of the Yanwang Martial Arts Academy. Don't say it's you. Even if Meng Yan comes, he is not qualified to say such things in front of me. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously. He looked at Meng Bei impatiently. You don't understand human words, I said one last time, if you can't get the spar, just get out of here. Good, very good. Meng Bei laughed angrily. He stared at Jiang Chen sharply, his cold voice resounding directly in the air. Jiang Chen, I now officially challenge you. In half a month, I want to challenge you. The confrontation between Jiang Chen and Meng Bei naturally caused a lot of onlookers of passing students. Look, Meng Bei, who is ranked 60th on the dragon list, challenged that kid. Isn't it normal? This guy is the weakest on the dragon list now, behind 46th. In the dragon list, who doesn't want to challenge him in half a month? Tisk tusk. Half a month later, this kid is destined to die miserably. Seeing Meng Bei's challenge to Jiang Chen, many people shook their heads, and their eyes toward Jiang Chen couldn't help showing sympathy. A freshman, being able to possess the 4 inherent strengths is indeed very good. But in the dragon list of Yuanwang Wuwan, at least they all reached the 6 levels of innate evildoers. You are a 4-fold congenital freshman, and you want to gain a foothold among the Longbang students. It's just a dream. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Jiang Chen looked at Meng Bei in front of him, and the corners of his mouth could not help but a slight arc was raised. Yes, I just want to challenge you. What, are you scared? But even if you are scared, it's useless. Meng Bei smiled grinningly, because according to the challenge rules of the Yuanwang Wuwan Dragon list, you will not have the right to refuse after half a month. Hehe. That's ridiculous. I can even replace Shuzi, who is ranked 46th. How can I be afraid of you, who is ranked 60th? Jiang Chen sneered disdainfully. His domineering voice also spread in midair instantly. I know that there should be a lot of people waiting to challenge me in half a month. But I, Jiang Chen, don't accept every cat or dog's challenge. If I want to challenge me, I can, 1 million lower grade spar. For such a challenge, I will take as many as there are in half a month. Chapter 240, a highly anticipated challenge. Jiang Chen's domineering voice directly caused silence around him. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen like a fool. Longbang students, this is the strongest 100 geniuses of Yuanwang Wuwan. Even the 100th ranked Longbang student is 2 small realms higher than Jiang Chen in strength. Especially Meng Bei, opposite to Jiang Chen, is the 6th ranked existence on the dragon list, and its strength has reached the 7th innate. And Jiang Chen's strength is just in the 4th level of innate. In the face of Meng Bei, who was 3 levels higher than himself, Jiang Chen opened his mouth to make a huge bet of 1 million. If it wasn't for his brain disease, who gave him the courage to be so arrogant in front of Meng Bei? Ha, a freshman who just entered Yuanwang Wuwan, dare to speak wild words in front of me. Jiang Chen, enjoy your last half month in Yuanwang Wuwan. After half a month, I will let you know that you are nothing in front of me. Meng Bei sneered disdainfully, and immediately left with Meng Chen. After half a month, he will let this kid pay a heavy price for his arrogance. After the two of Meng Bei left, Jiang Chen also strode back to his courtyard directly. The news about Jiang Chen spread quickly in Yuanwang Wuwan as if it had grown wings. Hardly anyone thought, facing the eyes of many Longbang students, Jiang Chen not only challenged with a high profile, but also released 1 million games. How many games and how many games? This news directly caused a sensation in the entire Yuanwang Wuwan, and some Longbang students ranked after 46 were all angry after receiving the news. As a student of the top 100 dragon list of Yuanwang Wuwan, but now they are so despised by a freshman who has just entered the student, how can they not be angry? Dozens of Longbang students are all gearing up, ready to give Jiang Chen some color in half a month. When the outside world was making a lot of noise about Jiang Chen started to improve his strength. He first spent millions of spars to purchase materials to refine the pill, and directly increased his cultivation to the 5th level of innate. After Meng Qingshe returned from the Valley of True Meaning, Jiang Chen would stand and let Meng Qingshe beat him for 2 hours every day to practice the invincible physical training technique. And in such a frantic gain of experience, Jiang Chen's invincible refining technique was also directly promoted to the 2nd stage. This also means that Jiang Chen is enough to match the 7th innate martial artist with just the strength of his body. Time flies. Half a month passed in a flash, and in a blink of an eye came the day when Jiang Chen accepted the challenge. On the huge square of Yuanwang Wuya, countless students from Yuanwang Wuya had already enclosed the square long ago. This past 2 months, Jiang Chen took a huge bet of 1 million crystal stones to accept the challenge of any Longbang student, which has already caused a sensation in the entire Yunwang Wuwan. Such a highly anticipated challenge naturally attracted countless students to come and watch. Waiting for countless students in the square, Jiang Chen also slowly appeared in the square with Meng Qingxie under the attention of the public. Many students in the square couldn't help but talk. Look at it, Jiang Chen is here. How many challenges do you think he can take today? Hey, with Jiang Chen's innate fourfold strength, it is unrealistic to defeat the last place in the dragon ranking. This kid even dared to brazenly set up a game of 1 million games, it's just a death. Chapter 241, People Who Take Money to Beat Up. When everyone was talking in the square, a middle-aged in a black robe with an indifferent complexion appeared directly on the competition stage in the middle of the square. His indifferent gaze swept slightly across the square, and a powerful force of 9 layers of innateness also instantly radiated from him. The original noisy square suddenly became extremely quiet. I am the deacon of the Yunwangwu Academy, and I will preside over the challenge of the Longbang students today. Jiang Chen, ranked 46th on the dragon list, please come out. The cold and indifferent voice echoed in the sky above the square in an instant. When Jiang Chen heard the words, he immediately appeared on the martial arts stage like a teleport. Jiang Chen, there are 13 people who challenged you today. Saying the names of the 13 challengers coldly and expressionlessly, then said indifferently, you only need to choose one of the 13 to challenge. No choice. I still said that, I want to challenge me, 1 million low-grade spar, I will take as many challenges as there are. Jiang Chen stood with his hands in his hands, and his proud voice sounded in the ears of everyone in the square. So, whoever is willing to accept such a challenge, just come on stage and fight me. Jiang Chen's proud voice immediately caused more than a dozen Longbang students who challenged Jiang Chen to show an expression of irritation. And Meng Bei, who had long been unable to live in peace, jumped directly to the competition stage. Jiang Chen, I will challenge you. You are just opportunistic to replace Xu Zi, so you really regard yourself as a dragon ranking student. He looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer. I will let you know how big the gap between you and the Longbang students is. Want to challenge me? Yes. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Take out 1 million spars first. If you want a spar, I'll talk about it when you win first. Meng Bei sneered disdainfully. He is the 60th genius on the dragon ranking, and his strength has reached the 7th innate strength. With his strength, to solve an innate fourfold new student, isn't it a matter of grasping it? For the sake of fairness, we'd better take out 1 million spars of various kinds and hand them over to Deacon Leng for safekeeping. Whoever wins can take away the spar from Deacon Leng, so as to save someone from arguing. Jiang Chen said lightly, I can't trust the character of your Meng family. When Jiang Chen spoke, he was the first to hand a Naji containing 1 million lower grade spar to Leng Su. Okay. Very good. With a sullen expression, he took out a ring and threw it to the cold soul. He stared at Jiang Chen murderously. I have taken out 1 million spars. You should have no reason to refuse now. Refuse? Someone wants to give me 1 million low-grade spar. I am too happy to be too late, so how can I refuse? Actually, I like you the most who pays for a beating. Jiang Chen grinned. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who doesn't work with money. Jiang Chen, I promise to beat you until you are satisfied. Haha. If you want to beat me, do you have that qualification? Today, you are probably the one who took the money for a beating. Meng Bei laughed disdainfully. When he moved his palm, a dark long sword flashed out of his palm in an instant. Chapter 242, Beat Until You Are Satisfied. Magic Sword Chi. Meng Bei screamed, and a black sword aura with a shocking aura, slashed towards Jiang Chen. This is Yunwang Wuwan's Xuanpin high-level martial arts demon sword Chi. Grass the grass. I didn't expect Meng Bei to display his strongest skills as soon as he shot. Does he want to kill Jiang Chen in a flash? This time Jiang Chen is probably dead. Seeing the situation on the martial arts stage, many students in the stage closed their eyes with unbearable expressions. With the strength of Meng Bei's 7th innate, to deal with Jiang Chen, a newborn with 4 innate layers, he also fully displayed the advanced martial arts of Xuanpin. They can almost foresee how miserable Jiang Chen's next end will be. Jiang Chen looked at Meng Bei's full blow, but his expression was extremely calm. Until the black sword energy was less than 3 feet away from him. He clenched his fist, and the invincible body refining technique worked to the extreme, bringing an overbearing force, blasted out indefinitely. The oncoming black sword aura was directly shattered by Jiang Chen's punch. Meng Bei trembled, his eyes also showed unconcealed panic. One punch smashed Meng Bei's demon sword chi, and the power on Jiang Chen's fist did not decrease. He moved around and appeared next to Meng Bei, and his fist was smashed at Meng Bei. With a scream, Meng Bei smashed his whole body to the ground several feet away, and a mouthful of blood was sprayed out. Trough. Meng Bei was defeated. I'm not mistaken, Jiang Chen actually defeated Meng Bei with a punch. This is too incredible. The scene that suddenly appeared on the competition stage also caused countless people on the square to almost drop their eyes. With Jiang Chen's innate fourfold strength, facing the sevenfold innate Meng Bei, he had no power to fight back. But the reality is that they slapped them hard. Not only did Jiang Chen not be miserably beaten by Meng as they expected, but on the contrary, Meng was hit hard. A congenital quadruple warrior, a student of Dragon Ban who had achieved the 7th congenital level with a single punch, could not fight back. And on the side of the competition platform, several Longbang students who wanted to challenge Jiang Chen could not help but wipe the cold sweat on their foreheads secretly. Among the more than 10 Dragon List students preparing to challenge Jiang Chen today, except for Xu Zi, who was replaced by Jiang Chen, Meng Bei's strength is undoubtedly the strongest existence. But even the powerful Meng Bei was still defeated by Jiang Chen. Fortunately, they were not the first to rush to challenge Jiang Chen. Otherwise, they would be like Meng Bei, stupidly holding a million lower-grade crystals to find a beating. When everyone was shocked by Jiang Chen's shocking punch, Jiang Chen looked at Meng Bei, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Meng Bei, I wonder if you are satisfied with my punch. Jiang Chen, don't want to be proud, just now I was careless to let you succeed. A cold light flashed in Meng Bei's eyes and said coldly, next, you won't have such good luck again. It seems that you are not satisfied with the punch I just made. I am always fair. Since you have spent 1,000,000 spars to buy a beating, then I will have to beat you until you are satisfied. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and his figure once again disappeared in place. Chapter 243. Next one, which of you will come first? I saw Jiang Chen's disappearing figure in vain. Meng Bei's pupils shrank, he suddenly sensed something, and when he turned around, an innate sword aura struck out behind him. Jiang Chen, who used the invincible body refining technique to the limit, directly ignored Meng Bei's innate sword energy and appeared in front of Meng Bei in a flash. Meng Bei had no time to react, and Jiang Chen's domineering fist had already hit his sword heavily. A crisp metal crashing sound instantly resounded in midair. The long sword in Meng Bei's hand was abruptly broken into 2 pieces by Jiang Chen. As for Meng Bei's figure, he was shocked and fell more than 10 steps away. Not waiting for Meng Bei to stabilize his figure, Jiang Chen's overbearing fist blasted over again like lightning. Meng Bei looked frightened and quickly raised his palm to block Jiang Chen's fist. A crisp sound of bone fracture came from the competition platform. Saw Meng Bei's face suddenly paled, and with a scream in his mouth, the whole person flew out again. Looking at Meng Bei, who was heavily hitting the ground, Jiang Chen looked indifferent, and walked directly towards Meng Bei. I admit defeat. Looking at Jiang Chen oncoming, Meng Bei only felt an inexplicable chill spread all over his body, and finally couldn't help but screamed in horror. Jiang Chen turned a deaf ear to Meng Bei's words. He strode to the side of Meng Bei, his fists were directly under Meng Bei's angry eyes, and he beat Meng Bei wildly. The severe pain from all over his body immediately made Meng Bei's whole person crazy. His gaze at Jiang Chen almost burst into flames. Jiang Chen, I have already given up, why are you still shooting at me? Business is about integrity. Since I have received 1,000,000 from you, I naturally have to beat you until you are satisfied. Jiang Chen looked at Meng Bei with a smile and said, if you are still not satisfied, I can continue. When Meng Bei heard Jiang Chen's words, he was almost out of anger to vomit blood. When he was about to say a few ruthless words to Jiang Chen, he saw Jiang Chen's fist greet him again. Satisfied? I'm very satisfied, can't I? Meng Bei stared at Jiang Chen with a bitter expression on his face, and almost gritted his teeth and exhaled a few cold words. This kid actually humiliated him so publicly. Sooner or later, he must make this kid pay a heavy price. Satisfaction is fine. If you want to buy a beating next time, you can come to me at any time. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Next time, you will be a regular customer, and I can give you a 20% discount. Meng Bei was directly puffed up with blood by Jiang Chen's words. He didn't take a breath in his chest, and he fainted directly. Looking at the miserable appearance of Meng Bei on the martial arts stage, everyone was speechless for a long time. Meng Bei, who was ranked 60th on the dignified dragon list, was completely played by Jiang Chen like a monkey. Is this Tamar really something that a freshman can do? Everyone in the square was stunned by the incredible situation in front of them. Jiang Chen looked at the dozen or so Longbang students who challenged him. His proud voice also spread across the square in an instant. Aren't you going to challenge me? Next, which of you will come first? Chapter 244. I was able to defeat you last time, but I still can this time. Jiang Chen said proudly. It directly caused the more than 10 Longbang students to lower their heads. They almost dared not raise their heads to face Jiang Chen's gaze. Even Meng Bei, who was ranked 60th in the dragon ranking, lost to Jiang Chen. And still being ruthlessly crushed by Jiang Chen. Their strength is not even as good as Meng Bei, so how dare they run up to challenge Jiang Chen? Just when many Longbang students were digging their heads and planning to be a turtle, there was only one person who drew on the competition stage. Everyone took a look. This person who came to the stage to challenge Jiang Chen was impressively Shuzi, who was once ranked 46th on the long list. Jiang Chen, you really surprised me. You can beat Meng Bei. Since they dare not fight you, let me solve you. I said that today I will take everything that belongs to me back from you. Shuzi stared at Jiang Chen indifferently, and his cold voice slowly echoed in the air. You are just a defeated man of mine. Who gave you the courage to be so arrogant in front of me? Jiang Chen curled his lips and said, take out 1 million low-grade spar. Since you also want to spend money on beatings, I have no reason to fail you. If it wasn't for the last time that I suppressed the cultivation base in the Shantian 4th layer, you thought you had won me. Shuzi directly took out a ring and put it in his hand, and said coldly to Jiang Chen, 1 million spar is here, you can get it if you have the ability. Hee. No matter if you suppress your cultivation base, it doesn't matter if you shoot with all your strength. I was able to beat you last time, and I still can this time. Jiang Chen laughed proudly. He clenched his fist suddenly, and directly brought an indestructible force and threw a punch at Shuzi. Shuzi's expression was dark, and the palm of the hand that was haunted by innate true anger also patted Jiang Chen at lightning speed. Pung! One punch and one palm instantly shook together in midair. The strong impact force almost caused the entire competition platform to tremble violently. Pedal. On the competition stage, the figures of the two retreated several steps at the same time, almost on par. Immediately, countless people in the square were once again shocked and speechless. Shuzi. This is a student who has reached the mid-7th congenital midterm and once ranked 46th on the long list. He couldn't ask for the slightest advantage in confronting Jiang Chen. It's so enchanting. In Yanwang Wuwan, they have never seen the enchanting genius. But it was the first time that they saw an extremely enchanting existence like Jiang Chen. How can this kid's body suddenly become so strong? Shuzi's eyes also showed incredible horror. He finally understood why Jiang Chen was able to defeat Meng Bei in the early stage of the 7th innate with one blow. The strength of this kid in body repair is already enough to contend with the martial artist in the mid-7th layer of innate. On the admission assessment half a month ago, Jiang Chen's strength in physical training can at best contend with the innate 5-tiered martial artist. How come he has reached such a strong point after only half a month? Jiang Chen, I underestimated you. Unexpectedly, in just half a month, you would have grown to this point. You are now qualified to lead me out of the sword. Shuzi took a deep breath of cool air. When he moved his palm, a silver-long sword flashed out of the palm of his palm. Chapter 245. Your sword intent is not worth mentioning in front of me. Look, Shuzi has a sword. Shuzi is one of the few swordsman geniuses in Yanwang Martial Arts Academy who has comprehended an épée intent. This time, Jiang Chen is afraid it will be miserable. Seeing Shuzi's sword, many people in the square couldn't help exclaiming. Although Jiang Chen's physical cultivation is extremely powerful, with his body, he is already able to fight against the innate 7-layer martial artist. But generally speaking, people with strong physical training are weaker in spirit. The true meaning of martial arts contains some spiritual attacks. The true meaning of martial arts is almost the nemesis of Jiang Chen's physical training. And the sword intent that Shuzi comprehend, among the many martial arts true intent, the attack power belongs to the top existence. Once Xu Zi showed his sword intent, Jiang Chen would definitely lose. Jiang Chen looked at Xu Zi, who was holding a long sword, and a ghostly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. When his mind moved, the Yanlong sword appeared in his hand instantly. Seeing the flame dragon sword flashing out of thin air in Jiang Chen's hand, Xu Zi was startled suddenly. He stared at Jiang Chen incredulously. You want to use a sword too? Don't you always feel that you were dissatisfied with your defeat last time? In that case, this time I will use your best swordsmanship to defeat you and convince you to lose. Jiang Chen stood proud of his sword, and his faint voice rang in everyone's ears instantly. Fuck, Jiang Chen actually used a sword to fight Xu Zi. Haha, I really laughed at me. He actually wanted to compare swords with a kendo genius who understood the meaning of swords. This kid is dying. Jiang Chen's faint words immediately caused an uproar in the square. Even many students looked at Jiang Chen with a mockery of disdain. This kid is not afraid to flash his tongue when talking big. A physical training, even boasting to defeat Xu Zi in kendo. Although Xu Zi only ranked 46th in the long list. But if you really want to talk about the talent of kendo, the entire Yanwang Wuwan can surpass him, almost one hand can count it. This kid wanted to defeat Xu Zi in kendo, just wishful thinking. Xu Zi listened to Jiang Chen's words that didn't put him in his eyes at all, and his face was full of chills. Jiang Chen, what are you, dare to speak up in front of me? Want to beat me in the sword, do you deserve it? Today I, Xu Zi, can't defeat you with one sword, even if I lose. Xu Zi's cold voice fell, and an extremely cold sword intent instantly rose into the sky. The cold sword intent condensed into an illusory giant sword in midair almost in the blink of an eye. Cold Bing Jianyi, cut it for me. Xu Zi's face was like cold ice, and the illusory giant sword in his direct control was cut out with a single sword against Jiang Chen. I saw that illusory giant sword, directly carrying an icy force that seemed to freeze even the space, and slashed at Jiang Chen. Haha. A bit interesting sword intent. Your sword intent is indeed the strongest among kendo geniuses I have ever seen. But this kind of sword intent is still not worth mentioning in front of me. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, and an overwhelming sword intent with terrifying coercion also swept across the square in an instant. Under the pressure of this sword intent, many people even became unable to breathe smoothly. What a terrible sword intent. I saw the monstrous sword intent bursting out of Jiang Chen's body. The atmosphere of the square completely solidified in an instant. Chapter 246, The Terrifying Power of Double Sword Intent. Wow. Jiang Chen even understood. The sword intent. More than comprehend the sword intent, his sword intent is more than twice as powerful as Xu Zi's in sword intent. This kid is really a monster. Looking at the powerful sword intent erupting from Jiang Chen. After a brief silence on the square, there were finally bursts of incredible exclamation. This new student named Jiang Chen is really an evildoer who cannot be saved by common sense. When Meng Bei challenged Jiang Chen earlier, they think Jiang Chen will definitely lose. However, Jiang Chen used a powerful refining technique comparable to the mid-7th stage of the innate, and defeated Meng Bei with one punch. And now, they thought Jiang Chen could not resist Xu Zi's sword intent. But Jiang Chen exploded with a sword intent even stronger than Xu Zi. A freshman who has just been admitted to the hospital, his physical training is outrageously strong, and his talent in kendo is so enchanting. This ought not to let people live. When everyone was shocked by Jiang Chen's overwhelming sword intent. Jiang Chen's sword intent was also condensed in midair into an illusory dragon shadow that was 5 to 6 feet long. With Jiang Chen's long sword swinging, Long Ying directly grabbed the oncoming phantom giant sword with his teeth and claws. Long Ying collided with the giant sword, making a loud noise in the air. The giant sword was shattered by the dragon shadow's claw, and at the moment when the giant sword was broken, Xu Zi's figure trembled in vain, his face suddenly paled, and the whole person knelt on the ground with a thud. Sword intent transforms into form. You actually realize the double sword intent. Xu Zi looked at Jiang Chen in horror, and also let out an unbelievable scream. His throat was sweet, red blood spurted from his mouth continuously, and then his eyes went dark and he passed out. Watching the situation on the stage, everyone in the square couldn't help taking a breath. Xu Zi is defeated. Moreover, he was defeated by Jiang Chen with a sword in the sword that he was proud of. Jiang Chen's talent in kendo was even more terrifying than his talent in physical training. The true meaning of martial arts has 3 realms. The first level is to condense the virtual and real, which can be condensed into a substantial attack. The second realm is true meaning transformation, which can be transformed into everything in the world at will, becoming lifelike. As for the third realm, it is almost a legendary realm that no one can reach. And just now Jiang Chen's sword intent turned into a giant dragon, which undoubtedly reached the point of sword intent transformation. A warrior of a mere innate realm had actually realized the double épée sword intent. What a terrifying and enchanting existence this is. This son's talent in kendo is really amazing. On the martial arts stage, the deacon was cold for a while before he recovered from the shock. His gaze towards Jiang Chen was also full of shock that could not be concealed. The true meaning of martial arts is illusory, and it is extremely difficult to understand. Being able to comprehend the true meaning of the first layer of martial arts in the innate realm is already a peerless genius. And to comprehend the true meaning of the dual martial arts in the innate realm, this kid is definitely the first person in the history of their Yanwang Wuwan. This kid's talent in kendo can be described as unprecedented. When everyone was stunned by Jiang Chen's double épée sword intent, Jiang Chen's long sword unfolded, and the proud voice resounded in everyone's ears again. Who else wants to challenge me? Just let it go. Chapter 247, Pills condensed with sword intent. Jiang Chen's proud words suddenly silenced the square, and the 10 or so Longbang students who challenged Jiang Chen couldn't help being inexplicably cold. I give up the challenge. I give up too. Looking at Jiang Chen standing proudly on the martial arts stage, wherever the 10 or so Longbang students dared to challenge, they all rushed to announce that they had given up the challenge. With Jiang Chen's innate fourfold strength, it was just a soft persimmon that they allowed to knead. In reality, they slapped their faces with a slap. Meng Bei, ranked 60th on the long list, was beaten by him. Xu Zi, ranked 46th on the dragon list, was also solved by him. This perversion is simply not something they can afford. It seems that all challengers have announced their abandonment of the challenge. Jiang Chen floated down from the martial arts platform and fell directly beside Meng Qingxie. He looked at Meng Qingxie, who still hadn't recovered from the shock, and couldn't help but smile faintly. Don't be in a daze, let's go. Do you really understand the double sword intent? Meng Qingxie stared at Jiang Chen blankly, her beautiful eyes also revealed incredible horror. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. My sword intent originally reached the peak of the first level, and then I realized a little in the Valley of True Meaning. Isn't it normal to break through the second level? Normal, you ghost. The last time he was in the Jianan Palace of Lingyun Wufu, Jiang Chen realized the intent of a heavy sword at a glance. This time in the Valley of True Meaning of Yanwang Wuwan, Jiang Chen also only glanced at it, and Jiang Yi was promoted to the second level. In the eyes of others, the true meaning of martial arts is understood, but this guy understands it as easy as eating and drinking. Is this something a normal person can do? Leave the square. Jiang Chen did not rush back to his residence, but took Meng Qingxie to the trading floor of Yanwang Wuwan. With the improvement of strength, Jiang Chen now needs to increase exponentially with every small realm he needs. He only relies on pill medicine to gain experience, and now he wants to improve a small level. He has to spend millions of spars to purchase materials to refine the pill. Even Jiang Chen couldn't bear such a terrifying consumption. Jiang Chen decided to buy some materials and set up a spirit gathering formation. With the dual bonuses of the spirit gathering array and the 100 times cultivation system, his cultivation speed should not be too bad. It is not difficult to find the materials for the arrangement of the gathering spirit array. It only took less than 10 minutes for Jiang Chen to gather all the materials he needed. Normally he was about to leave the trading floor with the purchased materials. A trace of sword intent, if there is nothing, did come from not far in front. This sword intent doesn't seem to emanate from a person. Is there something that contains sword intent here? With a move in Jiang Chen's heart, he strode towards the direction where the sword intent was exuding. Jiang Chen appeared at a booth 100 meters away. With his gaze swept across the booth, Jiang Chen's eyes quickly locked on a simple scroll. The sword intent he felt before was surprisingly emitted from this scroll. This scroll is a bit like a pill, but how can there be sword intent on the pill? Jiang Chen stared closely at the simple scroll, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. This is a formula condensed with sword intent. Just when I looked at the scroll carefully, Meng Qingxui's incredible exclamation suddenly rang in his ears. Chapter 248, A Treasure Hunter Came Out Halfway. Pills condensed with sword intent. Jiang Chen's heart was shocked. He tilted his head to look at Meng Qingxie. Do you know the origin of this pill? According to ancient records, a great power named Jiang Chen appeared in Daxia Kingdom thousands of years ago. This person has a double pill and sword, and his achievements in pill and kendo have reached an incredible level. It is said that the martial arts pills handed down by Jiang Chen are preserved with sword intent and can be immortal for thousands of years. Meng Qingxie looked at the scrolls on the booth. Her beautiful eyes also showed unconcealed shock. Use the sword intent to save the pill. With such an anti-sky method, looking at the 1,000-year history of the Great Sha Kingdom, only Jiang Chen can do it. The pill in front of me was definitely left by Jiang Chen. This pill is kind of interesting. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth lifted slightly, and he couldn't help but raise his head and look at the stall owner opposite the stall. The owner of this stall is a burly young man in his 20s. The burly young man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Even before Jiang Chen and the others came to the booth, they didn't mean to open their eyes at all. Friend, how do you sell this scroll? Jiang Chen glanced at the burly young man in surprise, then squatted down, reached out and grabbed the scroll. Call out. Just when Jiang Chen's palm was about to touch the scroll, a silver spear flashed out of thin air like a ghost, directly blocking Jiang Chen's palm. This scroll is not for sale. The burly young man opened his eyes in vain and looked at Jiang Chen. His faint tone seemed beyond doubt. With a move of his palm, Jiang Chen directly shook the burly young man's spear, and then quickly grabbed the scroll from the booth. He looked at the burly young man with a faint smile. I'm more interested in this scroll. You can make a price. Put things down for me. Upon seeing this, the burly youth instantly became murderous. He pointed at Jiang Chen with a long spear, and said coldly, I said that if I don't sell it, I don't sell it. Can't you understand human words? Look at it, someone actually clashed with Crazy Lei. I'm dizzy. I didn't expect that someone would really provoke this lunatic. This kid, I'm afraid it's going to be unlucky. The conflict between Jiang Chen and the burly young man also instantly attracted the attention of many people around him. They all watched Jiang Chen discussing, and their eyes showed a look of incomparable sympathy. Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to the comments coming from the surroundings. He looked at the burly youth lightly, his expression still very calm. You put the scroll here, it proves that you have the meaning of trading it. Tell me how you want to trade it. Jiang Chen played with the scroll in his hand and smiled at the burly young man. This scroll, I only trade with level 4 or more animal trainers. The burly young man said coldly, if you are not a beast trainer, just put things back where they were, and then immediately disappear from me. 4th rank beast trainer. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly, just as he was about to speak. A faint chuckle came from Jiang Chen's left side first. Haha, Brother Lei, I am also more interested in your scroll. I don't know if I am qualified to trade with you. There was a treasure hunter halfway through. Hearing this sudden voice, Jiang Chen's face couldn't help changing slightly. He followed the voice and saw a familiar young man striding over. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. Kong Mo, it turned out to be you. Chapter 249, A Piece of Rubbish, Dare to Show Off in Front of Me. This young man who suddenly appeared was no one else, but Kong Mo, the beast trainer Jiang Chen had met in Thunderstone City. The Moonscar Chamber of Commerce in Thunder Rock City. Kong Mo relied on his identity as a beast trainer to pretend to be forced in front of Jiang Chen, but he failed to pretend to be forced to be slapped. Jiang Chen even almost forgot about this guy. Jiang Chen didn't expect it. Kong Mo Hui was suddenly killed from the Yanwang Wuwan, and he also ran to compete with him for this pill. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to come to Yanwang Wuwan too. Kong Mo sneered Jiang Chen, his eyes couldn't help flashing a cold light. In the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce in Thunderstone City, the humiliation that this kid brought to him is vivid. Kong Mo had already secretly vowed that when he met Jiang Chen the next time, he must make Jiang Chen return 10 times. I didn't expect to meet you here. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, but I took my first look at this pill. You seem to be a bit late. Is it yours for you first? Kong Mo sneered. He directly faced the burly young man with a fist and said, Brother Thunder, I also hope you can trade this pill with me. The burly young man nodded and said, as long as Brother Kong can help me hatch a monster beast hatching egg, this pill is yours. This Kong Moyan Wangwu Academy is a famous animal trainer genius. If there is no help from Kong, his monster beast hatching egg may be able to hatch. After the burly young man finished speaking, his icy eyes turned directly to Jiang Chen. Boy, give you 1 minute to put down my prescription. In terms of order, I am ahead of him. On the skill of the trainer, he is just one of my defeated men. Jiang Chen said lightly, since he can deal with you, why can't I? The burly young man was taken aback for a moment. He looked at Jiang Chen incredulously. You said you are a 4th-rank animal trainer, but do you have a 4th-rank animal trainer badge? Kong Mo is a famous and talented animal trainer in Yanwang Wuwan. In Yanwang Wuwan, few animal trainers can outperform Kong Mo. How could this kid he had never heard of before him had the ability to defeat Kong Mo? 4th grade animal trainer badge, I don't have one. Jiang Chen pointed his finger at Kong Mo, but, at least his ability to train beasts is not worth mentioning in front of me. When Kong Mo heard Jiang Chen's words, an expression of anger suddenly appeared on his face. He slapped his palm on the pet bag on his waist, and a fiery red shadow sprang out of his pet bag. After the fiery red shadow fell in front of Kong Mo, his body size also rapidly increased. A huge lion 3 feet high also appeared in the sight of everyone. The hair of the lion's body is fiery red, the huge eyes are shining with lavender light, and the whole body exudes an extremely fierce breath. This lion is a blazing purple-eyed lion that has reached the 3rd stage high level. Jiang Chen, the best skill of a beast trainer is to train beasts. He stared at Jiang Chen with stern eyes. If you have a seed, let go of your tamed monster beast and come to a showdown with me. Jiang Chen cast a faint glance at the flaming purple-eyed lion, and a sneer of contempt immediately sounded beside Kong Mo's ear. Ha ha. The dignified 4th-rank beast tamer is just a 3rd-rank monster beast who has tamed a trash, and dare to show it in front of me. Chapter 250. As soon as the fire beast came out, it shocked the audience. Who is that kid, dare to speak wild words in front of Kong Mo? Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, many people around him instantly exploded. He is the freshman Jiang Chen who was ranked 46th on the dragon list before entering the Yanwang Martial Arts Academy. One of the people who knew Jiang Chen popularized science. Fuck, it turned out to be him. No wonder this name sounds familiar. Isn't this kid supposed to accept the challenge of Longbang students in the competition platform? How could he appear on the trading floor? Some students who didn't go to the challenge suddenly couldn't help showing a look of confusion. Half a month ago, Jiang Chen defeated Xu Zi of the same realm in the admission examination, replaced Xu Zi, and became the weakest student on the dragon list. Today, there are many Longbang students who have challenged Jiang Chen. From their perspective, this kid would have to peel off his skin even if he didn't die. How could he show up on the trading floor unharmed? That's because your news is too late. Jiang Chen beat the challenge of Meng Bei and Xu Zi in the challenge, which almost caused a sensation in the audience. A student who witnessed the challenge said in amazement, Hold the grass. No, this kid is so awesome. Cut. No matter how strong this kid is in martial arts, now he and Kong Mo are not in martial arts strength. The strength of martial arts does not mean that this kid is also capable of training beasts. Kong Mo is a genius for animal taming in Yanwang Martial Arts Academy, and is already a genuine 4th-grade animal taming master. What did this kid do against Kong Mo's flaming purple-eyed lion? When everyone was talking about it, Kong Mo also stared at Jiang Chen with a sullen expression. Jiang Chen, Shu wants to make a profit in front of me. If you have the ability, come and fight with me. The blazing purple-eyed lion is a 3rd-rank high-level monster with a very powerful combat effectiveness. An adult flaming purple-eyed lion is almost invincible among the 3rd-rank monster beasts. Even if he was promoted to the 4th-rank animal trainer. With the help of the elders of the family, he successfully tamed this adult flaming purple-eyed lion. And the kid in front of him was just from that small place in Lingyun Wufu. Even if his talent is outstanding, how about being promoted to Tier 4 animal trainer early? No identity, no background. He was destined to be impossible to tame such powerful monsters as the blazing purple-eyed lion. Jiang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to Kong Mo. He looked up at the burly young man on the opposite side, and pointed to Kong Mo indifferently. Is it right that as long as I solve him, you can trade the Dan Feng to me? The burly young man nodded and said, he is looking for an animal trainer to incubate the monster. Naturally, the stronger the animal trainer, the better. If this kid can really beat Kong Mo in the beast, he has no reason not to choose to trade with Jiang Chen. The burly young man was seen nodding. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense either. He reached out his hand and released the fire beast from the pet bag. Little Huo, get me out of the big lion opposite. Jiang Chen released the fire lin beast, pointed directly at Kong Mo's flaming purple-eyed lion and commanded. The fire beast lighted its cute little head, and its body expanded rapidly. In just a few moments, his size has caught up with the flame purple-eyed lion. It glanced contemptuously at the blazing purple-eyed lion in front of him, and a powerful force passed on the blazing purple-eyed lion. I saw the flaming purple-eyed lion knelt on the ground directly. It looked at the fire beast in front of him in horror, and even his body was trembling constantly. Seeing this shocking scene before me, countless people around were so shocked that their eyes almost fell off. Chapter 251, I have never looked down upon you like this, hiss. This. What kind of monster is this? Too awesome, right? Looking at the fire beast in the field, the people watching all around couldn't help but take a breath, and it was a long time to recover from the shock. They did not expect Jiang Chen turned out to be a powerful animal trainer. They didn't even think about it. The dignified, third-class high-level monster beast flame purple-eyed lion. After only one face, the monster beast that Jiang Chen released was trembling with fear. Fire Lin Beast. You. How can you own Fire Lin Beast? Kong Mo stared at Jiang Chen's Fire Lin Beast dully, and also let out an incredible scream. Trough. This turned out to be a fire monster. Kong Mo's incredible scream also made all the people onlookers dumbfounded. Huo Lin Beast. This is the legendary 6th-rank ancient beast. This ancient beast is said to have the blood of the sacred beast, the fire unicorn, and is the king of the fire monster beast. The blood pressure on its body is almost the nemesis of all fire monsters. Even this fire monster is far from reaching adulthood, but the blood pressure inherent in its body can still make the flaming purple-eyed lion obediently surrender at its feet. I have said that in my eyes, your flaming purple-eyed lion is nothing but rubbish. Now, you can take your trash and get out. Jiang Chen looked at Kong Mo with an unbelievable expression and couldn't help but said lightly. No, I haven't lost yet. You are still in the infancy of the fire beast, and you are no more than the strength of the 3rd-rank monster. My flame purple-eyed lion may not lose to you. Kong Mo roared grimly. He directly and quickly slapped a handprint at the flame purple-eyed lion, wanting to greet the flame purple-eyed lion to attack the flame beast. Even though Kong Mo tried his best, he couldn't make the flame purple-eyed lion overcome the fear of blood pressure. It still looked at the fire beast in front of him in fear, not daring to take a step beyond the thunder pond. Jiang Chen curled his lips in disdain. He didn't bother to pay attention to Kong Mo, and looked directly at the burly young man opposite and said, now you can rest assured to trade with me, right? Jiang Chen, you are just lucky enough to get a juvenile fire beast, relying on the blood of the fire beast to suppress my flame purple-eyed lion. What a real skill. Kong Mo shouted angrily with an iron face. I can get the fire beast, that is my ability. Jiang Chen glanced at him faintly. If you are not convinced, you can get a monster with a higher rank than the fire monster. Kong Mo snorted coldly. He didn't answer Jiang Chen, but looked at the burly youth on the opposite side. Brother Thunder, incubating monsters to hatch eggs, you can't have such a fluke as he obtained the fire monster. Presumably you don't want your monster beast hatching eggs to fail. Why don't you take out the monster beast hatching egg, and we will give you the hatching method. How about trading with whomever method you think is good? The burly young man said indifferently. Who can help me incubate the monster beast hatching eggs? I have no opinion on who the pill will belong to. It was seen that the burly youth agreed. Kong Mo suddenly looked at Jiang Chen provocatively. Jiang Chen, dare you to compete with me again? Hee. There is no me who dare and dare not, only I think and don't want to. I actually never looked into someone like you. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. If you want to compare, then compare. Chapter 252, You lost the face of the 4th-rank animal trainer. I want to see, what are you capable of not putting me in your eyes? Kong Mo smiled angrily. He directly said to the burly youth, Brother Thunder, please take out the monster hatching egg. As the core disciple of the Kong family of the animal trainer family, Kong Mo has been in contact with monster hatching eggs since he was a child. He even watched the entire process of the family elders incubating the 5th-stage monsters. Kong Mo believed, in the experience of incubating monsters, Jiang Chen is absolutely incomparable. With him, the burly youth is not talking nonsense. When he moved his palm, an oval monster hatching egg appeared in front of everyone. This is a cyan hatching egg that is about 1 foot long, and the whole hatching egg reveals of vicissitudes of life. Even the hard eggshells of the hatching eggs showed mottled marks under the corrosion of the years. This is a monster hatching egg that has existed for at least decades. Generally speaking, most monsters can hatch eggs in 3 to 5 years at most, as long as there is no accident. Even some monsters with a long incubation time will definitely not exceed 10 years. And this monster incubating egg, which has existed for decades and has not been hatched, is really very rare. Brother Thunder, is this the monster beast hatching egg you want to hatch? Kong Mo stared at the monster hatch egg taken out by the burly young man, obviously stunned. The burly young man nodded and said, "That's right. Brother Lei, your monster beast hatching egg has existed for at least 50 years. Under normal circumstances, as long as a monster beast hatching egg that has not been hatched for 10 years, it has basically become a dead egg. You monster beast incubating egg, I'm afraid." Kong Mo shook his head. Although he was only half of what he said, the meaning was self-evident. The burly young man categorically said, "My monster beast incubating egg will definitely be able to hatch. Brother Thunder, you monster beast incubating egg, I can't feel any fluctuations in life, it's already a dead egg." Kong Mo faithfully said, "In this world, no matter how powerful an animal trainer is, it will never be able to bring it back to life." Just when Kong Mo's voice fell, a chuckle of disdain rang in his ears. "Ha ha, Dignant 4 rank beast trainer, a living monster hatching egg, can be regarded as dead by you. The face of the 4th rank beast trainer is simply lost by you." Kong Mo's face suddenly chilled. He looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer. "A monster hatching egg that has no signs of life, don't you tell me that he can still survive. Who told you that if the hatching egg has no life fluctuations?" Jiang Chen said indifferently. "You didn't find out, you can only blame you for not being good at learning. Listen to your tone, are you able to hatch this monster beast hatching egg?" Kong Mo sneered with disdain. "If you can really hatch it, I will give you the last name." "You don't need to have my last name. Even censored like you want to have my last name. I can't afford to lose this person." Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, and then strode to the side of the burly young man. He watched the monster hatching egg in front of the burly young man, and profound handprints quickly changed between his palms. His faint voice also resounded in everyone's ears instantly. "Ancient royal beast, Taishu solves the spirit, solve it for me." Chapter 253, 2 Virtual Solution Spirit. When I first saw this monster hatching egg, Jiang Chen was prompted by the system and understood the method of incubating the monster egg. This monster hatching egg is not a dead egg at all. Kong Mo couldn't sense the life fluctuations of the monster hatching egg. That was because it was used by people to confine the spirit of the ancient beast art. Sealing spirits is a kind of thaumaturgy that seals the hatching eggs of monsters in the ancient beasts. It is precisely because of the existence of spiritual sealing. This monster hatching egg, which has existed for decades, could be preserved so perfectly. To hatch this monster beast hatching egg, you have to unlock the seal on the hatching egg. What Jiang Chen is currently using is the Taishu solution spiritual technique that he has understood after triggering 100 times of understanding just now. Jiang Chen used Taishu resolving spiritual art, and a series of mysterious handprints smashed into the monster hatching egg in front of him. Just less than a moment, Jiang Chen had already made 9 handprints in a row, and just when Jiang Chen's 9th handprint was printed, I saw a pattern of lightning flashing on the originally lifeless monster hatching egg, spreading like a spider web quickly. A wave of life like a heartbeat also slowly radiated from the monster hatching egg. Wow. There is a life fluctuation. A monster hatching egg that has existed for decades has been rescued by Jiang Chen. This is too awesome. After watching Jiang Chen's several handprints, the monster hatching egg miraculously restored its life fluctuations. The students who watched all around had their eyes widened with shock. They looked at Jiang Chen standing proudly in the field, and bursts of incredible exclamation came from their mouths. This kid, the martial arts talent is too awesome. Now even the talent of beast taming is so outrageous. The dignified beast taming genius of Yanwang Wuwan, Kong Mo, who has reached the 4th rank of beast tamer, was directly abused by Jiang Chen and turned into scum. Kong Mo was also stunned by the shocking scene before him. Since being beaten by Jiang Chen in Lei Shicheng last time, Kong Mo returned to the Yanwang Martial Arts Academy, and he has been devoting himself to the practice of animal taming techniques, breaking through the 4th rank animal trainer in one fell swoop. Kong Mo originally thought that he, who had broken through the 4th rank beast trainer, was already fully qualified to compete with Jiang Chen. But the reality is that he slapped him severely. He was once again completely killed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen can even save a monster hatching egg that has no life fluctuations. What an unbelievable method this is. Jiang Chen didn't bother to pay attention to Kong Mo's shock. He looked up at the burly young man beside him and said, "If nothing happens, your monster beast hatching egg can hatch in at most 1 month. Now I can take this pill." The burly young man nodded, and then said to Jiang Chen, "Today, I owe you Lei Haokong. You are welcome. I will solve the problem of this monster hatching egg for you. You give me this pill, and we all get what we need." Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and immediately collected the pill, then turned around and left the trading floor. Just as Jiang Chen turned around, a faint cold shout suddenly came from a distance. "Meng Xianxia, as a direct disciple of my Meng family, you are willing to become someone else's maid. My Meng family's face is completely lost by you, and you don't have to roll over to me." Chapter 254. No matter who you are, don't touch me. I heard this sudden cold shout. He looked up and saw 2 figures walking towards them in strides. In the shadows of these 2 people, Jiang Chen, one of them, was very familiar with him, and he was Meng Chen from the Meng family. And beside Meng Chen, there was a young man in white clothes with sword eyebrows and star eyes, arrogant. "Grass, isn't this Meng Yan, who is ranked 9th on the dragon list? Why did he come?" Seeing the sudden appearance of Meng Chen, many students around suddenly exploded. "Meng Yan, this is the top 10 peerless genius on the dragon list. On weekdays, the evildoers in the top 10 of the dragon list are all working hard to cultivate, and almost the dragons can't see the end." They obviously did not expect that Meng Yan would suddenly appear on the trading floor. "Have you seen the beauty next to Jiang Chen? She is Meng Xianxia, a direct disciple of the Meng family." Like a trough, Jiang Chen actually dared to accept Meng's direct disciple as a maid. This is too tough. Everyone admired Jiang Chen so much that they all cast a lot of ground. Meng family. The prestigious Daxia kingdom is the first martial arts family. In the Great Sha kingdom, every direct disciple of the Meng family was a superior existence, and almost no one dared to provoke them. But this fellow Jiang Chen was so good, he actually accepted a direct disciple of the Meng family as a maid. This guy is so awesome. The Meng Yan of the Meng family in front of him is not a simple character. They wanted to see how Jiang Chen would deal with Meng Yan, the top 10 powerful existence on the dragon list. "Meng Yan, what do you mean? My matter." Even the patriarch said no more. "Do you care too much?" Meng Xianxia frowned and looked at the oncoming Meng Yan coldly. "The patriarch just said that he would not interfere with your freedom, but he didn't let you be someone else's maid. Why are you following this kid so quietly now? Where do you put the face of my Meng family?" Meng Yan said with an unkind expression, "If you are more acquainted, leave this kid immediately." "You are crazy. Xianxia is my maid. She wants to leave me, so you have to ask me if I agree. What are you? What right do you have to let her leave me?" Jiang Chen glanced at Meng Yan lightly, then turned his head to Meng Xianxia and said, "Xianxia, let's go. You dare." Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't even put him in his eyes, Meng Yan couldn't help but suddenly cold. He shouted angrily, and his figure flashed in front of Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, what are you? Dare to be arrogant in front of me? Do you know who I am?" Meng Yan stared at Jiang Chen gloomily, with a cold murderous look in his eyes. "Who are you and what does it have to do with me?" Jiang Chen said coldly, "I don't care who you are, then don't move my people." "Okay, very good. You don't put my Meng family in your eyes so much, and you are trying to get involved with my Meng family's secret method of rising dragons. How can I forgive you today?" Meng Yan laughed angrily, and an extremely powerful aura burst out of him instantly. "The challenge rules of Longbang students, you should know better than me." Jiang Chen expressionlessly said, "Do it in private here, you are not afraid of being punished by the college." "HMPH, you don't want to use the rules of the college to suppress me. Even if you are punished today, I will definitely want you to pay a heavy price." Meng Yan's cold voice fell, his sharp claws pierced through the void, and he slammed Jiang Chen's throat. Chapter 255. I booked your 9th position on the dragon list. Fuck. Meng Yan made a move. Seeing that the angry Meng Yan acted directly at all costs, many people closed their eyes with unbearable expressions. Yanwang Wuwan ranked 9th in the dragon ranking, a genius who has reached the 9th level of strength. Such students are the top-notch existence in Yanwang Wuwan. Although Jiang Chen was already very enchanting, he was on the dragon list as soon as he entered the academy. Even in today's challenge, Jiang Chen defeated Meng Bei and Xu Zi in a row, and was firmly seated in the 46th position of the dragon list. But compared with Meng Yan, who is in the top 10 of the long list, the difference between this kind of strength is still not a star and a half. Jiang Chen stared at Meng Yan, who had made the move in vain. He was about to fight back when the burly young man beside him took the lead. He appeared in Jiang Chen's face in a flash, and his broad palm unbessedly grabbed Meng Yan's claws and firmly fixed it in midair. Lei Haokong, what do you mean? Meng Yan's face changed. He looked at the burly young man in front of him, and said coldly, "You and I have always kept the water in the water, so don't be nosy. I'm going." Lei Haokong has also taken action. Unexpectedly, Madman Lei would help Jiang Chen. This lunatic Lei ranks 8th on the long list, one place higher than Meng Yandu. There is a good show to watch this time. Seeing that Lei Haokong suddenly took action to block Meng Yan's attack for Jiang Chen, many people couldn't help but stare. "I am not interested in interfering in your matter." Lei Haokong let go of Meng Yan's palm casually, and the domineering voice resounded in Meng Yan's ears. "But, Jiang Chen is the person under my Lei Haokong. If you dare to do something with him, don't blame me for being rude." Meng Yan looked at Lei Haokong in front of him, and an angry expression flashed in his eyes. It's just that Lei Haokong ranks 8th on the dragon list, and his strength is only stronger than him. Moreover, when this guy started his hand, he was desperately looking for Saburo, and he was an out-and-out lunatic. Without being forced, Meng Yan really didn't want to have a head-on conflict with this lunatic. Meng Yan had to take a deep breath, suppressing his anger. He looked at Jiang Chen behind Lei Haokong with a sharp gaze. "Jiang Chen, aren't you arrogant? Don't hide behind others if you have a species. Hee. Which eye did you see that I had just avoided it? Let me hide behind others, at least you probably don't have that qualification yet." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "You can do it with me, but you should follow the rules of Yanwang Wuwan." "Okay, then I will follow the rules and challenge you in half a month." Meng Yan said provocatively. "Just do you dare to fight? Only the students with the lower rankings in the dragon ranking challenge the ones with the higher rankings, and the students with the higher rankings cannot refuse. On the other hand, the lower ranked students have the right to refuse. The top 10 characters on the dignified dragon list are going to challenge a 46th freshman. Do you want to be shameless?" Lei Haokong glanced at Meng Yan with contempt. "If you have that ability, please challenge me." "Brother Lei, thank you for taking action out of justice. But this is a matter between me and him, so I should solve it myself." He looked at Meng Yan calmly. His words uttered astonishing words, instantly resounding in everyone's ears. "Meng Yan, after half a month, let me challenge you. Your 9th position on the dragon list, I booked it." Chapter 256, Ningjian Shendan. Jiang Chen's faint words shocked everyone around him again. Jiang Chen not only took the initiative to challenge Meng Yan, but also threatened to reserve the 9th place in the Meng Yanlong list. A freshman who has just entered the Yanwang Academy of Martial Arts, it is enough to directly become a Longbang student. Now he has peeped into Meng Yanlong's 9th position. This Tamar is too exaggerated. Meng Yan said coldly. "I am waiting for you to challenge me in half a month." Now there is a lunatic Lei Haokong protecting Jiang Chen. Even if he is a strong action hand, he may not be able to do anything to Jiang Chen. Anyway, this kid has already challenged him by taking the initiative. After waiting for the challenge in half a month, he will let this kid know what it will be like to fight against him. Meng Yan. After Meng Yan finished speaking, he didn't wait for Jiang Chen to reply, and turned around in a big stride. "Although I know, you must have your own cards if you dare to challenge Meng Yan." However, Meng Yan's cultivation is in the early stage of the 9 and 8 levels, and he also comprehends the true meaning of wind and the true meaning of martial arts, and is extremely good at physical fitness. His speed, even I must be afraid of 3 points. If you play against him, you must be careful. Seeing Meng Yan's departure, Lei Haokong couldn't help but tilt his head to face Jiang Chen. "Thank you Brother Lei for reminding." Jiang Chen smiled faintly, then bid farewell to Meng Haokong, turned and left the trading floor. And after Jiang Chen left the trading floor, the news that Jiang Chen challenged Meng Yan, the ninth of the dragon list, spread in Yanwang Wuan like wings. All the students who got the news were shocked by Jiang Chen's aggressive behavior. Almost every freshman will have one or two enchanting geniuses who quickly reach the dragon list. But no one has ever been able to enchant like Jiang Chen. Once you enter the college, you are a Longbang student. For the first time facing the challenge of the Longban students, he lost his opponents in a row and took the 46th position in the Longban. This guy is going to challenge Meng Yan, who is in the top 10 of the dragon list, in half a month. This is so powerful. If Jiang Chen really defeated Meng Yan in half a month, that would definitely be the most abnormal existence in the history of Yanwang Wuan. When the outside world was very sensational because of the news that Jiang Chen challenged Meng Yan, Jiang Chen returned to his residence and studied the pill that was condensed with sword intent. "Xianxia, do you know how to check the contents of this pill?" After observing for a while, Jiang Chen didn't see why he came, so he couldn't help but raised his head and asked Meng Xianxia. "I don't know. There is no record in the ancient books to open this pill." Meng Xianxia shook her head. She hesitated slightly and said, "Since this pill is condensed with sword intent, why not try it with sword intent?" "Use sword intent." There was a flash of light in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he immediately used an épée intent to oppress Na pill. His sword intent was completely blocked by the sword intent on the Dan Fang. Jiang Chen's eyes condensed, and the double sword intent burst out directly. The sword intent on the Dan Fang suddenly shattered, and a strange message was also presented in Jiang Chen's sight. 4 rank high-level pill Ningjian Shen pill. This turned out to be an elixir that helps cultivate sword intent. Looking at the information presented in the Danfang, even Jiang Chen, who had always been calm, couldn't help but scream in surprise. Chapter 257. I have come to comprehend the true meaning of the wind. Pills that help cultivate sword intent. Upon hearing this, Meng Xianxia also showed incredible horror in her beautiful eyes. It took a long time for her to recover from the shock, and she couldn't help but let out a low murmur. Unexpectedly, the records in the ancient books are true. Jiang Wen innocently created a pill that helps to understand the sword intent. The true meaning of martial arts can only be understood and unspeakable, and most warriors realize that it is extremely difficult. Sword intent is one of the most difficult martial arts' true meanings. And this pill that helps sword intent comprehend cultivation is the most beautiful treasure that countless sword repairers dream of. Once the news of this Danfang spread, I am afraid that the entire Great Sha Kingdom will have to set off a censored storm. This time the transaction with Lei Haokong really made a lot of money. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. He was only a little interested in this pill condensed with sword intent, so he planned to trade it over and take a look. Who knew that there was a big surprise hidden in this pill recipe? He has the cheat device of the system. As long as he refines this condensing sword god pill, he can madly gain sword intent experience points by taking pills. If there are enough materials to refine the sword condensation pill, his sword intent will be promoted directly to the 3rd stage without any problems. Xianxia, you can help me buy the 2 medicinal materials Xuanxin Sacred Orchid and Devil Sword Spirit Grass, the more the better. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and he said directly to Meng Xianxia. The most important thing in refining the condensing sword god pill is the 2 rare materials, Xuanxin Holy Orchid and Demon Sword Ling Grass. As long as these 2 materials are sufficient, he can refine a large amount of Ningjian Shendan. Jiang Chen couldn't even imagine how terrifying his sword intent could reach. After Meng Xianxia went to search for Xuanxin Holy Orchid and Demon Sword Ling Grass, Jiang Chen started practicing with great concentration. In half a month, he will challenge Long Yan, who is ranked 9th on the dragon list. With his current strength, even if he tried his best, it would be very difficult to defeat Long Yan. Therefore, he must further enhance his strength in this half-month. Jiang Chen arranged the spirit gathering array in the courtyard, and gained experience points by practicing through the system's 100-fold experience bonus. On the other hand, Jiang Chen spent 10 million lower-grade spar to buy medicinal materials, and refined a lot of high-grade pill of grade 3 or higher to swallow. With such a 2-pronged approach, Jiang Chen's strength is also rapidly improving. Just half a month, Jiang Chen's cultivation has broken through 2 realms in a row, from the 5th innate level to the 7th innate level. In addition to the increase in strength, Jiang Chen also comprehended the Meng family's secret technique of rising dragons. Tomorrow is the day to challenge Meng Yan. With my current strength, it should be enough to defeat him. I heard that the kid understood the true meaning of wind, so why don't I go to True Meaning Valley to understand the true meaning of wind now, and I will play with him tomorrow. After Jiang Chen made up his mind, he got up and left the closed room. After leaving the room, Jiang Chen found that Meng Qingshe was still not in the courtyard. Although Jiang Chen wondered why Meng Qingshe hadn't come back for half a month, she didn't care too much. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen came to True Meaning Valley. Boy, you are not very lucky today. The sword intent of True Meaning Valley is now being enlightened. Come here tomorrow. The black-robed old man in Moria looked at Jiang Chen, who appeared in the Valley of True Meaning, and couldn't help speaking directly. Senior, I don't understand the sword intent. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, I have come to understand the true meaning of the wind. Chapter 258, Ding. You understand the true meaning of a heavy wind. You. What did you say? The black-robed old man stayed for a while. He looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief, and even wondered if he had heard it wrong. Senior, I want to enter the Valley of True Meaning and understand the true meaning of the wind. Jiang Chen saw the unbelievable appearance of the black-robed old man, so he had no choice but to repeat. The black-robed old man suddenly didn't say in a polite manner, Boy, don't you study the sword intent to learn about the true meaning of the wind? This kid, why is the true meaning of martial arts that he can comprehend if he wants to comprehend it? What's more, one's energy is limited. In this world, the vast majority of martial artists who have comprehended a kind of true meaning, even if they have spent their entire life, will find it difficult to cultivate the true meaning of martial arts to the perfect state. The boy's comprehension of the sword intent in front of him can be said to be against the sky, and there is absolutely hope that he can cultivate the sword intent to the highest level. But now this kid actually abandons the roots to the end to understand the true meaning of the wind. Isn't this really messing around? Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, Senior, it seems that the Yanwang Martial Arts Academy has no regulations. People who have comprehended the sword can't comprehend the true meaning of other martial arts. You know what a shit. It's a big taboo for warriors. If you can practice sword intent to the extreme, you will have benefited infinitely in this life. Why waste your energy on other martial arts' true intent? The black-robed old man said with a hatred of iron but not steel. This kid can be said to be a rare genius of swordsmanship in thousands of years. The black-robed old man didn't want this kid to go astray, and buried his kendo talent. It's okay, I have more energy anyway. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Senior, don't worry, even if I understand the true meaning of the wind, it will not affect the sword intent cultivation. The black-robed old man suddenly became very angry. Boy, it seems that you insist on understanding the true meaning of the wind. Okay, then I will give you 1 hour. If you can understand the true meaning of the wind, I will let you inquire into the 5 true meanings of the True Meaning Valley in the future. Otherwise, you will practice sword intent wholeheartedly for me, how about? He really didn't believe that this kid's comprehension of the true meaning of the wind could be as evil as the comprehension of the sword intent. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, and the corners of his mouth could not help but a slight curve was raised. He wanted to comprehend the true meaning of the wind, but it was a matter of blinking an eye. With the words of the old man in black robes, he will be able to comprehend all the 5 true meanings of his true meaning in the future. Hearing this, the black-robed old man didn't talk nonsense, and directly opened the teleportation array of the true meaning of the wind for Jiang Chen. The space where the true meaning of the wind is located is almost the same as the space where the sword intent is located. Jiang Chen glanced at it, his eyes fell on the crystal strange stone in the center. A picture of a green-robed old man displaying the true meaning of the wind and berserking his opponent with unpredictable speed was presented to Jiang Chen. Ding! You will gain 1666*100 experience by watching the power of the Divine Sea Realm display the true meaning of wind. Ding! You successfully comprehended the true meaning of a heavy wind. After watching the picture on the crystal strange stone, Jiang Chen undoubtedly understood the true meaning of a heavy wind. Moreover, the large amount of experience points he obtained this time directly made his true meaning of the wind reach a peak, only 1 step away from the true meaning of the double wind. Now he not only possesses a double sword intent, but even the true meaning of wind can completely crush Meng Yan. In tomorrow's challenge, what else will Meng Yan use to fight him? Chapter 259, Jiang Chen, come and fight with me. Comprehending the true meaning of the wind, Jiang Chen left the Valley of True Meaning in a flash. You. Why did you come out? The black-robed old man was shocked by Jiang Chen who came out. This kid unexpectedly ran out after only staying in True Meaning Valley for a few minutes, just like the last time he enlightened Sword Intent. Could it be that the comprehension of this kid in the true meaning of the wind can be as enchanting as the comprehension of the Sword Intent? Hee. Although I haven't stayed in it for long, I still have a little understanding of the true meaning of the wind. Jiang Chen chuckled, and an inexplicable mood radiated from his body. Jiang Chen's body seemed to melt into the wind. I saw him take a step at will, and the whole distance was several feet. The true meaning of the wind. And it is still very complete, the true meaning of the first wind. Looking at the true meaning of the wind displayed by Jiang Chen, the black-robed old man's mouth twitched, and the whole person was shocked and speechless. It is extremely difficult for others to understand the true meaning of martial arts. But what the true meaning of martial arts this kid seems to be able to comprehend only by reading it once. Freak. This Tamar is simply a freak that is rare in thousands of years. Okay, you can comprehend the 5 true meanings of Junyigu from now on. The black-robed old man waved his hand and directly ordered Jiang Chen to chase away his guests. You can get out of here now. This kid is too shocking. Jiang Chen smiled and thanked the black-robed old man, and then left True Meaning Valley contentedly. Jiang Chen simply ate breakfast and headed directly to the central square of Yanwang Wuwan. When he came to the square, it was already crowded. The top 10 students of the Yanwang Martial Arts Academy's dragon ranking are almost extremely powerful monsters, and they are rarely challenged. And this time challenging Meng Yan was a freshman who had just entered the Yanwang Wuwan. It is precisely because of this. Today's challenge almost attracted most of Yanwang Wuya's attention. Even many of the top dragon ranking students came to the square to watch the battle. Look at it, Jiang Chen is here. With the appearance of Jiang Chen, countless eyes on the square focused on Jiang Chen. He is Jiang Chen, it seems nothing more than that. To even want to challenge Meng Yan, it's just death. Looking at Jiang Chen who appeared in the square, Zhang Dao, who was ranked 13th on the long list, couldn't help but mocked with contempt. Zhang Dao, don't think that you have lost to Meng Yan, just think that others will be like you. Half a month ago, everyone thought Jiang Chen was inevitable, but as a result, he hadn't easily secured his position on the dragon list. Lei Haokong on the side smiled faintly. Why don't we make a bet? If Jiang Chen wins, you will give me the Bailing Holy Spring. If Jiang Chen loses, I will give you my share. Humph, how can Mengbei Shuzi and his ilk compare with Meng Yan? Zhang Dao snorted disdainfully. If he can insist on 10 moves in Meng Yan's hands, even if I lose. Just when Lei Haokong was betting with Zhang Dao, Meng Yan's figure appeared directly on the martial arts stage in the center of the square like a ghost. He stared sharply at Jiang Chen below, and his cold voice echoed over the square. Jiang Chen, you finally came. I'm waiting for this day, but I've been waiting for a long time. Stop talking nonsense, get out and fight with me. Chapter 260. I don't need a sword to defeat you. Are you so anxious to give me the 9th position on the dragon list? Jiang Chen chuckled lightly. His figure moved quickly like a teleport, and a few flashes appeared directly on the competition stage from the edge of the square. HMPH, what are you? You want my 9th position on the dragon list, do you deserve it? Seeing Jiang Chen who appeared in front of him, Meng Yan's expression was cold. A fierce murderous aura also radiated from him instantly. Seeing the two people on the stage of the competition, the deacon who was in charge of hosting the challenge quickly announced the start of the challenge. Jiang Chen, your biggest support to challenge me is the double sword intent. Show your double épée sword intent, this should be your only hope to defeat me. Otherwise, you probably won't even have a chance to fight back. Meng Yan looked down at Jiang Chen condescendingly, with a look of contempt in his eyes. Although this kid is a rare kendo wizard in the world, his sword intent has reached a double state. It's a pity that his own cultivation is too weak. Even if it is a double sword intent, it can't make up the gap between their cultivation bases, and it can't pose any threat to him. You too value yourself. To deal with something like yours, do I need to use the double sword intent? Jiang Chen stood with his hand in his hand, and said arrogantly, I don't need a sword to defeat you. As soon as Jiang Chen said these words, there was an uproar in the square. Everyone's gaze towards Jiang Chen revealed an incredible shock. In terms of cultivation base, Jiang Chen and Meng Yan are more than 10,000 miles away. In front of Meng Yan, Jiang Chen's only advantage was the double sword intent. But now this kid not only didn't use his double sword intent, he even threatened to defeat Meng Yan without a sword. Arrogant. This is nothing ordinary arrogance. Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, Meng Yan's eyes instantly turned gloomy. He screamed, and the majestic innate true qi turned into an illusory open sky palm and patted Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes condensed, and the sevenfold innate aura burst out instantly. His hands quickly formed seals. Secret of Shenglong, Kai. The aura on his body also rose rapidly at a strange speed in an instant. Jiang Chen's breath soared to 2 realms one after another, directly reaching the point of innate 9 layers. He looked at the oncoming giant open sky palm, directly and unceremoniously punched. A fist and a palm collided in midair. The horrible air waves swept away, and the figures of the two were all retreating several feet. I'm not mistaken, Jiang Chen actually matched Meng Yan. Jiang Chen's strength has reached the 7th level of innate strength, and coupled with the secret technique he used, it is no longer weaker than the 9 levels of innate Meng Yan. This is incredible. Unbelievable horror appeared in the eyes of countless students who were watching. A month ago, Jiang Chen is just a newborn with 4 layers. In just 1 month, his strength has even crossed 3 small realms, reaching the 7th innate level. Now, by virtue of the secret method, it is even more confrontational with Meng Yan, who is innate 9-fold. This kid, what a terrifying and enchanting existence. Chapter 261, Rolling Over You on the True Meaning of the Wind. You dare to practice the secret technique of rising dragons. Seeing Jiang Chen who had just hit the same blow with him, Meng Yan looked frightened and his eyes became increasingly cold. The secret of Shenglong is the secret of their Meng family. Even in the Meng family, only a few core disciples have the qualifications to practice. This kid actually dared to practice the secret method of rising dragons. It was just looking for death. Since this secret technique of Shenglong was lost to me by your Meng family disciples, then it is mine. Jiang Chen said lightly. Since it's mine, why can't I practice? My Meng family's secret method of rising dragons, how can you cultivate it? Meng Yan let out a cold snort. With a move of his hands, he also displayed the secret of rising dragon. It's just that although the secret of rising dragon is powerful and can greatly enhance the strength, there is no way to make Meng Yan enter the level of Kaiyuan realm. Therefore, Meng Yan's momentum stopped when he reached the peak of the 9 innate layers. Jiang Chen, don't die for me yet. Performing the Shenglong secret method, Meng Yan screamed and punched Jiang Chen like lightning. Facing Meng Yan's fierce attack, Jiang Chen's expression was extremely calm. When he moved the sole of his foot, he directly displayed the movement of the universe, and lightly avoided Meng Yan's fist. Now that his strength is at the first 9th level, the speed at which the universe moves has become even more unpredictable. Even if Meng Yan's strength had increased to the peak of the 9 innate layers, he still couldn't keep up with Jiang Chen's speed. After a few tricks, he couldn't hurt Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, do you think you can really compete with me by relying on this body technique? I'll let you know in no time, no matter how powerful the body is, there is nothing in front of me. Seeing that Jiang Chen still couldn't help but display the secret technique of Shenglong, Meng Yan couldn't help flashing a look of anger into anger. His eyes condensed in vain, and his whole body exuded an illusory mood. Next moment, he saw his speed skyrocketing several times in vain, and he appeared in front of Jiang Chen in a flash. After continuously deflating in Jiang Chen's hands, Meng Yan had already lost his patience. Meng Yan no longer had the slightest reservation, and directly displayed the true meaning of the wind to oppress Jiang Chen. The true meaning of the wind. This is a kind of martial arts true meaning that speed is supreme and superior to any martial arts. The warrior who understands the true meaning of the wind is not only unpredictable in speed, but also has the ability to suppress all martial arts. No matter how strong the body is, it is not worth mentioning in front of the true meaning of the wind. Jiang Chen looked at Meng Yan, who was showing the true meaning of the wind, with a playful smile on his mouth. He thought, the true meaning of the wind that was a bit stronger than Meng Yan burst out from Jiang Chen's body in an instant. The powerful true meaning of wind offsets all the oppression brought by Meng Yan's true meaning of wind. Jiang Chen's figure was like a flying catkin in the violent wind, and he floated a few meters away without being affected. You actually understood the true meaning of the wind. Meng Yan's expression changed drastically, and there was an inconceivable horror in his eyes. Even a person like you can understand the true meaning of the wind, why can't I understand it? Not only do I understand, but I can also crush you on the true meaning of the wind. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and the true meaning of the wind swept across the entire competition stage in an instant. And Jiang Chen's figure disappeared into place in an instant. Chapter 262, Ninth on the Dragon List. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen not only comprehended the sword intent, but also understood the true meaning of the wind. He was not under Meng Yan. This kid hides too deeply. I am afraid that Meng Yan is really going to be planted. It was seen that Jiang Chen exploded with a stronger wind than Meng Yan's true meaning. The shocked eyes of countless people almost stared out. And in the competition stage, Meng Yan looked at Jiang Chen, who had disappeared out of thin air. His expression suddenly changed drastically. He only felt an inexplicable chill, which spread from the bottom of his heart in an instant. Meng Yan never thought of it anyway. Jiang Chen even understood the true meaning of the wind, and his realm was much higher than him. His true meaning of the wind was completely suppressed by Jiang Chen. He couldn't feel the existence of Jiang Chen at all. Just when Meng Yan was horrified, a fierce punch came from behind him strangely. Meng Yan turned his head abruptly and saw Jiang Chen's fists widening rapidly in his pupils. Jiang Chen's sudden punch did not give Meng Yan any chance to react, and it hit him heavily. Meng Yan's figure trembled, and his whole body was kicked back several feet by Jiang Chen's punch. Before he could stabilize his figure, Jiang Chen appeared beside him like a shadow, and then he blasted out a punch. Jiang Chen moved the universe with the true meaning of the wind, almost at the extreme speed. Even at the moment, Meng Yan, who was at the pinnacle of the 9 and 8 levels, had no power to fight back in front of Jiang Chen's terrifying speed. Every time before Meng Yan was relieved from Jiang Chen's last punch, Jiang Chen's next attack would have struck again. The whole process. Meng Yan seemed to have become a sandbag, beaten by Jiang Chen on the martial arts stage, without any resistance at all. This situation did not last long. Under Jiang Chen's continuous thunder attacks, Meng Yan's state also became worse and worse. After about 10 strokes, Jiang Chen directly displayed the Xuanpin high-level martial arts Shenlong Podian Fist, and blasted Meng Yan from the competition stage with one punch. Meng Yan lost. It's incredible, Jiang Chen really defeated Meng Yan without a sword. This kid is really the first evildoer in the history of Yanwang Wuwan. Seeing Meng Yan falling from the competition platform, the whole person fell into a coma. On the huge square, he fell into a dead silence. It took them a long time to recover from the shock, and bursts of incredible exclamation came from their mouths. Jiang Chen not only reached the second level of sword intent, but also overwhelmed Meng Yan in the true meaning of wind. No one could even think of it. Jiang Chen really defeated Meng Yan without a sword, and ranked 9th in the dragon list. Seeing the shocking scene before him, Zhang Dao also let out an unbelievable roar. Zhang Dao is very clear about Meng Yan's strength. When he challenged Meng Yan, even if he tried his best, he was easily defeated by Meng Yan. He thought that Jiang Chen could not even hold 10 moves in the palm of Meng Yan. But he didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so perverted. Even without a sword, he still abused Meng Yan into a dog. Thinking of the bottle of Bailing Sacred Spring he had previously bet on with Lei Haokong, Zhang Dao only felt that his heart was bleeding. Chapter 263, Something happened to Meng Qingxie. Zhang Dao, I am willing to bet and lose, give me your bottle of Bailing Holy Spring. Just when Zhang Dao regretted it, Lei Haokong's faint voice rang in his ears. Faced with the famous Lei lunatic from Yanwang Wuwan, Zhang Dao naturally did not dare to sneer. He took out a quaint jade bottle and threw it to Lei Haokong. Zhang Dao even hated Jiang Chen in his heart. Had it not been for this kid Jiang Chen to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, why would he lose this bottle of Bailing Holy Spring that he had so hard to obtain to Lei Haokong? After Jiang Chen defeated Meng Yan by thunder, the deacon who was responsible for presiding over this challenge took a long time to come back and announce the result of the challenge. Jiang Chen successfully replaced Meng Yanlong ranked 9th. He is also the first peerless evildoer to kill the top 10 on the dragon list in 1 month since the establishment of Yanwang Wuwan. The challenge is over. Jiang Chen didn't stay too much on the competition stage either. He jumped directly off the competition stage, and then floated away under the admiration of countless people. Jiang Chen. Just when Jiang Chen walked to the edge of the square, a voice suddenly stopped him. He turned his head back with a puzzled look, and saw Lei Haokong chasing him. Jiang Chen was startled slightly. Brother Lei, are you looking for something to do with me? Congratulations on defeating Meng Yan and entering the top 10 of the dragon list. This bottle of Bailing Sacred Spring, I just won a bet with someone, and it's a gift for you. Lei Haokong said. He threw the Bailing Holy Spring he won from Jiang Dao to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at the jade bottle in his hand, and was shocked in his heart. Bailing Holy Spring. This is one of the 3 censored springs in the legend of Shenwu continent, with the magical ability to bring back the dead and reborn. The conditions for the birth of Bailing Holy Spring are very harsh. It is formed by the aura of at least hundreds of thousand-year-old elixir, and it is almost an existence that can be encountered but not desired. Jiang Chen didn't expect it either. Lei Haokong unexpectedly gave him such a precious thing. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smiled bitterly. Brother Lei, this sacred spring of Bailing is really precious. I said to you, then it is yours. I never took back the things I gave out by Lei Haokong. In addition, yesterday I met the third Prince Sha Zan in the imperial capital. He asked me to bring you a sentence. There is news about the profound heart sacred orchid and demon sword Lingkao you want, so you can go to the imperial capital as soon as possible. Lei Haokong said lightly, and without giving Jiang Chen a chance to speak, he turned and left. Hearing Lei Haokong's words, Jiang Chen's eyes condensed in vain. Only Meng Qingshe knew about the things he needed: Xuanxin sacred orchid and demon sword spirit grass. It stands to reason, since Meng Qingshe had news of these 2 medicinal materials, even if he couldn't bring them back, she should return to Yanwang Wuwan to find him. Not only did Meng Qingshe not come back, but Sha Zan, the third prince, asked him to bring news to him. It seems that this time Meng Qingshe went to the emperor's capital to search for the profound heart sacred orchid and the demon sword spirit grass. Without the slightest hesitation, he went directly to the internal affairs office to apply for a pass to enter and exit Yanwang Wuwan. Out of Yanwang Wuwan, Jiang Chen showed the true meaning of the wind and quickly swept towards the emperor Daxia. Just less than half an hour, Jiang Chen returned to the imperial capital and appeared at the gate of the residence of the third prince. He looked at the 2 guards at the door, and his cold voice resounded directly in the air. You two, let Sha Zan come out and see me quickly. Chapter 264. Don't do anything, just go to Meng's family to ask someone. Wait a minute, I'll go to inform the third prince. The 2 guards were no strangers to Jiang Chen, who had made a fuss at the gate of the 3 princes' mansion. They also knew that the distinguished guest in front of him was the third prince, so there was no daring to neglect. One of the guards said to Jiang Chen and hurriedly ran into the mansion. After a few minutes, the third prince Sha Zan strode out of the mansion. Brother Jiang Chen, have you returned to the imperial capital? Sha Zan looked at Jiang Chen, who was standing at the door, and couldn't help but greeted him with a smile. He said apologetically to Jiang Chen, last time the Jufu meeting martial arts, I left the imperial capital because of some things, and I didn't have time to congratulate you on acquiring wuxia. I also hope that brother Jiang Chen will not be offended. It's okay. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said straight to the door, the third prince, Meng Qingshe should have come to you before. How about her? It wasn't she who came to me, it was I who visited her. Sha Zan did not hesitate at all, and directly told Jiang Chen all the things he knew. When Meng Qingshe returned to the imperial capital, she had been serving Jiang Chen's Xuanxin Saint Orchid and Demon Sword Ling Grass. Just 2 days ago, Sha Zan found that there were a lot of profound heart sacred orchid and demon sword spirit grass stored in the royal family's treasury, and he just needed Jiang Chen's help. Sha Zan found Meng Qingshe. After Meng Qingshe got the news, she planned to return to Yanwang Wuwan to inform Jiang Chen. But at this moment, the Meng family suddenly appeared and forcibly took Meng Qingshe away. Just as Sha Zan wondered how to notify Jiang Chen, he happened to meet Lei Haokong of Yanwang Martial Arts Academy, and only then did Lei Haokong pass a message to Jiang Chen for him. Know the cause and effect of the matter. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. Do you know? Why did the Meng family force Meng Qingshe back? I don't know what the specific situation is, but it is said that the Meng family recently visited 2 very distinguished guests. They should be from the 3 sects. Sha Zan's face solemnly said, I suspect it should be related to this matter. 3. Hearing Sha Zan's words, Jiang Chen's brows couldn't help but frown. A person from Taishu sect. Shenwu continent is vast and boundless. Daxia Kingdom is located in the relatively barren and remote northern wilderness of the mainland. In this area of the northern wilderness, there are 9 countries that are almost the same as the Great Sha country, and they are called the 9 Northern Wilderness. The 9 kingdoms of the northern wilderness seem to control the entire northern wilderness, but the fate of the northern wilderness is not in the hands of the 9 countries. Those who really dominate the destiny of the northern wilderness are the 3 sects above the 9 countries. Tianyu sect, Shenjian sect, Taishu sect. Each of these 3 sects controls the power of the 3 kingdoms. They are high above, swaying the northern wasteland. And Daxia kingdom is one of the 3 countries within the jurisdiction of Taishuzong. It should not be. Sha Zan shook his head and said, "We are the royal family, the spokesperson of Taishuzong in the Great Sha Kingdom. If it is from Taishuzong, it is impossible to avoid us and go to the Meng family. Third Prince, thank you very much this time. Please do me a favor, tell Yue Yongzhou and Yan Qingshan for me, and say that I am waiting for them at Meng's house." Jiang Chen finished speaking, then turned around and left. Sha Zan was surprised. "Brother Jiang Chen, what do you want to do? Don't do anything, just go to Meng's house to ask for someone." Jiang Chen's cold voice fell, and his figure instantly turned into a violent wind, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Chapter 265. In this world, there is no place I dare not enter. Leaving the residence of the 3 princes, Jiang Chen soon came to a large and majestic mansion in the east of the city. Above the gate of this mansion, a huge bluestone plaque was engraved with the words Meng's Mansion in dragons and phoenixes, and between the lines there was a sharp breath. As the first martial arts family in the Great Sha Kingdom, the Meng family can be described as a crowded city, and there is an endless stream of people who come to the Meng family every day. In order to absorb fresh blood, the Meng family will recruit a foreign surname martial artist every once in a while. As long as someone with a foreign surname can pass the examination, they can become a disciple of the Meng family. Becoming a disciple outside the Meng family, this is undoubtedly the existence that many civilian warriors in the Great Sha Kingdom dream of. Every time the Meng family recruited disciples with foreign surnames, it attracted countless civilian martial artists. Today is the day when the Meng family recruited martial artists. The gate of Meng's family is naturally very lively. Jiang Chen glanced at it and found that hundreds of martial artists were lining up at the gate of Meng's family to register, ready to sign up for the assessment of disciples outside the Meng family. Jiang Chen was expressionless, and walked straight towards the gate of the Meng family. "Boy, what are you doing? To participate in the assessment of a disciple surnamed outside the Meng family, just line up for me honestly." At the gate of the Meng family, a warrior wearing Meng family costumes looked at Jiang Chen, who was walking straight forward, and could not help but shouted, "I'm not interested in the assessment of your disciples outside the Meng family." Jiang Chen said lightly, "I just came to the Meng family for someone." Jiang Chen's understatement suddenly caused an uproar around him. All the warriors who came to Meng's family to participate in the appraisal of disciples of foreign surname looked at Jiang Chen with shocked eyes. Trough, who is this kid, who dares to run to the Meng's house alone to ask for someone? He is Jiang Chen, the Wukui of the Jufu Association this year. Tisk tusk. A Wukui who is a martial artist in the 9 prefectures, dare to come to Meng's house to make trouble, isn't this looking for death? The Meng family warrior also sneered with disdain. "Boy, it turns out that you are Jiang Chen, Wukui of the Jufu Huiwu. But my Meng family is not a place where you can go wild, get out of here." Jiang Chen turned a deaf ear to the disdainful sneer of the Meng family martial artist. His eyes were cold, and the somewhat impatient voice rang in everyone's ears instantly. "I'll say it for the last time, I'm coming to my maid Meng Qingshe. Give you 5 minutes, and immediately notify the Meng family to hand her over. Otherwise, then I will go in and find someone myself." When Jiang Chen said this, everyone around him was shocked and opened his mouth into an O shape. Meng Qingshe. This is a direct disciple of the Meng family, and the first beauty of the Meng family. This kid actually said that Meng Qingshe was his maid, and he even ran to the Meng family's important person. Ha ha, a guy with a bare hair, dare to speak up here. If you have a seed, come and try the Meng's house. I can guarantee that today will be your death day next year. The Meng family warrior laughed wildly with disdain. "It's just a Meng family, what can I do if I break into you? In this world, there is no place I dare not enter." The cold voice fell, and Jiang Chen's figure disappeared in a flash. Chapter 266. Kaiyuan Realm Warrior, I will kill with one sword. Jiang Chen's speed was too fast, it was almost incredible. Everyone only felt a flower in front of them, and Jiang Chen's figure had appeared ghostly beside the Meng family martial artist. In his hand, the long sword that usually shone with a faint red glow quietly flashed out. With a random drag and cut, the long sword turned into a red light and flashed across the neck of the Meng family martial artist. Jiang Chen's movements changed from extremely fast to instantaneous stillness. I saw that Meng family martial artist fell to the ground with a thud, and a stream of red blood sprayed directly from his neck. Seeing that Jiang Chen killed the Meng family martial artist with a single sword, everyone around couldn't help taking a breath. Grass the grass, worthy of being the Wu Kui of Jufu Huiwu, he can kill the innate realm warrior with a single sword. No matter how genius he is, dare to kill the people of the Meng family at the gate of the Meng family, it is tantamount to seeking his own death. Oh, it's a pity a genius, today he is destined to die here. Seeing Jiang Chen killing the innate martial artist with a single sword, many people were amazed. More people couldn't help but shook their heads and sighed secretly. This is the first martial arts family in the Great Sha Kingdom. In this Great Sha country, almost no one would dare not give some face to the Meng family. This kid ran to the Meng family to make trouble, and now he killed an innate warrior of the Meng family as soon as he shot. What's the difference between such crazy behavior and seeking death? Who would dare to run wild in my Meng's house? Just when everyone was shocked by Jiang Chen's aggressive behavior, an icy shout came from the gate of Meng's house in an instant. Everyone followed the prestige and saw a one-armed young man stepping out of Meng's house. Behind him, followed by a black-robed old man who was about 50 years old. The eyes of the one-armed youth swept slightly. He looked at Jiang Chen who was standing with a sword, his eyes narrowed suddenly. Jiang Chen, why are you? Jiang Chen is no stranger to the one-armed young man who came out of the Meng family. It was Meng Xingyu who had been to Lingyun Wufu before he was cut off by Jiang Chen. Meng Xingyu, you came just right. Your Meng family has detained my maid Meng Qingxie. You can get someone to send him out quickly. Jiang Chen looked at Meng Xingyu who came out of Meng's house and couldn't help but said lightly. Jiang Chen, I was looking for you to settle accounts, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to send it to the door. There is a way to heaven, you don't go, but there is no way to hell, but you break in. You broke my arm in Lingyun Wuwan, and today I want you to pay back 10 times. Meng Xingyu laughed angrily, and his whole person instantly became murderous. He was also a rare genius in the Meng family, but because of Jiang Chen's broken arm last time, his status in the Meng family was greatly reduced. If this revenge is not reported, Meng Xingyu swears not to be a man. Old Luo, take this kid down for me. Meng Xingyu's eyes were cold, and he said directly to the black-robed old man beside him. The black-robed old man stepped out with a blank face, and the powerful aura of the Kaiyuan realm warrior suddenly radiated from his body. He looked down at Jiang Chen condescendingly. Boy, in front of the Kaiyuan realm martial artist, you don't have any chance to resist. Obediently, just grab it. How about Kaiyuan realm martial artist? The flame dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand was unfolded, and the domineering voice also shocked the hearts of everyone around him. I came to Meng's house today just to take away my maid Meng Qingxie. Who dares to stop me? Even if it is a martial artist in the Kaiyuan realm, I will kill it with a single sword. Chapter 267, A Shocking Sword. Grass. This kid is really not ordinary arrogant. A congenital realm martial artist wants to kill a Kaiyuan realm martial artist with a single sword. How is this possible? Crazy. I'm afraid this kid is crazy. Everyone was stunned by Jiang Chen's arrogant words. Although they have to admit, Jiang Chen is a rare martial arts genius. But even the most enchanting genius in this world is at best invincible in the same realm. It is almost impossible to cross a big realm and kill the enemy. Especially between Kaiyuan realm and Shantian realm, there is an insurmountable gap. Kaiyuan realm, a martial art level completely different from the Shantian realm. When the martial artist reaches the Kaiyuan realm, the innate true qi in his body has been completely transformed into Yuan power. This is a power that completely overrides innate true qi. In front of the Kaiyuan realm martial artist, the innate martial artist is like an ant, which is not able to withstand a single blow. No matter how enchanting Jiang Chen is, it is almost impossible for Jiang Chen to defeat the Kaiyuan realm powerhouse. Boy arrogant, if you can leave alive today, I will write my name Luo. Minghai upside down. The black-robed old man smiled contemptuously. With a big wave of his hand, his majestic vitality instantly turned into a black giant claw and grabbed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at the surging giant claws indifferently, but the picture that True Meaning Valley saw gradually emerged in his mind. In the picture, the situation in which Qingyun Sword Sovereign Gu Qingyun killed the 6th-rank monster beast with a single sword became clearer and clearer in Jiang Chen's mind. Although Jiang Chen still couldn't use Gu Qingyun's shocking sword, but Jiang Chen, whose sword intent had reached the dual realm, was also in that shocking sword, comprehending the essence of the use of sword intent. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, as if looking at the black-robed old man's giant claws as if nothing. Until the black-robed old man's vitality giant claw appeared on his head. Jiang Chen opened his eyes abruptly, and his whole person was like an unsheathed sword, exuding an extremely fierce aura. He raised his long sword and gently swung a sword at the giant claw above his head. Boom! With Jiang Chen this sword swung out. There are countless swords-wielding warriors all around, and the sabers on their bodies are constantly trembling. The bursts of clear sword chants were also endless in the air. Wow. What's the situation? My sword almost got out of control. Is this the legendary sword intent? What a strong sword intent, it has been able to induce all swords within 100 meters of radius. When everyone was shocked by Jiang Chen's sword, on Jiang Chen's seemingly unremarkable sword, a sword aura that blended with double-strength sword intent slashed directly on that vitality giant claw. Jiang Chen's sword fell, but there was no violent collision as everyone expected. The strange sword energy directly chopped that vitality giant claw in half with a single sword. After cutting off the giant claws of vitality, the speed of sword chi did not decrease in the slightest, appearing on the black-robed old man's eyebrows like a hole through the void. How can you comprehend the double-stroke sword intent? No. Seeing the sword energy that suddenly appeared in the center of his eyebrows, the black-robed old man suddenly saw his eyes split. And the desperate scream of the old man in the black robe just fell. Sword chi directly penetrated through the black-robed old man's forehead, and a red blood hole appeared in the black-robed old man's forehead. The voice of the black-robed old man stopped abruptly, and then fell to the ground with a thump. Chapter 268, Meng Tianeng, the young master of the Meng family. It was seen that Jiang Chen really killed the black-robed old man with a single sword. The surroundings suddenly fell into silence. Trough. I am not dazzling, am I? Jiang Chen actually defeated the Kaiyuan realm powerhouse with the strength of the innate realm, awesome. I didn't expect that he had realized the sword intent, and also reached the legendary double sword intent. It took a long time for everyone to recover from the sluggishness. They finally understood why Jiang Chen was so confident that he could kill the black-robed old man with a single sword. This is one of the true meanings of martial arts known for its fierce attacks. Even a warrior who understands the intent of a heavy sword can be invincible at the same level, or even leapfrog to kill the enemy. And the legendary double épée sword intent is many times stronger than the one épée intent. Double sword intent, that is, it can ignore the realm gap and transcend the realm to kill the strong. How could it be possible? Watching Jiang Chen kill the black-robed old man with an understatement. Meng Xingyu's expression also instantly became horrified. He stared at Jiang Chen dully, and couldn't help but let out an unbelievable scream. This black-robed old man, but the Qing elder of their Meng family, a real Kaiyuan realm powerhouse. A dignified Kaiyuan realm powerhouse was killed by Jiang Chen like this. This kid. How could the evildoer reach such a terrible point? Meng Xingyu was in horror. Just when he was about to send a signal to let the masters of the Meng family come out to help. A long sword with flashing red light appeared on his neck like a ghost, directly causing his entire body to stiffen instantly. Meng Xingyu suddenly looked up. He looked at Jiang Chen, who had appeared in front of him for some time. His expression instantly became horrified. Jiang Chen, I am the core disciple of the Meng family. If you dare to move me, the Meng family will definitely not let you go. Ha. Is the Meng family great? If I'm afraid of your Meng family, I won't be here today. Jiang Chen sneered disdainfully. If you don't want to die, take me to see Meng Qingshe. What an arrogant kid, what a wukui who is capable of martial arts in 9 prefectures. I want to see, what qualifications do you have to not put my Meng family in your eyes? Just as Jiang Chen's voice fell, a cold shout came from Meng's house in an instant. I saw a handsome young man who relied on gorgeousness, slowly appeared in front of everyone surrounded by a group of people. The handsome young man looked at Jiang Chen, who was holding a sword on Meng Xingyu's neck, and his eyes froze. Jiang Chen, You are really arrogant enough to come to my Meng's house to be wild. Jiang Chen cast a faint look at him. Who are you again? I am Meng Tianong, the young master of the Meng family. The handsome young man stared at Jiang Chen with stern eyes. Put down your sword, then obediently kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. I can also consider sparing a whole body of you. Grass. Even Meng Tianong, the young master of the Meng family, has appeared. Not only the young master of the Meng family, the two elders behind him seem to be elders in the Kaiyuan realm of the Meng family. Now Jiang Chen is making a big fuss. Watching Meng Tianong, the young master of the Meng family, showed up with a group of strong men in the Meng family. Many people couldn't help but shook their heads secretly. With Jiang Chen's terrifying martial arts talent, he could have a promising future. But he just ruined his great future for a woman. Even if this kid possesses Kaiyuan realm's combat power, he will definitely die today. Chapter 269. Do you use power to overwhelm others? So will I. To the voices of discussion around, Jiang Chen ignored it at all. He looked at Meng Tianong lightly, a sneer at the corner of his mouth. What are you? You want me to put down my sword and kneel and beg for mercy? Do you have that qualification? I'll say one last time, if your Meng family is more acquainted, you will obediently hand over my maid Meng Xianxia. Otherwise, I will kill you in Meng's house today, until you are willing to hand over. Meng Tianong's eyes were cold, and his whole person instantly became murderous. You try to move my Meng family again. Jiang Chen looked cold. His flame dragon sword that was on Meng Xingyu's neck was pulled neatly, leaving a red blood line directly on Meng Xingyu's neck. Meng Xingyu's body had already collapsed to the ground with a thud, and there was no longer any breath of life. It was seen that Jiang Chen actually killed Meng Xingyu with a straight sword in front of him. Meng Tianong's eyes instantly became extremely harsh, and his cold voice resounded in midair. 3 elders, give me abolish him. Following Meng Tianong's words, an old man in white robe behind him also stepped out suddenly. This white-robed old man is exactly Meng Yuanji, the 3rd elder of the Meng family, a peerless strong man who has reached the 7th level of Kaiyuan. Boy, you are too much. If you don't give you some color today, how can my Meng family gain a foothold in Daxia? Looking at Jiang Chen, Meng Yuanji exuded a fierce murderous aura. Tisk tusk, I thought you, the young master of the Meng family, are so great. It turns out that you are just a trash that relies on the elders to suppress others. Jiang Chen looked at the white-robed old man in front of him, and couldn't help but said sarcastically. I heard Jiang Chen's words. Meng Tianong's face suddenly became a little unpleasant. When he came out just now, he had already seen Luo Minghai's body. This also means that Jiang Chen has the strength to kill Kaiyuan realm martial artists. Although his strength has reached the 9th and 8th level, he is far from being able to match the martial artist of the Kaiyuan realm. How dare he go up and fight Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen, as the young master of the Meng family, I can dominate others with my strength. He sneered and said, I just suppressed you today, so what can you do with me? Hee, do you think there is only you in this world? Isn't it just overpowering people? I will too. He looked back directly at a place behind him, and smiled faintly. Brother you, when do you plan to see the show? Ha ha, brother Jiang Chen deserves to be someone who understands the double épée sword intent. You didn't expect that this would be discovered by you. As Jiang Chen's voice fell, a hearty laughter also instantly sounded in everyone's ears. I saw a middle-aged man strode towards the gate of Meng's house, and just a few flashes appeared beside Jiang Chen. Yueyangzhou. Seeing this middle-aged man who suddenly appeared, the 3rd elder of the Meng family Meng Yuanji couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Yueyangzhou smiled faintly. Meng Yuanji, you dignified the 3rd elder of the Meng family. It is not too shameful to take action against a junior. Yueyangzhou, this is a matter between our Meng family and this kid. You'd better not interfere. Meng Yuanji snorted coldly. Even if your Moonscar Chamber of Commerce comes forward today, I'm afraid you won't be able to protect him. Then add me. Just as Meng Yuanji's voice fell, an old voice came from a distance. Chapter 270. Kill until you are willing to hand over. The sudden old voice also stunned everyone again. They followed the reputation and saw a white-haired old man wearing an alchemy robe slowly approaching. On the chest of this white-haired old man, a gleaming 6th-grade alchemist badge looked very dazzling. Trough. Isn't this the 6th-rank alchemy master Yan Qingshan? It's no wonder that Jiang Chen dared to come to Meng's house so blatantly to make trouble. It turns out that there are some great people behind him. Tisk tusk. I'm afraid there will be a good show now. Seeing the sudden appearance of Yueyongzhou and Yan Qingxian, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed unbelievably. They didn't expect that Jiang Chen could invite Yueyongzhou and Yan Qingxian to support him. One of these two is the third elder of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, and the other is a 6th-rank alchemy master who is renowned in the Great Sha Kingdom. The identity of any one of them is enough to make the Meng family jealous. Now the two have joined forces to protect Jiang Chen. Even if the Meng family wants to take action against Jiang Chen, I am afraid they have to weigh it. Looking at the two people in front of him, Meng Yuanji's eyes couldn't help but show a solemn look. 1 month, the third elder of the Chamber of Commerce, Yueyongzhou, is already very difficult. Now, even the 6th-rank alchemy master Yan Qingxian has also appeared. If you really offend the two people in front of you, even their Meng family may not be able to endure it. Elder Yu, Master Yan. Jiang Chen not only meddles in the secrets of the Meng family, but now also kills me from the Meng family. Today, if my Meng family doesn't show him the color, what face will I have in the future to establish a foothold in Daxia? Meng Tianeng said, walking directly to Meng Yuanji's side. He held a fist to Yueyongzhou and Yan Qingxian and said, I also hope that the two seniors can give me the Meng family's face and don't interfere in this matter. Haha. What a great family of martial arts in the Great Sha Kingdom, it really is very powerful. Jiang Chen is the elder catching of my Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, and your Meng family acted on my elder catching of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. You still have the face to want me to give you face. Yueyongzhou sneered coldly, his domineering voice resounding directly in the air. Today, if your Meng family dares to touch Jiang Chen's hair, it is an enemy of my Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Yan Qingxian also stared at Meng Tianeng with an ugly expression, exuding this cold breath all over his body. Boy, my Yan Qingxian brother, you can't move the Meng family if you want to. Even if I don't give you the face of the Meng family today, what can you do to me? With the domineering words of Yueyongzhou and Yan Qingxian, Meng Tianeng's expression instantly became extremely difficult to look at. Meng Tianeng was about to speak, but Meng Yuanji directly stopped him. Jiang Chen, for the sake of Yueyongzhou and Yan Qingxian's face, my Meng family doesn't care about you today, so leave quickly. Meng Yuanji glanced at the opposite Jiang Chen, and said coldly. Seeing that Yueyongzhou and Yan Qingxian were determined to protect Jiang Chen, Meng Yuanji had to compromise. These two guys are not simple characters. If it is for Jiang Chen to completely offend the two in front of him, this is definitely not a wise choice for the Meng family. Your Meng family doesn't care about me, doesn't mean I don't care about you. I will leave, but not now. When Jiang Chen said this, his tone was in vain, and his whole person instantly became murderous. If you want me to leave, then hand over my maid Meng Qingxie. Otherwise, then I will commit suicide and enter your Meng's house until you are willing to hand over. Chapter 271, Kill One with One Sword. Jiang Chen, don't think that you have Yueyongzhou and Yan Qingxian to support you. My Meng family really can't help you. Meng Yuanji's eyes were cold. Don't toast or eat fine wine. Jiang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to Meng Yuanji. He tilted his head towards Yueyongzhou and Yan Qingxian and smiled and said, Two brothers, I wonder if you can go to Meng's house with me. Haha, brother Jiang Chen, what do you want to do? Just do it. If the old guys of the Meng family dare to bully the little ones, I and Elder Yan will naturally not stand by. Yueyongzhou laughed arrogantly and dryly. Although the Meng family is known as the first martial arts family in the Great Sha Kingdom, it is no longer what it used to be. The strength of their Yuehan Chamber of Commerce is not necessarily weaker than the Meng family. What's more, there is Yan Qingxian, a 6th-rank alchemy master who is famous in the Great Sha Kingdom. As long as Yan Qingxian ascended the heights with a cry, the power gathered would probably tremble in the entire Great Sha Kingdom. With the two of them here, why is this Meng family afraid? Elder Yu is right, just do whatever you want. My Yan Qingxian has been in the Great Sha Kingdom for so many years, and I have never been afraid of anyone. Yan Qingxian also smiled proudly, not paying attention to the Meng family. Thank you two brothers. Jiang Chen smiled and said to the two of them, his eyes were also directly at the opposite Meng Yuanji. The flame dragon sword in his hand was slightly unfolded, and his cold voice instantly resounded through the world. I said one last time, hand over my maid Meng Qingxie, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. When Jiang Chen said this, Meng Yuanji, who was on the other side, was completely angry. Looking at the face of Yue Yongzhou and Yan Qingxian today, he was already patient, but he didn't expect Jiang Chen to dare to make an inch. Not to mention that Meng Qingxie is no longer in Meng's house now. Even if they were still there, they would never give Meng Qingxie to Jiang Chen as a maid. The dignity of the first martial arts family in the Great Xia Kingdom is definitely not easy to desecrate. Jiang Chen, since you must die, then I will fulfill you. Meng Yuanji laughed extremely angrily. The 7 layers of Kaiyuan's terrifying aura also burst out instantly. Old guy, I said, we are here today, you can't bully the small. Yan Qingxian snorted coldly. With a flash of his figure, he stood in front of Meng Yuanji. If you want to do it, I will be with you. The breath of Yueyang Prefecture was also directly locked on another Kaiyuan realm powerhouse of the Meng family. It can be seen that the 2 Meng family Kaiyuan strongmen were restrained by Yan Qingxian. Jiang Chen's long sword pointed at Meng Tianeng from afar, and his cold voice was also instantly passed into Meng Tianeng's ears. Meng Tianeng, whether to hand over Meng Qingxie or die, you can choose one yourself. The one I saw to die is you. Meng Tianeng's eyes flashed with cold light, and angrily shouted at the several Meng family martial artists beside him, get this kid down for me. After hearing Meng Tianeng's order, the several Meng family martial artists rushed toward Jiang Chen aggressively. These Meng family martial artists are all innate realm martial artists, and even the aura of 2 of them has reached the point of 9 innate levels. Facing the siege of several congenital warriors, Jiang Chen looked calm. His figure flashed and appeared directly in front of a warrior like a ghost. On the Yanlong sword, a sharp sword aura barely gave the warrior any time to react, and it had already penetrated his throat. Killing the warrior with a sword, Jiang Chen's figure once again disappeared. Before everyone recovered, another Meng family martial artist had fallen under Jiang Chen's sword. Chapter 272, Emperor Xia is here. Jiang Chen killed 1 person with just 1 sword. In just a few tens of seconds, several Meng family martial artists were killed by Jiang Chen with a sword without exception. Song. As expected, he is an enchanting evildoer who understands the intent of the double épée sword, really awesome. Isn't this normal? Even the martial artists in the Kaiyuan realm can be killed by him with a single sword, not to mention the innate martial artists in front of me. The Meng family. This time I am afraid I will be planted in Jiang Chen's hands. Seeing that Jiang Chen was like chopping melons and vegetables, he solved several Meng family warriors by underlining. Many people around are sympathetic to the Meng family. Jiang Chen is backed by 2 big figures, Yue Yongzhou and Yan Qingxian, and the Kaiyuan realm powerhouse of the Meng family can't move Jiang Chen at all. And under the Kaiyuan realm, Jiang Chen is almost invincible. Who in the Meng family can win Jiang Chen? After eliminating several Meng family martial artists, Jiang Chen looked directly at the opposite Meng Tianeng with indifferent eyes. With a movement of his figure, the sword that contained the double épée sword intent locked Meng Tianeng in an instant, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at the center of Meng Tianeng's brow. Meng Tianeng's expression instantly became horrified. As the young master of the Meng family, Meng Tianeng has already reached the 9th level of innate strength under the full training of the Meng family. Only at this moment, under the pressure of Jiang Chen's second heavy sword intent, Meng Tianeng only felt that his body and mind were bound, and he had completely lost the power to resist. Just when Jiang Chen's sword was about to pierce Meng Tianeng's eyebrows. Beside Meng Tianeng, a strange spatial fluctuation appeared out of thin air. A figure flashed directly from the void, and Jiang Chen's sword tip, which was less than 3 inches from the center of Meng Tianeng's eyebrows, also stopped in midair instantly, and it was hard to get in any more. A faint cold snort sounded in Jiang Chen's ear. Boy, the sight of my Meng family can't tolerate you so presumptuous. This is a strong pill condensate. Jiang Chen's eyes shrank suddenly. The true meaning of the one heavy wind and the movement of the universe were displayed almost at the same time, and instantly opened 100 steps away from the figure that suddenly appeared. Home, Patriarch. Meng Tianeng raised his head and looked at the person beside him, suddenly surprised. Looking at this figure that suddenly appeared out of thin air, even Yue Yongzhou and Yan Qingxian had a solemn expression in their eyes. The patriarch of the Meng family, Meng Jianshan, is one of the few in the pill condensation realm in the Great Xia Kingdom. In the Great Xia Kingdom, where the Divine Sea realm has not been seen for hundreds of years, the condensed pill realm is the true pinnacle of existence. Meng Jianshan, I didn't think that you, an old monster who has not been born for 10,000 years, actually appeared. Yan Qingxian stared closely at Meng Jinshan, and said solemnly, Yan Qingxian, I see everything in my eyes today. This son dares to be so wild in my Meng family, I will kill him, even you can't stop me. Meng Jinshan's faint voice fell, and his figure appeared in front of Jiang Chen out of thin air. Meng Jinshan, dare you? Seeing Meng Jinshan directly attack Jiang Chen, Yan Qingxian was immediately furious. Although he is a 6th-rank alchemy master, but the martial arts strength has always been Kaiyuan 9, how can he stop Meng Jinshan from shooting Jiang Chen? Hee. Meng Jinshan, I think you really have been getting better and better over the years. The dignified patriarch of the Meng family, a strong person in the pill condensation stage, is even embarrassed to do something against a junior. Jiang Chen is a person protected by the emperor. If you dare to do something with him, don't blame the emperor for being rude. An extremely majestic voice blasted abruptly in the air. Emperor Sha. Meng Jinshan heard this voice, his expression suddenly changed. Chapter 273. Intimidate the strong man in the Dan realm. Hear this sudden sound. The claws that Meng Jinshan grabbed towards Jiang Chen suddenly stopped in midair. As soon as he looked up, he saw a domineering middle-aged man wearing a golden dragon robe, ghostly appearing in midair. The person here is not someone else, it is the Emperor Shachong who is now in charge of the Great Sha Kingdom. I am not dazzling, am I? Unexpectedly, even Emperor Sha had visited today. This guy Jiang Chen is really not an ordinary man, he can ask Emperor Sha to censor him. Seeing the man in the golden robe standing proudly in the air, everyone was stunned in shock. Emperor Sha, this matter is my Meng family's private matter and has nothing to do with your royal family. Are you too lenient? Meng Jinshan stared closely at Sha Chong in midair, and his complexion couldn't help but sink. Emperor Sha Tianchong, a peerless figure who has been in charge of the Great Sha Kingdom for many years. Although Sha Chong was in the condensed pill realm just like him. But for the Emperor of the Great Sha Kingdom, Meng Jinshan had an instinctive jealousy in his heart. Ha, this is the Emperor's Great Sha country, what are the things that the Emperor cannot control? Sha Chong laughed, he looked down at Meng Jinshan condescendingly. Today, the Emperor Jiang Chen is in Baoding. If you are not convinced, you can try it. Sha Huang, don't go too far. Do you really want to go to war with my Meng family for this kid? Meng Jinshan's expression turned cold. My Meng family is not a soft persimmon for you to need. If you insist on being an enemy of our Meng family, I am afraid that your royal family will not get any benefits. Meng Jinshan, the emperor has been in the Great Sha country for so many years, and no one has ever threatened me. Today's matter, since Jiang Chen's grievance with your Meng family junior, let them resolve it by themselves. Whoever of you older men in the Meng family dares to intervene, this emperor sees one kill one. Sha Chong calmly looked at Meng Jinshan below, and his faint voice seemed domineering. Meng Jinshan's face instantly became gloomy when he heard Sha Chong's words. Although Jiang Chen had only 7 innate strengths, he was a peerless evildoer who understood the true meaning of a heavy wind and the intent of a double sword. Not only is there no one in the Shantian realm that is Jiang Chen's opponent, even some weaker Kaiyuan realm can hardly compete with him. How can the Meng family suppress Jiang Chen if there is no action by the older generation? Patriarch Meng, I came to Meng's house today just to take away my maid Meng Qingxie. As long as you hand over the people, I immediately turn around and leave. Otherwise, I can only rely on the sword in my hand to personally go to your Meng family to find someone. Jiang Chen showed his flame dragon sword. He took a step forward, and a faint voice rang in Meng Jinshan's ears. Meng Jinshan's expression instantly turned ugly to the extreme. His majestic patriarch of the Meng family, a peerless powerhouse in the pill condensation stage, was actually threatened by a junior. Meng Jinshan was very angry. But in the face of the eyes of Sha Chong and others, the older generation of their Meng family had no way to attack Jiang Chen. Among the younger generation of the Meng family, no one can cure Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen were allowed to upset the Meng family with one sword and a single man, this would definitely be the greatest shame in the history of the Meng family. Meng Jinshan's eyes changed uncertainly for a while. He still suppressed the anger in his heart and compromised under the threat of Jiang Chen. Tian Heng, let people call Meng Qingxie out. It is up to her to decide whether she leaves or stays. Chapter 274. If something happens to her, I will kill you. As soon as Meng Jianchen said this, the surroundings fell into a deadly silence. Everyone looked at the situation in front of them with shocked faces, and it was difficult for them to recover for a long time. It's not that they haven't seen the great people in this world. But I have never seen anyone who can be as powerful as Jiang Chen. A trivial congenital warrior dared to intimidate the Meng family's condensed pill realm powerhouse at the gate of the Meng family. What makes them most incredible is, the pill condensation realm powerhouse of the Meng family finally chose to compromise under the intimidation of Jiang Chen. This to Mars is too awesome. Home, patriarch, what did you say? Meng Tianong stared at Meng Jianchen blankly, his face also showed an unbelievable look. Meng Jianchen's expression sank. I asked you to ask Meng Xianxia to come out. Didn't you hear? As the patriarch of the Meng family, one of the few in the pill condensation realm of the Great Xia Kingdom, why does Meng Tianong want to compromise under the coercion of Jiang Chen? It's just that Jiang Chen's energy is too strong. The royal family of the Great Xia Kingdom, the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, and Yan Qingshan, no matter which one of these three parties, is not an easy existence. If only one of them supported Jiang Chen, the Meng family might not be afraid. But now that these three parties all stepped forward to protect Jiang Chen, he also had to choose to compromise. If he insists on taking action against Jiang Chen now, the three parties might join forces against the Meng family. At that time, I am afraid that the Meng family will really fall into a disaster. Patriarch, Meng Xianxia is not in Meng's house now. Facing the angry Meng Jianchen, Meng Tianong had to bite the bullet and said, she has been taken away by the people of Tianyu sect. What did you say? Meng Jianchen's face changed suddenly. The people of the Tianyu sect were interested in Meng Qingshui's affairs, Meng Jianchen naturally knew. But Daxia Kingdom belongs to Taishuzong's territory. If the Meng family rashly contacted Tianyu sect, not only would it not be beneficial, but it might also bring disaster to the Meng family. Precisely because of this, when Tianyuzong asked him for someone, he tactfully refused. He did not expect that Meng Tianong was so courageous that he reached an agreement with the people of Tianyu sect. He was even a little skeptical at the moment. Sha Chong came to Meng's house in person this time, ostensibly to support Jiang Chen, but in fact he came for this matter. Meng Jianchen, it seems that your Meng family really has contacts with Tianyu sect. The faint cold snort of the summer sky in midair instantly reached Meng Jianchen's ears. Emperor Sha, don't spit people. I will thoroughly investigate this matter, and I will definitely give you and Tai Zuzong a satisfactory explanation. After Meng Jianchen finished speaking, he looked directly at Jiang Chen. Boy, you heard that too. Meng Qingshui is not in Meng's house now. If you don't believe me, you can go in and find her by yourself. Jiang Chen ignored Meng Jianchen. He stared at Meng Tianong with cold eyes. You let Tianyuzong take Meng Qingshui. Meng Tianong snorted coldly. Yes or not, this is all my Meng family's business, and it has nothing to do with you. With Meng Jianchen beside him, Meng Tianong really didn't believe that Jiang Chen could kill her in front of Meng Jianchen. You better pray that Meng Qingshui will be fine in Tianyu sect. Jiang Chen stared at Meng Tianong indifferently, but his faint voice was filled with cold killing intent. If something happens to her, even if you hide in the end of the world, I will definitely kill you. Chapter 275, The Three Princes are the Emperor, and I will protect the country without worries. Jiang Chen gave Meng Tianong a cold look, then turned and looked at the sky in the summer sky. Before he could speak, Sha Chong's voice was the first to ring in his ears. Jiang Chen, since it's okay, come and see me at the palace. As this faint voice fell, Sha Chong's figure instantly became blurred. In the blink of an eye, it dissipated completely in midair. This is. Jiang Chen looked at the situation in midair, his eyes condensed suddenly. He only discovered now that Emperor Sha Tianchong, who appeared in midair just now, does not seem to be his real body. This is a projection clone, a means that only Shanghai power can display. Even Yan Qingshan's muddy old eyes couldn't help showing a look of horror. On the other side, Meng Jianchen, the patriarch of the Meng family, changed his expression drastically, and an inexplicable chill instantly hit his heart. Emperor Sha Shachang, even the magical means of the divine sea realm can be used. Fortunately, he did not choose to come hard with Sha Chong. Otherwise, today their Meng family might be really dangerous. Jiang Chen was also shocked. Brother Yan, what do you mean? Emperor Sha's strength has reached the divine sea realm. His breath still stays in the condensed pill realm, but to be able to display this hand projection clone, I am afraid that he should have reached the half-step Shanhai, and has already touched the threshold of the Shanhai realm. Xianxia took a deep breath, and immediately said, Brother Jiang Chen, since Emperor Sha wants to see you, go to the palace. Brothers, thank you for your help today. I will go to the palace first. Jiang Chen hugged Xianxia and Yueyangzhou, and then dashed away. Leaving Meng's house, Jiang Chen went straight to the imperial palace of the Great Sha Kingdom. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Chen had already arrived at the gate of the imperial palace. Young Master Jiang Chen, by the order of Emperor Sha, he has been waiting again for a long time. A middle-aged guard wearing a golden armor directly faced Jiang Chen and said, Please, Mr. Jiang Chen, follow me into the palace. Jiang Chen nodded, and then followed the golden-armored guard into the palace. Under the leadership of the golden armor guards, Jiang Chen soon came to a magnificent hall of the imperial palace. Jiang Chen raised his head slightly, and saw the Sha Huang Shachong sitting high on the dragon chair. Jiang Chen, the younger generation, to see Emperor Sha, thank you Sha Huang for helping me today. Jiang Chen looked at the high seat in the summer dome at the end of the main hall, and bowed his salute. Little guy, you are really arrogant. Sha Chong smiled faintly. The person you want to thank should be the third prince, but he used the only privilege given to him by the emperor and asked me to help you. The third prince. He finally understood why Emperor Sha, who had never met before, would help him. It turned out that the three princes were behind. Jiang Chen, the emperor touched the threshold of the divine sea realm 6 months ago, and he has already abdicated and concentrated on martial arts. It's just that among the many princes, no one seems to be able to control the current situation of the Great Sha Kingdom, and this has been hesitant. Sha Chong said here, with a slight pause, I don't know what your opinion is. This question, Sha Huang should have made a decision long ago, so why bother to ask me? If Emperor Sha insists on asking me to give an answer, my answer Sha Huang must be very clear. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly, and his proud voice resounded in the hall instantly. If the three princes are the emperor, I will guarantee that Sha Guo has no worries. Chapter 276, The team of the three princes does not need rubbish. Boy, your tone is not small. Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, Sha Chong didn't mean to blame at all, instead he showed a rare smile. My details, Sha Huang must have already investigated it clearly. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth made a slight arc. Does Sha Huang think I don't have that ability? Ha ha. Whether your talents in kendo or alchemy or all aspects, it is indeed amazing to this emperor. In less than 10 years, you will probably be the #1 person in the Great Sha Kingdom, but, according to the legacy of the royal family's ancestors, the heir to the throne of the Great Sha Kingdom cannot yet be designated by the emperor. Sha Chong smiled slightly and said, 3 days later, this emperor will start the emperor assessment of the ancestral land of the imperial family. I hope you can help the youngest to ascend the throne of God. The emperor's assessment. Jiang Chen nodded, and said nothing. People respect him afoot, and he respects others afoot. The third prince Sha Xuaneng asked Emperor Sha to help him, and he naturally wanted to help Sha Zan ascend to the throne of God. Go ahead. Sha Chong waved his hand and closed his eyes directly. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen also directly withdrew from the hall. It seems that you are planning to pass the throne to the third prince Sha Zan. Regarding strength, the eldest prince Sha Lin is probably much better than him. Just after Jiang Chen left, a faint voice suddenly rang in the hall. This son has an extraordinary relationship with Yuehan Chamber of Commerce and Yan Qingshan. As long as he helps, the strength of the youngest will not be weak. Sha Chong suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a burst of brilliant light in his eyes. What's more, this son is a peerless evildoer that will not be born for 10,000 years, even in the sect of genius like a cloud, he can stand out. Maybe. He will be the one who will dominate the destiny of the entire northern wilderness 9 kingdoms in the future. The emperor of the Great Sha Kingdom can only be handed over to the third child who has a good relationship with him, so I can rest assured. Leaving the palace, Jiang Chen went directly to the third prince's residence on the side of the palace. Master Jiang Chen, you are here. Seeing Jiang Chen at the door now, one of the guards quickly greeted him. Jiang Chen asked faintly, can the 3 princes be in the house? Yes, the third prince also specially ordered that if young Master Jiang Chen comes, you don't need to pass the message, let me take you in directly. As the guard said, he gestured to Jiang Chen, "Master Jiang Chen, please inside." Under the leadership of the guard, Jiang Chen quickly came to the main hall of the mansion. In the main hall, the third Prince Shazan seemed to be discussing something with a few well-dressed young men. "Third Prince, sorry, for some reasons, I am afraid I can't help you participate in the Emperor's assessment 3 days later. The third Prince, I think he has limited abilities and cannot help you win the throne. Please ask you to be clever." Hearing the words of the young people in the main hall, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. These young men were obviously all the people the third prince asked to help him participate in the Emperor's assessment. All of these people who had promised to help the third prince had to abandon him. Jiang Chen didn't need to think about it. Someone must be tricking him in secret. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes and strode directly into the main hall. His cold voice also instantly rang in everyone's ears. "Humph, even if you want to join the team of the 3 princes, you have to ask me if I agree. The team of the 3 princes, you don't need censored, like you all get out of me." Chapter 277, For the Emperor's Assessment, I Am Enough. Jiang Chen's cold voice directly caused the 3 young men in the hall to be stunned. Their gazes were all looking towards Jiang Chen at the door. "Jiang Chen, it turned out to be you." Looking at Jiang Chen, who appeared at the entrance of the hall, one of the young men sneered and said, "Who is so arrogant in me? It turns out that it is you, the Wu Kui of the Jufu Huiwu." This young man was wearing a Taoist robe, and a 4th-ranked junior formation mage badge hung impressively on his chest. "Jiang Chen, the Emperor's assessment is not as simple as you think. Do you really think you can help the third prince win the throne?" Another 4th-ranked beast trainer also said sarcastically. "How do I help the third prince win the throne? You don't need to worry about it." Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent and said, "Are you going to roll by yourself, or do you want me to make you roll by myself? This is the residence of the third prince." Even the third prince did not speak. "What qualifications do you have to let us go?" Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the young warrior who had not spoken couldn't help shouting angrily at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes condensed, and the true meaning of the heavy wind was revealed instantly. Before the young warrior could react, Jiang Chen's fist had already slammed into his chest with a ghostly punch. The figure of the young warrior suddenly flew out of the hall like a broken kite. Looking at the young martial artist who was struck dead and alive with Jiang Chen's punch in the blink of an eye, the expressions of the other 2 young men in the hall instantly became horrified. The young martial artist who was blasted out by Jiang Chen just now had the strength of the 9 and 8 layers. In the Jufu Huiwu held more than a month ago, Jiang Chen was no more than 4-tiered and 8 strength. How come it has only been more than a month? Jiang Chen has become so terrifying, even the martial artist of the innate 9 layers can be defeated with one move. This guy really is a monster that can't be described by common sense. It took a while for the third Prince Shazan to recover from the shock. He didn't expect it either. Jiang Chen has grown to such a terrifying level in just over a month in Yangwang Wuwan. With one punch out of the young warrior, Jiang Chen looked at the 2 in the hall with indifferent eyes. "Don't want to be the same as his fate, just disappear from me immediately." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the 2 young men dared to hesitate for a while, and hurriedly headed out of the hall. After the 2 left the hall, Jiang Chen couldn't help turning around to face the third Prince Shazan. "Third Prince, what's the matter with these people?" In the assessment of the Emperor of the Great Sha Kingdom, the first test is actually the ability of the princes to attract talents. Each prince can find one person to assist in the assessment process from the martial artist, alchemist, formation mage, and beast trainer. And the person you are looking for cannot be more than 25 years old, and the rank must reach rank 4. Shazan smiled bitterly. "If you can't make up such a team, you will directly lose the qualification for the Emperor's assessment." Jiang Chen pondered slightly and said, "If someone is a 4th-rank alchemist and a 4th-rank mage, can one take the place of the 2? Shazan was stunned, but still nodded and said, "Of course." The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth was slightly curved, and a faint chuckle sounded in Shazan's ear. "The third prince, if this is the case, you don't need to find someone. This time the Emperor's assessment, I am enough." Chapter 278, There is no medicine that I can't understand. For the Emperor's assessment, I am enough. Hearing Jiang Chen's domineering words, the third Prince Shazan was immediately shocked. Jiang Chen actually asked someone to help him participate in the Emperor's assessment. Does this mean Jiang Chen not only reached the extreme in martial arts and alchemy, but also reached the 4th rank in formation and beast training. This is too exaggerated. It seems that the 3 princes don't quite believe that I alone can help you win the throne. Jiang Chen looked at Sha Zhan's incredible expression and couldn't help but smiled slightly. If this is the case, the 3rd prince might as well come with me. Sha Zhan was taken aback for a moment. Where to go? Go to the Alchemist Guild first. As Jiang Chen said, he turned around and walked out of the hall. When Jiang Chen and the 3 princes went to the Alchemist Guild, the headquarters of the Imperial Capital Alchemist Association of the Great Sha Kingdom, in a primitive room filled with pill fragrance. Yan Qingxian was sitting opposite an old man in white robe who looked like a fairy style. In front of them, there was a broken pill that seemed to have existed for a long time. Both of them frowned and looked at the pill in front of them, lowering their heads and thinking hard. Old man Qin, the 7-tier pill prescription has been lost for many years in the Great Sha Kingdom. Even you and I have never been in contact with the 7-tier pill. With our abilities, it seems impossible to understand this incomplete 7-rank pill recipe. I don't know how long it took. Yan Qingxian finally broke the silence in the room and couldn't help but shook his head and sighed slightly. Old man Yan, this 7-grade pill recipe that is incomplete, I also obtained a lot of effort. We have not been able to break through the 7th rank alchemy master. The most fundamental point is that there is no pill prescription for the 7th rank pill. The old man surnamed Qin said with a wry smile. Comprehending the remnant of this volume is probably your only hope for me to break through the 7th grade alchemy master. You are right, we naturally want to comprehend this remnant formula. I have a little friend whose talent in the alchemy is rare in thousands of years. The ordinary and incomplete alchemy can be understood by just a glance. Yan Qingxian smiled slightly and said, if you invite him, it might be helpful for us to comprehend this 7-grade pill. The old man surnamed Qin was surprised and doubted. Daxia country really has such a powerful alchemy genius. Yan Qingxian couldn't help but smiled. When he was about to speak, there was a rapid knock on the door. Chairman Qin, there is an alchemist named Jiang Chen outside. He said that he is here to assess the 5th rank alchemist. Yan Qingxian could not help but froze for a moment when he heard the voice outside the door. He couldn't help but chuckled at the old man surnamed Qin. Ha. What a coincidence. Old man Qin, the pill genius I mentioned has already arrived, so let him come here directly. The old man surnamed Qin heard Yan Qingxian's words and directly ordered the person outside to bring Jiang Chen over. He wanted to see if this little guy named Jiang Chen was really as enchanting as Yan Qingxian said. Under the leadership of a staff member of the Alchemist Guild, Jiang Chen came to the room where Yan Qingxian and the others were. Looking at Yan Qingxian in the room, Jiang Chen was also obviously stunned for a moment. Brother Yan, why are you here? Boy, I heard Yan Qingxian say that your alchemy is gifted to be close to demons, especially in the comprehension of the ruins. Before Yan Qingxian could speak, the faint voice of the old man surnamed Qin rang first. Jiang Chen glanced at the old man surnamed Qin and said proudly, in this world, there is no medicine that I can't understand. Chapter 279, The Evildoer Born for the Alchemy. Jiang Chen's confident words also stunned the old man surnamed Qin severely. If he hadn't understood Yan Qingxian very well and knew that Yan Qingxian would not make jokes about such things, he would have long since blasted this kid out. A mere 10-year-old Mauto boy dared to say without embarrassment that there are no ruins in this world that he can't understand. Is this too arrogant? The old man surnamed Qin looked at Jiang Chen for a while. So, can you comprehend the remaining prescriptions of the 7th grade pill? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. As long as it is an elixir, I can comprehend it, regardless of its rank. Boy, it's not a good thing to just play tricks. The old man surnamed Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. I happen to have an incomplete 7-rank pill, you can understand it if you have the ability. Jiang Chen curled his lips and said, what if I realize it? Ha. Brother Jiang Chen, let me introduce to you, this is Qin Changren, the president of the Great Sha Kingdom Alchemy Master Guild, the 6-pin pill master. Old man Qin was lucky enough to get a 7th rank remnant recipe, but I had no idea with him for a long time. If you can comprehend this 7th rank remnant formula, I will call for him to avoid your alchemy examination and directly promote you to a 5th rank alchemy. Yan Qingxian's faint chuckle also rang in Jiang Chen's ears. I heard Yan Qingxian's words. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but raised a slight arc. President Qin, I don't know if Brother Yan can count. As long as you can comprehend this 7-rank pill recipe, I can avoid your alchemy exam. Qin Changren directly agreed without thinking. If this kid can really comprehend the ruins of the 7-tier pill, his attainments in certain aspects of the pill will be even better than him and Yan Qingxian. This kind of strength is fully qualified to be worthy of the status of a 5th-grade alchemist. Seeing Qin Changren nodded in agreement, Jiang Chen walked straight to Yan Qingxian's side. His eyes slanted, his gaze fell directly on the incomplete 7-rank pill fang in front of Qin Chong. Ding! Watching the incomplete 7-rank promised good fortune pill will trigger a 100-fold comprehension. Ding! You successfully comprehended the full version of promise fortune pills. Hearing the familiar reminder in his mind, the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. I saw that he quickly picked up the pen, and then added it in the missing part of the Dan Fang. It took less than 2 minutes. Jiang Chen had already completed the missing material of the promised good fortune pill. After completing the materials, Jiang Chen also added the name of promise fortune pill to the side of the pill. Qin Changren and Yan Qingxian on the side were completely attracted by the medicinal materials Jiang Chen had added. Wuji good fortune pill, that's how it is, that's how it is. Qin Changren and Yan Qingxian stared at Jiang Chen's supplemented pill for a long time, and finally couldn't help showing a look of sudden realization. Haha, old man Qin, I have already said that brother Jiang Chen's insight into Ruan Fang is superb, how about it? Yan Qingxian laughed excitedly. With the pill of promise fortune pill, they have the hope of breaking through the 7th stage alchemy master. Wizard, really a rare Dandao wizard in the world. Qin Changren's mouth can't help but let out a low whisper. A scroll of the 7th rank remnant Fang, which he and Yan Qingxian had no clue about, was easily understood by this kid in front of him. This kid is simply a peerless evildoer born for alchemy. Chapter 280, The Third Prince Who Was Shocked and Numb. Boy, this is your 5th grade alchemist badge. It took a long time for Qin Changren to recover from the shock, then took out a 5th rank alchemist badge and threw it to Jiang Chen. Thank you, President Qin, the younger generation won't bother the two who specialize in infinite good fortune pill. Jiang Chen took the alchemy badge with a smile, turned and walked out of the room. Jiang Chen returned to the Alchemy Master Guild Hall. Seeing that Jiang Chen came out so soon, the third prince waiting for Jiang Chen in the hall couldn't help showing a look of confusion. Jiang Chen came to the Alchemy Master Guild, and the assessment was the 4th rank alchemist. To pass the assessment of a 4th rank pill master, Jiang Chen must refine a 4th rank pill. However, most alchemists need at least 1 hour or more to refine a 4th grade pill. But why did Jiang Chen come out so soon? The third prince Shazan was puzzled, just as he was about to ask questions. His eyes were inadvertently seeing the 5-star silver alchemist badge in Jiang Chen's hand. Shazan's eyes suddenly shrank. His question that had reached his lips instantly turned into an incredible horror. Brother Jiang Chen, you have passed the assessment of a 5th grade alchemist. Although he knew that Jiang Chen's talent on the alchemy was very enchanting, he didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so enchanting. 16-year-old 5th rank alchemist. This is too scary. Let's go, the next stop is to the Mage Guild. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and then walked out in large strides. Jiang Chen and the others came to the Array Mage Guild in the Imperial Capital. Because there has never been a certified Array Master, this time Jiang Chen could only start the assessment from the 1st rank Array Mage, so it took a long time. However, his level of formation was already promoted to a 4th rank formation mage in the Chenying illusionary killing formation of the 9 houses Huiwu last time. Although the assessment took a long time, the assessment process did not encounter any difficulties. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen finally passed the assessment smoothly and successfully obtained the rank 4 mage badge. When Jiang Chen appeared in front of Shazan with the badge of the 4th stage Array Mage, Shazan was once again severely shocked by Jiang Chen. Before Shazan came back to his senses, Jiang Chen took him away from the Array Mage Guild and moved to the Beast Trainer Guild. The assessment of the trainer is undoubtedly much simpler than the assessment of the alchemist and the formation master. Because animal trainers of different ranks master different animal training skills. And so, this time Jiang Chen didn't spend much time, and he appeared in front of Shazan with the badge of the 4th rank Beast Trainer. Watching Jiang Chen get the 3 badges in his hand one after another, the third prince Shazan was shocked and numb. In the 1000-year history of Daxia Kingdom, there are also some enchanting geniuses. But for someone like Jiang Chen who is extremely evil in every aspect, Shazan is simply unheard of. Master of Rank 4 Formation. The 4th rank Master of Animal Tamer. Sha Zan almost never thought that such 3 powerful identities would one day appear in the same person. And the person with these 3 identities is still only 16 years old. Sha Zan finally believed that Jiang Chen's threat to help him participate in the Emperor's assessment was not arrogant. The boy in front of him really has that incredible horror ability. Chapter 281. The Emperor's assessment has officially begun. After getting the 3 professional badges, Jiang Chen returned to Sha Zan's residence to live, waiting for the Emperor's assessment to begin. After waiting like this, 3 days passed in a flash. On the 3rd morning, the sky was just slightly bright. After Jiang Chen and the 3rd Prince Sha Zan simply dressed up, they went directly to the palace. Sha Zan took Jiang Chen to the royal ancestral land behind the palace. And in an empty place in front of the ancestral land of the royal family, there are already many members of the royal family and important officials of the great Sha state gathered here. After all, this time the Emperor's assessment has affected the heartstrings of countless people in Daxia Kingdom. Everyone wants to know whether that prince can stand out in the Emperor's assessment and ascend the throne of God. Look, the 3rd prince is here too. The 3 princes, both civil and military, will definitely win the Emperor's assessment. Some people who supported the 3rd Prince Sha Zan said loudly, "Hey, in terms of power, the 3rd prince is far worse than the 1st prince. In this Emperor's assessment, the eldest prince's team has almost gathered the top young geniuses of the great Sha kingdom. How can other princes be compared with the eldest prince? Haha, I heard that all the people the 3 princes were looking for turned back. It doesn't matter whether he can gather the team and enter the royal ancestral land." Some people who supported the Grand Prince laughed loudly. The voices surrounding the discussion. Sha Zan didn't pay attention at all, but directly introduced the situation of the Emperor's assessment to Jiang Chen beside him. "Brother Jiang Chen, the Emperor looks good this time." A total of 7 princes participated. Among the 7 princes, the eldest Prince Sha Lin is undoubtedly the strongest existence. But apart from him, the 7th Prince Sha Yi should not be underestimated. Under Sha Zan's introduction, Jiang Chen glanced over the team of several princes in the field. The strength of the eldest Prince Sha Lin is indeed higher than the other princes. In the team behind him, whether it is an alchemist, a formation mage or a beast trainer, the rank has reached the 4th rank high level. In addition, there is also a prince who looks very low-key. One of his team can't even see Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't need to think about it. This should be the team of the 7th Prince Sha Yi. "Hehe, 3rd brother, you are here." When the eldest Prince Sha Lin saw Sha Zan appear, he couldn't help but greeted him with a smile on his face. He glanced at Jiang Chen who was next to Sha Zan, smiled and said, "It's all this time. Isn't the 3rd brother going to hide the other players and not show us?" Sha Zan said indifferently, "I have no other team members." The corner of Sha Lin's mouth raised slightly. "The 3rd brother won't even have the teams participating in the Emperor's assessment. Do you need my help?" "This is my business, you don't need to worry about you, big brother." Sha Zan said lightly, "You should take care of your own affairs first." Sha Lin sneered in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, an extremely powerful aura filled the air. The tall figure of Sha Huang Shachong also appeared in the void instantly. His majestic voice sounded directly in everyone's ears. "Everyone, this emperor is no longer interested in the state affairs of the great Sha country. Today, the evaluation of the emperor of the imperial family and ancestral land is opened. All the princes who participate in the emperor's assessment, who can win the emperor's assessment, can inherit the throne of the emperor. Now I announce that the assessment of the emperor of the great Sha kingdom has officially begun." Chapter 282. I have 4 positions alone, can't I? Meet the Emperor Sha. Looking at the Sha Huang Shachang standing proudly in the air, the sound of overwhelming voices suddenly came from the venue. Everyone bowed and bowed to Emperor Sha in midair. No need to be polite. Sha Huang waved his hand. He swept his gaze over the princes in the field, and said indifferently, "All the princes who participated in the Emperor's assessment, bring your team to me." Following the words of Emperor Sha came out. The scene instantly became extremely quiet. All eyes were focused on the 7 princes who participated in the Emperor's assessment. And the 7 princes did not hesitate, and led their teams to the front of Emperor Sha. Except for the 3rd Prince Sha Zan. Almost every prince's team is composed of a 4-person team like warrior, formation mage, alchemist, and animal trainer. Only the 3rd Prince Sha Zan took Jiang Chen alone, who looked particularly dazzling. Why did the third prince take one person up there? Don't he know that if he doesn't gather a team of 4 professions, he won't be eligible for the emperor's assessment? There are no 4 professional collocations. Even if Emperor Sha makes an exception to give him a chance to participate in the emperor's assessment, it is impossible for him to win. Seeing that the third prince Sha Zan brought only one person forward, everyone was shocked. Which one of the 3 princes Sha Zan did? In this emperor's assessment, the emperor made a total of 9 emperor orders. The 9 emperor decree are scattered in different places of the royal family's ancestors, and each emperor decree is guarded by the formation mechanism. As long as any prince can gather 9 emperor orders, he can win the emperor's assessment and inherit the throne of the emperor. Regarding the situation in the field, Emperor Sha did not pay any attention to it, and directly announced the rules of the emperor's assessment. Father, according to your will, to participate in the emperor's assessment, you must make up a team that contains 4 professions. But the third brother only brought one person to come this time. It doesn't seem to be eligible to participate in the emperor's assessment. Just after Emperor Sha announced the rules of the game, the eldest prince Sha Lin spoke directly. Who told you that the 3 princes only brought me here, so they would not be eligible to participate in the emperor's assessment? Facing the question of the prince, before the 3 princes could speak, Jiang Chen said indifferently, Emperor Sha just said to gather 4 professional teams, he didn't seem to say that 4 people are necessary. Grass, who is the person next to the third prince, who is so arrogant? He is Jiang Chen, Wu Kui of the Jufu Huiwu. It turned out to be him, but even if he is so powerful, it is impossible for him to have 4 professions alone, right? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Jiang Chen, don't tell me, you can have 4 occupations alone. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the eldest prince couldn't help but sneered in disdain. Although he also knew that Jiang Chen was very enchanting, and even involved in all aspects of alchemy and formation. But he still didn't believe that Jiang Chen could reach rank 4 in all aspects. Congratulations, you got it. I'm the only person with 4 positions, can't I? With a move of his palm, 3 silver badges of different shapes emerged in his hand. And at the moment when these 3 badges appeared, there was a dead silence all around. Everyone's gazes at Jiang Chen were completely sluggish in an instant. Chapter 283, Now we are qualified. 5 rank alchemist badge, the badge of the 4th rank mages. Tier 4 animal trainer badge. Looking at the 3 badges in Jiang Chen's hand, it has been a long time for everyone to recover from their horror. I'm lying down, I'm not dazzling. How is this possible? Can Jiang Chen's professional badges be bought with money? Idiot, do you think these professional badges can be bought with money? I didn't expect this guy to be able to hold 4 positions alone, it's awesome. One person holds 4 positions, and his achievements in every profession can reach such a state of affairs. In this world, how could there be such an evil monster? The prince, now we should be eligible to participate in the emperor's assessment. When everyone was shocked, Jiang Chen's faint voice also rang in the court. The eldest prince Sha Lin looked at Jiang Chen with a dull expression, his whole body was like a ghost, completely shocked to speak. He originally thought, the third prince Sha Zan was operating secretly by him, and then he could not find a suitable player. The third prince Sha Zan came with Jiang Chen alone, and had already lost the qualification to participate in the emperor's assessment. The ideal is full, but the reality is very skinny. He just questioned the qualifications of the 3 princes to participate in the emperor's assessment. Jiang Chen took out 3 different professional badges, and directly brightened his eyes. Thinking that he had worked so hard against the third prince for half a month, but now it was easily resolved by Jiang Chen alone, the eldest prince felt depressed and wanted to vomit blood. 1 5 pin, 2 4 pieces. Jiang Chen can really be evil in all aspects to such a terrible degree. Look at the situation in front of you. Even Sha Huang, who had already understood Jiang Chen, had an unconcealable shock in his eyes. This son's talent is truly unparalleled in the world, Emperor Sha exclaimed in his heart, then looked at the prince and said indifferently, Sha Lin, do you have any objections? Sha Lin was startled, and shook his head quickly and said, I don't have any more from my father. Sha Huang was expressionless. With a big wave of his hand, a 3-foot-tall light gate appeared behind him. Since there is no objection, then enter the royal family ancestral land. Following the words of Sha dialect, the 7 princes all walked inside the light gate with the team without an appointment. After the 7 princes all led the team into the royal family ancestral land. Emperor Sha waved his big hand again. 7 mysterious light curtains appeared in midair instantly. On these mysterious light curtains, the pictures of the 7 princes in the ancestral land of the royal family were clearly presented. As expected of Emperor Sha, he has such a means to reach the sky. Tisk tusk. I didn't expect us to witness the 7 princes fighting for the throne this time. Looking at the 7 light curtains in the air, everyone was amazed. At this moment, some sharp-eyed people started to scream. Look, the team of the Grand Prince and the team of the Third Prince appear on the same screen. This place seems to have an Emperor's order. Hey, is the battle for the Emperor's order starting so soon? I don't know who won the first Emperor's order. With this all the voices sounded. Everyone looked at the light curtain where the eldest prince and the third prince were all in unison. Chapter 284, I have to make this Emperor's order. The ancestral land of the royal family. After Jiang Chen and the third prince entered the light gate, they appeared in a dimly lit space. Is this the royal family ancestral land? Where are the others? Jiang Chen glanced slightly, and found that there were no other people around except him and the third prince Shazan, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The ancestral land of the imperial family is guarded by the ancient 6th rank formation. This should be the father's control of the formation, sending the 7 teams to different places immediately. And we seem to be lucky, and we actually appeared directly where the father placed the emperor's order. The third prince Shazan smiled slightly. He pointed his finger to a certain direction on the left. Brother Jiang Chen, look there. Jiang Chen's gaze immediately followed the fingers of the third prince. 100 meters away to their left, a square stone platform 10 feet long appeared in Jiang Chen's line of sight. On the 4 corners of this stone platform, there are 4 golden armor statues holding spears standing proudly. The 4 golden armor statues are like 4 war gods, guarding the entire stone platform. And in the center of the stone platform, a shining golden token hovered in the midair 3 feet high, and looked extremely dazzling in the dim space. Brother Jiang Chen, let's go quickly. Father's 9 emperor's orders are all sensitive to each other. If we can get the first emperor order, we can find other emperor orders more smoothly. The third prince said excitedly. Jiang Chen nodded, and then flashed towards the stone platform on the left with a movement. Jiang Chen and the 2 came to a place 10 meters away from the stone platform. Ding! You watch the 4-level high-level formation, the 4-image complex spirit formation, trigger a 100-fold comprehension. Ding! You comprehend the method of breaking the formation of the xianxia complex spirit formation. Jiang Chen glanced at the stone in front of him, and the system automatically triggered 100 times comprehension. All the information about the xianxia complex spirit formation flooded his mind instantly. Brother Jiang Chen, I feel that this stone platform seems weird. The third prince Shazan looked at the stone in front of him, and his brows were also tightened together. This is a 4-level high-level formation, 4-image complex spirit formation. If you rush into it, the 4-elephant complex spirit formation will be activated, and the 4 golden armor statues on the stone platform will wake up. When these 4 golden armor statues work together, they almost have combat power comparable to those of Kaiyuan realm. Jiang Chen spoke authentically. The emperor's order placed by the emperor father on the ancestral land of the imperial family is really not that easy to take. Unexpectedly, the first emperor order we encountered was placed in such a powerful 4th rank high-level formation. The third prince Shazan was shocked. He looked up at Jiang Chen beside him and said solemnly, Brother Jiang Chen, should we look for other emperor orders first? The 4th rank high-level kill formation, and also possesses the power comparable to the Kaiyuan realm powerhouse. This time the emperor's assessment, but it takes 9 emperor orders to win. They have just entered the royal family ancestral land, and they are competing with a powerful 4th rank high-level formation. This is not a wise choice. Haha. It's just a 4th rank high-level formation, it's not a big deal. I have to make this emperor's order. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and then strode towards the stone. Just when Jiang Chen took a step, there was a faint sneer in the air. The third brother, this emperor's order belongs to this prince. The one with you, get out of here immediately. Chapter 285, if you don't want to die, just get out of here. The sudden sound made Jiang Chen pause. He tilted his head and saw that the eldest prince Sha Lin led his team out of the forest on one side. Sha Lin, we discovered this emperor's order first, what do you mean? Seeing the appearance of the eldest prince, Shah Zan's face suddenly sank. Ha ha, Shah Zan, do you think this emperor's assessment is a joke, and the competition for the emperor's order should be divided into first come, first come? Sha Lin sneered jokingly. If you don't want to lose the qualification to fight for the throne now, you can immediately take your people and disappear from me. You said let us disappear, we have to disappear, who do you think you are? Jiang Chen looked at the sudden appearance of Sha Lin. And his party, his expression also instantly became cold. Why? Do you think you can compete with me for this imperial order? Sha Lin raised his eyebrows, and there was a hint of provocation on his face. Why not? I entered the ancestral land of the royal family to fight for the throne of the three princes. Jiang Chen said lightly. I said this emperor's order belongs to me, it is mine, you can get out of here. Boy, you are toasting and not eating fine wine. I want to see, what qualifications do you have to fight for this emperor's order? Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, the young warrior beside the prince suddenly became angry. The young warrior's name was Hong Kaiyang, and he came from the imperial capital Hong family. Hong Kaiyang is less than 25 years old this year, and already has the strength of a half-step Kaiyuan realm. Except for some peerless evildoers in the top few of Yanwang Wuan dragon list. Hong Kaiyang is a younger generation in Daxia country, and his combat power is almost unmatched. Hong Kaiyang shouted, and his soul slammed on the ground. His figure was like an arrow from the string, bursting at Jiang Chen. Seeing Hong Kaiyang who burst into the air, Jiang Chen's expression did not change at all. Until Hong Kaiyang's figure was less than 3 feet away from him. Jiang Chen's eyes condensed in vain, and the double épée sword intent burst out suddenly, oppressing Hong Kaiyang directly. A cold shout also came from Jiang Chen's mouth. Roll. Jiang Chen coldly shouted with a double épée sword intent, and suddenly the body of the bursting shot of Hong Kaiyang trembled. His whole body was stepping back more than 10 steps. Trough. This. What is going on? That Hong Kaiyang has half the strength of the Kaiyuan realm, and he is almost invincible under the Kaiyuan realm. How could Jiang Chen retreat so easily by the earthquake? Outside the royal family ancestral land, everyone was also shocked by this scene in the light curtain almost staring out. Hong Kaiyang stabilized his figure, and in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen, there was finally an inconceivable horror. I said one last time, this emperor's order is mine, no one wants to censor it from me. If you don't want to be, then get out of here. Jiang Chen stared at Hong Kaiyang indifferently, and the voice with the cold killing intent resounded instantly. Jiang Chen, I was just careless just now, don't be too arrogant. Hong Kaiyang burst into anger with a loud shout. He was about to make another shot, but the faint voice of the eldest prince Sha Lin came from behind him. Kaiyang, retreat. Chapter 286. Fair competition depends on your ability. Boy, you are lucky. Hearing the order of the prince, Hong Kaiyang had to snort it unwillingly, and then retreated behind the prince. The eldest prince Sha Lin drank back Hong Kaiyang, and the eyes that looked at Jiang Chen couldn't help but constricted slightly. Jiang Chen, you really surprised me. Jiang Chen said lightly, I can surprise you, but it's far more than that. Sha Lin sneered. He looked at Jiang Chen and said indifferently, the emperor's assessment has just begun. We are now fighting to death and life for an emperor's order. This is not good for anyone. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. Since you know there is no benefit, why don't you take your people away? Jiang Chen, the purpose of the emperor's assessment is to collect the emperor's orders. Do you think this prince will give it to you? This emperor's order, everyone competes fairly, whoever has the book will get it in advance. Sha Lin stared at Jiang Chen tightly. This is my bottom line. If you disagree, let's fight. Just now Jiang Chen forced Hong Kaiyang back only by the burst of sword intent, which also surprised Sha Lin. Although there are elements of Hong Kaiyang's carelessness. But this is also enough to prove that Jiang Chen's strength cannot be underestimated. To solve Jiang Chen, even his team would have to spend a lot of money. Now the emperor's assessment has just begun. Sha Lin didn't want to fight too hard. Fair competition. When Jiang Chen heard the words of the third prince, a ghostly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yes. The proposal of the third prince fits Jiang Chen's heart. The team of the big prince is indeed very powerful. A half-step martial artist in the Kaiyuan realm, plus the formation mage and beast trainer, both reached the 4th rank high level, and they were not unusual roles. Although he was not afraid, he didn't want to fight the team of the prince so early. And now that the prince proposes fair competition, he can take this imperial order into his bag without any effort. How could Jiang Chen refuse such a good thing? Seeing that Jiang Chen agreed to fair competition, the prince no longer talked nonsense. He directly faced the 4th rank formation mage behind him and said, "Gongalin, quickly break the formation and take orders." The prince can rest assured that this 4-image complex spirit formation is not complicated. Just give me half an hour, I can break the formation and get the emperor's order. As the formation genius of the younger generation of the palace family, Gong Lin naturally saw the origin of the formation in front of him at a glance, and could not help but confidently said. After Gong Lin finished speaking, his gaze fell directly on the xianxia complex spirit formation in front of him, and he began to study the method of breaking the formation. He hadn't had time to see what was going on from the 4-image complex spirit formation, but he discovered that Jiang Chen actually strode into the 4-image complex spirit formation. 4-elephant complex spirit formation, this is one of the most powerful 4th-stage killing formations. This kid dared to rush into battle, it's just looking for death. See this scene. Gong Lin was taken aback for a moment, and then a sneer of disdain appeared in his eyes. Once the xianxia complex spirit array is activated, it can exert the power of Kaiyuan realm martial artist. He can already predict how miserable Jiang Chen's end will be. Just when Gong Lin thought Jiang Chen would definitely be defeated under the attack of the xianxia complex spirit array, Jiang Chen stepped onto the stone platform directly from a corner in the southeast, and then walked to the center of the stone platform without hindrance, and grabbed the Emperor's order suspended in midair. Chapter 287, Terrifying Breaking Speed. Jiang Chen got the Emperor's order so easily. This is too powerful. Watching Jiang Chen as if he was still in the realm of no one, he entered the xianxia complex spirit formation without hindrance to obtain the Emperor's order. Everyone outside the royal family's ancestral land was stunned. As for the eldest prince and others beside Jiang Chen and the others, an incredible horror appeared in their eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. Especially the 4th-stage array mage Gong Lin screamed in disbelief. How is this possible? Gong Lin naturally also knows the xianxia fulling array very well. The only flaw in the xianxia complex spirit formation is the formation eye. Only by entering the formation from the eyes of the formation can you avoid activating the formation and being attacked by the 4 statues. This 4-image complex spirit formation is a 4th-rank high-level formation. It is not easy to find the position of the formation eye. Even if he wants to find out the position accurately, he has to spend some time and energy. Gong Lin never thought of it anyway. In just a moment, Jiang Chen had already found the position of his eyes. This kid. How could he have such a terrifying speed of breaking through the formation? Brother Jiang Chen really is a freak that cannot be judged by common sense. It was seen that Jiang Chen lightly cracked the 4-image complex spirit formation in front of him, and obtained the Emperor's order in the formation. The 3rd Prince Sha Zan was also excited. He was even a little grateful that he had met Jiang Chen in the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Being able to get to know Jiang Chen is definitely the most correct decision he has made in his life. When everyone was not shocked by Jiang Chen's actions, however, Jiang Chen walked out of the formation with the Emperor's order like a walk in the garden. The big prince, this kid has taken the Emperor's order from the middle formation, shall we? Hong Kaiyang looked at Jiang Chen who came out of the formation, and couldn't help but whispered to the eldest prince Sha Lin in a gesture to win orders. No need to. The prince said everything. Since he said fair competition, how can he go back now? Since they have obtained this Emperor's order, let them take care of it first, and I will get it back sooner or later. The eyes of the big prince flickered. He looked up at the opposite Sha Zan and sneered. Sha Zan, you are lucky this time. I hope you can keep this Emperor's order. Can I keep the Emperor's order? You don't need to worry about it. Sha Zan said indifferently. You should take care of your own affairs. Let's go. The eldest prince gave a cold snort, then turned and left with his team. Brother Jiang Chen, I didn't expect that your formation skills were not at all below your alchemy skills, so you broke the 4-image complex spirit formation so quickly. After the eldest prince led the team away, Sha Zan couldn't help but exclaimed. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. It's just a fluke. This imperial order should be able to sense the position of other emperor orders, right? Sha Zan didn't get too entangled in this issue, and asked directly, where shall we go next? This imperial order can indeed sense the breath of the other 8 imperial orders. But We want to fetch all the other 8 emperor orders at once. I'm afraid it's not easy, so it's not anxious. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly. Next, we will not go anywhere, just wait here. Someone will obediently send other tokens to the door. Chapter 288. Drink the Bailing Holy Spring wildly and break through the 9 innate layers. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Shazan couldn't help but stunned. But he also quickly understood the intention of Jiang Chen's move. Although they are now seizing the opportunity, they have obtained the first imperial order. But it is also not possible to order the Emperor Zhuan without any discovery by the other princes. Thus, they are now spending too much energy to obtain the order, which will be detrimental to the subsequent fight for the Emperor's order. The final result of the Emperor's assessment must gather 9 Emperor orders to win. They now have an Emperor's order in hand, and any prince who wants to win the Emperor's assessment in the end must get their Emperor's order. Instead of trying to get it, it's better to wait for work and wait for other princes to come. The third prince, this Emperor's order is handed over to you for safekeeping. Next, I plan to practice here for a while. If you sense an Emperor's order to approach here, you will wake me up. As Jiang Chen said, he handed over the Emperor's order to Shazan. This time the Emperor's assessment. The Grand Prince's team is indeed very strong, and there is also a low-key and mysterious 7th prince. Just in case, Jiang Chen decided to take advantage of the time when other princes were looking for the Emperor's order to improve his strength. Okay, brother Jiang Chen just cultivates. Shazan nodded solemnly in response to the Emperor's order. Handing the Emperor's order to the 3 princes, Jiang Chen once again stepped into the 4 elephants complex spirit formation and sat cross-legged in the center of the stone platform. With a move of his palm, Jiang Chen directly took out the sacred spring of bailing that Lei Haokong had given him. The Bailing Sacred Spring, one of the 3 great springs in Shenwu continent, is also a rare material capable of refining a 7-stage or more pill. Although the Bailing Sage Spring contains powerful power, its medicinal properties are milder than most heavenly materials and earth treasures, and it is also one of the few elixir that can be taken directly. Jiang Chen took out the Bailing Holy Spring, and then tried to take a sip. Ding! You take a sip of Bailing Holy Spring and gain 4,000*100 experience. Hearing the familiar reminder in his mind, Jiang Chen was also amazed. It is worthy of being known as one of the 3 sacred springs of Bailing. He only took a sip, and the experience he gained was comparable to swallowing a 4-pin pill. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated, picked up the Bailing Holy Spring and began to drink wildly. Ding! You succeeded in breaking through Shantian 9 layers. Following the continuous system prompts in his ear, Jiang Chen quickly drank all the bottle of Bailing Holy Spring. And his strength once again soared from the 7th congenital to the 9th congenital. With my current strength, I am afraid that no one in this royal family ancestral land can threaten me. Feeling the improvement in his strength, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raised a confident smile. The strength of the innate 9 layers, plus the secrets of the rising dragon and the double sword intent, and many other cards. Jiang Chen himself didn't know how terrifying his combat power could reach now. At least, generally, the early Kaiyuan realm martial artist below the 4th level of Kaiyuan realm will never be his opponent. Brother Jiang Chen, the aura of an Emperor's order on the left front is really approaching us. It is already less than 500 meters away from us. Just when Jiang Chen broke through for a while, the voice of the 3rd Prince Shazan rang in his ears. Chapter 289, the first person to send the Emperor to the door. The first person to send the Emperor's order to the door, is he finally here? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth suddenly raised a slight curve. As soon as he moved his body, he flashed out of the 4-image complex spirit formation, and appeared ghostly beside the 3rd prince. 5 figures galloped from the front left of Jiang Chen and the others. Brother, it turns out to be you. Looking at the 2 Jiang Chen who appeared in his sight, the prince headed by him couldn't help but stunned. He smiled and looked at Shazan and said, Brother, you are lucky, you can get an Emperor's order so quickly. Shazan smiled faintly. The 4th brother seems to be not bad luck. The team that came suddenly was the team of the 4th Prince Sha Yan. But the 3rd brother's good fortune may end here. Sha Yan didn't talk nonsense, and stretched out his palm directly to Shazan. Brother, I won't be ambiguous with you, please hand over your Emperor's order. So it seems that the 4th brother also wants to fight for the throne. Shazan gave Sha Yan a surprised look. The 4 princes Sha Yan, neither the power behind them nor their own abilities are outstanding. Among the many princes, he has always had no sense of existence. Sha Zan did not expect that Sha Yan also had the ambition to fight for the throne. Since I have come to participate in the emperor's assessment, even if there is a chance, I will naturally fight. What's more, even if I can't fight in the end, it won't prevent me from getting a few more emperor orders. Sha Yan smiled and said, as long as I have enough emperor's orders, no matter who wants to win in this emperor assessment, I can trade with him to maximize my profit. I heard the words of the fourth prince Sha Yan. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smiled faintly. The fourth prince's idea is good. It's a pity. From the moment you appear here, your wish is probably doomed to be unfulfilled. Jiang Chen, although I admit that you are very good at being able to hold 4 professions alone. But as it is said that 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands, you alone want to fight for the emperor's order for the 3 princes. Sha Yan smiled contemptuously and said, if you are more acquainted, then hand over the emperor's order obediently. You seem to be the wrong one, you should be the one who should obediently hand over the emperor's order. Jiang Chen grinned at Sha Yan. 4 princes, congratulations on being the first to send me the emperor's order. The prince wants to see, what right do you have to be so arrogant in front of me? Sha Yan laughed furiously. He waved his big hand and sternly shouted, give me your hands. Following with Sha Yan's shout, behind Sha Yan, the martial artist with the innate 9 layers took the first shot. I saw his fist suddenly clenched, and he directly displayed a profound grade fist and blasted towards Jiang Chen. And when that warrior shot, the beast trainer and formation mage beside him were not idle either. One of the 2 controlled a 3rd rank high-level monster to cooperate with the young martial artist to attack Jiang Chen, and the other quickly sacrificed a formation. Shenlong Podian Fist. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and he punched out without evasiveness. I saw that the body of the person and beast who attacked Jiang Chen suddenly trembled, and immediately fell into a distance of several meters like a broken kite. And just when Jiang Chen fisted back the person and the beast, a strange formation in the sky also took shape in an instant, and quickly enveloped him. Chapter 290. Just this censored formation can't kill me. Jiang Chen, you are trapped in my open heaven sword formation, and you are not obedient to catch it. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was enveloped by his own formation, the 4th rank formation mage finally couldn't help laughing. Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced at the surrounding formation. The system quickly triggered 100 times comprehension, and the method of cracking this formation was brought into his mind. Jiang Chen, this sky-opening sword formation is a powerful 4th rank high-level killing formation. If you are more acquainted, hand over the emperor's order obediently, and this prince can still consider sparing you. Otherwise, then don't blame the prince for being rude to you. The 4th prince Sha Yan also smiled smugly. This time he entered the team of the royal family's ancestral land. The other 3 might not be very strong. But the strength of this array mage is extremely powerful, and he can be regarded as his assassin. Now Jiang Chen is trapped in this 4th rank high-level killing formation. As long as he dares to resist, he will definitely die. It's just a rank 4 formation. Jiang Chen curled his lips in disdain. Do you really think you can deal with me with this formation? Boy, don't you want to be mad? Today I will let you see how powerful I am at opening the heavenly sword formation. Seeing that Jiang Chen actually dared to despise his heaven-opening sword formation, the 4th rank formation was immediately annoyed. He only heard in anger, and immediately pointed out with both hands in the air. The sky above Jiang Chen's head was instantly surging. The vitality of the heavens and the earth within a radius of 10 meters around them all gathered frantically towards Jiang Chen's head. The terrifying heaven and earth vitality condensed directly on Jiang Chen's head into an energy giant sword measuring several meters long. The moment the energy giant sword took shape, it directly slashed down at Jiang Chen below with a burst of energy. Brother Jiang Chen, be careful. Seeing the terrifying power of this formation, the 3rd prince Sha Zan couldn't help but cried out. Trough. What kind of formation is this? The power is too terrifying. 4th grade high-level killing array open heaven sword array. It is said that this formation can condense the open heaven sword, and its power is comparable to the full blow of a powerful player in the late Kaiyuan stage. I didn't expect that. The formation mage next to the 4th prince would be so powerful. Jiang Chen might be dangerous now. When everyone saw Jiang Chen in such a powerful formation, they couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing. What if Jiang Chen's martial arts talent is evil? After all, his strength is still at the innate level. even if it is superior in combat power, it is impossible to withstand the full blow of the strong in the late Kaiyuan realm. When everyone felt sorry for Jiang Chen, the sky-opening giant sword in midair also instantly fell from Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen's body was also instantly submerged in the bright light bursting out of the energy giant sword. Haha, third brother, Jiang Chen is dead, give me the emperor's order quickly. Seeing that Jiang Chen was submerged by that energy giant sword, the fourth prince Sha Yan couldn't help but laughed wildly at Sha Zan. The laughter of the four princes just fell, but a faint voice sounded abruptly in his ears. Four princes, you are too happy too soon. With this censored formation, do you think you can really kill me? I heard this very familiar voice. The entire body of the fourth prince Sha Yan completely stiffened in an instant. Chapter 291, Have a taste of my formation. The fourth prince Sha Yan turned around suddenly. A familiar figure came directly into his eyes. Jiang Chen. Looking at Jiang Chen, who didn't know when he had actually appeared behind them, Sha Yan's expression instantly became terrified. And beside Sha Yan, on the face of the fourth stage array mage, an incredible horror also appeared. He stared at Jiang Chen blankly, and there was an unbelievable scream in his mouth. How is this possible? This is the fourth grade killing array open heaven sword array he is proud of. He didn't expect it. Jiang Chen was able to find the flaw in his heaven opening sword formation in such a short period of time, and escaped from the formation unharmed. Nothing is impossible. Do you think you are the only one here as a rank 4 mage? Your little array of Dao accomplishments is not worth mentioning in front of me. I want to get rid of your formation, it's just a matter of minutes. He stood with his hands behind, and his proud voice resounded in midair instantly. Come and not be indecent, let's let you have a taste of my formation. The Purgatory 3 definite array, Kai. Jiang Chen moved his hands, and a shining mask of strange brilliance appeared out of nowhere. The four princes and others are all trapped in this strange mask. 4 rank advanced formation Purgatory and 3 unique formations. I obviously didn't find the formation here. Just now, this. How is this possible? Seeing this formation out of thin air, the 4th rank formation mage's expression suddenly changed drastically. When he came here just now, he had clearly checked the surrounding situation carefully. He was almost certain that there was absolutely no way to have this 3 fierce Purgatory formation just now. And Jiang Chen has never used the array of the Purgatory array from the beginning to the end. How could a Purgatory array appear out of thin air now? When you came, there was no formation here. Of course you won't have any discovery. Jiang Chen said lightly. The 3 definite array of Purgatory, but I came out of your open heaven sword array to set it up. The expression of the 4th stage array mage instantly became extremely frightened, and even the words in his mouth became uncomfortable. Jiang Chen turned out to be so evil. In such a short time, Jiang Chen not only broke his Kaiyuan sword formation, but he also unconsciously laid out this Purgatory 3 definite formation. Master Mo, this formation makes me feel uncomfortable. Hurry, break this 3 great Purgatory formation. Seeing that he was trapped in the formation arranged by Jiang Chen, the 4th prince couldn't help but screamed at the 4th rank array mage in anger. The Purgatory Sanju formation is an upgraded version of the 3rd rank formation and the Sanju formation, which can cut off all vitality. At best, we can stick to the time of a stick of incense in this formation, but even if I do my best, I am not sure to break the formation at the time of a stick of incense. Master Mo said with a wry smile. 4 princes, you won't have a chance this time in the Emperor's assessment. Give up. When the 4 princes heard Master Mo's words, their expressions were instantly ugly. Before he could speak, Jiang Chen's faint voice sounded again. 4 princes, I personally arranged this 3 definite array of Purgatory. With my control here, any 4th rank array mage can't even break the formation within a stick of incense, so you don't have a fluke in your heart. If you don't want to stay in the formation forever, then obediently hand over the Emperor's order. Chapter 292, Dare to kill you, you can try. Jiang Chen's faint words also made the 4th prince's expression extremely difficult to look. Jiang Chen, the prince has accepted what happened today. If you withdrew this Purgatory 3 must, this prince will give you the Emperor's order. The eyes of the 4th prince changed uncertainly for a while, then raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen gloomily. At this point, Sha Yan also had to choose to hand over the Emperor's order. But even if he handed over the Emperor's order, Sha Yan didn't plan to leave the royal family ancestral land like this. Sha Yan is actually very clear about his own strength. He also knew that he had gathered 9 emperor orders and it was unlikely to win the throne. The main purpose of his coming to participate in the emperor's assessment was just to win 1 or 2 emperor orders. He can use the emperor's order to trade with the prince who is most hopeful of winning the throne, in exchange for a certain amount of benefit for himself. Now his plan was completely destroyed because of Jiang Chen's existence. Sha Yan hated Jiang Chen to the extreme. He has secretly vowed in his heart that he must stay and let Jiang Chen pay a heavy price for it. Why should I remove the formation? Everything here is under the control of Emperor Sha. You only need to give up the emperor's assessment, and Emperor Sha will automatically send you out. Jiang Chen smiled coldly. Don't worry, I can't stop Emperor Sha from taking action in this 3 fierce purgatory formation. The 4th Prince Sha Yan is obviously a more sinister figure. If he is allowed to stay in this royal ancestral land, maybe he will hide in the dark. Although Jiang Chen did not put the strength of the 4 princes team in his eyes. However, open spears are easy to hide, but hidden arrows are hard to guard. Jiang Chen didn't want to add unnecessary trouble to himself in this emperor's assessment. He must let the team of the 4 princes disappear from the ancestral land of the royal family. Jiang Chen, don't forget, I am the 4th prince of the great Sha kingdom. The 4th prince looked at Jiang Chen provocatively. Killing me is a price, do you dare to kill? In this test of the emperor, the members of the team of 7 princes were not allowed to act on other princes. He really didn't believe that Jiang Chen had the guts to kill him under his father's eyes. Dare to kill you, you can try. Jiang Chen said lightly. You still have time to think about a stick of incense. Whether to leave the royal family ancestral land alive or die in the 3 infernal formations, you choose yourself. HMPH, this prince doesn't believe that you really dare to let me die in this 3 unique array of purgatory. The 4th prince sneered in his heart, and simply stalemate with Jiang Chen. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed quickly, but Jiang Chen outside was still indifferent, and didn't mean to remove the formation and let them go out. Feeling the more and more suffocating air in the formation, the 4th prince suddenly panicked. Jiang Chen, Count Yu is ruthless. This prince has taken note of today's affairs, you wait for me. The 4 princes spoke to Jiang Chen in anger, and finally had to announce the abandonment of the emperor's assessment. And at the moment when the 4 princes announced their abandonment of the emperor's assessment, a violent spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared all around. The 4 princes and the 4 members of his team disappeared out of thin air in the royal family ancestral land. A piece of golden emperor's order also fell from the place where the 4 princes disappeared. Chapter 293, Hand in your emperor's order. Unexpectedly, the 4th prince was the first to get out. Jiang Chen is too awesome, he first pushed back the team of the prince, and now he is letting the team of the 4 princes go straight out. It's no wonder that the 3rd prince dared to take him alone to participate in the emperor's assessment. This kid is really a monster. When everyone looked at the 4th prince and others who were forced to give up the emperor's assessment by Jiang Chen, they couldn't help but exclaim. Before the emperor's assessment begins, although Jiang Chen showed the powerful ability of 1 person in 4 professions, but everyone is actually not very optimistic about Jiang Chen and the 3rd prince. After all, one's energy is limited. Jiang Chen wanted to help the 3rd prince Sha Zan win 9 emperor orders on his own, which was almost impossible. Jiang Chen's performance in the emperor's assessment directly surprised them. He first won the emperor order with the team of the eldest prince and won the 1st emperor order. Now he completely defeated the team of the 4 princes and easily won the 2nd emperor's order. Under Jiang Chen's strong shot, the 3 princes became the only one who had 2 emperor orders first. After Jiang Chen forced the 4 princes to abandon the emperor's examination and obtain the 2nd emperor's order, he did not take the next step. He still gave the emperor's order to the 3 princes for safekeeping, and he meditated again. After half a day, the 9 princes who had obtained an emperor's order came again with the team. Jiang Chen shot thunderously, crippling the team of the 9 princes. The 9 princes had no choice but to give up the emperor's assessment. And Jiang Chen and the others also took advantage of the trend and collected the 3rd emperor's order. After obtaining the 3rd emperor's order, in the next day, Jiang Chen and the others lived in an unusually peaceful life, and no prince took the emperor's order to come home. Until the next morning, the 3rd prince finally woke up Jiang Chen, who was meditating. Brother Jiang Chen, the remaining 6 emperor orders have appeared in the same position. If my guess is correct, my eldest brother may have gathered these 6 emperor's orders. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up and stretched slightly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lifted up a slight arc. Since he has collected the remaining 6 emperor orders, it is time to get the orders and end this emperor assessment. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and immediately followed the emperor's order in large strides. Jiang Chen and the others came to the valley where the prescription was 100 meters round. With a slight glance, Jiang Chen saw a golden emperor's order in the middle of the valley. At the entrance of the valley, the team of the great Prince Sha Lin had already appeared here. Gongalin, the 4th-ranking mage in their team, was now concentrating on searching for something around the valley. The prince, after I checked repeatedly, there seems to be no formation guard in this valley. Should we take orders directly? Gong Lin checked for a while, finally raised his head and said to the prince. The prince was about to speak, but suddenly he sensed something. He suddenly looked behind him and saw Jiang Chen 2 people 100 meters away. The prince's eyes suddenly condensed. Jiang Chen, you really helped the youngest get those 3 emperor orders. My goal is not just to help him get 3 pieces, but to gather 9 pieces together. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly. Grand Prince, hand over all the emperor's orders on you. Chapter 294. You want to fight 3 games, I will be with you. The eldest Prince Sha Lin seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He smiled incredulously. You ask this prince to hand over the emperor's order to you. Jiang Chen said lightly. I want to help the 3 princes seize the status and let you hand over all the emperor's orders. Is there a problem? Huh, Jiang Chen, don't you want to be arrogant in front of this prince? Do you think that you can really help the 3rd child win the throne? This time the emperor's assessment, the prince can only win in the end. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the eldest prince. I think it is you who should hand over the emperor's order. If that's the case, then everyone will see the real chapter. Jiang Chen proudly said. I can censor the 1st emperor's order from under your nose, and I can take all the emperor's orders from you. Haha, I'm really ashamed. If the prince didn't give in intentionally, you thought you could get the 1st emperor's order? The eldest prince laughed disdainfully and said, well, anyway, the only people who have the emperor's order are me and the youngest. It's time for a showdown. Now 9 emperor orders have gathered here. Except for the 5 that he already had and the one that he hadn't obtained in the valley, there were only 3 of Jiang Chen and the others. In other words, as long as he can get the 3 emperor orders from Jiang Chen and the others, he will be the last winner of this emperor's assessment. At that time, he can inherit the throne of Great Sha Kingdom as he wishes. Thinking that he was only 1 step away from the emperor of the Great Sha Kingdom, the heart of the great Prince Sha Lin also became extremely hot. You are a lot of nonsense. If you want to do it quickly. Jiang Chen glanced at the eldest prince and several people, and said indifferently, are you here to die together, or one by one? Boy, I think you are the one looking for death, right? Huh, dare to be so arrogant when you die. The prince, let me take action. I will definitely help you solve this kid and win the remaining 3 emperor orders. Hearing Jiang Chen's words that did not put them in his eyes, the eyes of the few people beside the prince were about to burst into flames. Jiang Chen, you are really arrogant and arrogant. The eldest prince stared at Jiang Chen coldly. You are the only one in the youngest team, and the prince doesn't want to bully the less with more. How about a fair duel? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly. How do you want to fight? We played against each other in martial arts, formation, and animal training, and we won 2 games in 3 games. If anyone wins 2 games, the other party must unconditionally hand over the emperor's order. What do you think? When the big prince spoke, a subtle glow flashed in his eyes. Jiang Chen is a very enchanting martial arts genius, and he also understood the legendary sword intent. If he does it directly, he is really not sure to defeat Jiang Chen. And once the duel is divided into 3 games, even if he loses in martial arts, he can win back from the formation and the beast. This time he entered the ancestral land of the royal family. He prepared a very powerful whole card in the formation and the beast. As long as the duel is separated, no matter how strong Jiang Chen is in the formation and the beast tamer, he will definitely lose. It was heard that the prince had to be divided into 3 matches to face off. Jiang Chen's mouth couldn't help but a playful smile appeared. He looked at the eldest prince lightly, and his proud voice resounded instantly. The prince, you want to fight 3 matches, I will be with you. Stop talking nonsense, whoever of you will come first. Chapter 295. Half-step Kaiyuan Realm, that is also a move. Kaiyang, you come first. The eldest prince stopped talking nonsense, and shouted directly at Hong Kaiyang behind him. Hong Kaiyang responded, and then appeared in front of Jiang Chen in a flash. Jiang Chen, I really don't know who gave you the courage to speak up here. If it wasn't for the prince to stop, you thought you could stay in the royal ancestral land until now. Today, I will let you see how powerful the Kaiyuan realm is for a while. Hong Kaiyang stared at Jiang Chen sternly, and a tyrannical aura also radiated from him. Half-step Kaiyuan realm. This is a realm between Shantian 9 layers and Kaiyuan realm. In Shenwu continent, after the warrior reaches the peak of the 9 innate layers, he can gradually transform the true energy in his body into elemental power. When the junqi in the body is completely transformed into elemental power, it can break through the Kaiyuan realm. And the warrior who is in the process of transforming the true energy into the Yuan force is called the half-step Kaiyuan realm warrior. Although the strength of the half-step Kaiyuan realm martial artist has not reached the real Kaiyuan realm, but they have already transformed a part of their vitality in their bodies, and their combat power is naturally far superior to the general 9-tiered innate martial artist. Facing Hong Kaiyang's eruption, Jiang Chen's expression remained calm and calm. He glanced at Hong Kaiyang contemptuously. Half-step Kaiyuan realm, is it amazing? Hong Kaiyang smiled coldly. Half-step Kaiyuan realm may not be great, but it is completely enough to defeat the innate 9 layers of you. Hehe. You can't help but value yourself too much. Don't say that you are only half-step into the Kaiyuan realm. Even if you reach the real Kaiyuan realm, it is just a trick in my eyes. Jiang Chen looked at Hong Kaiyang blankly, but his faint words seemed domineering. I want to see Hong Kaiyang today. How do you defeat me with one move? Hong Kaiyang laughed angrily. He clenched his fist violently, directly stimulating the vitality in his body. The tyrannical Yuan Li condensed a Yuan Li fist shadow directly in front of him, and punched Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at the oncoming Yuan Li Kuan Ying, and the Yanlong sword flashed out of thin air directly in his hand. His long sword pointed to the sky, and his proud voice instantly resounded in the air. I have a sword. If you can take it, I will lose the battle. As this faint voice fell, a fiery red sword glowed into the sky. The vitality of the heavens and the earth within 10 meters of the radius is turbulent. A huge sword burning with raging flames condensed above Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen shouted coldly, swiping the Yanlong sword and struck it down. The flame giant sword suddenly slashed at the oncoming Yuanli fist shadow with a terrifying force capable of burning everything. The flame giant sword fell on Yuanli Quenying in the blink of an eye. I saw that Yuanli Quenying was instantly burned by the terrifying energy on the flame giant sword. And after destroying that Yuanli Quenying, the flame giant sword's power did not diminish in the slightest. Directly under Hong Kaiyang's horrified eyes, severely slashed on his body. Hong Kaiyang spouted out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell several meters away like a broken kite. The clothes on his body were all burned, and the whole body was as if struck by lightning. His whole body exuded the smell of burnt, lying on the ground unconsciously. Chapter 296. Do you have any means? Just use it. My God, Jiang Chen is too strong with this sword. Arousing the power of heaven and earth, this is a legendary martial art, can it not be strong? Awesome. Even Hong Kaiyang, who was half a step into the Kaiyuan realm, was defeated by him with one sword. Everyone saw that Jiang Chen really defeated Hong Kaiyang with a single sword, almost staring out their shocked eyes. Since the emperor's assessment began, Jiang Chen's performance has almost always refreshed their cognition. First of all, he used tyrannical means to retreat from the team of the eldest prince and obtained the first emperor's order. Then, he crushed the team of the 4 princes with invincibility, and made the 3 princes the first prince with 2 emperor orders. In the peak duel with the eldest prince, he defeated Hong Kaiyang in the Kaiyuan realm with a single sword. The strength of such an evildoer is simply against the sky. They finally had to believe. Perhaps Jiang Chen really has the terrifying ability to help the 3 princes win the throne on his own. This kid, how can he have such terrifying strength? The eldest prince Sha Lin stared at the scene blankly, and there was an unconcealable horror in his eyes. Just 2 months ago, when Jiang Chen participated in the Jufu Huiwu, he only had 4 innate strengths. But less than 2 months have passed, and Jiang Chen's strength has skyrocketed to the point where he defeated the Kaiyuan realm in half a step. What an exaggeration and abnormality this is. The prince, you lost the first matchup. The next second game, it's up to you to decide whether to test the formation or tame the beast. Just when the eldest prince hadn't recovered from the shock, Jiang Chen's faint voice rang in his ears again. The prince took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the horror in his heart. His eyes flickered slightly, and finally, said to the animal trainer behind him, "Ma Zong, you go." The animal trainer named Ma Zong nodded, and immediately stood directly behind the prince. He patted the pet bag on his waist with a big hand, and a human-shaped monster sprang out of his pet bag in an instant. After the figure monster landed, his figure soared in vain. A golden giant ape with a height of 10 meters appeared in the sight of everyone. Third-ranked high-level monsters and earth-shaking apes. Looking at the golden giant ape in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile faintly. If you want to use it to fight a beast with me, then you will probably lose. HMPH, whoever loses and who wins will have to be compared to no. Ma Zong snorted coldly, "Stop talking nonsense, and let the monster beast you tame go free." As Jiang Chen said, he directly released the Fire Lin beast from his pet bag. Rank 6 Fire Beast, you. How could you tame the 6th rank fire monster? Seeing the Fire Lin beast released by Jiang Chen, Ma Zong's eyes shrank suddenly, and his mouth couldn't help but scream. "How I tame it, you don't need to know." The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised a slight arc. "You just need to know that you are defeated in this battle beast." HMPH, not ashamed. It's just a juvenile fire beast. Do you think you can defeat me by this? Ma Zong smiled coldly. "Next, I will show you my methods." Jiang Chen stood with his hands in his hands, and a faint chuckle instantly resounded in the air. "In that case, I'll give you a chance to perform. If you have any means, just use it." Chapter 297. Let you see the real secrets of beast control. Ma Zong smiled angrily. I saw that his hands quickly changed into handprints on his chest. As his handprints change, a trace of strange energy is also condensed in his palm. Secret of burning blood, Kai. Ma Zong screamed, and directly slammed the strange energy of his palm into the body of the earth-shaking ape. Roar. The earth-shaking ape suddenly issued a terrifying roar. Its already unusually tall body also skyrocketed again in an instant. A fierce aura suddenly radiated from the earth-shaking divine ape like a giant dragon waking up. Jiang Chen, even if you have a 6th grade fire monster, it's a pity that your Fire Lin beast hasn't grown up at all, and it's no more than the strength of the 3rd-tier monster beast. And my earth-shaking divine ape already possesses the strength of a 4th-grade monster beast under the blessing of the secret method of guarding beasts. How can you fight me? Ma Zong couldn't help laughing wildly at Jiang Chen after showing the blood-burning secret method. Unexpectedly, you are also a little capable, and you know how to improve the strength of the earth-shaking ape. But your beast-repelling secret method is really not that good. Forcibly burn the life-blood of the earth-shaking ape to enhance its strength. Jiang Chen curled his lips in disdain. After this, your earth-shaking ape is going to be scrapped. HMPH, as long as you can win this duel for the eldest prince, what is the sacrifice of an earth-shaking ape? Ma Zong snorted coldly. Jiang Chen, if you are more acquainted, you can take the initiative to give in. As long as you can achieve victory in this duel, help the prince successfully ascend the throne of God. What he will get later, how can an earth-shaking ape be able to compare? Ha ha. Let me take the initiative to surrender. Do you think you have that qualification? Even if you use the secret method at the expense of this earth-shaking ape, it may not have won me. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, raised his hands, and formed a fiery red pentagonal mark in the air. His proud voice also resounded in Maiden's ears instantly. Isn't it just a secret method of guarding beasts that the garbage can't be in the garbage? Are you embarrassed to show it in front of me? Keep your eyes open for me. I will show you what the real secret technique of beast control is. The fire spirit of the 5 elements royal beast art, go. While Jiang Chen spoke, the hands that controlled the red fingerprints flicked. The red pentagonal mark slammed into the fire monster's body. The aura on the fire monster's body also suddenly rose. 4th grade primary, intermediate grade 4, pinnacle of the 4th stage. The aura of the Fire Lin beast soared directly from the 3rd rank peak to the 4th rank peak. Ancient 5 elements royal beast art. You. How could you learn the ancient secrets of beast control? Watching Jiang Chen display the legendary ancient anti-beast secret method, he undertook to raise the strength of the fire beast by a whole big rank. Ma Zong's eyes finally showed unprecedented horror, and his face instantly turned pale. How I learned it, You don't need to know. You only need to know that this is the fighting beast, you are probably going to lose. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and pointed his right hand at the earth-shaking ape. Xiaohuo, get me out of this big guy. Chapter 298, If you lose, you want to regret it. Hearing Jiang Chen's command, Huo Lin rushed towards the earth-shaking, censored ape. As a 6th-rank monster with the blood of a monster, the Fire Lin beast was more than one level higher than the earth-shaking ape in its blood. Now with the blessing of Jiang Chen's ancient anti-beast secret method, his strength is directly comparable to the 4th-rank peak monster beast. How can the earth-shaking ape be able to resist it? Ma Zong's earth-shaking divine ape was beaten by the fire beast and lay on the ground like a dead dog. Jiang Chen is really not an ordinary evildoer, the eldest prince's animal trainer is also defeated. It seems that this time the emperor's final winner in the assessment is probably the 3 princes. Everyone saw that Jiang Chen easily won again in the Beast Tamer Battle Beast duel, and they were all shocked again. When Ma Zong used the secret method of imperial beasts to raise the strength of the earth-shaking ape to the 4th rank, they thought that Jiang Chen would lose in this beast fight. Who knew that Jiang Chen directly displayed a more powerful beast-repelling secret method, completely killing Ma Zong in seconds. Almost all of them admired Jiang Chen so much that they all cast their shots. One person holds 4 positions, and his strength in each profession is extremely powerful. To understate the victory of this beast, Jiang Chen looked directly at the big prince on the opposite side. He looked at the prince and said indifferently, "The prince, you have already lost a duel, hand in the emperor's order." "No, I haven't lost yet, this time the emperor's assessment, only me will win in the end. I am the person most qualified to inherit the throne of the great Xia kingdom." The eldest prince Xia Lin recovered from the horror for a while. He stared at Jiang Chen sullenly, and an extremely hideous expression appeared in his eyes. As long as there were 3 duels with Jiang Chen, with the backhand he prepared, he would surely be able to win. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. In the first match, Hong Kaiyang was directly defeated by Jiang Chen. In the second battle with the beast, even if Ma Zong used the secret method of guarding the beast that he had spent a huge price, he still lost in the hands of Jiang Chen. The big prince, the big man keeps his promises, and if you want to bet, you will lose. Jiang Chen said coldly, the dignified prince of the country Xia, if you lose, you want to regret it, do you want to face it? Jiang Chen, what can you do even if the prince repents? 9 emperor orders, only this prince is qualified to gather them together. Today, no one wants to censor the emperor's order from me. The eldest prince snorted in anger, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The eldest prince never thought about the issue of face and face. This time the emperor's assessment was related to the succession of the emperor's throne. How could he just concede defeat so easily and just give the emperor's order to Jiang Chen? Even at all costs, he will swear to seize 9 emperor orders. Winner and loser since ancient times. No matter what method is used, as long as it can win the emperor's assessment and inherit the throne of the great Xia kingdom, this is the most important. As for the issue of face, everything is a cloud to him. The prince's eyes were extremely cold. I saw him in vain shouting at Gong Lin next to him, "Gong Lin, don't do it yet." Chapter 299, The 5th rank formation, I can still break with my fingers. With the explosion of the great prince fell. Gong Lin beside him also took out a formation pattern like lightning. He bit his finger, dripped a drop of blood quickly on the formation, and then sacrificed the formation against Jiang Chen where they were. The formation directly transformed into a formation exuding a dark red light in midair, covering Jiang Chen and the 3 princes. Ha ha, Jiang Chen, this 5th rank formation is the biggest trump card I have prepared. If you don't want to die, just give up the emperor's assessment and leave the royal family ancestral land. I said long ago that this prince is the only winner in this emperor's assessment. Seeing that Gongolin-ji's 5th rank formation trapped Jiang Chen and the eldest prince couldn't help laughing out loud. For this emperor's assessment, the eldest prince Xia Lin had made sufficient preparations. Not only did he get the secret technique of guarding beasts for the beast trainers in the team, he also asked a master formation master of the palace family to make a 5-rank formation map. The most important thing is, there is no need to use this formation at all, only the blood of the palace disciple can be activated instantly. And this 5-rank formation is also the biggest trump card of the big prince. Now that Jiang Chen was forced to such a point, he also had to use this whole card. Hold the grass, the prince is really sinister. Unexpectedly, the eldest prince actually prepared a trump card like the 5th rank formation. Jiang Chen and the others are probably over now. Everyone couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing for Jiang Chen and the 3rd prince. It can be seen that the eldest prince not only did not hand over the emperor's order according to the agreement, but also sacrificed a 5th rank formation to them. The 3rd prince Sha Zan was furious and said, "Sha Lin, you proposed the 3 duels, and you are ashamed to turn back. The 3rd child, you are really naive. The struggle for throne has always been cruel. In order to fight for the throne, I naturally do everything I can." The prince smiled sensibly. "I don't want to talk nonsense with you, you have no chance now, so obediently give up the emperor's assessment." "Huh, self-righteous, but it's just a 5th rank formation. Do you think you can deal with me with gadgets?" The voice of the eldest prince just fell, and Jiang Chen's faint cold snort also resounded in the air instantly. Hearing that Jiang Chen dared not take this 5th rank formation in his eyes, Gong Lin couldn't help but smiled coldly. "Jiang Chen, do you know what formation this is?" Jiang Chen said lightly, "It's just a trapped dragon formation with 5 poisons, what's the big deal? Since you know this is the 5 poison and trapped dragon formation, you should know that this is a rank 5 formation that can trap even Earth Dragon to death. Now you either give up the Emperor's assessment or you are trapped to death by this formation. Besides, you will have no other choice." Gong Lin looked at Jiang Chen condescendingly, and said with a winning ticket, "5 poisons trap the dragon formation. This is a very overbearing and vicious rank 5 formation. Even a general 5th rank formation master, it is not easy to break through the formation. And Jiang Chen is just a 4th rank array mage. He wants to break the 5 poisonous trapped dragon formation, which is almost impossible. Haha, you said there would be no 3rd choice, but I chose to make the 3rd choice today." Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and his proud voice echoed in the air instantly. "What about the 5 poisonous trapped dragon formations that can trap the Earth Dragon? 5 rank formation, I can still break it with my fingers." Chapter 300. Hit until you are willing to pay. He suddenly clenched his fist, and the fierce innate boxing force blasted out in 5 different directions. With Jiang Chen these 5 punches blasted out, I saw the circling dark red light on the 5 poisonous trapped dragon array. All of them stopped in vain at this moment. And at the moment when the 5 poisonous trapped dragon formation stopped operating, Jiang Chen's figure slammed up from the ground and rushed towards the pattern of the 5 poisonous trapped dragon formation above his head. "Shenlong Podian Fist, break it for me!" Jiang Chen screamed, and the Xuanpin high-level martial arts Shenlong Podian Fist instantly smashed against the formation of the 5 poisonous trapped dragon formations. The fierce power of the Shenlong Podian Fist drowned the formation of the 5 poisons trapped in the dragon formation in the blink of an eye. Only a clicking sound was heard. The formation of the 5 poisonous trapped dragon formation was instantly crushed by Jiang Chen's fist. The dark red mask that enveloped Jiang Chen and the others instantly turned into a little bit of starlight, dissipating out of thin air in midair. It can be seen that Jiang Chen broke the 5 poisonous trapped dragon formations so simply and neatly. Whether it was the eldest prince and others in the field, or the people outside the royal family's ancestral land, there was an inconceivable shock in the eyes. They can no longer use words to describe how evil Jiang Chen is. In 3 duels with the prince, Jiang Chen's performance simply brightened their eyes. Half-step a warrior in the Kaiyuan realm, he directly killed with a single sword. The 4th rank beast trainer, he was also an understatement to defeat. Now even the rank 5 formation was still broken by him simply and neatly. This kid. Do you want to be so exaggerated? Do you want to be so violent? You. How could you break my 5 poisonous trapped dragon formation? Gong Lin stared blankly at this scene, and also let out an incredible roar in his mouth. 5 poisonous trapped dragon formations, this is a genuine rank 5 formation. Jiang Chen is just a rank 4 mage, how could he break the 5 poisonous trapped dragon array so easily? To know, even a general 5th rank formation master would never be able to break the 5 poison trapped dragon formation in such a short time. There are all kinds of formations in this world, and there is no formation without weakness. As long as you find the weakness of the formation, how difficult is it to break it? Jiang Chen just smiled contemptuously, and ignored Gong Lin. He looked directly at the elder prince Sha Lin, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "The prince, now you have used the last whole cards, now you can obediently hand over the emperor's order." "No, The emperor's order is mine, no one wants to take my emperor's order. Only I can become the winner of the emperor's assessment, and only I can inherit the throne of the great Xia kingdom and become a new generation of Xia emperor. The Prince Xia Lin Zhuangruo roared frantically. You don't pay, are you? Then I will fight until you are willing to pay. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, and appeared ghostly beside the prince. The big prince's face changed drastically, and as soon as he was about to resist, Jiang Chen's ghostly palms had already grabbed his shoulders and firmly fixed him. Holding the prince's body with a palm, Jiang Chen shook his wrist and threw the prince out like a sandbag. The prince staggered and fell to the ground, and fell directly on the ground to eat shit. Before the eldest prince stabilized his figure, Jiang Chen appeared next to him like a ghost again, kicking the ball with the sole of his foot. Chapter 301. The seventh prince appeared, looking at Jiang Chen who appeared ghostly in front of him again. The eldest prince Xia Lin's eyes suddenly shrank. He quickly urged the innate true energy in his body to prepare for defense. His strength is only in the sixth innate, how can he stop Jiang Chen's attack? I saw Jiang Chen's fierce kick and instantly destroyed the defensive chi of the prince's body. The eldest prince's body trembled, and once again he flew out without exception, and fell heavily to the ground several feet away. After being hit by Jiang Chen twice in a row, the eldest prince only felt like his whole body fell apart, and bursts of severe pain stimulated his nerves. Before he was struggling to stand up from the ground, Jiang Chen's figure appeared ghostly on top of his head again, and stepped on him. A shadow of death also instantly surged into the heart of the prince. I give up the emperor's assessment. Facing the threat of death, the eldest prince finally couldn't help but screamed in horror. With the words of the eldest prince, a majestic spatial force in the air instantly swept up several people in the great prince's team and disappeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others. And after the eldest prince and others disappeared, with a move of his palm, Jiang Chen directly took the 5 emperor orders on the ground into his bag. Unexpectedly, I actually won the emperor's assessment. The third prince Xia Zan stared blankly at the emperor's order in Jiang Chen's hand, and it took him almost a while to recover from the shock. Since being secretly blocked by the eldest prince, the third prince Xia Zan almost lost confidence in this emperor's assessment. But at this critical time, Jiang Chen suddenly appeared beside him, shouldering the people who helped him to participate in the emperor's assessment with one person. Jiang Chen also showed his incomparably powerful strength, leading him to this step. The Emperor Zhuan made him already have 8 yuan in hand. As long as he obtains the last one in the valley in front of him, he can gather an emperor's order and inherit the throne of Great Xia Kingdom. Brother Jiang Chen, thank you very much. If it weren't for your help this time, I wouldn't be able to defeat the prince and win 9 emperor orders. In the future, in Daxia country, you can speak as long as you have useful things for me, Xia Zan is bound to do. The third prince Xia Xuanchang suppressed his excitement and said gratefully to Jiang Chen. Hee. You say thank you now, I'm afraid it's a bit early. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly. This emperor's assessment is probably not over yet. Brother Jiang Chen, what do you mean by this? The third prince Xia Zan was taken aback for a moment. The eldest prince Xia Lindu had already given up the emperor's examination, and the last emperor's order was also placed in front of them. Who else could really tell them the emperor's order? Jiang Chen did not answer Xia Zan. He looked somewhere to the left and said faintly, "Seventh prince, when are you going to hide?" Jiang Chen, you are really amazing. Unexpectedly, you really assisted the third brother to the end with your own strength. Just as Jiang Chen's voice fell, a voice rang in Jiang Chen's ears instantly. Immediately after, I saw the seventh prince Xia Yi slowly leading his team out of the forest on the left. Seeing the sudden appearance of Xia Yi and others, the third prince Xia Zan's expression suddenly changed. Xia Yi, you are still in the ancestral land of the royal family. Chapter 302, Kaiyuan Realm Warrior, that's all. Xia Zan looked at Xia Yi in disbelief. Xia Yi had already been eliminated when fighting for the emperor's order, but she didn't expect this guy to be killed at the last moment. Why can't I be in the royal ancestral land? Since I entered the ancestral land of the imperial family, I have not participated in the battle for any emperor's order, but hidden in the dark watching you snipe clams fight. A ghostly smile appeared on the corner of Xia Yi's mouth, because from the beginning, I planned to be that profitable fisherman. Snipe and clam fight, the fisherman gains. The seventh prince has a good abacus. But, if you want to pick up the bargain in front of me, you probably don't have the ability. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, as if he didn't pay attention to the seventh prince and others in front of him. Jiang Chen, don't think that you have defeated the prince's team, you really think that no one can help you. In fact, before entering the ancestral land of the imperial family, the prince always thought that my last opponent would be Shaolin, but he didn't expect you to knock out his team. But, no matter who the final opponent is, it doesn't really matter. Xiaoyi smiled confidently, because there is only one final result, that is, the prince won in this emperor's assessment. Since entering the royal family ancestral land, although Xiaoyi did not participate in any competition, she witnessed everything that happened in the royal family's ancestral land in secret. He was already very clear about the powerful strength Jiang Chen showed. If he hadn't prepared, how dare he come out at this time to compete with Jiang Chen for the emperor's order? If I'm right, he should be the one you rely on. Jiang Chen glanced at the indifferent black-clothed youth beside Xiaoyi and said lightly. For this emperor's assessment, I finally found such a young martial artist in the Kaiyuan realm. Xiaoyi smiled proudly. Jiang Chen, no matter how good you are, it is not worth mentioning in front of the Kaiyuan realm powerhouse. Fuck slot. Unexpectedly, the warrior in the ranks of the seven princes actually reached the Kaiyuan realm. The seventh prince hides so deeply, Jiang Chen is afraid this time he is going to make a wedding dress for the seventh prince. Everyone could not help shaking their heads and sighing as they watched the sudden changes in the light curtain. Just when everyone thought Jiang Chen and the third prince were going to die. But there was not the slightest wave on Jiang Chen's face. He watched Xiaoyi lightly, and his domineering voice resounded instantly. Kaiyuan realm. Is it strong? In my eyes, the Kaiyuan realm martial artist is nothing more than that. Hearing Jiang Chen's domineering words, everyone couldn't help being in an uproar. Their gazes towards Jiang Chen all revealed incredible shock. You, a martial artist of the innate realm, dare to say that Kaiyuan realm warrior is just like that? This guy is not ordinary arrogant. Humph, overwhelmed. You are just a congenital warrior, what right do you have to speak in front of me? Today, I will let you know how big the gap is between Shantian and Kaiyuan. Jiang Chen's arrogant words also made the young man in black beside the seventh prince angry. I saw him let out a cold snort, and the powerful aura of the Kaiyuan realm martial artist also instantly pressed Jiang Chen. Chapter 303, Cut your dog's head with one sword. Facing the oppression of the young warrior Kaiyuan realm, Jiang Chen just gave a faint cold snort, and a sharp sword intent dissolved the young warrior's aura into invisible. The momentum of the Kaiyuan realm warrior, you may use it to scare other innate realm warriors. Resolve the oppression of the young warrior's momentum lightly. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly, but in front of me, this thing is not worth mentioning. This is an artistic conception that overrides any martial arts. Anyone who understands the true meaning of martial arts can easily dissolve the aura and oppression brought by the realm. This is also an important reason why people who understand the true meaning of martial arts have superior combat power and can even fight beyond the realm. It is rumored that the two martial arts geniuses cannot be suppressed by the realm, and they are indeed well deserved. The young warrior's eyes narrowed slightly. His whole body exudes a fierce fighting intent. Today, Lang Bin wants to see how powerful your sword intent can be. I advise you better not to see. If I were you, I would leave the royal ancestral land immediately. Jiang Chen glanced at the young martial artist faintly, and said domineeringly, my sword intent. Slashing your dog's head with one sword is not a problem. I heard something wrong, right? An innate martial artist who dares to be so arrogant in front of a Kaiyuan realm martial artist, Jiang Chen is definitely the first in history. Everyone was shocked by Jiang Chen's words again. Kill the Kaiyuan realm martial artist with one sword. Is this Tamar really something that an innate martial artist can do? The young warrior Lang Bin smiled angrily. I want to see, how do you kill me with one sword? Although the genius who understands the true meaning of martial arts has superb combat power, it only has the ability to fight higher. Killing him with a single sword is simply a matter of ignorance. I gave you a chance to survive, but you didn't cherish it. If that's the case, then you should keep your eyes open and see how I cut you with one sword. Jiang Chen said coldly, the secret method of rising dragon, the true meaning of wind, and the double sword intent broke out almost simultaneously. I saw that the swords of others were united, and flashed by Lang Bin's side as if piercing through the void. Jiang Chen's figure changed from extremely fast to still, and he settled directly 3 meters away behind Lang Bin. The Yanlong sword in his hand pointed diagonally to the ground, and drops of red blood dripped onto the ground along the tip of the sword. A popping sound also came directly behind Jiang Chen. Everyone looked for reputation, only to find that Lang Bin had become a headless corpse and fell in a pool of blood. Seeing this shocking scene in front of them, everyone couldn't help taking a breath. Their gazes towards Jiang Chen showed incredible horror. Although they also knew that Jiang Chen understood the sword intent, they didn't expect that Jiang Chen's combat power had reached such a terrifying level. One sword. This guy really only took out a sword and completely beheaded a Kaiyuan realm warrior. Kill Lang Bin with one sword. Jiang Chen's gaze fell directly on the seventh prince with an unbelievable face, and his faint voice instantly resounded across the sky. 7 princes, I said long ago that you don't have the ability to sit in front of me to reap the benefits of the fisherman. Are you out now, or do you want me to get you out? Chapter 304, Yan Qingxian's help. I heard Jiang Chen's faint words. The 7th prince Sha Yi's face instantly became extremely pale. He looked at Jiang Chen in anger, his eyes also showed an extremely unwilling look. Sha Yi made a perfect plan before entering the royal family ancestral land. Even if he got the help of a Kaiyuan realm warrior, he still didn't fight for the emperor's order, but sat and watched the other prince snipes and clams in secret. No matter which prince wins this battle, he can take the Kaiyuan realm powerhouse in the team and kill them by surprise, so as to set the world in one fell swoop. After all, people are not as good as heaven. The 7th prince hadn't counted it anyway. Jiang Chen's strength had been so strong that he was so world-defying. Even if he was a martial artist in the Kaiyuan realm, he couldn't even stop his sword. Third brother, your luck is really enviable and jealous, you can meet a peerless figure like Jiang Chen. Unexpectedly, I have a lot of calculations, after all, I'm still a miss. The 7th prince smiled bitterly, and then directly chose to give up. Even the Kaiyuan realm powerhouse that he worked so hard to prepare was beheaded by Jiang Chen with a single sword. What else did he use to fight Sha Zan for the throne? After the 7th prince and others were sent out of the royal family ancestral land, Jiang Chen broke the valley's defenses directly and easily and took the last piece of the emperor's order. And when they gathered 9 emperor orders, a bright golden light instantly submerged the bodies of the 2 of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen discovered that they had appeared in the empty field outside the royal family's ancestral land. Trough. I didn't expect the 3rd prince to win in the end. Jiang Chen is so enchanting, he actually helped the 3 princes win the emperor's assessment by relying on the strength of one person. Helping a prince to win the emperor's assessment with one's own strength, this is the first time in the history of Daxia Kingdom for thousands of years. Seeing the 2 Jiang Chen who appeared in the field, everyone was inconceivably amazed. Just when everyone was amazed, the majestic voice of Emperor Sha Shachong also rang in midair. Everyone, this is the end of the emperor's assessment. The 3 princes Sha Zan gathered 9 emperor orders and became the winner of this emperor's assessment. After half a month, the emperor will personally preside over the canonization hall, and the 3rd prince Sha Zan will succeed him as the emperor. Emperor Sha announced the results of the emperor's assessment, and his figure disappeared in midair instantly. And after Emperor Sha left, countless people all around came forward to congratulate the 3rd prince Sha Zan. Jiang Chen simply didn't bother to deal with such a scene. Just as he was about to leave with excuses, an old voice came directly into his ears from the air. Little brother Jiang Chen, I want to ask you for a favor, I wonder if I can tell you something. Jiang Chen raised his head slightly, and saw Yan Qingxian who was standing 100 meters away and speaking to him in the air. As a 6th rank alchemy master, Yan Qingxian has a lofty status in the Great Sha Kingdom, so he is naturally qualified to visit this emperor's assessment. Jiang Chen did not hesitate either. He said to the 3rd prince Sha Zan, and then walked directly towards Yan Qingxian. Brother, Yan, are you looking for something to do with me? Jiang Chen stepped forward and couldn't help but ask curiously. Yan Qingxian smiled bitterly. Brother Jiang Chen, I actually came to ask you for help this time, and I hope you can help me. Chapter 305, The Evildoers Who Master the 5 True Meanings Are Born. Yan Qingxian's voice was not loud, but it clearly spread to the ears of some people around him. Almost all of them were so surprised that their eyes almost stared out. Yan Qingxian, this is the 6th rank alchemy master of the Great Sha Kingdom. Such an awesome and peerless figure would actually ask Jiang Chen for help. This Nima is too incredible. Brother Yan should have had a problem refining the promised creation pill, right? Given Yan Qingshan's status in the Great Xia Kingdom, there are really not many places that need his help. The first thing Jiang Chen thought of was that Yan Qingshan and the others might have had a problem in the process of studying the 7-pin pill. Brother Jiang Chen, it's true that we don't even have the materials for the wuxia good fortune pill now. Yan Qingshan smiled bitterly. I came to you today because of this. Brother Yan, if you don't even have the medicinal materials of the wuxia zhaohua pill, I can't do anything. If it was Yan Qingshan, they had a problem when they were refining the promise fortune pill. He may also be able to rely on the system for help. But the medicinal materials of the 7-pin pill, he was really powerless. The wuxia sacred heart fruit, the main material of the wuxia good fortune pill, I searched Daxia Kingdom with old man Qin and we couldn't find it. But we actually found out the way to obtain the promised sacred heart fruit. As Yan Qingshan said, he told Jiang Chen the matter again. Original, in Daxia Kingdom's Linguo True Dragon Kingdom, an alchemy meeting will be held 1 month later, and all alchemists under the age of 25 can participate. And the first 3 rewards of the alchemy conference are the promised sacred heart fruit. Yan Qingshan came to Jiang Chen this time, hoping that Jiang Chen would participate in this alchemy meeting and win the top 3 awards. After learning about Yan Qingshan's intention, Jiang Chen agreed without hesitation. The True Dragon Kingdom is the most powerful existence among the 3 kingdoms under the jurisdiction of Tai Zuzong. Moreover, the sect of Taishuzong was in the realm of True Dragon. Anyway, he has nothing to do in the Great Xia Kingdom now, so he happened to go to True Dragon Kingdom to learn more. After discussing with Yan Qingshan 3 days after departure, Jiang Chen left the imperial capital and ran straight towards Yanwang Wuwan. Since he decided to leave Daxia country in 3 days, he had to make some preparations before leaving. This time he left Daxia country, Jiang Chen didn't know when he would return. Not to mention anything else, he couldn't let go of the remaining 3 martial arts true meanings of Yanwang Wuwan's true meaning valley alone. Back to Yanwang Wuwan, Jiang Chen came to the valley of true meaning the first time. He also didn't be polite to the old Moria, first entered the valley of true meaning and glanced at his fist, and directly realized Dacheng's punch. He went in and took a look at Lei Zhizheng and Huo Zhizheng. The true meaning of thunder of a great achievement and the true meaning of fire of a great achievement are all easily grasped by him. I didn't expect, I was able to witness the birth of a monster with the 5 true meanings. Seeing that Jiang Chen had realized the true meaning of the remaining 3 martial arts in minutes, the old man Moria was a little numb in shock. In the history of Yanwang Wuwan for thousands of years, peerless geniuses who can understand the true meaning of the 2 martial arts are already one of the few. A kid like Jiang Chen who can easily master the 5 true meanings of the evildoers is absolutely unprecedented. Chapter 306. I want to challenge the top of the dragon list. Boy, since the establishment of Yanwang Wuwan, you are the first person to fully grasp the 5 true meanings of true meaning. I am more and more looking forward to how far you can grow one day. It took a long time for the old man Moria to recover, and said to Jiang Chen in amazement. Senior is absurd. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, I can grasp the 5 true meanings, all depends on the seniors. The 5 true meanings of the true meaning are placed here, and you can realize that that is your ability. Elder Moria shook his head. He looked up at Jiang Chen. You are so eager to come to True Meaning Valley to grasp the 3 true meanings, are you planning to leave Yanwang Wuwan? Senior is really aware of everything. Jiang Chen didn't hide it either. I plan to go to True Dragon Kingdom. With your talent, you really shouldn't stay in places where resources are scarce like Yanwang Wuwan. Only the sect is the best place for you to grow up. Elder Moria pondered slightly. In Yanwang Wuwan, the number 1 student of the dragon list has the opportunity to directly become a disciple of Taishu sect. Senior, take this seriously. An expression of surprise suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. Now in this Yanwang Wuwan, even the genius on the dragon list, almost no one can pose any threat to him. In addition to participating in the alchemy conference, he wanted to see the world of the sect in advance. If the number 1 in the dragon list of Yanwang Wuwan had a chance to become a disciple of Taishu sect, then it would be better. Of course, everything will be known when you successfully challenge the top of the dragon list. But it is not easy to directly obtain the status of Taishuzong disciple. The last time someone from Yanwang Wuwan entered Taishu sect in this way, it has been traced back to 30 years ago. Elder Moria smiled at Jiang Chen and said, you should be familiar with this person's name. He comes from Lingyun Wufu just like you. Hearing this old man Shao, Jiang Chen's eyes were slightly startled. 30 years ago, and still came from Lingyun Wufu. Jiang Chen almost didn't need to think about it. The person in the old Morigu population should be the legendary xianxia in Lingyun Wufu. Jiang Chen became more and more curious about this xianxia. He also wanted to know what exactly was the devilishness of this xianxia. Even after 30 years, whether it is Lingyun Wufu or Yanwang Wuya, his myth is still circulating. After bidding farewell to Elder Moria, Jiang Chen went directly to the affairs hall of Yanwang Wuwan. The deacon who sits in the office today is just the cold shoulder who challenged Jiang Chen a month ago. He looked at Jiang Chen who walked into the main hall, and he couldn't help but stunned. Jiang Chen, it's getting late, what are you doing in the office? Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, Deacon Leng, I want to challenge a Longbang student tomorrow. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, some of the students in the hall who came to take over the task all had their eyes on Jiang Chen. Report the ranking you want to challenge. The cold face said with a blank expression, according to the rules, you can only challenge the students who rank above you, and the students who have not challenged or been challenged for half a month will unconditionally accept your challenge tomorrow. I want to challenge the top of the dragon list. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense either, his faint voice rang directly in the hall. Jiang Chen actually wants to challenge the top of the dragon list. The whole hall fell into a dead silence in an instant. Chapter 307. Take advantage of your status as the number 1 on the dragon list. After a brief silence in the hall, everyone came back to their senses. Their gazes towards Jiang Chen all revealed unconcealed horror. What Jiang Chen is going to challenge this time is Mufeng, who is ranked number 1 on the dragon list. This guy, he really thought that defeating Meng Yan, who was 9th on the long list, would be invincible in the world. Shepherd Peak. This is a legend of their Yanwang Wuwan. More than a year ago, Mu Feng relied on the strength of the 9 innate peaks and the 2 true meanings of martial arts he had understood, and successfully won the first place in the Yanwang Academy of Martial Arts. And when Mu Feng had just won the first place on the dragon list, many of the top 10 students of the Yanwang Academy of Dragons ranking had thought that Mu Feng had issued a challenge. But in the end they were defeated by Mu Feng with ease. Mu Feng has become the same as the myth of Yanwang Wuwan. Now that another year has passed, no one can know how terrifying Mu Feng's strength has reached. Jiang Chen challenged Mu Feng, which is no different from looking for death. Hearing that Jiang Chen had to challenge was actually number 1 on the dragon list, and it took a long while to recover from the shock. He stared at Jiang Chen tightly. Jiang Chen, are you sure you want to challenge the top of the dragon list? Jiang Chen asked lightly, is there any problem? As a top 10 student on the dragon list, you are fully qualified to challenge the number 1 in the dragon list. Since you have decided, I will inform Mu Feng, who is the number 1 on the dragon list, and see you at the martial arts stage tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Lang Su took a deep look at Jiang Chen, and then said directly, understand. Jiang Chen nodded, and then fluttered away under countless shocked eyes in the hall. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Jiang Chen appeared on the martial arts stage in Yanwang Wuwan Square on time. I'm going. I didn't expect that the news of Jiang Chen's challenge to the top of the dragon list is actually true. Since Mu Feng climbed to the top of the dragon list, no one in Yanwang Wuwan has accepted his move. Jiang Chen's move is simply death. Yes, I can almost imagine what Jiang Chen will end next. When everyone looked at Jiang Chen on the martial arts stage, they couldn't help but talk. And just when everyone was talking about it, a white figure flashed across the square like a white whirlwind. The crowd hadn't recovered yet, and the white figure had fallen on the competition stage lightly. The one who suddenly appeared on the martial arts stage was a young man in white clothes about 20 years old. The young man in white clothes is extremely handsome and extraordinary. There seems to be a group of shimmering divine light in his eyes, which puts a huge pressure on people in every gesture. This white-clothed young man is really a mythical figure in the Yanwang Martial Arts Academy, and she is the first genius of the dragon list. Mu Feng stood with his hands behind. He looked condescendingly at Jiang Chen in front of him. You just want to challenge my Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, that's right. I want to borrow your status as number 1 on the dragon list. Hee. If I want to be the number 1 on the dragon list, it depends on whether you have that ability. I heard that you entered the Yanwang Martial Arts Academy for 1 month, and you made it into the top 10 of the dragon list. You are a rare genius in thousands of years. In that case, let me see how good you are. Mu Feng's faint chuckle fell, his fist was slightly clenched, and he directly shot Jiang Chen with a random fist. This seemingly random punch, but with an extremely domineering mood, oppressed Jiang Chen. Chapter 308. You are not qualified to be my opponent. A punch. Seeing Mu Feng's sudden punch, Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but lifted up a ghostly arc. He clenched his fist, and his powerful fist burst out instantly, directly and neatly banging against Mu Feng's fist. The two punches that contained fist intent collided in midair, and the invisible air wave instantly swept away. Unprepared, Mu Feng was directly shocked by the wave of air and stepped back several steps. He looked at Jiang Chen standing still, and finally a touch of horror appeared in his eyes. Mu Feng was actually retreated by Jiang Chen with a punch. What is the situation? Watching the weird scene on the competition stage, everyone was so shocked that their eyes almost fell out. You know, Mu Feng is the top genius on the dragon list, and he understands the powerful existence of Quan Yi. In Yanwang Wuwan, almost no one can stop Mu Feng's punch. But Jiang Chen not only blocked it, but also forcibly repelled Mu Feng. If Jiang Chen displayed his double épée sword intent, they might not be so surprised. But Jiang Chen actually had the upper hand with Mu Feng with his fist just now. Fist. Jiang Chen also understood the fist, not weaker than Mu Feng's. At this time, a Long Bang student with good eyesight screamed out loud. What? Jiang Chen even realized his fist. Hearing the exclamation of the Long Bang student, all the surrounding students were shocked and speechless. They remember clearly. Jiang Chen had already displayed the two true meanings of sword intent and wind intent on this martial arts stage. Now Jiang Chen even showed his fist. One person realized the true meaning of the three martial arts. This Nima is a bit too enchanting. It's worthy of being a peerless genius who is rare in the Yanwang Wuwan in thousands of years. Unexpectedly, you have realized Dacheng's punch. Mu Feng came back to his senses, and his gaze towards Jiang Chen finally became a lot more serious. He stared at Jiang Chen slowly and said, "Since I entered the Yanwang Martial Arts Academy, you are still the first opponent worthy of my face." Jiang Chen curled his lips and said, "But in my eyes, you are probably not qualified to be my opponent. HMPH, don't you want to be arrogant in front of me? If it wasn't for my carelessness just now, how could you take advantage of my hands?" Hearing Jiang Chen's words that didn't put him in his eyes, Mu Feng's face couldn't help showing a look of anger. "Jiang Chen, taste the power of my true meaning of thunder." Mu Feng shouted angrily, and the true meaning of the thunder of Xiaocheng also instantly rose to the sky. I saw Feng Yuan discoloring within a few feet of Mu Feng's head. A silver lightning 2 to 3 feet long, with a terrifying thunder power, slammed down at Jiang Chen. Hee. Isn't it the true meaning of Xiaocheng's heavy thunder? I have just been able to defeat you in fist, and now I can defeat you in the real meaning of thunder. Jiang Chen smiled proudly, and the real meaning of Lei Ji directly displayed. A silver lightning twice as thick as that of Mu Feng condensed on Jiang Chen's head. Go with. With a move of Jiang Chen's mind, the sturdy silver lightning above his head also instantly cut through the space. Two silver lightning bolts blasted together in midair. Chapter 309. Defeated Shepherd Peak and won the top of the dragon list. Two pieces of thunder's true intention collided in midair, and suddenly there was a loud noise. How can Mu Feng Xiaocheng's true meaning of thunder be comparable to Jiang Chen's true meaning of thunder? Mu Feng's silver lightning was defeated. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Mu Feng's mouth, his figure flew upside down a few meters away in embarrassment, and his face became extremely pale. It was seen that Jiang Chen defeated Mu Feng once again in the true meaning of Lei. All the students were so shocked that they could put a goose egg in their mouths. They haven't waited for them to recover from the shocking scene before them. The true meaning of Jiang Chen Dacheng's heavy fire also broke out instantly. Above Jiang Chen's head, a fire cloud exuding a fiery breath had already condensed again. Under the control of Jiang Chen's mind, Huo Yun swept out towards Mu Feng with a domineering power of burning everything. The true meaning of Dacheng's heavy fire. How is this possible? Mu Feng looked at the fire cloud that was rapidly expanding in his eyes, his expression instantly becoming horrified. He quickly urged his true energy, forming an airtight defensive mask around him, wrapping himself tightly. Chi. Huo Yun instantly landed on the defensive mask around Mu Feng, and made a sneer. Shepard's defensive mask has been swallowed by the fire cloud, and Mu Feng's body was like a kite with a broken line, and it fell heavily under the competition platform. It was seen that Mufeng, who was number 1 on the dignified dragon list, was beaten like a dead dog by Jiang Chen in just a few minutes. Everyone couldn't help but took a breath. Their gazes towards Jiang Chen showed unprecedented horror. Fist. Thunder's true meaning. The true meaning of fire. Almost no one would have imagined that Jiang Chen had displayed 3 brand new true meanings and easily defeated Mu Feng. In addition, the sword intent and the true meaning of the wind that this guy has used. Doesn't this mean Jiang Chen has comprehended all the 5 true meanings of Yanwang Wuwan's true meaning valley? This is the true meaning of martial arts. Most people understand that one is extremely difficult. But this kid is good. One person has actually realized 5 kinds. This is really abnormal. Hee. After so many years, my Yanwang Wuwan finally has another amazing peerless evildoer. Little guy, congratulations on defeating Mu Feng and winning the first place on the dragon list of Yanwang Wuwan. Just when everyone looked at Jiang Chen in shock, an old chuckle sounded abruptly in the square. I saw a white-robed old man with a childlike face and he appeared in front of Jiang Chen. This is Lu Tianxing, the dean of the Yanwang Wuwan Academy. Did not expect that even Dean Lu, who saw the dragon and missed the end, appeared. Seeing the old man appearing on the martial arts stage, many students couldn't help but exclaim. Isn't this normal? Dean Lu will appear every time a new dragon list is born. I almost forgot. The number 1 in the long list has the opportunity to directly enter Taishu sect. Dean Lu should be here for this. This time, our Yanwang Martial Arts Academy is about to appear a great man who directly enters Taishu sect. When everyone looked at Jiang Chen on the high platform, they were vaguely expecting. Chapter 310, No matter how censored I am better than you. The first student of the dragon list had a chance to directly enter Taishu sect, which is almost a well-known thing. Every time a new dragon list is born, Lu Tianxing, the dean of the Yanwang Martial Arts Academy, will show up and test the student's talents with a treasure given by the Taishuzong. As long as the talent is qualified, you can directly become Tai Zuzong disciple. In the talent test, Mu Feng finally lost the opportunity to enter Taishu sect directly by a narrow margin. But Jiang Chen in front of him is a peerless evildoer who has mastered the 5 true meanings. His talent is many times stronger than Mu Feng. How could he not pass this final talent test? Little guy, according to the practice of my Yanwang Martial Arts Academy, the number 1 in the dragon ranking will have a chance to test his talent. As long as your talent is recognized by Taishuzong, you can directly become Taishuzong's disciple. As Lu Tianxing said, with a sudden wave of his big hand, a 3-meter-high stone pillar appeared in front of Jiang Chen. The stone pillar is dark, with 9 gradually increasing 5-pointed stars engraved from bottom to top. Jiang Chen looked at the black stone pillar with a puzzled look. Just as he was about to ask, Lu Tianxing's voice rang in his ears again. This is Taishuzong's 9-star obsidian. Each star on the stone pillar represents a 1-star talent. As long as you can light up the 7 stars and reach the 7-star talent, the 9-star obsidian will automatically give you an identity token for the outer disciple of Taishu sect. Put your hands up. After hearing Lu Tianxing's explanation, Jiang Chen couldn't help but flashed a strange look in his eyes. Taishu sect is worthy of being one of the 3 sects of the northern wilderness, and the method is really extraordinary. Looking at the 9-star obsidian in front of him, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, walked forward and put his palm on it. I saw that the bottom 5-pointed star on the 9-star obsidian had already lit up. But then, the 9-star obsidian did not move anymore. 1 minute passed. Jiang Chen still only lit up the first star of the 9-star obsidian. Ding! You pass the 9-star obsidian test talent. The system triggers 100 times the talent. You can choose to retest. The sudden tone of the system also sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. All rub, I thought Jiang Chen's talent was so awesome, it turned out to be just a 1-star talent. I remember the last time Shepard had a 6-star talent in the test. Censored with a 1-star talent, no matter how strong the combat power is now, it is not even impossible to enter the gate of Taishu sect. See the situation on the stage. Some students who didn't catch a cold to Jiang Chen could not help but laughed. This shouldn't be. Lu Tianxing was startled slightly, and there was also an unbelievable look in his old eyes. He even doubted whether there was something wrong with the 9-star obsidian. A peerless evildoer who has understood the true meaning of the 5 martial arts, actually only tested a 1-star talent. This Nima is too nonsense. Haha. Jiang Chen, it turns out that you are just a 1-star talent. With your talent, you actually want to enter Taishu sect in a delusion, it is simply wishful thinking. Looking at Jiang Chen's test results, Mu Feng, who had just struggled to get up from the ground, couldn't help laughing disdainfully. I just didn't test it seriously just now, what are you excited about? No matter how censored I am, it is better than you. Jiang Chen cast a faint look at Mu Feng, then put his palm on the 9-star obsidian again. Chapter 311, The Legendary Juxing Perfect Talent. As Jiang Chen once again placed his palm on the 9-star obsidian, I saw the 5-pointed star on the 9-star obsidian flashing continuously in an instant. The 6 5-pointed stars of the 9-star obsidian have been completely lit up, and the 7th star has begun to shine with dazzling light. Look at it, the 7th star is on. Let me just say, how can a pervert who understands the true meaning of the 5 martial arts only have a 1-star talent? Seeing that Jiang Chen had lit up the 7 stars on the 9-star obsidian this time, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. Only Mu Feng, who had been ridiculing Jiang Chen just now, felt as uncomfortable as swallowing a fly. Light up the 7 stars on the 9-star obsidian. This also means that Jiang Chen has reached the 7th rank talent and has the qualifications to directly become an outer disciple of Taishu sect. Jiang Chen is also the only genius who has directly entered Taishu sect in this way in the Yangwang Martial Arts Academy for nearly 30 years. Just when everyone was shocked by Jiang Chen's 7-star talent, the 9-star obsidian had changed again. I saw the 8th star and the 1st star at the top were all twinkling. All the 9 stars of the 9-star obsidian were all lit by Jiang Chen. In the huge square, all fell into a dead silence in an instant. 9-star talent. Jiang Chen's talent is already so powerful. This kid has an amazingly 9-star talent, and he is still the legendary 9-star perfect talent. Watching Jiang Chen light up the 9 stars on the 9-star obsidian in one breath, and the light on the 9th star has reached completion. Even Lu Tianxing couldn't help being taken aback. Generally speaking, the one who can reach the 9 stars talent is already a peerless genius. And the legendary Juxing consummation talent is extremely rare even in the sect. Although Lu Tianxing knew it well, Jiang Chen's talent, who can understand the true meaning of the 5 martial arts, is absolutely extraordinary, but he did not expect that Jiang Chen's talent has reached the level of 9-star perfection. Anyone who possesses the 9-star consummation talent can at least grow into a great power in the Divine Sea realm as long as nothing happens. After Jiang Chen successfully illuminated the 9 stars of the 9-star obsidian, I saw that among the 9-star obsidian, a silver token made of unknown material also flew directly into Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen, congratulations on successfully passing the test and directly becoming a disciple of Taishu sect. Seeing that Jiang Chen had obtained the identity token of Tai Zuzong's disciple, Lu Tianxing also recovered from the shock. He looked at Jiang Chen with a smile and said, I will pass the news to Taishuzong, and within a month, someone from Taishuzong will come to pick you up in person. Dean Lu, don't have to be so troublesome. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. I have made an appointment with Master Yanqing Xuanyan. I will leave for the True Dragon Kingdom in 3 days, and I will go to Taishuzong by myself. Since you have decided, then I wish you all the best. In addition, the world of the sect is extremely cruel. I hope you can walk out a path of your own power in the cruel world of the sect. Lu Tianxing's voice fell, and his figure disappeared in front of Jiang Chen out of thin air. After Lu Tianxing disappeared, Jiang Chen looked down at the token in his hand, and he couldn't help but let out a low whisper. True Dragon Kingdom, Taishu Sect, I, Zhang Ying soon. Chapter 312, True Dragon Kingdom, Qing Medical Center. Time flies, and 3 days pass by in a flash. Early morning on the 3rd day, Jiang Chen went to the Alchemist Guild to meet with Yan Qingshan as scheduled. The two bought a 3rd-class monster thunder-winged condor from the Beast Trainer Guild, and then left the imperial city of the Great Sha Kingdom and headed for the True Dragon Kingdom. True Dragon Kingdom, located in the south of Daxia State, it is also the central sacred place under Taishuzong's jurisdiction. The True Dragon Nation is powerful, even in the entire northern Wilderness 9 nation, its strength is among the top 3. After Jiang Chen and the others flew all the way south for more than 10 days, they finally entered the territory of True Dragon Kingdom. Along the way, Jiang Chen also learned a lot about the True Dragon Kingdom from Yan Qingshan's mouth. The martial arts of the true Dragon Kingdom are prosperous, and even those who reach the Kaiyuan realm are almost not uncommon. And as a big country close to Taishuzong, here all kinds of high-level practice and inheritance, and tantric exercises are emerging one after another. The vitality of heaven and earth here is also several times thicker and purer than Daxia Kingdom. It is said that some huge family forces still occupy the treasures of spiritual veins, and their cultivation resources are extremely rich. Compared with the warriors of the true Dragon Kingdom, the warriors of the Great Sha Kingdom are like beggars walking out of the poor country. In the same realm, the warriors of the true Dragon Kingdom can almost easily abuse the warriors of the Great Sha Kingdom. Enter the territory of true Dragon Kingdom. After Jiang Chen and the others continued to fly south for half a month, a city more majestic and magnificent than the imperial city of Great Sha finally appeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others. After driving for nearly a month, Jiang Chen and the others finally arrived at Zulongcheng, the capital of the true Dragon Kingdom. After collecting the thunder-winged condor and paying the entrance fee of 500 lower-grade spirit stones, Jiang Chen and the two entered the city smoothly. "Brother Yan, where are we going now?" After entering Ancestral Dragon City, Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask Yan Qingshan, who was beside him. "I have an old friend of many years in this Ancestral Dragon City, who is also a 6th-rank alchemy master. He opened a medical center here, called Qing Medical Center." Yan Qingshan smiled slightly and said, "Let's go to Qing Medical Center to meet him first, and by the way, learn about the specific situation of the alchemy conference." Yan Qingshan said, and then took Jiang Chen towards the west of Zulong City. The two Jiang Chen came to the door of Qing Medical Center. When they appeared here, they found a large group of people gathered at the door of Qing Medical Center, surrounding the entire Qing Medical Center. The voices of discussion came to Jiang Chen and the others in an instant. "Hey, Chu Ruolin of Qing Medical Center, this time I am afraid it will be hard to escape Master Qi Liangqi's clutches." Yes, there used to be Ji Yuqing, the owner of the Qing Medical Center, who supported her. Qi Liang didn't dare to blatantly treat Chu Ruolin. Who else can save her now? Yan Qingshan's complexion couldn't help but sink slightly. "I didn't expect someone to come to Qing Medical Center to stray wildly. It seems that something happened to my old friend. Let's go and take a look." Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and then strode towards the gate of Qing Medical Center. Squeeze into the crowd. Jiang Chen glanced away and saw a beautiful girl about 16 or 7 years old in a blue dress standing at the gate of Qing Medical Center. Opposite the girl was a 17 or 18-year-old boy in a gorgeous brocade robe. "Chu Ruolin, I don't know what I said last time, how are you thinking about it?" Just when Jiang Chen was looking at the situation on the court, the faint laughter of the young man in Jinpao also rang in his ears. Chapter 313. If you don't want to die, just get out of here. "Qi Liang, I will not agree to your terms. Qing Medical Center doesn't welcome you either, you can get out of here." Chu Ruolin stared at the Jinpao teenager Qi Liang with a pretty face, and her cold voice resounded instantly. "Chu Ruolin, don't toast without eating fine wine. In this Ancestral Dragon City, as long as Qi Liang wants to get something, there is nothing I can't get." Qi Liang's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at Chu Ruolin with a sneer. "You obediently promise me now, maybe it's too late." Chu Ruolin's face was cold. "Qi Liang, if you dare to be wild in Qing Medical Center, he will not forgive you when my teacher returns." "Ha ha, Chu Ruolin, you will use your teacher to scare me. Isn't he just a 6th-rank alchemy master? Why is my Qi family afraid? Not to mention whether your teacher, Ji Yuqing, can come back, even if he does come back, how can he do me?" Qi Liang laughed arrogantly. "If you are more acquainted, then obediently follow this young master, no one can save you today." After hearing Qi Liang's arrogant words, Chu Ruolin's pretty face couldn't help but show a pale look. Just when she was at a loss, a faint voice sounded abruptly in the air. "Hey, can you please make way?" The sudden sound also made everyone stunned. They followed the voice and saw Jiang Chen walking out of the crowd. "Boy, who are you and what do you want to do?" Looking at the kid who came out suddenly, Qi Liang couldn't help but suddenly sink, and shouted at Jiang Chen. "Nothing, I just want to go to Qing Medical Center." Jiang Chen said lightly. "Thank you for giving in, don't stand here and block my way." At Jiang Chen's words, there was a burst of uproar from all around him. Wow. Who is this kid, dare to speak in front of Qi Liang? Who knows, this guy is from a different place at first sight, otherwise how dare he not get along with Qi Liang? Oh, offended Qi Liang, this kid is probably dead. Hearing Jiang Chen's words that did not put him in his eyes, a cold light flashed in Qi Liang's eyes. He shouted to Jiang Chen with an unkind expression, "Boy, haven't you seen this young master working here? I don't care who you are, you can get away as far as you are. This kid looks like a hillbilly from outside." Just like this, he dared to run wild in front of him. It was almost reckless. "I think the person who should get rid of is you," Jiang Chen still said blankly. "A good dog doesn't stand in the way. You won't be inferior to a dog, right? Where did the little censored come from? Such a big dog, dared to insult Ben Shao." Qi Liang's gaze suddenly became incomparable. "Today, this young master will let you know what it will be like to dare to run wild in front of me." Qi Liang Senran's voice fell. He was about to take a shot and give Jiang Chen a little bit of color. Jiang Chen's figure suddenly appeared beside him. Before Qi Liang could react, Jiang Chen had already slapped his face with a slap. Qi Liang suddenly screamed, and Jiang Chen rolled out a few meters away in embarrassment. He roared at Jiang Chen with a stern look, "Bad son, you dare to hit me, do you know who I am?" Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and the voice without the slightest emotion rang in Qi Liang's ear. "I don't care who you are, if you don't want to die, just get out of here." Chapter 314. No matter how strong the blood is, it is rubbish. Seeing Jiang Chen not only slapped Qi Liang cleanly, and he made Qi Liang go away without hesitation, everyone watching around couldn't help but take a breath. This kid is simply not ordinary arrogant. Although they have to admit, this kid was able to slap Qi Liang's congenital sevenfold so easily, he was also considered a rare martial arts genius. Qi Liang was from the Qi family, one of the 3 ancient tribes in the True Dragon Kingdom. Even if you are a genius, if you offend the Qi family in this ancestral dragon city, it is no different from looking for death. "Boy, do you know who I am? I am Qi Liang, one of the 3 ancient tribes of the True Dragon Kingdom and a direct disciple of the Qi family." Qi Liang stared at Jiang Chen coldly. "I think the person who wants to die is you. Are you from the 3 ancient tribes of the True Dragon Kingdom?" Hearing Qi Liang's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but flashed a strange look in his eyes. On the way to the True Dragon Kingdom, Jiang Chen naturally heard Yan Qingshan mention the 3 ancient tribes of the True Dragon Kingdom. The 3 ancient clans of the True Dragon Kingdom are the 3 ancient and powerful clans in the True Dragon Kingdom. It is said that among the 3 ancient tribes, their ancestors were all powerful men who had been born beyond the divine sea realm. The bloodlines of these strong men have undergone qualitative changes, making their descendants have borne a powerful bloodline power. Once the power of the bloodline is used, it can explode far beyond ordinary people's terrifying combat power. Jiang Chen obviously didn't expect it. The goods in front of them will be from the Qi family among the 3 ancient tribes. "Haha. Kid, are you scared? If you obediently kneel down and kowtow to me for mercy and let me slap you a few times to relieve my breath, this young master can still let you go. Otherwise, I promise that the entire ancestral dragon city will not have a place for you." It was seen that Jiang Chen didn't speak. Qi Liang thought that Jiang Chen was frightened by his identity, and suddenly couldn't help but yelled arrogantly, "There has never been anyone in this world who can still scare me, Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen smiled disdainfully. He appeared next to Qi Liang like a teleport, and slapped Qi Liang away again. "Ah! Little bastard, you dare to treat me like this, I killed you." Being slapped in public by Jiang Chen like this once again made Qi Liang almost crazy. I saw him jump up from the ground with a sullen expression, and a crimson light burst out suddenly all over his body. A powerful and mysterious blood aura also erupted from Qi Liang's body. Qi Liang's blood has exploded. Today's Qi Liang, I am afraid that he has a combat power comparable to that of the innate ninefold. That kid is finished. Everyone couldn't help but exclaimed as they watched Qi Liang burst out suddenly. "Boy, you can be proud of being able to die under the blood of my Qi family." Qi Liang stared at Jiang Chen sternly, and a layer of flame texture appeared on the arm wrapped in scarlet light. "It's worthy of being one of the 3 ancient tribes of the True Dragon Kingdom, and the power of your Qi family's blood is indeed good. It's a pity. The person who has the power of blood is too bad. No matter how strong the blood is, it's rubbish." Jiang Chen curled his lips and commented lightly. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't put him in his eyes, Qi Liang let out a burst of anger. His soul stomped on the ground, and the fist containing bloodline power hit Jiang Chen with a punch. Chapter 315. Yuanjia Road is narrow. Looking at Qi Liang's bursting figure, Jiang Chen stood proudly in place with a calm complexion. He squeezed the palm of his hand, and then directly fisted lightly. Qi Liang's figure, which had not yet come within 3 meters of Jiang Chen, flew out again. Grass. This kid is too strong. It was seen that Jiang Chen's fluttering punch defeated Qi Liang, who was bursting with bleeding power. Everyone was so startled that their eyes almost stared out. Qi Liang, who had burst of bleeding power, had 9 inherent strengths. This kid seemed to be at most 16 or 17 years old, but he solved Qi Liang with a relaxed punch. Such a talent, even in this ancestral dragon city, it is a very enchanting existence. Give you 10 seconds, and immediately disappear from me. It's best not to come to Qing Medical Center to go wild in the future. Otherwise, next time, don't blame me for my ruthless action. An understatement fist flew Qi Liang. Zhang Leng stared at Qi Liang blankly, his cold voice resounding in Qi Liang's ears. Boy, you censored, wait for me. I don't care who you are, I dare to take care of my young master's nostalgia, I must want you to walk around after eating. Qi Liang struggled to get up from the ground, then snarled at Jiang Chen with a grim look before turning around. Thank you, son, for helping me out. After Qi Liang left, Chu Ruolin also hurriedly stepped forward and thanked Jiang Chen with gratitude. You don't have to be polite, since Qing Medical Center has a relationship with Brother Yan, I will naturally not stand by. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and pointed to Yan Qingshan Dao, who walked out of the crowd. Yan, Senior Yan, why did you come to True Dragon Kingdom? Looking at Yan Qingshan, who appeared in front of her, Chu Ruolin's beautiful eyes couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Brother Jiang Chen and I are here to participate in the forthcoming alchemy meeting of True Dragon Nation. Since I came to Zulong City, I naturally wanted to come here to take a look, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Yan Qingshan frowned slightly and said, Girl Ruolin, what's going on? What about your teacher, Ji Yuqing? In the real dragon country, although the 6th rank alchemist is not as lofty as in the Great Sha Kingdom, it is also an existence that cannot be underestimated. If Ji Yuqing were there, even if Qi Liang had the status of a disciple of the Qi family, he would never dare to come to Qing Medical Center so blatantly. The teacher suddenly left Zulong City 3 months ago and has not returned until now. I don't know what happened. Chu Ruolin shook her head. She thought of something in an instant and could not help but quickly said, Senior Yan, today is the last day of registration for the alchemy conference. Without further ado, I will take you there. I heard that today is the last day of registration for the alchemy conference. Jiang Chen did not dare to neglect, and hurriedly followed Chu Ruolin towards the Alchemy Master Guild. The 3 of them arrived at the headquarters of the True Dragon Kingdom Alchemist Guild, the Pill Hall. At the entrance of the Alchemy Hall, many alchemists who came to participate in the alchemy conference formed a long line at the entrance of the Alchemy Hall. Jiang Chen naturally joined the queue without hesitation. After standing in line for 2 hours, it was finally Jiang Chen's turn. Just as he was about to come forward to register for registration, a grinning laughter rang in Jiang Chen's ears. I was going to find you, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to send it to the door. It seems that we are really on a narrow road. Chapter 316. What qualifications do you have to let me go? He raised his head slightly, and saw Qi Liang violently walk out of the pill hall. Beside Qi Liang, there is also a young man who is 24 and 5. The young man looks dignified, with an arrogant look, and his slender figure is slightly thin. He was wearing a gorgeous white robe and a silver badge with 5 stars hung on his chest. This young man is surprisingly an alchemy master who has reached the 5th rank. Grass, who is this guy? He is already a 5th rank alchemy master at such a young age. He is Qi Yun, one of the few pill geniuses in the True Dragon Kingdom, and one of the hottest figures in this alchemy conference. 5th rank alchemy master who is less than 25 years old, this is too strong. Looking at the young man in white, many people around couldn't help but wonder. Jiang Chen ignored the discussions around him, let alone the aggressive Qi Liang. He picked up the pen in front of him and directly registered for registration. Deacon Han, the origin of this person is unknown. I suspect he has another purpose in coming to the alchemy hall. You can't let him participate in the alchemy conference. Seeing that Jiang Chen actually ignored his existence, Qi Liang's eyes couldn't help flashing a look of anger into anger. He rushed forward and shouted to the middle-aged who was in charge of registration. Qi Liang has been domineering in Ancestral Dragon City for so many years, almost no one has dared to humiliate him like Jiang Chen. Doesn't this kid want to participate in the alchemy meeting? Then he first confuses the kid's participation in the alchemy conference. He wants to torture this kid bit by bit, and retrieve the humiliation he suffered 10 times from this kid today. Deacon Han looked at Qi Liang rushing forward, his brows frowned slightly. He glanced at the back Qi Yun, who seemed to have acquiesced to Qi Liang's move, but couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Regarding Qi Liang's words, he may not be concerned. But Qi Yun's face, he had to give it. This person is an extremely talented genius of the younger generation of the Qi family, and his talent in martial arts alchemy is called a monster. Don't say anything else. His identity as a 5-rank alchemy master alone is enough to leave himself no place in the alchemy hall. Deacon Han took a deep breath, and then looked at Jiang Chen lightly. Boy, you don't meet the qualifications for the alchemy conference, please leave here immediately. I haven't registered the information yet, how do you know that I am not eligible for entry? Jiang Chen's expression became cold. What's more? You, a deacon who is responsible for registration, what qualifications do you have to let me leave? Boy, the True Dragon Kingdom Alchemy Conference must be a 3rd-rank alchemist under the age of 25 to participate. Moreover, any contestant must present a recommendation letter from a local alchemist association or an alchemist above rank 5. You are a person of unknown origin, what qualifications do you have to participate in the alchemy conference? Deacon Han's eyes were cold and he shouted sharply at Jiang Chen. Since this kid offended the 2 brothers of the Qi family, he couldn't let this kid participate in the alchemy meeting anyway. 3-rank alchemist, I am. Jiang Chen blankly took out a 3rd-rank alchemist badge. He pointed his finger at xianxia next to him. I also have a recommendation from a 5th-rank alchemist master. Jiang Chen raised his head and stared at Deacon Han coldly. Now, I should be eligible to participate in the alchemy conference, right? Looking at the alchemist badge in Jiang Chen's hand and the 6th-rank alchemy master xianxia beside him, Deacon Han's expression also became extremely gloomy in an instant. Chapter 317. Don't think I really dare not kill you. It wasn't that Deacon Han was shocked by the strength that Jiang Chen showed. If it was normal, he would naturally dare not provoke a 6th-rank alchemy master at will. But now with the Qi family brothers supporting him, how could a 6th-rank alchemist make him fearful? Deacon Han was actually only sent by Dan Dian to take charge of registration. As for whether the registered person is eligible to participate in the alchemy conference, he has no right to question. And to participate in the alchemy conference, there is no requirement to have a letter of recommendation. The reason why he added such a condition was just to find a reason to expel Jiang Chen. What Deacon Han didn't expect was that Jiang Chen could meet such conditions. Deacon Han's eyes flickered slightly, just as he was about to find another reason to drive away Jiang Chen. Qi Liang on the side clamored first. Boy, even if you are a 3rd-rank alchemist, how about a 6th-rank alchemy master? As long as this young master disagrees, you will never want to participate in this alchemy meeting. Hearing Qi Liang's clamor, Jiang Chen's face did not change in any way. He glanced at Qi Liang contemptuously. You, a young master of the Qi family, have nothing to do with the alchemy hall. When is it your turn to interfere in the alchemy meeting? The young master will prevent you from participating in the alchemy conference today, what can you do? Qi Liang looked domineering and authentic. In this ancestral dragon city, there is nothing that Qi Liang cannot interfere with. Unfortunately, in my eyes, no one in this world has ever been able to interfere with my affairs. I said it the last time, and immediately disappear from me if I don't want to die. Jiang Chen stared at Qi Liang with an indifferent expression. Don't think that I spared you a dog in the Qing Medical Center before, you really think I dare not kill you? This kid, is he crazy? Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, everyone around was speechless to the extreme. Almost all of them looked at Jiang Chen with idiot eyes. Who is Qi Liang, a disciple of the Qi family among the 3 ancient clans of the True Dragon Kingdom? The Qi family has a long history and unfathomable heritage. Even looking at the entire True Dragon Kingdom, almost no one would dare not give the Qi family some face. This kid, he really thought that with the support of a 6th-rank alchemy master, he could do whatever he wanted. If he really dared to kill Qi Liang, no one would be able to save him. Kill me. Qi Liang seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He looked at Jiang Chen provocatively. I want to see, how do you kill me today? Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. When his mind moved, the Yanlong sword flashed out of his palm. A sharp sword intent broke out instantly. Jiang Chen's sword was unified, and a lightning-fast sword pierced Qi Liang's throat. Big brother. Help, help me. Looking at Jiang Chen's sharply enlarged sword in his pupils, a sense of death crisis instantly appeared in Qi Liang's heart. Qi Liang suddenly lost his soul and screamed in horror on his face. And at the moment when Qi Liang's exclamation fell, a dark spear also stabbed out of Qi Liang's side in an instant. The black spear brought a sharp spear intent and unbiasedly blocked Jiang Chen's Yanlong sword. A cold voice rang directly in Jiang Chen's ears. Boy, I belong to the Qi family, you can't kill it if you want to. Chapter 318. Today is your death day next year. I'm afraid this kid is crazy, he dared to act like Qi Yun's face. If you don't die, you will die. The scene that suddenly appeared in front of him immediately made everyone watching around shook their heads. Qi Yun is the enchanting genius of Qi family's pill in martial arts. Not to mention Qi Yun's strength in martial arts. Just because of his identity in this pill hall, this kid dared to confront Qi Yun at the entrance of the pill hall, almost no different from sending him to death. Half a step back to the original realm, do you still understand the intention of the gun? Seeing Qi Yun standing proudly next to Qi Liang with a spear in his hand, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shudder. This Qi Yun is worthy of being the top genius among the 3 ancient tribes of the True Dragon Kingdom. Not only was this person exceptionally talented in the way of alchemy, he had reached the 5th rank alchemist before the age of 25, but his talent in the way of martial arts was also extraordinary. The strength of returning to the Yuan realm in half a step was added to the spear intent and the Kai Yan bloodline of the Qi family. This guy is definitely the most powerful existence among the young geniuses he has ever seen. Kijia, is it amazing? When I want to kill, I never care about the identity of the other person. Jiang Chen curled his lips and said, if you don't want him to die, take him and get out of me immediately, don't bother me to sign up for the alchemy conference. Hey, dare to do something to my family members, you should feel lucky if I don't take your life today. The corner of Qi Yun's mouth suddenly raised a sneer of disdain. If you want to participate in the alchemy conference, you probably won't have this opportunity. You count that green onion again. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes slightly. If I can participate in the alchemy conference, it seems that it is not your turn to call the shots. Boy, my elder brother is the most outstanding alchemy genius in the alchemy hall, and one of the candidates for the next alchemy hall master. As long as my elder brother says something, you can't even want to participate in the alchemy conference. Qi Liang smiled triumphantly. You want to participate in the alchemy conference, don't you? Then obediently send Chu Ruolin in front of me, and then kneel down to beg me for mercy. Maybe this young master can give you a chance. I hate people threatening me, especially using people around me to threaten me. With this sentence, I can guarantee that tomorrow will be your anniversary today. Qi Liang heard the arrogant words. Jiang Chen's expression was cold, and his whole body was filled with a cold killing intent. He stared at Qi Yun coldly. If you don't want to bury the idiot next to you, get out of here. Qi Yun looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer, his eyes were also full of disdain. As one of the best geniuses in the Qi family, even in the entire ancestral dragon city, there are only a handful of young geniuses who can enter his Dharma vision. How could Qi Yun look at this little-known Maudo boy in front of him? I want to kill him, I can't bear to stop me. Don't say it's you, even if your Qi patriarch comes in person, he will definitely die today. Jiang Chen's cold voice fell. Double sword intent directly oppressed Qi Yun in front of him. Qi Yun's expression changed drastically, and he quickly displayed his spear intent to counter Jiang Chen's sword intent. When his spear intent came into contact with Jiang Chen's sword intent, it was completely defeated almost instantly. Qi Yun let out a muffled hum, the whole person retreated more than 10 steps away, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Chapter 319. In front of me, what a genius for alchemy. Double sword intent. You actually realized the dual sword intent. Qi Yun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen on the opposite side, his eyes also showed unconcealed horror. Qi Yun has a deep understanding of how hard the true meaning of martial arts is. Especially the true meaning of martial art in the dual realm is unfathomable and elusive. Since 3 years ago, he cultivated his spear intent to the top of the first layer. Qi Yun has been comprehending the intent of the gun in the dual realm. Even after 3 years of comprehension, his spear intent is still stuck at the peak, and he has no idea of breaking through. Qi Yun couldn't believe it anyway. The boy who was less than 20 years old in front of him actually realized the double sword intent. Forced Qi Yun back with his double sword intent. Jiang Chen ignored Qi Yun's exclamation. The Yanlong sword in his hand directly turned into a red light, and a lightning-fast sword wiped Qi Liang's neck. Before Qi Liang even had time to scream, his body fell weakly towards the ground. Seeing this sudden scene before me, the gate of the entire Dandian fell into deathly silence at this moment. All of them are Jiang Chen, looking at Aojian with shocked expressions, and it's been a long time to recover. Jiang Chen was able to force Qi Yun back in the blink of an eye, and then used Qi Yun's face to kill Qi Liang. This is too powerful. Ah! You little bastard, you dare to kill my brother. Seeing that Jiang Chen's relentless sword resulted in Qi Liang's life, Qi Yun suddenly couldn't help but let out an angry roar. He stared at Jiang Chen with a deadly gaze. No matter who I am, if I dare to kill my brother, I will make you pay a heavy price. It's just a trash that's not worthy of death. Kill it, kill it. I am too lazy to talk nonsense with you. If you want to avenge him, just do it. Otherwise, get out of here. Don't hinder me from signing up for the alchemy conference. Hearing Jiang Chen's contemptuous words, Qi Yun's expression was also hard to see the extreme. Just out of fear of Jiang Chen's double sword intent, Qi Yun really didn't dare to make an easy move against Jiang Chen. He directly shouted to Deacon Han, who was in charge of registration, "Deacon Han, don't take down this kid who is wild in the Dandian." Deacon Han heard Qi Yun's order, and directly led a few guards from the pill hall beside him to surround Jiang Chen. "Boy, dare to kill someone at the door of my Dandian, I think you are living impatiently." Deacon Han stared at Jiang Chen coldly. "If you are more acquainted, just give me your hand and catch it." "Deacon Han, you have to figure out your identity. You are the Deacon of Dandian, not a dog raised by the Qi family." Yan Qingshan also stepped forward and snorted coldly at the Deacon Han. "With me, I see who of you dares to touch his hair." "Master, please be careful when you speak. Qi Yun is the alchemy genius of our alchemy hall, and one of the candidates for the future alchemy hall master. There is nothing wrong with me even if I execute his orders. If the master doesn't want to cause trouble to the upper body, don't come to this muddy water." Deacon Han looked at Yan Qingshan with a sneer. "Hee. Just a 5th-rank alchemist in his 20s, and you are ashamed to regard him as an alchemy genius. In front of me, what kind of pill-refining genius is he?" Jiang Chen chuckled disdainfully. He flipped his palm, and another silver badge appeared in his palm. Chapter 320. I am not qualified to be his teacher. 5-star silver alchemist badge. This kid is actually a 5th-grade alchemist. Seeing the 5th-rank alchemist badge that appeared out of thin air in Jiang Chen's hand, everyone was shocked that their eyes almost fell out. The kid in front of him seemed to be only 16 or 17 years old. A 16 or 17-year-old 5-rank alchemy master, are you sure you are joking? This is absolutely false. Whether it's martial arts or alchemy, even the enchanting genius will have to accumulate for a certain period of time before it can reach higher levels. Compared with martial arts, the promotion of alchemy is undoubtedly much more difficult. Martial arts strength can be improved through external forces such as medicinal pills. In this world, you may be able to see a heaven-defying pill that can raise a realm by taking one. But there will never be anything that can directly raise an alchemist to a level. Qi Yun was able to break through the 5th-rank alchemist at the age of 25, and he was already the top alchemy genius in the True Dragon Kingdom. He was able to achieve such an achievement when he was mentored by a famous teacher and supported by his family. If the uninformed kid in front of you can become a 5th-rank alchemist, it would be too nonsense. 5th-grade alchemist, how is this possible? Deacon Han stared at Jiang Chen blankly, and an incredible horror appeared in his eyes. As a deacon of Dandian, he knew very well that the alchemist badge could never be forged. The 16 or 17-year-old 5-rank alchemy master, this is definitely an existence that is enough to break the record of their alchemy palace. Deacon Han, right, Brother Jiang Chen is fully qualified to participate in the alchemy meeting. I only ask you once, do you want Brother Jiang Chen to register? If you don't let me, the old man doesn't mind going to Ping Yixian, the Lord of the Dandian, for the theory. Just when Deacon Han was terrified, Yan Qingshan's voice also rang in his ears. Brother Jiang Chen. Hearing Yan Qingshan's name, Deacon Han's eyes suddenly shrank. He raised his head and looked at Yan Qingshan with a surprised look. You are not his teacher. Hee. Your Excellency has exaggerated me too much. Yan Qingshan shook his head and said surprisingly, I am not qualified to be the teacher of Brother Jiang Chen. As soon as Yan Qingshan said this, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. A 6th-rank alchemy master actually called a sibling to a 16 or 17-year-old boy, and he personally admitted that he was not qualified to be his teacher. A 5th-rank alchemist who is 16 or 17 years old can only be cultivated by the legendary 7th-rank alchemist. This kid's teacher may really be a hidden 7th-grade alchemy master. Deacon Han's eyes flickered slightly. 7th-rank alchemy grandmaster, this is a character who cannot be offended at all. In true Dragon Nation, there is only one 7th-rank alchemy master, the master of the alchemy hall. If this kid teacher is really a 7th-rank alchemy grandmaster, it is an existence that can sit on an equal footing with the pill hall master. Such a character, even the Qi family, who is stronger than the 3 ancient tribes, might have to be afraid of 3 points. Deacon Han took a deep breath, and his tone instantly softened. Register the information according to the above format, and come to participate in the alchemy meeting in 3 days. Chapter 321, Ding. You found the innate return to the original body. After Deacon Han's eyes changed for a while, he finally gave up his plan to continue to flatter Qi Yun. On talent, this kid's potential on the alchemy is much higher than Qi Yun. On power, this kid is backed by the 7th-rank alchemy grandmaster. Even if the Qi family wants to move him, he has to weigh it. If you just offend this kid just to flatter Qi Yun's flattery, it would be too great a loss. Seeing Deacon Han's actions, Qi Yun couldn't help but let out a faint snort. Boy, dare to kill my Qi family will not let you go, let me wait. Qi Yun glanced at Jiang Chen coldly, then hugged Qi Liang's body with a gloomy expression, and quickly disappeared at the entrance of the Dandian. Jiang Chen didn't bother to pay attention to Qi Yun. He picked up the pen and quickly registered his information, and then turned and left under countless surprised eyes. Leaving the Dandian, Jiang Chen and Chu Ruolin returned to Qing Medical Center and stayed in Qing Medical Center, waiting for the start of the alchemy conference 3 days later. When they returned to Qing Medical Center, a young man who had been waiting at the door directly greeted him. Miss Chu, I heard that Qi Liang came to Qing Medical Center to trouble you, are you okay? This young man is about 20 years old. His martial arts gym is well defined and very handsome. It's just that his handsome face seemed to reveal a sickly paleness. Ding. You discover the unawakened congenital return body, trigger a 100-fold comprehension. Ding. You successfully comprehend the awakening method of the innate return to the original body. Just as Jiang Chen looked at the young man, there was a familiar sound in his mind. When Jiang Chen received the information that suddenly appeared in his mind, he was also greatly taken aback. The boy in front of him actually possesses a special physique, and he is also the legendary congenital return to the original body. Congenital return to the original body. This is the same special physique as Meng Qingshui's Taiyan breaking body. Although the innate returning body is not as life-threatening as the Taiyan breaking body. But a person with an innate return to the original body, before this constitution is awakened, is completely a waste material that cannot be cultivated. And once this physique awakens, you can directly condense the true essence in your body, breaking through the Kaiyuan realm in one fell swoop. Thank you Master Qi for your concern, I'm fine. She stared at the young man in front of her closely. Master Qi, since you came to look for the teacher 3 months ago, the teacher has left Qing Medical Center, do you know where the teacher is? This is the end of the matter, and I am not going to hide it from you. In order to solve my physical problems, Senior Ji Yu went to a historic site to find something for me. The young man smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, it's because of me that Miss Chu is in such a situation. Sister Ruolin, this one is. Hearing the conversation between the two, Jiang Chen couldn't help but flashed a strange look in his eyes. The problem the young man said was obviously the innate return to the original body he had. It's just that Ji Yu Qinghei's 6th grade alchemist's ability does not necessarily have that ability to awaken this kid's innate return to the original body, right? Chu Ruolin whispered. His name is Qi Jing, and his father is Qi Tianshang, the contemporary head of the Qi family. Jiang Chen suddenly looked at the young man opposite with a surprised look. He obviously didn't expect it. This young man who has not awakened innately returned to the original body will actually be the young master of the Qi family. Chapter 322, I can solve your problem. You turned out to be the young master of the Qi family, how is this possible? After listening to Chu Ruolan's introduction, Yan Qingshan's old eyes showed an unbelievable look. With Yan Qingshan's eyesight, it is not difficult for him to see Qi Jing's physical condition. The young master of the Qi family, one of the three ancient tribes of the dignified True Dragon Kingdom, was actually an ordinary person without any cultivation. Isn't this too nonsense? Hee. The two people should not be from ancestral Dragon City. Because of physical problems, Sha has been the young master of the waste materials of the Qi family since he was a child, and he is considered to be a small celebrity in this ancestral Dragon City. Qi Jing smiled slightly. He looked at the two Jiang Chen. I wonder if the two are. Chu Ruolan said indifferently, they are all friends of my teacher. They came to Zulong City this time to participate in the alchemy meeting. So that's why I am relieved to have this master in Qing Medical Center. I have something to deal with, so I won't bother you. Qi Jing nodded, then turned to leave. Wait. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help calling him directly. Qi Jing paused. He turned his head and looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled look. What else is this, brother? Jiang Chen said lightly, I can solve your problem. Qi Jing looked at Jiang Chen with an incredible expression. He even doubted whether he had auditory hallucinations. His innate return to the original body is a legendary body that hasn't appeared in thousands of years. This physical awakening method has been lost, and even Ping Yixian, the master of the alchemy hall and the 7th rank alchemy grandmaster, could not help it. When he came to Qing Medical Center to find Ji Yuqing, he also saw a rumor in the ancient books and wanted the last fight. But the boy in front of him, who was only 16 or 17 years old, actually told him that he could solve his own problems. This is too wild to talk about. Congenital return to the original body, a legendary physique in ancient times, before awakening, and ordinary people. But once the congenital return body awakens, it can break through the Kaiyuan realm in one fell swoop, and soar into the sky from then on. Jiang Chen talked freely. Am I right? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Qi Jing's eyes finally showed unconcealed horror. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to have such an understanding of his physical condition just by meeting him. In this real dragon country, except for Ping Yixian, the 7th rank alchemy master, this kid was the first to see his innate return to the original body at a glance. Qi Jing took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. He stared at Jiang Chen tightly. Can you really awaken my innate returning body? As the young master of the Qi family, he just lived like an ordinary person, and he was completely blinded in the Qi family. Qi Jing was naturally very unwilling. Over the years, he has not given up on finding the method of awakening innate return to the original body. Just 3 months ago, Qi Jing finally found a place related to Shantian Guiyuan from the ancient books. Qi Jing came to Qing Medical Center and found his mother's fellow brother Ji Yuqing. Unexpectedly, after Ji Yuqing went to the place in the ancient book, there was no news for 3 months. Just when Qi Jing was a little desperate, Jiang Chen suddenly told him that he could solve the problem of his innate return to the original body. Qi Jing even feels like a dream. I can help you awaken your innate body, but after you awaken, I want you to have a drop of blood. Jiang Chen stretched out a finger and said proudly, with just a drop of essence and blood, I can have a true innate return to the origin body. Chapter 323, Kill the Strong in the Pill Condensation Realm. Jiang Chen looked at Qi Jing lightly, and directly stated his conditions. Congenital return to the original body, special physique in the legend. Once awakened, Qi Jing's bloodline will become extremely powerful, and even Qi's bloodline of Kai Yan is far incomparable. The more important thing is, the bloodline power of the innate returning body also contains a mysterious power. Even a drop of essence and blood can transform the true energy of any innate martial artist into elemental power, breaking through the Kaiyuan realm without hindrance. Although he had the system, Jiang Chen would not be difficult to break through the Kaiyuan realm. But if he had a drop of the essence of the innate return to the original body, it would undoubtedly make his breakthrough much easier. Jiang Chen also wanted to use this to try some ideas that suddenly emerged in his heart. Since acquiring the Hundredfold Cultivation System, Jiang Chen has already deeply felt the power of this system. This system is simply omnipotent. Jiang Chen also wanted to know, if he incorporates a drop of the essence and blood of the innate return to the original body, Through the system's hundredfold increase, will he also become the innate return to the original body? If the system really has this function, it would be against the sky. I promise your terms. Qi Jing replied directly without thinking about it. Awakening congenital return to the original body, this is what Qi Jing has always dreamed of. For this matter, he can bear no matter how high the price is paid, let alone a drop of blood. To awaken the congenital body, you need the heavenly origin divine stone. When you find the heavenly origin divine stone, come to Qing Medical Center to find me. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and said directly to Qi Jing. Okay, I will come to you with the heavenly origin divine stone as soon as possible. Qi Jing nodded, then turned around and left. Just as he turned around, a blast of weather radiated from the midair hundreds of meters away. This is the breath of a strong pill condensation stage. The sudden powerful breath also surprised everyone. When they looked up, they saw an old man in black with a murderous face stepping into the air. The old man in black appeared in midair above Jiang Chen and their heads. Song. Qi Tianrui, the elder of Qi's family, why did he come? This is one of the 3 elders of the Qi family's 3 condensed pills. Who irked this old guy? I think it's impatient to live. Looking at Qi Tianrui, who was angry in midair, many people around couldn't help but stand in silence for the man who offended this old guy. Elder Tianrui, what are you doing here? Qi Jing looked at the figure in midair and was shocked. Qi Jing, you don't have anything to do with you. Don't worry about it. Qi Tianrui snorted coldly. His indifferent gaze swept from below, directly locked on Jiang Chen's body. Are you Jiang Chen? I am. Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced at the old man in black, and said faintly, who are you again? Old husband Qi's parents, Qi Tianrui. Qi Tianrui stared sharply at Jiang Chen. Did you kill my grandson Qi Liang? As Qi Tianrui said this, countless eyes around him fell on Jiang Chen's body. Their gazes towards Jiang Chen showed incredible shock. This kid actually killed Qi Liang of the Qi family. This Tamar is too crazy, right? Chapter 324. I stand still, and you can't kill me. Elder Tianrui, you said Qi Liang was killed by brother Jiang Chen, how is this possible? Brother Jiang Chen, they just came to Zulong City today. Is there any misunderstanding in this? Qi Jing was startled, and quickly said to Qi Tianrui in midair. Qi Jing, this matter has nothing to do with you, you can go away. I am giving you a bit of face because you are the only son of the owner. Don't toast or eat fine wine. If you dare to be nosy, don't blame the old man for being rude to you. He stared at Jiang Chen sharply. Boy, let me ask you something, are you deaf? When Qi Yun brought Qi Liang's body back to Qi's house, I'm afraid he would have already told you everything. Since you already know, why ask such an idiot question? Jiang Chen said lightly. I gave Qi Liang a chance, but he just wanted to send it to the door to find death. Who can blame? This guy also killed Qi Liang from the Qi family. It was seen that Jiang Chen personally admitted that everyone around him was speechless to the extreme. As one of the 3 ancient tribes of the true Dragon Kingdom, the Qi family's strength can be described as extremely powerful, and there are even 3 or 4 strong in the pill condensation stage. There are even rumors that the 3 ancient tribes all have countermeasures against the power of the divine sea realm. Facing such a powerful Qi family, even the royal family of the true Dragon Kingdom had to be afraid of the Qi family. And the goods in front of him dared to blatantly slaughter Qi Liang in this ancestral dragon city. This guy, I'm afraid I don't know how to write dead words at all, right? Boy, you kill my grandson Qi Liang, and today the old man will let you pay for it. Qi Tianrui laughed extremely angrily, and the surging weather breath of the strong pill condensation realm instantly filled the sky with a radius of 100 miles. That terrible aura directly made the faces of many warriors around them pale. Old guy, if you want to move a piece of Jiang Chen's hair, you have to ask me if I agree. Yan Qingshan let out a cold snort and directly stood in front of Jiang Chen. 6th-rank alchemy master. Qi Tianrui looked at Yan Qingshan, who stood in front of Jiang Chen, his eyes condensed slightly. HMPH, Jiang Chen killed my grandson, I will kill him today, you let me go. A cold light flashed in his muddy old eyes, and he said coldly, if you really don't know what is good or bad, I will kill you together. A 6th-rank alchemy master, but he does not have the qualifications to make him fearful of his parents. If it is on weekdays, Qi Tianrui may also consider giving Yan Qingshan some face. But now this 6th rank alchemy master wants to shelter the murderer who killed his grandson. How could he be polite? Yan Qingshan's expression turned cold. Just when he was about to speak, Jiang Chen's voice came from behind him. Brother Yan, get out of the way, I'll take care of this by myself. Yan Qingshan was slightly startled. He turned his head and looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression. Brother Jiang Chen. Brother Yan, don't you still understand my character? Since I dare to kill Qi Liang, I am not afraid of the Qi family's troubles. Jiang Chen smiled confidently. He looked up at Qi Tianrui in midair, and his proud voice resounded. Old guy, don't you want to avenge your grandson Qi Liang? Then do it. But, even if I stand here today, you may not kill me. Chapter 325. A piece of token forces back the strong man in the condensed pill realm. Wow. This kid is too arrogant. A little-known Maodo boy who dares to go wild in front of the strong man in the pill condensation stage. If you don't die, you won't die. Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant words, everyone looked at Jiang Chen like a fool. You are a 16 or 17-year-old boy who has never broken through the Kaiyuan realm. This kind of merchandise, in front of the pill condensation realm powerhouse, is almost indistinguishable from the ants. But this kid is better. He even dared to say without embarrassment that Qi Tianrui couldn't kill him if he stood still. Are you sure you are not censored kidding us? Arrogant and ignorant, don't die for me. With a light wave of his palm, he saw the heaven and earth vitality within 10 meters in the air instantly condensed into an open sky giant palm. Qi Tianrui, you are one of the 3 elders of the Qi family's pill condensation stage. The dignified elder of the pill realm actually made a shot at a teenager who is more than 10 years old. This is simply embarrassing my Qi family. Seeing Qi Tianrui's shot, Qi Jing suddenly exclaimed in anger. No matter whether Jiang Chen really killed Qi Liang or not, he couldn't just watch Qi Tianrui attack Jiang Chen. He must not let Qi Tianrui obliterate his hope of awakening innate return to the original body. Is the old man embarrassing the Qi family, but it is not your turn to interfere with it. Qi Tianrui glanced at Qi Jing coldly, and then directly shot Jiang Chen below with a palm. The giant palm in the air suppressed Jiang Chen below like Mount I. Looking at Qi Tianrui's opening palm, everyone around closed their eyes with sympathy. How can a Maodo boy with Kaiyuan realm be able to withstand a blow from a strong pill condensing realm? Old man, open your eyes and see what this is. If you don't want your family to be destroyed because of this, then immediately remove this palm and disappear from me. Just when everyone thought Jiang Chen was bound to die, Jiang Chen's arrogant voice rang in their ears again. Everyone immediately looked at Jiang Chen with their eyes wide open. I saw Jiang Chen still standing in place with a calm face, and a silver token exuding a simple atmosphere was also revealed in Jiang Chen's hand. The identity token of Tai Zuzong disciple. This son turned out to be a disciple of Tai Zuzong. Looking at the silver token with the word Taishu in Jiang Chen's hand, Qi Tianrui's expression in midair changed drastically. With a move of his palm, the giant open sky palm, which was less than 3 feet away from the top of Jiang Chen's head, also stood still in an instant, and then turned into a little light circle and disappeared out of thin air. Taishu sect, one of the 3 major sects of the northern wilderness, is also the true master of the destiny of the true dragon kingdom. Their Qi family may be the king and hegemony in true dragon nation, but in front of the powerful Taishu sect, they are no different from ants. The status of Taishuzong disciples in the 3 kingdoms under the jurisdiction of Taishuzong is extremely lofty. Any disciple of Taishuzong appeared, even the emperor of the 3 kingdoms had to treat him as a guest of honor. If he blatantly killed a Taishuzong disciple in this way, I am afraid it would really put the Qi family in a situation where it would never be restored. Boy, count you cruel. Qi Tianrui snorted coldly, turned into an afterimage and disappeared in front of everyone. What is the situation with this Tamar? Seeing that Jiang Chen had a token to force back Qi Tianrui, a strong man in the pill condensation stage. Everyone around was completely petrified in an instant. Chapter 326. The Alchemy Conference begins. Fuck, I'm so dazzled. The dignified elder of Qi family Ning Pill realm was actually forced to retreat like this. Awesome. This kid is really not an ordinary awesomeness. It took a long time for everyone to recover from the horror. Only by showing a token, Jiang Chen easily forced back a Qi family Ning Dan realm powerhouse. Brother Jiang Chen, are you the identity token of the Taishuzong disciple? Yan Qingxian stared at the token in Jiang Chen's hand, a look of astonishment appeared in his old eyes. Taishuzong disciple. Hearing Yan Qingxian's words, Chu Ruolin and Qi Jing's eyes also showed incredible shock. They now finally understand why Qi Tianrui would retreat. Taishuzong. This is the censored who dominates the destiny of the Great Sha Kingdom and the True Dragon Kingdom. With the amulet of Taishuzong disciple, who in the three kingdoms dared to blatantly act on him. Before coming to the kingdom of True Dragon, I had the luck to pass the Yanwang Wuwan test and obtain the identity token of this Taishu sect disciple. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said lightly. Jiang Chen's understatement suddenly shocked Qi Jing's mind again. As a person of the three ancient tribes of the True Dragon Kingdom, Qi Jing naturally knows very well that there are some enchanting geniuses in the three kingdoms who can directly become Taishuzong's disciples as long as they pass the Taishuzong talent test. It is not an easy task to pass Taishuzong's talent test. Even in the kingdom of True Dragon, there are very few geniuses who can directly become disciples of Taishuzong in this way. Once this kind of genius enters the Taishu sect, it will be cultivated by the Taishu sect, and its future achievements are limitless. Qi Jing never thought of it anyway. Jiang Chen is a peerless evildoer who has become a disciple of Taishu sect before entering Taishu sect. Qi Jing, after attending the alchemy meeting, I will go to Taishu sect. If you want to awaken your innate returning body, you can bring the heavenly origin divine stone to me as soon as possible. Jiang Chen ignored Qi Jing's shock. He faintly spoke to Qi Jing, and then entered Qing Medical Center under countless incredible eyes. After Jiang Chen used the identity of Taishuzong disciple to force Qi Tianrui back, no one from the Qi family came to trouble them again. In such a peaceful day, 3 days passed in a flash. The much-anticipated alchemy meeting in the palace of True Dragon Kingdom finally officially began. Jiang Chen and the others arrived early in the Pill Hall, a huge square that could accommodate 10,000 people. Thousands of people before, almost completely enclosed the square. Especially in the VIP seats directly opposite, Jiang Chen also saw a lot of people with extraordinary clothes. Among them, Qi Tianrui and Qi Yun, whom Jiang Chen is more familiar with, are also among them. This alchemy meeting held in the palace of the True Dragon Kingdom is really lively. Jiang Chen glanced across the square slightly, and couldn't help but exclaim in his mouth. Of course it's lively. This alchemy conference not only rewards generously, but also those who perform well have the opportunity to become the disciple of the alchemy hall master. Such an opportunity, for all alchemists, is an existence that can be met but not sought. Yan Qingxian shook his head and gave a wry smile. To be able to get the guidance of a 7th rank alchemy master, even for a 6th rank alchemy master like them, it is a dream thing. Chapter 327, Admission Test. Brother Yan, why don't you envy others? Jiang Chen chuckled softly. I believe it won't take long for you to break through the 7th rank and become the first 7th rank alchemy master of the Great Sha Kingdom. 7th rank alchemy master, this is a far cry from the 6th rank alchemy master. In the kingdom of True Dragon, there are many 6th rank alchemy masters, but the only one who can really break through the 7th rank alchemy is the master of Pill Palace. Yan Qingxian smiled bitterly and shook his head. 7 rank alchemy grandmaster, it's not that easy to break through. Hee. There is no absolute in the world. Maybe Brother Yan will be able to refine the promise alchemy pill in one fell swoop and enter the ranks of the 7-rank alchemy master. He didn't bother with this issue either, but directly looked at an empty place in the middle of the square. In this empty place, there are hundreds of bluestone platforms scattered in a staggered manner. These bluestone platforms were prepared for alchemists who participated in the alchemy conference. As time goes by, there are more and more people in the square. A loud bell resounded abruptly over the square. The original noisy square quieted down. In the moment when the square was quiet, I saw a white-haired old man appeared above the square in an instant, and then landed in the middle of the square. The old man looked very ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. Only the golden alchemist badge with 7 stars on the chest is extremely dazzling. This old man is no one else, he is Ping Yixian, the lord of the real Dragon Kingdom Pill Palace and the 7th rank alchemy master. Is this old guy the first person in the True Dragon Kingdom Pill Dao? Looking at the old man in the middle of the square, Jiang Chen couldn't help showing a strange look in his eyes. And just when Jiang Chen was looking at Ping Yixian's faint voice also resounded in the midair of the square instantly. Everyone, the master of the old man's pill hall is Ping Yixian. Now I announce that the current Pill Hall Alchemy Conference has officially begun. With a wave of Ping Yixian's palm, a strange light instantly enveloped the hundreds of bluestone platforms in the center of the square. Looking at the strange mask that suddenly appeared, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. This mask seems weird. This mask is formed by a very magical treasure in the Dandian. It can easily measure the talent, grade, age and other information of any alchemist. Yan Qingxian couldn't help explaining with a smile. There is such a magical treasure. After listening to Yan Qingxian's explanation, Jiang Chen's eyes also flashed a strange look. Next, enter the first link of the Alchemy Conference. All the alchemists participating in the Alchemy Conference, let's queue up for the entrance test. When Jiang Chen was talking with Yan Qingxian, Ping Yixian's faint voice also rang again. Following Ping Yixian's words fell. Many alchemists who participated in the Alchemy Conference formed a long line in front of Ping Yixian. Under Ping Yixian's orders, the first young alchemist reached out and touched the strange light mask in front of him. I saw 3 lines of handwriting with a faint light, directly appearing out of thin air on the light mask. Age: 23 years old. Grade: Grade 3 Junior Alchemist. Talent: 2-star Alchemy Talent. Chapter 328, The Alchemy Genius Who Overwhelmed the Audience. Worthy of being the Pill Hall of the True Dragon Kingdom, this method is really amazing. Looking at the information displayed on the mask, Jiang Chen was also surprised. He also finally understood why Dandian didn't do any tests during registration. With such a magical treasure, it is impossible for anyone to pass the test. 23-year-old 3rd-rank alchemist, meet the conditions of the competition, prepare for admission. Ping Yixian waved to the young man, and then said blankly, next. Under the auspices of Ping Yixian, the admission test proceeded in an orderly manner. Although the vast majority of people who came to sign up for the alchemy meeting met the conditions for participation. But there are also some people over 25 years old who want to be fooled, but they are caught out without exception. The admission test went very quickly. In less than a quarter of an hour, most alchemists passed the admission test. They all chose a bluestone platform in the center of the square, and then sat down cross-legged. It seems that the admission test is almost over. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate anymore, just stood up and walked towards the center of the square. Hey! How do I feel familiar with this kid? Trough. Didn't this kill Qi Liang at the entrance of the Dandian 3 days ago? It turned out to be him. I didn't expect that he would really dare to come to the alchemy meeting. Seeing Jiang Chen's appearance, some people who had witnessed the scene at the entrance of the Dandian 3 days ago were all amazed. Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to the surrounding voices. He walked towards the center of the square blankly. Just when Jiang Chen came to Ping Yixian and was about to step forward to test, a figure burst out from the VIP seat, directly blocking Jiang Chen's front. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, Jiang Chen's eyes were cold in vain. Qi Yun, what do you want to do? Don't do anything, I'm just here for the admission test. Qi Yun sneered, and immediately put his hand on the light curtain in front of him. Immediately afterwards, Qi Yun's information also clearly appeared on the light curtain. Age: 24 years old. Grade: Grade 5 Junior Alchemist. Talent: 7-star Alchemy Talent. The 24-year-old 5th-rank alchemist also possesses the 7-star Alchemy Talent, which is too awesome. Tisk tisk. Deserves to be the most outstanding alchemy genius in the True Dragon Kingdom, it is really powerful. This time the first place in the Alchemy Conference, I am afraid that Qi Yun will belong to him. Hearing the voices of everyone in awe, Qi Yun couldn't help showing a trace of triumph in his eyes. Jiang Chen, didn't you say that I am not a pill-refining genius in front of you? He looked back at Jiang Chen, with a provocative expression. I want to see how many stars your talent can reach. A 24-year-old 5-rank junior alchemy master has no more than 7-star alchemy talent. At this level, are you embarrassed to regard yourself as a genius for alchemy? Let me open my eyes and look forward to it. I will show you what is the alchemy genius that overwhelms the audience. Jiang Chen said faintly, then walked forward and directly touched the strange light curtain twice. A message that stunned everyone in the square was also presented on the light curtain. Age: 16 years old. Grade: Grade 5 Senior Alchemist. Talent: 9-star Alchemy Talent. Chapter 329. In the first round, refining the innate spirit pill, hiss. 16-year-old 5th-ranked Senior Alchemist, the legendary 9-star talent. This kid is too abnormal. Grass. I always thought that the 5th grade alchemist badge that this kid took out that day was a fake. I didn't expect him to be so awesome. Look at the information displayed on the light curtain. Whether it was the contestants in the field or the crowds around, they almost stared out in shock. Even Ping Yixian, who had always looked indifferent, flashed an incredible shock in his old eyes. Such a terrible alchemy talent. Even if he was the lord of the Pill Palace, that was only seen in his life. A 16-year-old 5th-ranked senior alchemist, and also an extremely rare 9-star alchemist. Compared with Qi Yun, who only had the talent for 7-star alchemy and reached the 5th grade primary alchemist at the age of 24, Qi Yun was completely abused into scum. How could there be a 16-year-old 5th-ranked senior alchemist in this world? Qi Yun roared in disbelief. He looked up with an iron face, and said to Ping Yixian, "Hall Master, this must be a problem with the test. I strongly request him to test it again." Although he was at the entrance of the pill hall last time, Jiang Chen had already taken out the 5th-rank alchemist badge. But Qi Yun didn't believe that Jiang Chen was a 5th-grade alchemist. Qi Yun is very confident about his alchemy talent. He believed that in this true dragon nation, there would never be any young alchemist's alchemy talent that could surpass him. Qi Yun never thought of it. The result of Jiang Chen's test was a slap in the face. Qi Yun was going crazy all at once. How could the little-known Maodo boy in front of him completely crush his first day of the Pill Palace? There is nothing wrong with the Dandian test. The information he tested is completely true. There are people outside the world, and there is heaven outside the sky. Do you really think that no one in this world can surpass you? Ping Yixian snorted coldly. If you want to participate in the alchemy conference, enter the venue immediately, otherwise, just leave it to me and don't affect the progress of the alchemy conference here. Seeing Ping Yixian getting angry, Qi Yun's expression could not help changing slightly. For the first place in this alchemy conference, Qi Yun is bound to win. Because only by winning the first place in the alchemy conference, he can more smoothly become the heir of the next alchemy palace master. Once he becomes the heir of the head of the Dandian will be an important weight for him to fight for the position of the head of the Qi family. Jiang Chen, the alchemy conference has just begun. I'm going to see in a while whether your attainments on the alchemy path are really so powerful. Qi Yun snorted coldly, and then strode into the center of the square. Jiang Chen didn't bother to pay attention to Qi Yun, so he chose an empty bluestone platform in the center of the square and sat down. His eyes swept across the bluestone platform. In front of him, Jiang Chen found that a pile of materials had been neatly placed on the bluestone platform, almost all of which were used to refine the 3rd-grade pill. While Jiang Chen was looking at these materials on the bluestone platform, the admission test for the alchemy conference was quickly over. Ping Yixian's eyes swept across the hundreds of meters of contestants, and the faint voice resounded in everyone's ears again. The entrance test for the alchemy conference is over. Now we are entering the first round of the alchemy conference, to refine the 3rd-grade high-level pill Shantian Lingdan. Chapter 330, Refining the Shantian Spirit Pill, 10 minutes is enough. I'll go. The topic of this alchemy conference is too difficult. Yes, I didn't expect that the subject of this first round was to refine the 3rd-grade high-level pill. It's over. I've never refined a 3rd-rank high-level pill. I'm afraid I won't be able to get through the first round. Hearing Ping Yixian announce the first round of the subject, many participants couldn't help but exclaim. Ping Yixian ignored the exclamation of the contestants, and directly introduced the rules of this round with a blank face. On the stone platform in front of you, there are 3 materials of innate spirit pill. As long as you can successfully develop an innate spirit pill, you can enter the next round of competition. Although there is no time limit for the first round of the competition, in the previous alchemy conferences in the Pill Palace, it has the fastest record of passing the competition. Ping Yixian smiled slightly and said, as long as you can break the record, not only will you get the generous rewards from the Dandian, the old man can also promise you an extra request. Hearing the words of Ping Yixian, some competitors who are not weak are not calm. They all couldn't help but gear up. Breaking the record, it's nothing more than getting the reward of the Pill Hall, and actually can get a promise from Ping Yixian. To be able to obtain the support of the only 7th-rank alchemy master in the true Dragon Kingdom is definitely something that countless people dream of. Senior, I don't know how long is the fastest time to pass this round of competition. Jiang Chen looked at Ping Yixian with some curiosity, and asked a question that everyone was more concerned about. At an alchemy conference 30 years ago, some people produced a third-grade intermediate pill in just 12 minutes. This record has been maintained until now, no one has broken it yet. Ping Yixian said indifferently, because your topic this time is the third-grade high-level pill, as long as you can pass it within 15 minutes, even if you break the record. Fuck, it's too exaggerated to refine the third-grade high-level pill in 15 minutes. Yes, even if it is a third-rank intermediate pill, I may not be able to refine it in 15 minutes, and there is no guarantee that it will succeed once. This Dandian record is really not that easy to break. When everyone heard the words, they couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing. Huh, Jiang Chen, don't daydream here. The predecessor who broke the record 30 years ago was the legendary pill body born for the pill. His alchemy speed is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Only you, dare you to break the record of that senior. Qi Yun on the side also sneered at Jiang Chen with disdain. You can't break it, you can only blame yourself for being incapable. It doesn't mean you can't break it either. Jiang Chen said lightly, in my eyes, the records of seniors are used to break. Haha. You are not afraid to flash your tongue when you speak big words, don't tell me that you can refine the innate spirit pill in 15 minutes. Qi Yun laughed contemptuously. It takes at least 20 minutes for most people to refine the third-grade high-level pill Shantian Ling pill. Even if it is a 6th-rank alchemy master, it is not easy to refine it in 15 minutes. He really didn't believe that this kid could be so fast. 15 minutes, that's enough for me. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly, and his proud voice instantly resounded in everyone's ears. Refining the Shantian spirit pill, 10 minutes is enough. Chapter 331, Break the fastest record of Dandian. Refining the Shantian spirit pill, 10 minutes is enough. With Jiang Chen's words, the huge square fell into a momentary silence for an instant. When everyone came back to their senses, they couldn't help but mock Jiang Chen with disdain. Fuck, this guy is crazy. I have seen a lot of people who pretend to be forceful these years, but this is the first time I have seen someone who can pretend like him. Yes, 10 minutes to refine a third-rank high-level innate spirit pill, he can also tell it. Haha. Really laughs at me. Jiang Chen, just pretend it hard. I see when you can pretend to be in a while. Qi Yun almost didn't get mad at Jiang Chen's words. Refining the Shantian spirit pill in 10 minutes. In this true dragon kingdom, apart from Ping Yixian, the 7th-rank alchemy master, I am afraid that no one can do it. I really don't know who gave him the courage to speak up here. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Now I announce that the first round of competition will now officially begin. Ping Yixian said lightly, and a loud bell rang in the midair of the square. And at the moment the bell rang, all the alchemists in the square took out the alchemy furnace at the same time and quickly entered the alchemy state. Jiang Chen didn't list it either. He quickly took out the pill furnace from Najia, then lit the furnace with one hand, and started fiddling with the medicinal materials with the other. It took less than 3 minutes. Jiang Chen directly put all the medicinal materials for refining Shantian Lingdan into the pill furnace for refining. Seeing Jiang Chen's move, not only did many alchemists who came to watch the game spray all over the field. Even the alchemists who competed around Jiang Chen were stunned. They even stopped at this moment in their hands. I wipe. This kid actually put the 9 materials for refining innate spirit pills into the pill furnace. 9 kinds of medicinal materials are refined together. His pill furnace is very calm, there is no sign of fire. How is this possible? Jiang Chen's horrifying secular medicine method not only scared the other alchemists around him. Even Ping Yixian's old eyes were filled with shock that could not be concealed. The process of alchemy is a gradual process. When the alchemist refines the pill, the same materials are put into the pill furnace. Even if the medicine is used in such a gradual manner, it must be done carefully. Otherwise, a little carelessness will result in a fryer. But the kid in front of him actually put all the alchemy materials into the alchemy furnace at once. Almost no one could have imagined that the extraction of medicines could do this. This method of extracting medicines completely subverted their understanding of alchemy. Jiang Chen naturally ignored the shock of everyone around him. After adding the medicinal materials to the pill furnace for 5 or 6 minutes for refining, he finally displayed the pill condensation technique and began to condense the pill. About a minute later, an Shantian spirit pill was successfully refined by Jiang Chen. 10 minutes. It took Jiang Chen only 10 minutes to refine the Shantian spirit pill. Such a terrifying speed has completely broken The record of the fastest dandian. What's more frightening is that Jiang Chen's refining is still a third-rank high-level pill that is higher than the record of the pill hall. Countless alchemists in the square took a breath. In their eyes looking at Jiang Chen, apart from shock, they were shocked. This guy deserves to be a monster with the talent of 9-star alchemy. Chapter 332, I refine Hunyuan Jindan. Awesome, this kid's alchemy is too powerful. These unheard-of methods for extracting medicine have almost shortened the entire alchemy process by more than half. It's a shame that we are still idiots, because they are already confident. After everyone fell into a short silence, they all started to marvel at Jiang Chen. The exclamation that came from all around was also a daze for Qi Yun, who was completely absorbed in alchemy. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen. When he saw the congenital spirit pill in Jiang Chen's hand, his whole person was instantly dull. 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes passed. He was only halfway through the process of refining medicine, but Jiang Chen had already refined the Shantian spirit pill. How could he refine the innate spirit pill so quickly? Qi Yun couldn't help but let out an unbelievable roar. After the start of this round, Qi Yun wholeheartedly began to refine the Shantian spirit pill. He planned to make an all-out effort to refine the innate spirit pill first, and then slap Jiang Chen in the face fiercely. He never thought of it anyway. Jiang Chen's speed is actually approaching such an evil spirit. In this round of competition, he was almost completely abused by Jiang Chen and turned into scum. Just when Qi Yun was shocked by the shocking scene before him, the pill furnace in front of him also fried instantly because of his stagnation. Qi Yun came back to his senses, and his face became even more ugly. He took a deep breath, calmed his mood, and quickly started refining the Shantian spirit pill. The first place in this alchemy conference is very important to him. No matter what, he must first refine the innate spirit pill and enter the next round of competition. Some other contestants also adjusted their moods and began to continue alchemy. It's just that this time who came to participate in the alchemy conference, many of the alchemists were of the third-rank elementary and third-rank intermediate. They had never been in contact with the refining of the third-grade high-level pill. Even if the 3 chances were used up, he couldn't refine the innate spirit pill in the end and was directly eliminated. About an hour. The first round finally came to an end. The hundreds of alchemists who came to participate in the alchemy conference finally successfully entered the second round, but not even 100 people arrived. The first round of the alchemy conference is over. Congratulations to everyone present for successfully entering the second round. The second round of the competition is free alchemy. You can now report the pill that you are preparing to refine, and the pill hall will prepare a copy of the pill for you. The competition time is 1 hour. After 1 hour, I will rank according to the elixir that you refined, and the top 10 can get the rich rewards of the pill palace. After the end of the first round, Ping Yixian did not talk nonsense and directly announced the rules of the second round. Subsequently, Ping Yixian asked the remaining contestants to report the second round of refining pills, which was recorded by a deacon in the pill hall. In this round, in order to compete for the top 10 in the alchemy conference, almost all the participants were full of energy, and one after another reported their best pill. Soon, it was Jiang Chen's turn to report the pill. Ping Yixian couldn't help but looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. Little guy, it's your turn, what pill do you want to refine next? Jiang Chen said lightly, I refining mixed Yuan Jindan. Chapter 333, Qi Yun's whole card. This kid wants to refine the golden core of Hunyuan. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and all alchemists around him were in an uproar. I heard that right, he actually wants to refine the golden core of Hunyuan. Hunyuan Golden Pill, this is a 5th grade high-level pill. The 5-rank high-level pill mixed Yuan Golden Pill, this is a pill that can make the strength of the strong pill condensing stage a level. This kind of pill is the most difficult to refine among the 5-grade pill. Even if it is a lot of 6th-rank alchemy masters, they are not sure to refine them at once. This second round of free alchemy, but there is only one opportunity for alchemy. Although the higher the refined pill, the more hopeful it is to enter the top 10. But that would also have to be refined once. Once it fails, it is tantamount to completely losing the opportunity to enter the top 10. In order to ensure the rate of pill formation, the vast majority of people have chosen to refine pill that is one level lower than their own. They originally thought that Jiang Chen would choose a 5th-grade intermediate pill. In this alchemy meeting, the only threat to Jiang Chen was Qi Yun. And Qi Yun was just a 5th-ranked junior alchemist. Even if Jiang Chen refined the 5th grade intermediate pill, he almost steadily won the first place in the alchemy conference. Jiang Chen not only chose the pill of the same grade as himself, but also the most difficult pill of the same grade to refine. Really arrogant, but this is also good. As long as he fails to refining, I will be the number 1 in this alchemy meeting. Qi Yun sneered in his heart. Qi Yun knew exactly what kind of pill the Hunyuan golden pill was. Even if Jiang Chen was really a 5th-ranked senior alchemist, he also didn't believe that Jiang Chen could refine the golden pill of mixed origin in one go. Really a confident little guy. Ping Yixian's eyes flashed, and immediately continued to register the pill that other contestants needed to refine. It was Qi Yun's turn to make a choice. Qi Yun chose Tian Wei Yuan Tian Dan, a 5-stage primary pill that can quickly restore the vitality of the martial artist. The elixir is selected. Ping Yixian directly ordered the people in the alchemy hall to prepare medicinal materials. After about half an hour, the dandian handed out the medicinal materials to every contestant. Ping Yixian also looked at everyone indifferently and said, "Now I will give you 5 minutes to check whether your materials are wrong." After hearing this, everyone checked a piece of direct alchemy materials. 5 minutes passed in a flash. Ping Yixian saw that no one had reported an error and announced the start of this round. Many alchemists have once again entered the state of alchemy. Jiang Chen, you are really self-confident. You dare to choose to refine the golden core pill of the same level as your alchemist. Be careful for a while and be too confident. When everyone was starting to prepare alchemy, Qi Yun looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer. Jiang Chen curled his lips and said, "Didn't you choose to refine the 5th grade elementary Weiyuan heavenly pill?" "Hee. I dare to choose the 5-stage primary pill. That's because I have absolute certainty that I will succeed in refining it once. For the first place in this alchemy conference, I am bound to win. Do you think I have nothing to prepare?" Qi Yun smiled confidently. When he moved his palm, a pill furnace with a faint cyan glow appeared directly in front of him. Chapter 334, In Front of Me. You still lose. This is the psychic pill furnace. Unexpectedly, Qi Yun still has such a whole card. Yes, with this psychic pill furnace, he refining the heaven returning pill, there is basically no problem. Looking at the pill furnace that Qi Yun suddenly took out, many alchemists who knew the goods couldn't help but exclaim. For the alchemist, the pill furnace is undoubtedly an important existence. A good alchemy furnace can not only improve the quality of the elixir, but also greatly increase the alchemist's success rate. In the alchemy world, pill furnace is also divided into many different grades. The most common is the ordinary pill furnace. Moreover, the pill furnaces used by most alchemists stayed at the ordinary level. Above the ordinary pill furnace, it is an extremely rare psychic pill furnace. The psychic pill furnace is almost the treasure that countless alchemists dream of. Even the same medicine, using the psychic pill furnace to refine, both the quality of the pill and the rate of pill formation can be directly increased by 30%. But the psychic pill furnace is extremely rare. Even a 6th-rank alchemy master like Yan Qingshan has a psychic pill furnace. Jiang Chen, you probably didn't expect it. With this psychic pill furnace, I have the confidence to refine the Weiyuan heavenly pill at once. I don't know the probability of you refining the golden pill of Hunyuan. How much is it? Qi Yun took out the psychic pill furnace and couldn't help smiling at Jiang Chen with a smug look. Do you think you can scare me by taking out a psychic pill furnace? The gap between me and you can't be made up by a pill furnace. Even if you are 10% sure of refining the Weiyuan Tiandan, you still lose in front of me. Jiang Chen glanced at the psychic pill furnace Qi Yun had taken out, his expression still light and calm. HMPH, I want to see how you can refine this mixed element golden pill 1. This is the first place in the alchemy conference that belongs to me. No one should try to censor it from me. The cold light in Qi Yun's eyes flashed away, and immediately he entered a state of alchemy. He didn't bother to continue talking nonsense with Qi Yun and directly began to refine alchemy. Regarding the grade of the medicine, the Hunyuan golden pill he refined was more than 1 grade higher than the Weiyuan heaven pill. Regarding the success rate, he has a system of 100 times the success rate blessing. Even if Qi Yun took out the psychic pill furnace, he could still crush Qi Yun into slag. Entering the alchemy state, the system's 100-fold alchemy rate is automatically activated. Jiang Chen began to refine Hunyuan Jindan like running water. Because of this theory, the game does not need to be in a hurry, and what he refined is still a 5th grade high-level pill. Jiang Chen did not choose to refine all the medicinal materials at once, but gradually put the medicinal materials into the pill furnace to refine them step by step. Time passed bit by bit. Unconsciously, half an hour passed. Because the refining materials of Hunyuan Jindan are more complicated, even Jiang Chen could not complete the refining of medicinal materials within half an hour. Although the extraction of medicinal materials took a long time, Jiang Chen seemed extremely relaxed throughout the process. He casually put all the herbs into the furnace, and then continued to wait. Suddenly, Jiang Chen, who was waiting bored, found that he was a little hungry. He simply took out a spare part of the ingredients from the ring and baked it directly on the side of the pill furnace. Seeing Jiang Chen manipulating the pill furnace to make alchemy with one hand, he actually cooked the barbecue next to the pill furnace with the other hand. Everyone couldn't help but spray out directly. Monster. This kid is really a monster. Chapter 335. This alchemy operation is amazing. Jiang Chen's sudden move, it directly caused everyone around him to be struck by lightning. This kid is doing alchemy, refreshing their worldview time and time again. In the first round just now, Jiang Chen refined the 9 materials of the Shantian spirit pill together. Such behavior was enough to shock the world. Jiang Chen's alchemy process in this round brightened their eyes even more. One hand makes alchemy, and the other hand actually grills beside the alchemy furnace. The most incredible thing is that Jiang Chen's operation like this did not make his alchemy impressed. This guy refines the 5-grade high-level pill mixed yuan golden pill. For any alchemist, the higher the grade of the pill, the more difficult it will be to refine. High-grade pill, the medicinal power contained in its medicinal materials will be even more terrifying. Once the heat is not well controlled, fire is bound to happen. Generally, alchemists have to play up the spirit of refining high-grade pills. But this kid in front of him is so good, he can actually do 2 things with one heart while making alchemy. It was the first time they saw that an alchemist was able to do whatever he wanted and carelessly when refining pills of the same grade as himself. This operation is simply the censored of Tamar. What an exquisite control ability, this child is really a monster born for the alchemy. Ping Yixian was also shocked by Jiang Chen's performance. He looked at Jiang Chen in a daze, and couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his mouth. Although this little guy is only 16 years old, but his alchemy attainments in some aspects are beyond the reach of even his 7th rank alchemy grandmaster. Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to everyone's shock. The roasted meat in his hand is cooked. Jiang Chen continued to control the alchemy furnace while gnawing on the barbecue in his hand. The relaxed and comfortable appearance also made the corners of everyone's lips twitch. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, no one would have imagined that Jiang Chen was refining a 5th-grade high-level pill at this moment. A little time has passed. The second round of alchemy time also passed halfway quickly. During this period, many contestants were directly eliminated because of mistakes in the alchemy process. Many contestants who were left to refine the 4-tier pill were continuously refining the pill. Even Qi Yun, who refined the 5-stage primary pill, the process of alchemy was quickly coming to an end. Have a psychic pill for help. Qi Yun's alchemy was going very smoothly this time, and he completed the refining of the medicinal materials without encountering any problems. After finishing the extraction of medicinal materials, Qi Yun skillfully displayed the pill condensation technique. After about a few minutes, he successfully refined the 5-rank elementary pill returning Yuan Tianden. Qi Yun took out the heavenly pill back to the yuan from the pill furnace with a look of expression. Just when he was about to accept the exclamation of everyone around him, the expected voice did not come at all. Qi Yun was startled slightly. He suddenly raised his head and looked around, only to find that everyone around him was staring in a direction beside him dumbfounded. And this direction is surprisingly the direction Jiang Chen is in. Qi Yun's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly followed everyone's eyes. When he saw Jiang Chen eating a barbecue while refining a pill, his whole body was instantly sluggish. Chapter 336. I let you, how can you do me? This is absolutely impossible. Qi Yun stared at this scene blankly, and the whole person was going crazy. He actually made alchemy while enjoying barbecue. Is this Tamar really refining the 5th-grade high-level pill mixed yuan golden pill? I am afraid that even Ping Yixian, the 7th-rank alchemy master, would not dare to play like this in the process of refining the mixed-element golden pill. Qi Yun couldn't believe his eyes. He gave him a hard pinch on his leg, and a sharp pain instantly poured into his mind. Qi Yun had to believe that all of this was true. He looked at Jiang Chen in horror, and his expression was also ugly for an instant. For this alchemy meeting, Qi Yun was very well prepared. He even took out the psychic pill furnace. Qi Yun didn't expect that he would encounter Jiang Chen, such a pervert, at this alchemy meeting. He relied on the psychic pill furnace to refine the 5-stage primary pill. But Jiang Chen relied on his own ability to easily refine the 5th-grade high-level pill. And looking at Jiang Chen's calm appearance, it was almost a matter of time before he could refine the golden core of Hunyuan. If Jiang Chen really refines the golden core pill, doesn't it mean that his plan to seize the first place in the alchemy conference will fail? I must get the first place in the alchemy conference and become the heir of the alchemy palace master. A cold light flashed in Qi Yun's eyes. Although his talents in martial arts and alchemy are very good, but the power in Qi is not that strong. If Qi Yun wants to compete for the position of the young master of the Qi family, he must obtain a strong support. For him, Dandian was undoubtedly the best choice. Jiang Chen, I have to admit that I really underestimated your alchemy book. But the first place in the alchemy conference this time is very important to me. As long as you give up refining Hunyuan golden core and give me the first place in the alchemy conference, I promise that Qi family will not pursue you to kill Qi Yun. How about it? Qi Yun took a deep breath and directly spoke to Jiang Chen with a voice transmission method. No matter how, he must do everything possible to get the first place in the alchemy conference. Hear Qi Yun's transmission. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised a slight sneer of disdain. He didn't even bother to look at Qi Yun, and directly added the last medicinal material of the Hunyuan golden pill into the pill furnace. Jiang Chen, don't toast or eat fine wine. Are you really going to be an enemy of my family? Seeing that Jiang Chen ignored his existence and continued to refine alchemy, Qi Yun's expression also became extremely gloomy. He heard Qi Yun's voice again. There was also an impatient look in Jiang Chen's eyes, and his faint sneer sounded directly in the air. Tisk tusk, Qi Yun, your face is really not so thick. I don't have the ability to get the first place in the alchemy conference, but I'm ashamed to let me give you the first place in the alchemy conference. I wouldn't let it to you today, so what can you do to me? As Jiang Chen said this, the eyes of countless people around him fell on Qi Yun's body. And Ping Yixian, the host of the Pill Palace, had a slightly unpleasant expression on his face. He stared at Qi Yun sharply, and his cold voice resounded instantly. Qi Yun, if you dare to speak out to interfere with the normal progress of the alchemy conference, get out of the alchemy hall. Chapter 337, Dancheng won the first place in the alchemy conference. Damn it! Feeling the hot eyes around him and Ping Yixian's anger, Qi Yun almost didn't vomit blood for 3 liters. He couldn't wait to rush up and kill Jiang Chen with a knife. Jiang Chen ignored his threats, and even stabbed the matter out so blatantly, so embarrassingly. Asshole! Dare to do this to me, I'm never finished with you. Qi Yun's complexion was extremely hideous, and he couldn't help but let out a low roar in his heart. This kid not only destroyed his plan to control the Dandian, but also caused him to suffer such humiliation in front of so many. Sooner or later one day, he must pay this kid 10 times or even 100 times the price. Jiang Chen lightly exposed Qi Yun's tricks and ignored Qi Yun. He directly focused on the pill furnace in front of him. After the last medicinal material was refined, Jiang Chen decisively began to condense pills. A strong danxiang filled the square. I saw a pill shining with golden light, which was directly taken out of the furnace by Jiang Chen. Looking at the newly released Hunyuan Jindan in Jiang Chen's hand, many people around him even felt like a dream. The 5-grade high-level pill mixed yuan golden pill was really made by Jiang Chen lightly. After Jiang Chen finished alchemy, the alchemy link of this round of competition also came to an end. The next time, Ping Yixian inspects the pill, and then ranks according to the quality of the pill produced by the contestants. Even without Ping Yixian's inspection, everyone knew very well that Jiang Chen was the number 1 in the alchemy meeting this time. Jiang Chen's performance at this alchemy conference can be described as stunning. Admission test. Jiang Chen shocked the audience with the 16-year-old 5th-ranked senior alchemist and the legendary 9-star talent. The first round of competition. Jiang Chen refined the Shantian spirit pill with incredible methods of medicine extraction, completely breaking the record of the pill hall. This round of competition, Jiang Chen even made a 5-grade high-level pill while he was grilling. With such strength, even Qi Yun was directly killed by a spike and turned into a scum, and he didn't even have the qualification to threaten Jiang Chen first. Ping Yixian checked the pill quickly. Only 10 minutes. All the pills refined by the contestants were checked by Ping Yixian. The result is naturally no surprise. Jiang Chen successfully won the first place in this alchemy conference with the 5-grade high-level pill mixed yuan golden pill. Yeah, I'm afraid no one would have thought that Jiang Chen could get the first place in the alchemy conference so lightly. There are people outside of the world, there is heaven outside. I used to think that Qi Yun was already a great alchemy genius, but today I realized that he was just a frog at the bottom of the well. After Ping Yixian announced that Jiang Chen won the first place in the alchemy conference, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed, Jiang Chen's talent in alchemy is really amazing. However, at the age of 16, he reached the 5th-ranked senior alchemist, and he also possessed the legendary 9-star talent. As long as nothing happens, Jiang Chen's future achievements, I am afraid, will definitely not be under the level of the current Pill Palace Lord. They seem to have seen the birth of another alchemy master. Chapter 338, Dandian Honorary Elder. The alchemy meeting is over. Ping Yixian then awarded the alchemy meeting award. Jiang Chen, who won the first place, not only obtained 3 promised sacred heart fruits for Yanqingxian, but also received a reward of 100,000 middle-grade crystals. 100,000 middle-grade spars, which is equivalent to 10 million lower-grade spars, is also a lot of wealth for Jiang Chen. Little guy, are you interested in staying in the Dandian? The old man is very old and has no intention of taking care of the Dandian affairs. If you are willing to stay, the old man is willing to give you the position of the Lord of the Pill Palace. After giving out the rewards of the alchemy meeting, Ping Yixian directly smiled and said to Jiang Chen. Ping Yixian's words caused an uproar in the square. Although they also know, Jiang Chen's performance in the alchemy conference will definitely be valued by Ping Yixian. But he didn't expect Ping Yixian to value Jiang Chen so much, and even planned to hand over the position of Pill Hall to Jiang Chen. Dandian. Although this is just a looser organization composed of alchemists from the True Dragon Kingdom, but the energy contained in the Dandian is very huge. Even the royal family of the True Dragon Kingdom and the 3 ancient tribes did not dare to have any contempt for Pill Palace. The position of the Lord of the Palace of Pill Palace in the True Dragon Kingdom is completely equal to that of the patriarchs of the 3 ancient tribes. If Jiang Chen becomes the Lord of the Pill Palace, this is really a step up to the sky. Hearing Ping Yixian's words, Qi Yun's expression was also extremely gloomy in an instant. For the position of the head of the Pill Palace, Qi Yun can be said to have exhausted his efforts. But he didn't expect that at the last moment, Jiang Chen, Cheng Yaojin, suddenly came out halfway, and abruptly snatched the position of the Pill Palace Hall Master from him. Bad bitch, dare to grab the position of the Lord of the Pill Palace, I will definitely not let you go. His gaze towards Jiang Chen also showed an extremely resentful look. Thank you Ping for the kindness of seniors, the juniors will not stay in True Dragon Kingdom, I am afraid I will disappoint you. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and directly rejected Ping Yixian. This kid even refused. Seeing that Jiang Chen refused Ping Yixian without hesitation, everyone was stunned. This is the Lord of Pill Palace. Almost can order the existence of the entire True Dragon Alchemist. Even Qi Yun, from the 3 ancient tribes, is drooling in his position. But this guy turned it down so straightforwardly. If this is the case, then I won't force it. Ping Yixian smiled slightly and said, but this token of honorary elder of the Dandian, I hope you can accept it. With this token, you can get help at any branch of the True Dragon Kingdom Dandian. This child is a Qianlong, indeed it is not for the Pill Palace of the Little True Dragon Kingdom. This did not affect Ping Yixian and Jiang Chen's relationship. With this kid's alchemy talent, it is not impossible to become a top alchemist who is famous in the Northern Wilds in the future. If Jiang Chen can become the elder of the Alchemy Hall, this is absolutely beneficial and harmless to the Alchemy Hall. Regarding the identity of the honorary elder, Jiang Chen did not refuse this time, and directly accepted the token. Looking at the token in Jiang Chen's hand, many alchemists all around couldn't help showing envy, jealousy and hatred. Dandian honorary elder, although this status is not as good as the heir to the Alchemy Hall, its status in Alchemy Hall is still very lofty. With this identity, Jiang Chen could completely walk sideways in True Dragon Kingdom from now on. Chapter 339, The Help of the Moon-Mark Chamber of Commerce. After receiving the reward of the alchemy meeting, Jiang Chen did not continue to stay in the Dandian either. He bid farewell to Ping Yixian directly, and then left the alchemy hall with gazes of various colors. Qi Yun coldly glanced at Jiang Chen's leaving back. Then he walked toward Qi Tianrui in the VIP seat with a gloomy expression. Don't be so discouraged. That kid doesn't belong to the true Dragon Kingdom. It is impossible for him to compete with you for the position of Pill Palace. Even though you lost today, it's not that you won't have the opportunity to control the Pill Palace in the future. Looking at Qi Yun, who was a little dejected, Qi Tianrui couldn't help speaking indifferently. 3 elders, Jiang Chen is the murderer of Qi Liang's cousin, why are you? Hearing Qi Tianrui's words, Qi Yun couldn't help but reveal an unbelievable look in his eyes. In addition to being unbelievable, Qi Yun even felt resentment towards the old guy in front of him. After he returned to Qi's house with Qi Liang's body, he hoped to use the power of this old guy to kill Jiang Chen. But Qi Yun never thought of it. Qi Tianrui slammed the door aggressively to find Jiang Chen to settle the account, but for some reason he let Jiang Chen go. If it wasn't for Qi Tianrui to let Jiang Chen go, it is impossible for Jiang Chen to participate in the alchemy conference today, and it is unlikely that Jiang Chen will steal the first place in his alchemy conference. It was because this old guy failed to kill Jiang Chen that his plan to control the Pill Palace fell short. Although Jiang Chen now rejected the position of Pill Hall Master. But he was completely overwhelmed by Jiang Chen in this Dan meeting, and he also left a bad impression in Ping Yixian's heart. He wants to become the Pill Palace Hall Master now. It will undoubtedly become even more difficult. Do you think I don't want to kill that kid to avenge Lianger? But do you know who that kid is? He is a disciple of Taishu Zong. Qi Tianrui snorted coldly. Taishu sect is one of the 3 sects of the northern wilderness. You should know what the consequences will be when you openly killed the disciples of Taishu Zong. He turned out to be a disciple of Tai Zuzong. How is this possible? Qi Yun heard Qi Tianrui's words, and a touch of horror that could not be concealed appeared in his eyes. It took him a long time to come back to his senses, with a look of unwillingness to say, "Third elder, this kid not only killed Brother Liang, but also broke my plan to control the Dandian. Should we just forget it? This kid killed my grandson. If he doesn't avenge me and swears to be a man, how can he just let it go?" An icy glow suddenly flashed across Qi Tianrui's old eyes, and a dark voice rang in Qi Yun's ears. Although we can't act on the Taishuzong disciples in the face, as long as he is in the true Dragon Kingdom, secretly I have 100 ways to make him die without a place to bury him. When Jiang Chen was about to return to Qing Medical Center, a hurried voice behind him stopped him. "Elder Jiang. Jiang Chen, please wait a moment." Jiang Chen took a step. He turned his head and saw a strange middle-aged man chasing him towards him. Jiang Chen looked at the strange middle-aged man hesitantly. "You are?" The middle-aged man gave Jiang Chen a fist, and then quickly explained his intentions. "Elder Jiang Chen, Yu Yangcheng, chairman of the True Dragon Kingdom branch of the Chamber of Commerce in the next month. Now Yuehan Chamber of Commerce has encountered some trouble in True Dragon Kingdom. This time I came to the Alchemy Conference, in fact, to ask Elder Jiang Chen for help." Chapter 340. No one has annexed the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. "How did you know that I came to True Dragon Kingdom?" Jiang Chen looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked curiously. "The 3 elders told me. Half a month ago, I had asked the headquarters of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce for help. Later, the 3 elders sent back news that an elder catching named Jiang Chen came to True Dragon Nation to participate in the alchemy meeting and asked me to come to you for help." Yu Yangcheng said quickly. Jiang Chen nodded, and asked directly, "Let's talk, what happened?" "He has a good relationship with Yueyangzhou, the 3rd elder of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, and he is also the honorary elder of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Since the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce is in trouble, he naturally can't stand by. This matter will start from a month ago." Yu Yangcheng didn't hide from Jiang Chen either. She told the story directly. A martial arts family in Zulong City ordered a batch of high-end medicines from the Yuehan Chamber of Commerce, which needed to be delivered within 1 month. Originally, with the ability of the Yuehan Chamber of Commerce, 1 month was enough to refine this batch of pills. But who knows that soon after taking this order, the senior alchemists hired by the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce have left for various reasons. Afterwards, Yu Yangcheng realized that he had been fooled. All this is basically a conspiracy of the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce in the True Dragon Kingdom. The Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce first used this martial arts family to order a batch of high-level pills in the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Then he threatened and lured the alchemist of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, so that no one could use the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce at a critical time, and there was no way to hand over the medicine within the stipulated time. The Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce has only one purpose, and that is to annex the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. In desperation, Yu Yangcheng had to ask the headquarters for help. After Yu Yongzhou got the news, he naturally handed the question to Jiang Chen, who had come to True Dragon Kingdom. That's why Yu Yangcheng came here. Elder Jiang, now there are only 2 or 3 days before the 1-month deadline. If you can't hand over these pills on time, the Shenglong Chamber of Commerce will definitely not give up. At that time, the branch that the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce has finally established in True Dragon Kingdom will probably be destroyed. Yu Yangcheng said worriedly, as far as I know, the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce is the strongest Chamber of Commerce in the True Dragon Kingdom, and it is only stronger than the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Chen asked inexplicably, with the strong strength of the Shenglong Chamber of Commerce. If they really don't want the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce to develop in True Dragon Kingdom, it is fully capable of preventing the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce from establishing a branch. Why should they take this extra step, and wait until the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce establishes a branch before taking the initiative to annex it? Elder Jiang Chen didn't know that our Moonscar Chamber of Commerce once won the Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce in a game. According to the content of the game, the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce cannot intervene in the establishment of a branch of the Moonscar Chamber in True Dragon Kingdom. It's just that I didn't expect that although the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce did not interfere on the surface, it secretly used such a despicable method to annex the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Yu Yangcheng smiled bitterly. It was all my carelessness that gave the Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce a chance. Although Jiang Chen in front of him was very strong, he was already a 5th-ranked senior alchemist. But it is not easy to get that batch of high-level pills in 2 or 3 days. Don't worry, since you 3 elders left this to me, then I won't let him down. Jiang Chen glanced at Yu Yangcheng lightly, and his proud voice resounded instantly. Take me to the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce. As long as I am there, no one can annex the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 341, The Arrogant Yutai. Under the leadership of Yu Yangcheng, Jiang Chen came to the branch of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce in the True Dragon Kingdom. When they appeared at the gate of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, it was discovered that there were already a large number of people crowded here. Except for some onlookers watching the excitement around. The field has been divided into 2 distinct camps, and the atmosphere is particularly tense. One of the parties facing the confrontation is naturally the people of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce. And on the opposite side of them, more than a dozen figures in the same costume stood upright, and each of them exuded an extremely fierce breath. Each of these more than a dozen figures has reached the Kaiyuan realm. It deserves to be the True Dragon Nation. The martial art level here is indeed a lot higher than that of the Great Sha Nation. Looking at the more than 10 Kaiyuan realm powerhouses in front of him, Jiang Chen was also amazed. In Daxia country, I am afraid that only the royal family of the Great Sha Kingdom and the Meng family, the first martial arts family, can come up with such a strong lineup. His eyes swept slightly on the group of Kaiyuan realm martial artists. Jiang Chen's gaze fell directly on the middle-aged man in the black robe in front of the group of people. The middle-aged black robe looked indifferent, although he didn't look as domineering as the dozen or so warriors behind him. However, Jiang Chen faintly felt a hint of danger from his body. This is the black-clothed guard of the Yu family, and the black-clothed middle-aged person headed by it is Yu Tai, the leader of the black-clothed guard of the Yu family, who has the strength of the Kaiyuan 9th layer. See the situation at the door of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce. Yu Yangcheng's complexion also became unpleasant, and it looked like there are still 3 days left for the specific agreed time limit. If you don't arrive at your home, you will be unable to live. Yu Tai, there are still 3 days before the time limit agreed by our Yuehan Chamber of Commerce with your Yu family. What do you mean by taking someone at the door of the Yuehan Chamber of Commerce? On the side of the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce, the first white-haired old man looked at Yu Tai and the others, his complexion a little unattractive. Hee. Even if we give you 3 days to the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce from Yujia, what can you do? Given the current situation of your Moonmark Chamber of Commerce, you simply can't hand over the pills we need. Yu Tai chuckles disdainfully. Old guy, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Let Yu Yangcheng come out to see me immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being polite. Our president is not in the Chamber of Commerce right now. You can find him 3 days later. The white-haired old man said coldly. 3 days from now, my Moonscar Chamber of Commerce will give you an explanation from Yu's family. Please take you away now. The corner of Yu Tai's mouth rose slightly. He arrogantly said, if I don't leave, what can you do to me? Yu Tai, don't go too far in Yujia. You think I really don't know that your Yu family colluded with the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce to plot against my Moonscar Chamber. Yu family is also a well-known martial arts family in the ancestral Dragon City anyway, and now you have become a dog of the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce. It is not ashamed. Looking at the arrogant Yu Tai, Yu Yangchang couldn't help stepping forward, and shouted angrily. Yu Yangchang, you finally showed up. I thought you were going to hide in the dark to be a turtle with your head. Yu Tai sneered at the oncoming Yu Yangchang, and the proud voice sounded directly in everyone's ears. I now give you 2 choices, whether to deliver the goods as agreed, or to use the entire Moonmark Chamber of Commerce to repay the debt. You can choose one by yourself. Chapter 342, Moonmark Chamber of Commerce, it's not what you want to dismantle. Hey, the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce is going to be over this time. Yes, it is said that the Yu family targeted the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce this time, but the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce is behind it. On the side of the couch, how can you allow others to sleep? The Moonscar Chamber of Commerce wants to develop under the eyes of the Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce. It is simply a dream. Hearing Yu Tai's extremely arrogant voice, everyone watching around couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing. The Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce is dominated by the True Dragon Kingdom and almost monopolizes the business of the True Dragon Kingdom. The prices of many things in the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce are ridiculously high. Many civilian warriors are full of resentment for the monopolistic exploitation of the Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce. They are also happy to see that the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce can break this situation. The Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce is obviously unwilling to see such a situation. This time they used Yu's family to calculate the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, and it was clear that they wanted to die. It is almost impossible for the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce to survive in the ancestral Dragon City. Yu Tai, it seems that it is not yet the time we agreed with each other. Yu Yangcheng's complexion sank and coldly snorted. You Yuji are too impatient, right? There are indeed 3 days left before the time we agreed. But, do you think there is any difference in the result even if I give you 3 days at home? Yu Tai Leng smiled coldly and said, I don't believe that your Moonscar Chamber of Commerce can still produce dozens of 4th-grade pill in 3 days. Whether the Yuehan Chamber of Commerce can hand over the pill within 3 days is our own business. Yu Yangcheng's expression was indifferent and said, at least now, please take people away. You said that if you let me go, I have to leave. Who do you think you are? Yu Tai smiled contemptuously, and said proudly, today I came to pick up the goods at the order of the Patriarch. If you can't deliver them, then I will tear down your Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Seeing Yu Tai's posture of doing something when he didn't agree, Yu Yangcheng's expression became quite difficult to look. Hee, what a majestic Yujia. But, the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce is not what you want to dismantle. Today I want to see, who dares to move the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Just as Tai Aoran's voice fell, a faint sneer sounded slowly in the air. The sudden sneer made everyone around him startled. Yu Tai's expression also became gloomy in an instant. He followed the voice and saw Jiang Chen slowly walking out from behind Yu Yangcheng. Where did the hairy boy dare to take care of my family's affairs? I think you are living impatiently. Yu Tai's expression turned cold, and he couldn't help but sternly shouted at Jiang Chen. 3 days later, the Yuehan Chamber of Commerce will automatically hand over the medicine to you at home as agreed. Jiang Chen ignored Yu Tai's sharp drink. He glanced at Yu Tai lightly, and said lightly, now, you can take your people and roll. Boy, what are you, dare to be arrogant in front of me? Yu Tai stared at Jiang Chen coldly, and his whole body instantly became murderous. If I have to have a result today, you can try it. Jiang Chen looked at Yu Tai faintly, the voice of disdainful chuckle also resounded in the air instantly. But, you just don't have the qualifications to be wild in the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 343, Don't force me to do it. Who is this kid, who is so arrogant? Haha, I'm just a brat. I really don't know who gave him the courage to speak up in front of Tai. Hearing Jiang Chen's more arrogant words than Yu Tai, everyone couldn't help being speechless. Yangcheng this month, You said you need to find someone to support the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, so you have to find someone who is more reliable. But this guy is so good, he actually found a 16 or 17-year-old boy. This is definitely not teasing us. Could he still rely on this brat to turn the tide and save the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce? Jiang Chen's arrogant voice also caused a little chill to pass in Yu Tai's eyes. He stared sharply at Jiang Chen. Boy, it seems that you are determined to interfere with my Yu family's affairs. In this ancestral dragon city, you will not end well with my Yu Jiazuo. As long as you don't come to the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce to run wild, I am not interested in interfering with your affairs. You don't want to use it at home to threaten me. I even dared to kill the direct disciples of the Qi family among the 3 ancient tribes. Do you think you will be more difficult to deal with than the Qi family? Jiang Chen glanced at Yu Tai lightly. The faint voice revealed boundless domineering. When Jiang Chen said these words, there was an unbelievable uproar around him. Even Yu Tai's expression couldn't help but change slightly. Although Yu Jia is not weak in Zulong City, but compared with the 3 ancient tribes of the true Dragon Kingdom, the gap is not even a little bit. If this kid is really not even afraid of Qi family, they really don't have the qualifications to make this kid fear. Yu Tai really didn't believe that this kid would even dare to kill the Qi family. As one of the 3 ancient tribes of the true Dragon Kingdom, the Qi family is one of the top forces in the true Dragon Kingdom. Even the Emperor of the true Dragon Kingdom would not dare to easily kill the direct disciples of the Qi family. If this kid really killed the direct disciple of the Qi family, how could he live in Zulong City unharmed until now? Boy, you are not afraid to flash your tongue when you speak big words. If that's the case, let me see, what are you capable of killing even the Qi family disciples? Yu Tai Senrin's voice fell, and the powerful aura of Kaiyuan 9 layers broke out directly from him. Huh, do you want to bully the small with the big one? With your strength in Kaiyuan Zhouzhang, you still don't have the qualifications to be wild here. The aura that could be seen in Tai erupted. Yan Qingxian appeared in front of Jiang Chen in a flash, a faint snort resounding directly in Tai's ears. Looking at Yan Qingxian who suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chen, Yu Tai's eyes suddenly shrank. The old guy in front of him is not only not weaker than him, but he is also a 6th rank alchemy master. This time, the action against the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce was backed by the Sacred Dragon Chamber of Commerce behind Yu's family. For a 6th rank alchemy master, Yu Tai naturally did not have too much fear. Boy, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant, there is a 6th rank alchemy master in the courtyard to support you. The corner of Yu Tai's mouth suddenly raised a sneer. Do you really think that only a 6th rank alchemy master can stop me? Jiang Chen stared at Yu Tai indifferently, and the somewhat impatient voice rang. Give you 1 minute, and the person with you disappears, don't force me to do it. Chapter 344, Kill with One Sword. Boy, don't be too arrogant. Even if I give you a chance to do something, what can you do to me? Yu Tai coldly smiled and shouted directly, Blackguard, do it for me. With Yu Tai's order, the dozen or so Kaiyuan realm behind him rushed out. Aggressively, Yu Yangcheng's expression changed slightly, and he quickly commanded several Kaiyuan realm martial artists of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce to block some of the blackguards. However, Yuehan Chamber of Commerce has limited Kaiyuan realm martial artists. Even if Yu Yangcheng tried their best to stop them, they still missed the 2 blackguards. The 2 blackguards were breaking through Yu Yangcheng and the other's line of defense, and directly rushed towards Jiang Chen aggressively. Upon seeing this, Yan Qingxian's face suddenly chilled. As soon as he was about to move, Yu Tai stood in front of Yan Qingxian like a shadow. Go away! Yan Qingxian stared at Yu Tai sharply, and shouted harshly. Hee, if you want me to get out of the way, it depends on your ability. Yu Tai smiled faintly, putting aside the identity of the 6th rank alchemy master. The strength of the old guy in front of him is only in the 9th layer of Kaiyuan. As the leader of Yujia Haiyue, Yu Tai is still very confident in his combat power. At least among the warriors of the same rank, few people can easily call him to defeat. And the old man of Kaiyuan 9th layer in front of him was still an alchemist who majored in alchemy. Alchemists specialize in alchemy all year round, and there is simply not enough time to practice martial arts. The martial arts strength of the vast majority of alchemists is built up by the pill, and their combat power is relatively weak. Yu Tai believed that there was no problem in suppressing this old guy with his own strength. Yan Qingxian's complexion was ashen. Just when he was about to do something to Tai, Jiang Chen's faint laughter rang in his ears. Hee. Brother Yan, since he doesn't want you to do it, just stand by and watch the show. Only 2 warriors with the first level of Kaiyuan, but I can't help it. More than one Kaiyuan realm martial artist like them died in my hands. Hearing Jiang Chen's confident chuckle, Yan Qingxian couldn't help but startled slightly. He quickly thought of the situation where Jiang Chen had killed the Kaiyuan realm martial artist with a sword in the Emperor's assessment. It seems that I am really concerned and confused. Yan Qingxian smiled bitterly and shook his head. With Jiang Chen's terrifying combat power, the 2 martial artists of the Kaiyuan realm might really pose little threat to him. Since Jiang Chen wouldn't be in danger, Yan Qingxian didn't do anything anymore, but really chose to watch the show. Yu Tai's eyes couldn't help but show a trace of amazement. Does this old guy really believe that the kid can block the attack of 2 Kaiyuan realm martial artists? It was the moment when Tai was stunned. Jiang Chen, who had not made any movements, finally moved. The aura on him soared in vain. 2 different true meanings erupted almost at the same time, and the whole person disappeared ghostly in an instant. The true meaning of 1 heavy wind, 2 heavy sword intent, fast back. Yu Tai's expression changed drastically in an instant, and he hurriedly shouted to the 2 black guards who rushed towards Jiang Chen. It's just that Yu Tai's voice was obviously late. Unprepared, the 2 black guards were oppressed by the true meaning of Jiang Chen's double martial arts, and even the whole person fell into a short-term sluggish state. Jiang Chen's figure also appeared ghostly beside the 2 of them, and a sharp sword light directly wiped their necks. Chapter 345. I want to leave now, it's too late. The 2 black-clothed guards hadn't reacted at all, they just fell into the ground with black eyes. Looking at the 2 black guards on the ground who had no breath of life, Yue Yongcheng and the people from the Yuehan Chamber of Commerce were stunned. Yu Tai and Yu's black guard were also shocked. All the people around were shocked and almost speechless. The atmosphere at the door of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce fell into a dead silence. Everyone recovered from the incredible shock. This kid is too abnormal. It's incredible, it's incredible. A 16 or 17-year-old boy who actually understates the sword and double kills the Kaiyuan realm martial artist. How terrible is this kid's martial arts talent? Yu Tai stared at the scene blankly, and there was an unconcealable horror in his eyes. Yu Tai was born in Yu's family in Zulongcheng. There are not a few martial arts geniuses who have seen this life. But even the top geniuses of the 3 ancient tribes of the true Dragon Kingdom, no one can be so evil. A teenager of 16 or 17. The martial arts strength has reached the 9 levels of innate, and he has comprehended the 2 true meanings of martial arts. The most terrifying thing is that the sword intent has reached the dual realm. Such a heaven-defying martial arts talent is simply a monster among monsters, a monster among monsters. Yu Tai looked at Jiang Chen in anger, a look of jealousy in his eyes. This son is too evil. Even the geniuses of the 3 ancient tribes of the true Dragon Kingdom are 1 level worse than him. Yu Tai even had some doubts. Is this kid a disciple cultivated by a certain hidden world divine sea realm? He didn't pay attention to Yu Tai at all, and the dual martial arts true will once again used his full strength. Another guard in black fell under Jiang Chen's sword. Yu Tai's eyes suddenly cracked. He was about to act on Jiang Chen, but Yan Qingxian unceremoniously blocked him. Although his combat power is strong, Yan Qingxian is also a figure who has stayed in Kaiyuan 9th layer for many years. Even if Yu Tai wanted to defeat Yan Qingxian, it was not a matter of a moment. And during the time when Yan Qingxian stopped Yu Tai, Jiang Chen repeated the old trick again, beheading a black guard in an understatement. Here, stop it, I will leave the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce with the black guard, and come to the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce to pick up the goods as agreed 3 days later. Yu Tai exclaimed in anger. The strength of this child has reached the peak of the innate 9 layers, and coupled with the 2 martial arts moods, it is not a problem to kill the enemy more than 1 level. And the majority of the black-clothed guards under him only had the strength of the 1st layer of the Kaiyuan realm, and they completely blocked Jiang Chen's unpredictable attack. If it continues, the black guards under him would probably be killed by Jiang Chen cutting melons and vegetables. And these black guards are the backbone of the Yu family. If they were all told here today, their Yu family would really be hurt. Hee. I just gave you the opportunity to leave, but you don't cherish it yourself. This Yuehan Chamber of Commerce is not a place where you can come and leave if you want. I want to leave now, but unfortunately it's too late. Jiang Chen's faint chuckle fell, and his figure once again disappeared in place like a ghost. Chapter 346, Immortal with You Today. Jiang Chen's figure just disappeared 1 second before, and then appeared next to another black guard. The black-clothed guard had no time to react and had already turned into a cold corpse. With Jiang Chen's current strength, after displaying the true meaning of the wind and the sword intent of the double realm, it is almost like a killing god. Ordinary Kaiyuan first heavy fighters are not his enemy at all. Boy, if you dare to kill my wuxia black guard, no matter who you are, I will never die with you. In just a few minutes, several black-clothed guards died in Jiang Chen's hands. Yu Tai only felt that his heart was bleeding. His gaze towards Jiang Chen also showed an extremely hideous look. In the face of Yu Tai, who was fierce and thunderous, Jiang Chen was even too lazy to say a word at this moment. His body shape moves instantaneously in the field one after another. As he moved every time, a black-clothed guard from Yu's family fell under his feet. More than a dozen black-clothed guards from Yu's family lay on the ground in all directions, turning into cold corpses. Seeing that Jiang Chen had dealt with Yu's black-clothing guard as if cutting melons and vegetables, everyone couldn't help taking another breath. Tough, so tough. I really don't know where the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce found such an enchanting evildoer. He wiped out the entire army of Wuxia Highway alone. Tisk tusk. Yu's family is considered to be stealing chicken and losing rice this time. Lost more than 10 Kaiyuan realm warriors at once. For the 3 ancient tribes of the true Dragon Nation, it was a damaging matter. Because of today's affairs, I am afraid that Yu family's status in Zulong City has to drop 1 level. Boy, you forced me. Today, I will never die with you at my family. Seeing that more than a dozen black-clothed guards had all died under Jiang Chen's sword, Yu Tai also had a crazy look in his eyes. With a move of his palm, a signal directly rose into the sky. Grass. The Yu family seems to be really moving. They can't really think about it. If they don't get rid of this kid, the Yu family will really become the laughingstock of Zulongcheng. Yu family has a strong pill condensation realm. This kid is going to be finished. Seeing that Yu Tai sent a signal directly to the Yu family, everyone couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing. Even though this kid is talented close to a demon, he is still only an innate martial artist. How can he resist once the Yujia Ning Dan realm powerhouse comes in person? Elder Jiang Chen, Yu Tai sent a signal to the Yu family. I'm afraid the head of the Yu family, Yu Gang, is coming in person. Seeing this scene, Yu Yangcheng's expression couldn't help but suddenly change. Come on, anyway, Yu's pill condensation realm powerhouse will have to road sooner or later. Jiang Chen said lightly, if he comes, he will solve this problem exactly once. Jiang Chen is not the first time that Jiang Chen has faced a strong pill condensate. He is not even afraid of Qi Tianrui, the elder of the Qi family. Why is he afraid of the strong man of the family? Waiting like Jiang Chen and the others. Time slowly passed by little. After about a few minutes, in the distant sky, a figure exuding turbulent weather came directly into the air. When everyone looked at the figure walking through the air, they couldn't help but feel shocked. Yu family's pill condensation realm powerhouse is here. Chapter 347, Pill condensation realm powerhouse is here again. Under everyone's attention, the black figure in midair appeared on Yu Tai's head almost in the blink of an eye. This person is no one else but Yu Gang, the head of the Yu family. Yu Tai, what is going on? Yu Gang's faint gaze swept over the corpses of more than a dozen black-clothed guards at home on the ground, and his face suddenly became gloomy. He yelled, and the terrifying coercion instantly filled the audience. The black guards are the elite of the Yu family. They have spent countless efforts to cultivate them. Now he has been killed by everyone here. How can Yu Gang not be angry? Patriarch, I will come to the Yuehan Chamber of Commerce to negotiate according to your instructions. But the Yuehan Chamber of Commerce not only didn't know what was good or bad, but it also found this kid and killed all the black guards in our Yu family. Yu Tai pointed his finger at Jiang Chen, and said grimly. Yu Gang followed Yu Tai's fingers and looked at him. When he saw Jiang Chen below, there was an incredible surprise in his eyes. All the black guards in the Yu family were killed by this kid. In his eyes, naturally, he couldn't tell that the strength of the kid in front of him had not broken through the Kaiyuan realm. How could a 16 or 17-year-old boy who has not broken through the Kaiyuan realm with such a powerful ability? The color of surprise in Yu Gang's heart flashed away, and his calm was restored instantly. He looked down at Jiang Chen condescendingly. Boy, my Yujia blackguard, really you killed it? Jiang Chen curled his lips and said, "Didn't you already know everything, so why bother to ask?" Yu Gang smiled furiously. "You kill my wuxia blackguard, no matter who you are, I will make you pay a heavy price today. Now there are 3 days left before the deadline agreed by your wuxia and Yuehan Chamber of Commerce. I have made it very clear that you will be able to pick up the goods from the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce in 3 days from your home. But your people at home have to make trouble. Since they want to die, I can only fulfill them." The cold light in Yu Gang's eyes flashed away, and the aura of a strong pill condensation stage pressed against Jiang Chen like Mount Tai. Facing the turbulent weather conditions of Gang Ning Dan realm, Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and he directly displayed the double épée sword intent, dissolving the oppression of that terrifying aura into invisible. Unexpectedly, you actually understood the double épée sword intent. No wonder you can kill my wuxia blackguard. Yu Gang's eyes condensed in vain. He stared at Jiang Chen sternly. "But with your strength, even if you understand the double sword intent, you still look like an ant in front of me." Yu Gang's voice fell, and the soles of his feet stepped in the void, and his figure appeared directly on top of Jiang Chen's head. Just when Gang was about to act on Jiang Chen, a faint chuckle suddenly sounded in his ears. "Ha ha, Yu Gang, you dignified the patriarch of the family, but shamelessly shot a junior. I think you are really getting better and better." Yu Gang's expression changed drastically. He looked up and followed the voice, and saw a young man walking slowly, accompanied by a white-haired old man. Yu Gang's pupils narrowed. "Qi Renshin, what are you doing here?" "I came here naturally to find little friend Jiang Chen." The white-haired old man looked at Yu Gang with a smile and said, "This young friend Jiang Chen is kind to my young master. I wonder if you can give me a face. Let this matter go." Chapter 348, The Aggrieved Yu Family Patriarch. Song. The Qi family are here. Unexpectedly, this kid is related to the Qi family among the 3 ancient clans. This time, the Yu family really kicked the iron plate. The sudden scene made everyone around him once again amazed. "Qi Renshin, this matter has nothing to do with your Qi family, and I hope you don't take care of your business." Yu Gang stared closely at the 2 figures that came slowly, and his expression suddenly sank. Qi Renshin, the old fellow who had been following the Qi family's head, suddenly appeared here. Qi family. This is one of the 3 ancient tribes of the True Dragon Kingdom, and is more than many times stronger than their Yu family. If the Qi family really wants to protect this kid, then things are a bit tricky. Qi Renshin said indifferently, "If I want to take care of this nosy Qi Renshin, I just give you some color because of the face of the Qi family. Don't go too far. What's more, with your half-step pill condensation realm strength, you can't control my nosy." Yu Gang's face was green and authentic. This kid killed my Yu family's black-clothed guard. If he gets rid of him today, what face does my Yu family have to stand in the ancestral Dragon City? If you really want to do it, I really can't stop you. But if you really want the Yu family to have a foothold in Zulong City in the future, you'd better not move him. Old Qi Renshin's eyes flashed, and he said faintly, "You are not only against my Qi family, but also against the Dandian." "Qi Renshin, what do you mean?" Yu Gang's expression suddenly changed. A Qi family has already made him afraid of 3 points. If the Pill Palace were involved again, it would definitely be a very terrible thing for them wuxia. The young friend Jiang Chen you want to kill has just won the first place in the alchemy conference today, and has been appointed by the alchemy hall master Ping Yixian as the honorary elder of the alchemy hall. Qi Renshin smiled and said, "If you are not afraid that Ping Yixian will hit the door to trouble you at home, just do it." The first place in the alchemy conference, the honorary elder of the alchemy hall. Hearing Qi Renshin's words, Yu Gang's expression instantly became extremely difficult to look. This is a behemoth in True Dragon, not weaker than the 3 ancient tribes. Ping Yixian, the master of the alchemy hall, is not only a strong pill condensate, but also the only alchemy master in the real Dragon Kingdom. And this old guy is still a madman who doesn't provoke him. If he really moved Jiang Chen, I'm afraid the Yu family really won't have any foothold in Zulong City. Yu Gang only felt awkward in his heart. His eyes changed for a while, and finally he suppressed the anger in his heart. "Boy, I'll admit it to my family today, let's go." Yu Gang glanced at Jiang Chen coldly, and immediately appeared in the air with a flash, and quickly disappeared into the sky. When Yu Tai on the ground saw this, he turned around and left. Seeing that the head of the Yu family, Yu Gang, was easily pushed back by Jiang Chen in this way, it took a long time for everyone to recover from the shock. After the two of Yu Gang left, Qi Jing, the young master of the Qi family, couldn't help but stepped forward. "Brother Jiang Chen, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Jiang Chen shook his head, and then asked curiously, "Why did you come here?" "Little friend Jiang Chen, can you really solve the problem with my young master?" Before Qi Jing could speak, Qi Renshin's faint voice was the first to ring in Jiang Chen's ears. Chapter 349, My Confidence, 100%. Jiang Chen glanced at Qi Renshin lightly. "Have you found the heavenly origin divine stone?" "Brother Jiang Chen, in fact, my Qi family originally had a heavenly origin divine stone. I and Shanbo originally took the Tianyuan Shenxi to the Qing Medical Center to look for you. Miss Chu said that you came to the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, so we came here." Qi Jing explained with a smile. "The most important thing for awakening the congenital return to the original body is the heavenly origin divine stone." Jiang Chen faintly smiled and said, "Since you have the heavenly origin divine stone, you will naturally have no problems awakening your innate returning body." Qi Jing was immediately overjoyed. He quickly turned his head towards Qi Renshin and said, "Uncle Shan, hand over the Tianyuan Shenxi to Brother Jiang Chen." Qi Renshin seemed to have not heard Qi Jing's words. He looked at Jiang Chen solemnly and said, "Little friend Jiang Chen, I don't know how sure you are about the awakened young master's innate return to the original body." The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly. "Why, seniors can't believe me." "It's not that I can't believe you, but it's a matter of great importance at this time, and may even shake the patriarch's position in the Qi family. I can't help but treat it carelessly." Qi Renshin gave a wry smile. Tianyuan Shenxi is a heaven and earth spirit stone. He not only helps the martial artist to cultivate, but also a healing sacred stone, with the ability to bring back the dead. This heavenly soul stone is one of the treasures of the Qi family. Even the patriarch of the Qi family cannot easily use it. This time, he secretly brought out the heavenly origin divine stone under the cover of the Lord. If you can successfully awaken Qi Jing's innate return to the original body, then everything will be easy to say. But once it fails, and they privately use the Tianyuan Shenxi, the consequences will be very serious. Brother Jiang Chen, this time we use the Tianyuan Shenxi privately. Shanbo is worried that the failure of this matter will affect my father, and I hope you don't mind. Qi Jing was deeply afraid that Qi Renshin's words would upset Jiang Chen, and quickly explained to Jiang Chen. "Old man, you can rest assured. As long as there is a heavenly origin divine stone, I will have 100% confidence to awaken your young master's innate return to the original body." Jiang Chen smiled slightly, but his faint voice seemed very domineering. "With those words from little friend Jiang Chen, I'm relieved. At this time, please ask little friend Jiang Chen. When the little friend awakens, I will return to the original body of the young master. In the future, the Qi family will have a good return." Qi Renshin solemnly said to Jiang Chen. He directly took out a slab-sized blue stone from Najia and placed it in front of Jiang Chen. "Little friend Jiang Chen, we may be aware of the Qi family's use of the Tianyuan Shenxi privately. In order to avoid long nights and many dreams, please awaken the young master's congenital body as soon as possible." Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Okay, then I will set up the Liuhe Tianyuan formation in the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, and let him awaken the innate return to the original body." To awaken the congenital return to the original body, he needs to use the Tian Yuan Divine Stone as the core and arrange the ancient Qi formation Liuhe Tian Yuan formation. The materials needed for the arrangement of the Liuhe Tianyuan formation can also be prepared by the Yuehan Chamber of Commerce. He directly faced Yu Yangcheng and said indifferently, "Yu Yangcheng, immediately arrange a quiet room for me. I will give you a list of medicinal materials, and you will pay for the medicinal materials I need." "Okay, Elder Jiang Chen, please come with me." Yu Yangcheng nodded quickly, and then quickly led Jiang Chen and his party into the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 350, Liuhe Tianyuan Formation. Under the leadership of Yu Yangcheng, Jiang Chen and the others soon came to a spacious room in the backyard of the Yuehan Chamber of Commerce. After arranging Jiang Chen and others, Yueyang Achievement went to prepare materials according to Jiang Chen's instructions. Except for the Tianyuan Divine Stone, the other materials used for the arrangement of the Liuhe Tianyuan formation are extremely common materials for the 5th rank formation. Yu Yangcheng was not difficult to prepare. However, in just half an hour, Yueyang Achievement delivered all the materials to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took the materials, and then began to get busy in the room. Little friend Jiang Chen, is there anything we can help? Upon seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but ask. The only way to awaken the innate return to the original body is to arrange the ancient 5-stage odd array and the Liu He Tianyuan array. This kind of formation is universal. Besides me, there is no second person who can arrange it. How can you help me? Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and immediately began to set up the formation with full concentration. 5-rank ancient odd array. This kid. Even the 5th-rank formation can be arranged. Xianxia's mind was shocked, and there was also an unconcealable horror in his old eyes. Able to arrange 5 ranks formation. Doesn't this mean that Jiang Chen's attainments in the formation technique has also reached the level of a 5th-rank formation master? 16 or 17 years old. The martial arts strength and the ability to kill the first-tier martial artist of the Kaiyuan realm in seconds, he is also a 5th-rank alchemy master and a 5th-rank formation master. At his age, the achievements in any aspect are almost enough to kill most of the geniuses in this world. This son is really an unheard of peerless evildoer. Jiang Chen naturally ignored Xianxia's shock. He arranged Liu He Tianyuan formation like clouds in flowing water. The prototype of Liu He Tianyuan formation was laid out by Jiang Chen. Qi Jing, go to the round table in the center of the array and sit down. After setting up the formation, Jiang Chen ordered Qi Jing directly. Qi Jing did not hesitate, and quickly sat down at the center of the formation. And after Qi Jing sat down, when Jiang Chen picked up the Tianyuan Shenxi and pointed at Qi Jing's head, the Tianyuan Shenxi floated directly on Qi Jing's head. A shining brilliance broke out directly centered on the heavenly origin divine stone, covering Qi Jing's entire body in it. Okay, the Liu He Tianyuan formation has been completed. At most half a day, Qi Jing's blood will be activated by the formation, completely awakening the innate body. After setting up the Liu He Tianyuan formation, Jiang Chen couldn't help but patted his palm and said lightly. Half a day. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Xianxia couldn't help but twist his brows tightly. What they need most now is time. No one knows what will happen in the next half day. Now he can only pray in his heart that he can spend this half day steadily. The next time passed more smoothly than Xianxia imagined. Unconsciously, 2 hours passed. Seeing that the process of Qi Jing's awakening of his congenital body returning to the original body was about to come to an end, Xianxia's tight heartstrings finally relaxed slightly. Yu Yangcheng walked in with a panic. Elder Jiang Chen, the big thing is not good. Qi Tianrui, the elder of the Qijia Ning Pil realm, has led people to surround the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Hearing Yu Yangcheng's words, Xianxia's heart suddenly sank. The most worrying thing in his heart finally appeared. Chapter 351. Don't run wild in my place. Little friend Jiang Chen, how long will it take for young master to wake up? Xianxia took a deep breath and asked Jiang Chen with a heavy expression. Qi Jing, the young master of the Qi family, awakens innate return to the original body, which will touch the interests of many people in the Qi family. Xianxia knew very well. Once this matter is discovered, someone in the Qi family will stop Jiang Chen from awakening at all costs. It's just that Xianxia thought that things would come so soon. If Qi Jing can't awaken as soon as possible, it will probably be difficult to stop Qi Tianrui with his strength. This is also the first time I have awakened innate return to the original body. I don't know how long it will take. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, but according to my estimation, there should be results in at most half an hour. Little friend Jiang Chen, I'll leave it to you here. I'll try to delay Qi Tianrui for half an hour. As Xianxia said, he was about to stride out of the room, and many more. If you go out, won't Qi Tianrui know that you are hiding in the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce? Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen could not help but stop Xianxia by speaking. He faintly smiled and said, I'll go. With me, Qi Tianrui may not dare to break into the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce easily. Xianxia hesitated slightly and said, but here is young master. Don't worry, the Liu He Tianyuan formation is a form specifically used to awaken the innate body. Now that the formation is successful, no one can affect Qi Jing's awakening as long as the formation is not destroyed. As for Qi Tianrui, leave it to me to solve it. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and then turned and left with Yan Qingxian. Out of the room, Jiang Chen and the others hurried to the front yard of the Yuehan Chamber of Commerce. When they came to the front yard lobby, they happened to see Qi Tianrui and a group of Qi family martial artists rushing in aggressively into the lobby. Search me, don't miss any corner. Qi Tianrui entered the hall, waved his hand directly, and shouted to a group of Qi family martial artists behind him. After hearing Qi Tianrui's order, the group of Qi family martial artists left and started to split up. They directly ignored the obstruction of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, and rushed into the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. One of the warriors of Kaiyuan first heavy rushed to Jiang Chen and the others. He looked at Jiang Chen and the others who stood in front of him, and directly and unceremoniously punched them at Jiang Chen and others. Jiang Chen's complexion was cold, and with a powerful fist in it, he clashed with the Qi family martial artist. I saw a scream from the Qi family martial artist, and the whole person fell back like a broken kite. This sudden scene also caused other Qi family martial artists to be stunned. Qi Tianrui's gaze couldn't help but narrowed slightly. He suddenly raised his head and saw Jiang Chen and his group slowly walking out of the hall. Jiang Chen, why are you here? Seeing Jiang Chen coming out of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, Qi Tianrui's expression suddenly became unsightly. I am the elder of the Moon-Scared Chamber of Commerce. This Moon-Scared Chamber of Commerce is my site. What is strange about me here? Jiang Chen snorted coldly, and his proud voice resounded directly in Qi Tianrui's ears. Qi Tianrui, what do you think of my Moonscar Chamber of Commerce? Get out of the person with you immediately, don't run wild on my territory. Chapter 352, There is no one you are looking for here. He heard Jiang Chen's unceremonious words. Qi Tianrui's expression turned pale. He stared at Jiang Chen coldly. I didn't expect that the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce would be your site. It really surprised me, knowing that it's my place. I haven't taken your people away yet. Jiang Chen said indifferently. You should know that if you really irritate me, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Jiang Chen, I am not here today for the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce, and I never thought of conflicting with you. The cold light flashed in Qi Tianrui's eyes. He stared at Jiang Chen tightly. I'm here, just looking for two people. As long as you hand over the person I want, I promise to leave the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce immediately. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. I don't know who Elder Qi is looking for. Qi Renshin and Qi Jing. Qi Tianrui said coldly. These two people have stolen the treasures of my Qi family town clan privately. I must bring them back to Qi family. Sorry, our Moonmark Chamber of Commerce does not have the person you are looking for. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, I am afraid that Elder Qi is looking for the wrong place, right? Qi Tianrui's face suddenly sank, but according to the news I got, the two of them are now in your Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. That should be the wrong source of your information. I said there would be no if there is no, you can take your people and leave. Jiang Chen said lightly, and directly Qi Tianrui issued another visit order. Qi Tianrui's heart sank, and his face became extremely difficult to look. A few hours ago, Qi Tianshang, the patriarch of the Qi family, repaired the plank road secretly, and asked Qi Renshin and Qi Jing to secretly take the Qi family treasured Tianyuan Shenxi. And Qi Tianrui and the others are very clear. The purpose of Qi Tianshang's move is probably to solve Qi Jing's physical problem. Once Qi Jing's physique problem is solved, Qi Jing is the best candidate to inherit the patriarch of the Qi family. This is naturally extremely unfavorable for Qi Tianrui and the others. After Qi Tianrui got the news, he brought someone to the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce as soon as possible. Qi Tianrui did not expect that this Moonscar Chamber of Commerce would be Jiang Chen's territory. He is almost certain that Qi Renshin and Qi Jing are hidden in this Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. The purpose of these two guys coming to the Yuehan Chamber of Commerce is to use Jiang Chen's identity to hinder them. This is not the most important. Qi Tianrui even suddenly felt a feeling in his heart. Jiang Chen is probably the one who can solve Qi Jing's physical problems. Jiang Chen, based on your one-sided words, how do you make me believe that they are not in the Moon-marked Chamber of Commerce? Since you said they are not in the Moon-marked Chamber of Commerce, let me search the Moon-marked Chamber of Commerce. If I can't find them, I will naturally take people away from the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Qi Tianrui took a deep breath, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen. Anyway, this time he must take Qi Jing away. Once Qi Jing really awakens, his future status in the Qi family must be greatly reduced. Humph, what do you think of my Moonmarked Chamber of Commerce? Did you search it whenever you wanted? I have made it very clear that there is no one you are looking for here. Believe it or not, that is your business. His somewhat impatient voice sounded directly in Qi Tianrui's ears. I'll say it for the last time, the person with you, immediately get out of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 353, Play with the Strong Man in the Condensed Dan Realm. Since you don't want to hand in someone, I really searched the Moonmark Chamber of Commerce today. Qi Tianrui snorted coldly, and shouted directly at the group of Qi family martial artists, "What are you still doing in a daze? Search for me." Today's matter is of great importance, and Qi Tianrui cannot stop there. Although the dual identities of the honorary elder of Jiang Chen Dandian and the disciple of Taishu Zong did make him a little jealous. Today he came to the Yuehan Chamber of Commerce not to find Jiang Chen to settle accounts. The most important thing for him now is to find Qi Jing and prevent Qi Jing from awakening innate and returning to the original body. He only needs to control Jiang Chen and others, so as not to hurt Jiang Chen's life. At that time, neither Taishuzong nor Pil Hall would be able to do anything to him. No one can run wild in my moon-scared chamber of commerce, even if you are in the same family. If anyone dares to take a step forward, don't blame me for being ruthless under the sword. Jiang Chen's expression became cold, the flame dragon sword flashed out of thin air in his hand, and the sword intent of the second realm also burst out instantly. I want to search for your Moonmark Chamber of Commerce today, but with your double sword intent, you can't stop me. Qi Tianrui smiled contemptuously. With the movement of his palm, the terrifying elemental power directly turned into several energy chains and burst out at Jiang Chen and others. The figures of Jiang Chen and others were all imprisoned by this strange energy chain. Including Yan Qingshan, failed to break free from the shackles of Qi Tianrui's energy chain. With a move to imprison Jiang Chen and others, Qi Tianrui waved his hand, "Search me." Following Qi Tianrui's order fell. I saw that group of Qi family martial artists rushed directly into the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce once again. Haha, do you think this will allow them to do whatever they want in the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce? I said, the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce is not a place where you can go wild. Double sword intent, cut it for me. Jiang Chen sneered, the double épée sword intent instantly condensed into an illusory giant sword in midair. With a shocking momentum, the giant sword slashed straight down at the first Qi family congenital warriors. Puff! The innate martial artists of the Qi family couldn't resist Jiang Chen's double sword intent at all. I saw a mouthful of blood spurting out of their mouths, and then all of them flew upside down like a kite with a broken line. The expressions of the remaining Qi family martial artists turned into panic instantly. Damn, I forgot this kid's sword intent. Qi Tianrui cursed secretly in his heart. His face also looked extremely difficult to look. Although the move he had just confined Jiang Chen's actions, it couldn't confine Jiang Chen's sword intent at all. The sword intent of the dual realm. This is not something that the Qi family martial artists he brought can resist. Qi Tianrui's eyes were cold. As soon as his figure flashed, he appeared 3 feet away from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I was careless just now. Next, I want to see how you can use your sword to hurt my people. Qi Tianrui's eyes locked on Jiang Chen firmly. He really didn't believe that he was an expert in the condensed pill realm, and he couldn't hold back an innate realm hairy boy. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth lifted up a playful smile. His eyes condensed, and the true meaning of the wind exploded in an instant, easily breaking free from the shackles of Qi Tianrui's energy chain. Before Qi Tianrui could react, Jiang Chen's figure had disappeared in place like a ghost. A sorrowful scream rang behind Qi Tianrui. Chapter 354, Congenital Return to the Body Essence and Blood, Get It? Qi Tianrui suddenly turned around. When he saw the ghostly appearance behind him and directly killed Jiang Chen, a Qi family martial artist, his face was so gloomy that it was about to drip. You actually realized the true meaning of a great achievement. Qi Tianrui was frightened. Jiang Chen clearly understood the true meaning of the wind, and could completely ignore the imprisoning power he had just now. But at that moment, Jiang Chen did not resist at all, pretending to be restrained by him. As a result, he was careless and fooled again, causing Jiang Chen to kill another Qi family martial artist under his own eyes. He was a powerful person in the pill condensation realm, and he was repeatedly and again being tricked by a junior like Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you really surprised me. But next, I want to see what you can do. Qi Tianrui shouted in anger into anger. With a move of his claw, he directly grabbed Jiang Chen as if piercing the void. Qi Tianrui had already felt that Jiang Chen was obviously delaying time. He didn't want to spend like this with Jiang Chen anymore. Qi Tianrui didn't want to give Jiang Chen any chance to delay. He wants to catch Jiang Chen directly, and then quickly go to the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce to pull out Qi Renshin and Qi Jing. Just when Qi Tianrui tried his best to deal with Jiang Chen, a faint voice suddenly rang in Qi Tianrui's ears. Elder Tianrui, you came to this Moonscar Chamber of Commerce to find me. I'm right in front of you now, you can stop. The sudden voice suddenly changed Qi Tianrui's expression. The palm he grabbed towards Jiang Chen slammed in midair, then looked back in the direction where the sound was made. He saw the familiar figures of Qi Jing and Qi Renshin slowly walking out of the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. The breath of Kaiyuan realm. Damn. This kid's innate returning body really awakened. Qi Tianrui stared at Qi Jing tightly. When he felt Qi Jing's breath that had reached the Kaiyuan realm, his face suddenly became hard to see the extreme. After all, he was still a step slower, allowing Qi Jing to successfully awaken his innate return to the original body. Qi Jing, who has awakened his innate return to the original body, is bound to greatly increase his position in the Qi family. Even his many years of planning, I am afraid it will fall short. Brother Jiang Chen, thank you very much today. Qi Jing ignored Qi Tianrui's pale face and walked directly to Jiang Chen and said with gratitude. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. You don't have to be polite, we also get what we need. Brother Jiang Chen, this is what you need. Upon hearing this, Qi Jing directly handed a jade bottle to Jiang Chen, and then turned to Qi Tianrui. Elder Tianrui, didn't you come to take me back to Qi's house? I will go back with you now. Hear Qi Jing's words, Qi Tianrui left the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce without saying a word. Now that Qi Jing has successfully awakened the congenital return to the original body, his actions today have become meaningless. He has to go back and discuss how to deal with the next situation. Brother Jiang Chen, I need to go back to Qi's house now, so I won't disturb you for now. After I handle the matter, I will come to thank you next day. Upon seeing this, Qi Jing hugged Jiang Chen directly, and left with Qi Renshin quickly. After Qi Jing and their departure, Jiang Chen's gaze also fell directly on the jade bottle in his hand. He finally got this drop of essence and blood from the innate return to the original body. Chapter 355, Ding. You successfully activated Kai Yan Gui Yuan body. Yueyongcheng, help me prepare a secret room, I want to retreat. Get Qi Jing's blood. Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all, and directly ordered Yu Yangcheng. He is also eager to know in his heart whether this drop of essence and blood can produce any magical effect under the blessing of the Hundredfold Cultivation System. Elder Jiang Chen, what should I do with the batch of pills in the Yu family? Hearing that Jiang Chen was about to retreat, Yu Yangcheng couldn't help but stunned. Yuehan Chamber of Commerce wants to gain a foothold in Zulong City, and of course its credibility cannot be lost. 3 days later, we naturally followed the agreement and gave them the pill that the family needed. Take this token and go to Ping Yixian, the master of the alchemy hall. Just ask as many alchemists as you need, and say that I want to borrow the alchemy master from the alchemy hall. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and directly took out the token of the honorary elder of the Dandian. He is now the honorary elder of the alchemy hall, and it is not easy to find an alchemist to come to the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce to make alchemy. Make arrangements for the Yuehan Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Chen directly entered the secret room prepared by Yu Yangcheng. He sat cross-legged on the stone platform in the middle of the secret room, took out the drop of blood that Qi Jing gave him, and swallowed it without hesitation. Ding. You swallowed a drop of innate returning body essence and blood and gained 10,000*100 experience. Ding. You successfully broke through the Kaiyuan realm. At the moment Jiang Chen swallowed his blood, the huge experience value given by the system instantly allowed the true energy in Jiang Chen's body to completely transform his body, successfully breaking through the first level of Kaiyuan. That's it. Although the essence and blood of the congenital return body successfully allowed him to break through the Kaiyuan realm, Jiang Chen was not surprised at all. Instead, there was a slightly disappointed look in his eyes. Originally, he thought that after swallowing this drop of blood, the system would give him a special bloodline power. Now it seems, this is purely because he thinks too much. Just when Jiang Chen had no hope for this, one after another, the reminder sound rang suddenly in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding. You swallowed a drop of innate return to the body essence and blood, triggering a 100-fold increase. Ding. You successfully activated the innate returning body. Ding. You swallowed a drop of qi and blood, triggering a 100-fold increase. Ding. You successfully activated the qi and bloodline. Ding. Your innate returning body and qi and bloodline will automatically fuse. Ding. You successfully activated Kai Yan's return to the original body. With this string of prompt sounds falling, Jiang Chen also clearly said that a mysterious and powerful force was directly integrated into his blood. I can hear the prompt sound in my mind and feel the changes in my blood. Jiang Chen was shocked and stunned. After he swallowed this drop of Qi Jing's blood, the effect was much more abnormal than he expected. The system not only enabled him to activate the innate returning body, but even Qi family's Kai Yan bloodline was activated. It is enough to activate these two bloodline forces. As a result, the system also came to an automatic fusion, fusing these two bloodline forces into a more powerful Qi and returning body. Fuck, this 100-fold cultivation system, as expected, is as good as ever. A mere drop of special essence and blood can allow him to directly activate the special blood, and it can also perform blood fusion. What a powerful and heaven-defying existence this is. Chapter 356. If something happens to the Yuehan Chamber of Commerce, Yu Jia will be destroyed. After Jiang Chen broke through with Qi Jing's blood, the next 3 days, Jiang Chen was practicing in retreat, completely securing his realm in the first level of Kaiyuan. And during Jiang Chen's retreat, Yu Yangcheng also took the token of the honorary elder of Jiang Chen Dandian, borrowed more than 10 alchemists from the Dandian, and successfully drove out the batch of pills that he had ordered at home. The third morning, Jiang Chen broke through the barrier as scheduled, and then headed towards Qi's home with Yu Yangcheng and the medicine. Now that the alchemy conference is over, he has also obtained the promised sacred heart fruit for Yan Qingshan, and it doesn't make any sense to stay in Ancestral Dragon City. Jiang Chen had already planned to go to Taishu sect to see the vast sect world. But in order for the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce to survive in True Dragon Kingdom, before leaving the Zulong city, Jiang Chen decided to go to Yu's family personally, give Yu's power off his horse, and even shock the Shenglong Chamber of Commerce behind him. He wanted Yu family and the Holy Dragon Chamber of Commerce to dare not easily attack the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce after he left the Ancestral Dragon City. 20 minutes later, Jiang Chen and the others came directly to the gate of Yu's house. Who are you guys? What are you coming to my home for? Seeing Jiang Chen coming straight toward Yu's house, the two guards at the door of Yu's house couldn't help but screamed vigilantly. Go and inform your patriarch Yu Gang that the Yuehan Chamber of Commerce is here as a delivery of pills. Jiang Chen glanced at the two Yu's guards blankly and said lightly, everyone, please wait a moment, I will report to the patriarch. The two guards heard Jiang Chen's words, and did not dare to neglect. One of them quickly turned and entered Yu's house to report. After about 2 or 3 minutes, I saw the owner of the Yu family, Yu Gang, and walked out of Yu's house with a group of people. Jiang Chen, what are you doing at my home? Looking at Jiang Chen and his party at the door, Yu Gang's expression couldn't help but feel cold. My Yuehan Chamber of Commerce has always had the highest credibility. Since I promised the transaction at home, I would definitely not break my trust. He tilted his head to look at Yu Yangcheng beside him. Give the pill to the Yu family patriarch. Master Yu, this is the pill that your Yu family ordered in the Yuehan Chamber of Commerce. Please check and accept it. Yu Yangcheng didn't hesitate, and directly handed a Najia to Yu Gang. Yu Gang took the ring with a gloomy expression. He didn't bother to take a look, and said directly to Jiang Chen coldly, I have accepted the pill, you can leave now. Patriarch Yu, the matter between the Yuehan Chamber of Commerce and Yu's family is over. From now on, everyone will not be offended by the river. I am a disciple of Taishu sect, and I will set off to Taishu sect in the near future. I hope you will not provoke the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce. If I come to Ancestral Dragon City next time and find that there is something wrong with the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce, Yu Jia will be destroyed. Jiang Chen's domineering voice fell, ignoring Yu Gang's ugly expression, and he turned around in a big stride. Patriarch, this kid is too arrogant, should we just forget it? Seeing Jiang Chen drifting away after turning over the threat, Yu Tai behind Yu Gang couldn't help but said angrily. Forget it, what can you do? People tell you clearly that he is a disciple of Taishuzong. Order to go down. No one in the Yu family will provoke the Moonscar Chamber of Commerce in the future. Yu Gang said with an iron expression. Tai Zuzong disciple, this is not something the Yu family can afford. If Jiang Chen really angered Jiang Chen, it might really bring disaster to their Yu family. Chapter 357, God's Wasteland. Solved the matter of the Moon-Mark Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Chen stayed in Yuehan Chamber of Commerce for another day. Jiang Chen was about to embark on the journey to Taishuzong alone. Elder Jiang Chen, Taishu sect is located in the Divine Desolate Ancient Land. This is a map of the Divine Desolate Ancient Land. I hope it can be helpful to you. Yu Yangcheng took out a map and handed it to Jiang Chen. Thanks a lot. Jiang Chen took the map and then looked at Yan Qingshan. Brother Yan, I don't know when I can return to Daxia Kingdom after I go to Taishu sect. I hope Brother Yan can take care of Yang's family more in the future. Brother Jiang Chen, rest assured, as long as there is one day when Yan Qingshan is here, you will surely protect your Jiang family from worry. Yan Qingshan smiled and said authentically, Brother is also here to wish Brother Jiang Chen soar into the sky in Taishu sect. Brother Chenggen has said good things. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, then hugged Yan Qingshan and the others, and was about to turn around. Just when Jiang Chen was about to leave, a sweet voice suddenly rang in his ears. Jiang Chen, please, wait. He tilted his head and saw Chu Ruolin walking towards him quickly. Jiang Chen suddenly looked at Chu Ruolin with a puzzled look. Sister Ruolin, are you looking for me? Qi Jing has already told me that the teacher is in a ruin in the ancient land. I want to go with you to find the teacher in the ancient land. Chu Ruolin was straight to the point. No, the ancient land is too dangerous for you. Jiang Chen shook his head and refused. God's Wasteland. This is a very dangerous place in True Dragon Kingdom. The history of the existence of the ancient land is very long. Long before the True Dragon Kingdom was established, the divine desolate ancient land already existed. It is full of vitality, few people traveled, and countless treasures of heaven and earth grow. Although there are many treasures in the ancient land, it is also very dangerous, and it is not a place that ordinary people can easily step into. Girl Ruolin, the ancient land is not a place for your little girl who just broke through the innate realm to go. Yan Qingshan on the side also shook his head. He groaned slightly and said, You will stay in this ancestral dragon city. As for the matter of looking for your teacher in the ancient land, let me come. Chu Ruolin's teacher, Ji Yuqing, is one of Yan Qingshan's best friends in this world. If Ji Yuqing really had an accident in the ancient land, he would naturally not stand idly by. I must go to the ancient land to find a teacher by myself. Chu Ruolin looked at Jiang Chen decisively and said, If you are afraid that I will drag you back, then I will go alone. Hearing Chu Ruolin's words, Jiang Chen also smiled bitterly. With Chu Ruolin's strength, if she went to the gods and ancient places alone, it would really be no different from sending her to death. Okay, can't I take you there? Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly, and finally had to take Chu Ruolin on the journey to the godless ancient land. Although the Shenhuang ancient land is in the east of the True Dragon Kingdom. Although it is located in the real Dragon Kingdom, it is 1,000 miles away from the real Dragon Kingdom. Fortunately, there is a third-rank thunder-winged condor in Jiang Chen's pet bag, which is undoubtedly much more convenient for driving. Even with the thunder-winged condor, Jiang Chen and the others would need 2 or 3 days to reach the gods and desolate ancient land. Stop and go along the way. About 3 days later, Jiang Chen and the others finally came to the only entrance to the ancient land, the ancient town of God. Chapter 358, You are the one who should go. Shenhuang Ancient Town is located on the edge of Shenhuang Ancient Land. This is also the closest town to the ancient land of the gods, and one of the only entrances to the ancient land of the gods. Although Shenhuang Ancient Town is just a humble town, however, this small town has a special geographical location, no different from Leishi City outside the Thundercloud Mountains in the Great Sha Kingdom. Almost every day, many warriors of the True Dragon Kingdom come to Shenhuang Ancient Town, wanting to enter the Shenhuang Ancient Land. Although the Divine Wilderness Ancient Land is extremely dangerous, it also has great opportunities. Not only are there treasures of heaven and earth that are extremely difficult to find from the outside world, but there are also many martial arts and martial arts left by peerless experts. There is even a lifelong inheritance of ancient power. In the history of True Dragon Kingdom, among them, there are also figures who have a great opportunity to gain a great opportunity in the gods and wilds, and have soared to the sky since then, becoming the most famous and powerful figures in the True Dragon Kingdom. Even if it is the crisis of the gods in the ancient land, it still attracts countless warriors of the True Dragon Kingdom. Sister Ruolin, I was tired after rushing for several days. Let's take a rest in Shenhuang Ancient Town first, and then enter the Shenhuang Ancient Land tomorrow. Jiang Chen looked at the Shenhuang ancient town in front of him and couldn't help but said to Chu Ruolin. Chu Ruolin nodded, and the 3 consecutive days of driving made her feel a little tired. Entering the ancient town of Shenhuang, the two found an inn to rest for one night. The two simply prepared a flip, and then headed towards the godless ancient land. Enter the ancient land of God. Jiang Chen clearly felt that the vitality of the world here was at least twice as strong as the outside world. Sister Ruolin, do you know where your teacher is in the ancient land? After the two walked forward for a while in the ancient land, Jiang Chen directly opened the map given to him by Yu Yangcheng and asked Chu Ruolin. The ancient land is huge, and there are crises in some places. Even if it is a strong person in the pill condensation realm, some places dare not get involved easily. If Chu Ruolin's teacher, Ji Yuqing, went to a forbidden area that the strong pill condensing dared not dare to set foot in, then it would be a little troublesome. Chu Ruolin scanned the map slightly, then pointed to a place on the map and said, "It should be here." Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. This seems to be a relic left by an ancient strong man. Yes, it is said that this is a relic left by an ancient strong man who awakened the innate return to the original body. Chu Ruolin nodded and said, Qi Jing only asked the teacher to go to this place when he knew the news. It turned out to be so, then let's go to this place to have a look. Looking at the place Chu Ruolin was referring to, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The place Chu Ruolin was referring to was exactly the direction he was going to Taishuzong. And it is not a dangerous forbidden area marked on the map. Jiang Chen put away the map, then started moving in the direction marked on the map. After walking along the map for about an hour, the two finally came to an ancient forest enclosed by towering ancient trees. A sharp shout suddenly came from a large tree with dense foliage in front. Jiang Chen looked up and saw a middle-aged warrior squatting on the tree. The middle-aged martial artist looked at the two Jiang Chen who came by, and his eyes revealed a fierce murderous intent. "Get out of here, don't blame me if you step forward." Jiang Chen's expression was cold. "A good dog doesn't stand in the way, I think it's you who should go." Chapter 359, 4-Stage Monster 3-Eyed Green Fox. "Boy, don't shame you. I will ask you one last time, are you going to roll or not?" The middle-aged warrior sneered coldly, and the aura of Kaiyu on first stage realm was also released instantly. "You said let me go, I have to go, who do you think you are?" Jiang Chen looked at the middle-aged martial artist with an unhappy expression. "I think you have a brain disease. This is not yours, I want to live from here. Can you control it, boy? We are hunting a 3-eyed green fox. This is our 3-eyed blue fox that we finally brought in the encirclement. You either stay here honestly or take a detour. If you dare to ruin our good deeds, you will not be able to bear the consequences." The middle-aged warrior threatened with a sharp look. If it weren't for fear that the shot at this time would disturb his companion hunting the 3-eyed green fox, I am afraid he could not help but shot Jiang Chen at this moment. 3-eyed green fox. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help narrowing his eyes. The 3-eyed green fox is a very rare 4th-grade primary monster. The grade of the 3-eyed green fox is not high, but its third eye is a very rare treasure, which has the effect of diffusing the world's poison. As long as the third eye of the 3-eyed blue fox is carried, it will not be harmful. The third eye of the 3-eyed green fox is priceless. It is no wonder that the middle-aged warrior in front of him is so afraid that he will destroy their good deeds. Jiang Chen's thoughts were fleeting. Even if he knew the purpose of the middle-aged warrior, Jiang Chen still had no intention of giving this guy face. He has always been the master of eating soft but not hard. If this middle-aged warrior is friendly at the beginning, he might also consider waiting for the group of people to hunt down the 3-eyed green fox before going there. But now with the bad attitude of the middle-aged warrior, it would be good if he didn't start to grab the 3 eyes of the green fox. How could he give this guy face? It's your business to besiege the 3-eyed green fox. It has nothing to do with me. I'm going to pass from here now, what can you do to me? He directly ignored the existence of the middle-aged warrior and walked over with Chu Ruolin in stride. The middle-aged warrior stared at Jiang Chen ferociously. Just as he was about to do it, there was a sound of breaking through the air behind him. The expression of the middle-aged warrior changed slightly. He suddenly looked back. I saw a lightning-fast cyan shadow rushing towards him. 3-eyed green fox. The middle-aged warrior's heart shuddered. This sudden blue shadow is exactly the 3rd-eyed blue fox they hunted. Old Third, this 3-eyed green fox is going to flee, stop it quickly. At this moment, an angry voice rang from behind the three-eyed green fox. Hearing this, the middle-aged warrior could not care about Jiang Chen below. His eyes were locked tightly on the three-eyed green fox running towards him. Until the three-eyed green fox appeared within 3 feet of him. The middle-aged warrior waved the big sword in his hand, and a full-strength sword slashed directly at the three-eyed green fox. The three-eyed green fox glanced at the middle-aged warrior contemptuously. It opened its mouth and let out a cyan arrow, and easily defeated the middle-aged warrior's sword. Before the middle-aged warrior reacted, the three-eyed green fox leapt forward, turning into an afterimage and passing by the middle-aged warrior. Watching the three-eyed green fox escape from his side, Zhang Wujie's expression became extremely ugly. Chapter 360. Who dares to move my prey, kill without mercy, damn it. This three-eyed blue fox has reached the elementary pinnacle of rank 4, and its strength is comparable to the martial artist of Kaiyuan 3rd layer. No wonder it can escape under the siege of the boss. The middle-aged warrior was frightened in his heart, and his eyes were extremely unwilling. The three-eyed blue fox is an extremely rare 4th-grade monster, especially the third eye is priceless. If this three-eyed blue fox can be hunted down, their brothers can live a long life in comfort. The middle-aged warrior never thought. Even though they tried their best, they still fell short of success and let the three-eyed green fox escape. After the three-eyed green fox escaped from the middle-aged warrior, it appeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others almost in the blink of an eye. Looking at the two Jiang Chen standing in front of him, the three-eyed green fox didn't hesitate at all. It opened its mouth again, and a cyan arrow shot at Jiang Chen. Hey, I haven't done anything to you yet, I didn't expect you to take the initiative to send it to the door. In that case, I will search your third eye. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth suddenly raised a sneer. His mind moved, and the Yanlong sword flashed out of thin air. A sword aura that contained a double épée sword intent slashed at the three-eyed green fox unceremoniously. Jiang Chen's sword shot away the cyan arrows of the three-eyed green fox, and all the sharp sword aura poured on the three-eyed green fox. A sorrowful wailing instantly spread from the mouth of the three-eyed green fox. I saw the figure of the three-eyed green fox galloping in the air, all of which fell directly towards the ground with a thud. The sudden wailing of the three-eyed green fox also made the unwilling middle-aged warrior stunned. He turned his head back suddenly. When he saw the lifeless three-eyed green fox on the ground, his eyes shrank suddenly. The three-eyed green fox actually died like this. The middle-aged warrior stared at Jiang Chen, who stood opposite to the sword, with a look of horror in his eyes. This is the three-eyed green fox of the 4th stage elementary peak. The brothers tried their best but failed to besiege the three-eyed green fox. But the boy in front of him was killed with an understatement. This kid, what an enchanting existence is. Thinking of the situation where he was preparing to do something with Jiang Chen, the cold sweat on the forehead of the middle-aged warrior couldn't help but slosh down. Fortunately, he didn't do it just now. Otherwise, he might not even know how he died. The third child, where is the three-eyed green fox? Just when the middle-aged warrior was horrified, I saw a fierce and wicked bald man walking out of the forest with 7 or 8 middle-aged warriors. The bald man swept his gaze slightly and saw the three-eyed green fox on the ground that was too dead to die. Hey, the third child, I didn't expect you to have killed the three-eyed green fox. Ha ha, well done. The bald-headed Han suddenly laughed. He did not give the middle-aged warrior a chance to speak, and strode directly to the body of the three-eyed green fox, and reached out and grabbed the body of the three-eyed green fox. The moment the bald man touched the three-eyed green fox with his palm, a cold voice exploded in his ears. I hunted these three-eyed green foxes, take your hand away. If anyone dares to move my prey, kill me. Chapter 361. I also like being unreasonable. The sudden cold shout also caused the bald man to grab the palm of the three-eyed green fox to an instant pause. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen with an unkind expression. Boy, what are you talking about? When I came out of the forest just now, the bald man actually saw the two of Jiang Chen on the opposite side. It's just that he didn't care about Jiang Chen at all. Now suddenly I heard Jiang Chen say that he was hunting the three-eyed blue fox, and the bald man even suspected that he had ear problems. And the guy in front of him who didn't have the same hair, actually said that he hunted the three-eyed green fox. This Nima is not teasing him. Jiang Chen said blankly. I said this three-eyed green fox is my prey, is there any problem? Only you. Killed the three-eyed blue fox. The bald man smiled contemptuously. He stared at Jiang Chen with a murderous face. Boy, I think you have eaten the guts of the bear heart and the leopard. You actually made an idea to hit Lousy on the head. I didn't kill these three-eyed blue foxes. Could it be that your brother could not kill them? If your brother's strength can kill the three-eyed blue fox, don't you have any points in your heart? Jiang Chen pointed at the first middle-aged martial artist, and said lightly, if you don't believe it, you can ask him yourself. Old boss, this three-eyed green fox was indeed killed by him. The middle-aged warrior also recovered at this moment, and quickly whispered to the bald man. Huh, what if you killed it? This three-eyed green fox is already at the end of the battle under the siege of our brothers. It is destined to be our prey. The bald man let out a cold snort. He stared at Jiang Chen with stern eyes. If anyone dares to get in touch with Lao Su's prey, don't blame me for being rude to him. The three-eyed green fox is priceless. Even if the three-eyed green fox was killed by the kid in front of him, the bald man naturally couldn't just give the three-eyed green fox to Jiang Chen. Don't say that this three-eyed green fox has been hunted by them. Even if Jiang Chen hunted and killed the three-eyed blue fox from beginning to end, the bald man would not hesitate to censor it. Over the years, he has done many murders and treasures. The bald guy really didn't believe it. Their brothers would not be able to clean up a teenage boy. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes slightly. It seems that you are not going to be reasonable. Haha. You want to reason with me? Boy, then I will tell you a fact today. In this wild land, who has the big fist makes sense. The bald man laughed arrogantly. Isn't it reasonable? Actually, I also like to be unreasonable. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised a slight curve. The flame dragon sword in his hand slashed, and his proud voice resounded directly in the air. I said one last time, this three-eyed green fox was hunted by me. If you don't want to die, just get out of here. HMPH, a mere little boy who dares to be so presumptuous and die for me. He heard Jiang Chen's arrogant words. Behind the bald man, a sword-wielding warrior couldn't help it. With a loud shout, his figure rushed out directly at Jiang Chen, and the long sword in his hand brought a sharp cold light to Jiang Chen's head. Fourth, little, be careful. The middle-aged warrior who first came into contact with Jiang Chen suddenly changed his expression and quickly exclaimed at the sword-wielding warrior. Chapter 362, You are worse than the three-eyed blue fox. At the same time that the middle-aged warrior screamed, the yanlong sword in Jiang Chen's hand moved. Saw him with a flat sword, the yanlong sword pierced the sword light of the sword warrior like a bamboo, and then pierced the sword warrior's throat. How the censored is this possible? Seeing the sword-wielding warrior who fell into a pool of blood with a thud, the bald man's eyes suddenly became round. The bald man couldn't believe his eyes. Although the fourth child said that he only broke through the Kaiyuan realm not long ago, he was also a genuine Kaiyuan realm martial artist. A 10-year-old Maodo boy actually has the strength to kill a Kaiyuan realm martial artist with a single sword. This is too wild to talk about. Boy, I didn't expect you to have some strength. No wonder you are so arrogant. But if you dare to kill my brother in front of me, you will definitely die today. The bald man returned to his senses, and a fierce killing intent radiated from all over his body. Old and small, this kid is at the first level of Kaiyuan, and his sword is very strange. The three-eyed green fox just now was killed by his sword. Seeing that the bald man deliberately started, the middle-aged warrior who ranked third could not help but reminded quickly. Hey, if we hadn't killed the three-eyed blue fox and consumed most of the power of the three-eyed, how could he kill with a single sword? But it's just a little kid from Kaiyuan First Heavy. I don't believe that I can't clean him. The bald man sneered disdainfully. Although he had to admit that this kid was indeed a very remarkable genius who could break through the Kaiyuan realm in his teens. But no matter how talented it is a flower in a greenhouse. As an adventurer who has lived on the tip of a knife for more than 10 years. With his rich combat experience, the bald man has even killed young geniuses at his level. And this kid in front of him is only in the Kaiyuan first level, 2 small realms lower than the Kaiyuan third level. How can he be his opponent? The bald man's voice fell. He ignored the worried look of the middle-aged warrior. I saw that he directly took out a huge hammer that shone coldly and appeared in front of Jiang Chen in a flash. The bald man roared grimly, and the huge hammer with a terrifying force that was like a mountain cracking rock smashed towards Jiang Chen's head with the momentum of thunder. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and took Chu Ruolin back several feet like a teleport, lightly avoiding the thunderous hammer of the bald man. This kid. Good speed. Seeing that Jiang Chen avoided his ring blow lightly, the bald man's eyes should not be condensed slightly. Boy, weren't you arrogant just now? Didn't you say that you hunted the three-eyed green fox? Since you are so awesome, don't hide if you have a species. The bald man sneered and yelled at Jiang Chen provocatively. Haha. Hide, do you think you have the right to let me hide? I can kill the three-eyed blue fox with one sword, and naturally I can kill you with one sword. To be honest, in my eyes, you might not even be as good as the three-eyed blue fox. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and the flame dragon sword in his hand was unfolded, and the double sword intent instantly locked the bald man. The bald man felt a terrifying sense of oppression swept over instantly. Chapter 363, Boy, stop for me. With the pressure of Jiang Chen's mysterious and terrifying aura, the bald man only felt that his body was completely no longer his own, he couldn't move at all. You. What kind of swordsmanship are you? The bald man was shocked. The martial artist of his dignified Kaiyuan triple realm would be unable to move under the pressure of Jiang Chen's mysterious aura. If Jiang Chen slashed at this time, wouldn't he have any power to fight back? The bald man was full of souls in his heart, and his expression was instantly horrified. What kind of evildoer is this kid in front of me? Jiang Chen smiled lightly. The true meaning of martial arts is the artistic conception that overrides any martial arts. The most powerful thing about it is that it can affect the enemy's spiritual level. Jiang Chen used the double sword intent to lock the bald man, which actually affected the bald man's mental consciousness, giving him the illusion of being unable to move. My sword technique is naturally a sword technique that can kill you. Jiang Chen sneered, and a sharp sword aura from the Yanlong sword shot directly towards the bald man's throat. The bald-headed Han suddenly became desperate. Under the threat of death, the bald man broke out with all his strength, and finally broke free from the pressure of Jiang Chen's double sword intent. Unfortunately, it's all too late. At the moment when the bald man broke free from the censored of his sword, Jiang Chen's sword aura also snorted, and instantly penetrated the bald man's throat. The bald-headed Han suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief, and then fell to the ground unwillingly. An understatement of a sword solved the bald man. Jiang Chen looked up at the young warrior on the opposite side, and said indifferently, "Are you still fighting for the three-eyed green fox with me?" 3. The three-eyed green fox was originally killed by the sun, and naturally belongs to the sun. We will leave now. Even the strongest bald man among their brothers was killed by Jiang Chen. How dare a middle-aged warrior compete with Jiang Chen for the three-eyed green fox at this moment? He said to Jiang Chen in horror, and then left with a few remaining warriors in panic. After those warriors left, Jiang Chen walked to the corpse of the three-eyed green fox and began to collect the spoils. Just when Jiang Chen had just removed the three-eyed blue fox inner core and the third eye, a sudden conversation came from behind Jiang Chen. Master Mo, according to the news I got, the three-eyed green fox has been in the forest ahead. We must get the third eye of the three-eyed green fox in order to enter that ruin. Haha, don't worry, Mr. Mo, with our brothers here, the three-eyed blue fox must escape our palm. He turned his head and looked behind him, and the four figures had slowly appeared in his sight. Among the four, the leader was a young man in a gorgeous brocade robe, and beside him was a 60-year-old man in a black robe. Behind the two of them were two middle-aged warriors who looked a little similar. Jiang Chen, these people seemed to be coming at the three-eyed green fox. Seeing a group of four people who suddenly appeared, Chu Ruolin's pretty face couldn't help changing slightly. Don't worry about them, let's go. Jiang Chen said lightly, and then left with Chu Ruolin. Boy, stop it for me. But just when Jiang Chen and the others took 2 steps, a faint shout of anger also exploded behind them in an instant. Chapter 364, If you have the ability, just come and get it. He turned around and looked around, and saw the younger middle-aged martial artist chasing after him aggressively. Looking at this middle-aged warrior with a bad expression, Jiang Chen pointed his finger at himself, and said faintly, "Are you calling me? Aren't you nonsense?" The middle-aged martial artist did not say in a good manner, "There is no one else here, who else can you call if I don't ask you?" Jiang Chen curled his lips and said, "Aren't the 3 people behind you human?" The middle-aged warrior almost exploded in his lungs. He shouted murderously, "Boy, I don't bother to talk nonsense with you. Let me ask you, did you kill this three-eyed green fox? So what, so what, Jiang Chen said lightly, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Little brother, the inner alchemy of the three-eyed green fox and the third eye were not taken away for a moment. If I didn't guess wrong, these two things must be on you now. We are bound to have the third eye of the three-eyed green fox. If the little brother is acquainted, let's hand over the third eye of the three-eyed green fox. Another older middle-aged warrior also stepped forward and smiled authentically at Jiang Chen. Hee, just a few minutes ago, someone had said this to me. It's a pity that they have now become cold corpses. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised a cold smile. If you don't want to end up like them, then you can always get me away. Master, the strength of this kid, very strong. Seeing Jiang Chen confronting the two middle-aged martial artists, the old man couldn't help but said solemnly to the young man in jinpao beside him. I know. The jinpao boy nodded. He stared at the corpse of the bald man on the ground and slowly said, his understanding of sword intent is probably not under me. As a sword repairer who understood the meaning of the sword, jinpao teenagers are naturally far more sensitive to sword intent than ordinary people. He had already clearly felt that this big bald man was killed by a sword with a sword. Don't go to Shenwang town to inquire about the fame of my Xing clan. How can the censored on the ground compare with my brothers? Today, if you don't hand over the third eye of the three-eyed green fox, you will only die. When the Xing family heard Jiang Chen's arrogant voice, they couldn't help laughing in disdain. Xing's two heroes, the boss Xing Hu, the second child Xing Shang. The two of them are relatively well-known adventurers in Shenwang town, and both have reached the Kaiyuan quadruple strength. Moreover, the two of them have a strong heart, and they have cultivated a set of combined attacks, which is enough to defeat the powerhouses of the Kaiyuan 5th stage. With the strength of the two, how could Jiang Chen, a brat boy, be in his eyes? Jiang Chen was expressionless. When he moved his palm, the third eye of the three-eyed green fox appeared in his palm. His proud voice also resounded in midair instantly. The third eye of the three-eyed green fox is here. If you have the ability, just come and get it. HMPH, since you must die, then I will fulfill you. Xing Shang, the second child of the Xing family, sneered coldly, and the breath of Kaiyuan quadruple was also instantly permeated. Just when Xing Shang was about to prepare, a faint voice suddenly came from behind him. Xing Shang, stop it. Chapter 365, Mo Jingyan's Invitation. He could hear the voice of the young man in jinpao behind him. Xing Shang couldn't help but startled slightly. Master Mo, you are. Looking at the young man in jinpao who came forward, Xing Shang couldn't help but a look of puzzled expression in his eyes. I have always acted openly and honestly, Mo Jingyan. Since the three-eyed blue fox has been hunted by this brother, how can we take it by accident? The jinpao boy smiled faintly. He looked up at Jiang Chen on the opposite side, clasped his fist and said, Mo Jingyan, I don't know the name of Shangtai Zun. It turned out to be brother Jiang Chen. The third eye of this three-eyed green fox is very important to me. I wonder if Shangtai can sell it to me. Mo Jingyan said sincerely, I will definitely give brother Jiang Chen a satisfactory price. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, sorry, this thing is also very important to me. In the ancient land, there are many poisonous barriers rampant. With the third eye of this three-eyed green fox, he will undoubtedly become much easier to walk in this wild and ancient land. Jiang Chen naturally would not easily sell the third eye of the three-eyed green fox. Boy, Lord Mo is willing to pay a suitable price to buy it. It has already given you enough face. Don't toast or eat fine wine. When Xing Shang heard that Jiang Chen refused, he couldn't help but drank again. Selling is what you want to do. Jiang Chen said lightly. I don't want to sell it, don't sell it, can you control it? Xing Shang almost exploded suddenly. Master Mo, since this kid doesn't know what's good or bad, why don't you be polite to him? As long as you give an order, our brothers will grab the eyes of the three-eyed green fox for you. Xing Shang stared at Jiang Chen murderously, in a posture that he would do something if he didn't agree. It's just a hairy boy. The two brothers can solve it by just moving their fingers, and then grab the three-eyed green fox's eyes. He really couldn't understand why Mo Jingyan was so polite to the kid. Mo Jingyan ignored Xing Shang's words. He still smiled and looked at Jiang Chen and said, since brother Jiang Chen is not selling, then I will not force it. However, there is still an unsympathetic request. I hope brother Jiang Chen can agree. Jiang Chen didn't speak this time, but waited quietly for Mo Jingyan's text. Brother Jiang Chen, the third eye of the three-eyed blue fox is needed for the remains of an ancient powerful man. I wonder if Jiang Chen is willing to explore this ruin with us. Mo Jingyan didn't talk nonsense, and directly invited Jiang Chen. When the Xing family heard Mo Jingyan's words, they suddenly became unhappy. Xing Shang, who has always been impatient, said with a dissatisfied expression, Mr. Mo, this kid is not very strong. There is a burden around him. How can you let him be with us? Why, are you dissatisfied? Mo Jingyan said lightly. If you don't agree, you can quit. Second, you retreat and listen to Lord Mo. At this moment, Xing Hu, who had not spoken, said lightly. Hearing what the boss Xing Hu said, Xing Shang had to retreat to Xing Hu's side with a gloomy expression. Mo Jingyan ignored the Xing clan. He looked at Jiang Chen again. Brother Jiang Chen, the relic we are going to explore this time is left by an ancient strong man with an innate return to the original body. I can guarantee that this trip will not disappoint Brother Jiang Chen. Chapter 366. My people, it is not your turn to protect. Innate return to the original body. When Jiang Chen heard Mo Jingyan's words, a strange look suddenly appeared in his eyes. The ruins that Mo Jingyan and the others were going to were actually where they were going. This is a bit too coincidental. Okay, I'll go with you. Jiang Chen nodded, and directly agreed to Mo Jingyan's request. Originally, he happened to be familiar with the gods. Since Mo Jingyan's purpose was also a relic left by the strong man who returned to the original body. Jiang Chen is also willing to be a good friend and go with them. Thank you Brother Jiang Chen. It should not be too late, let's leave now. Seeing that Jiang Chen was willing to join, Mo Jingyan was immediately overjoyed. He didn't talk nonsense, and directly led Jiang Chen and his party toward the forest in front of him. And just when Jiang Chen and their bodies completely disappeared in the forest, two ghostly black shadows suddenly appeared in the place where Jiang Chen and the others were previously. Brother, you are too cautious this time. Isn't it just a hairy boy? We could have solved him long ago and go back to life, but you have never let me take action. Suddenly there are a few more helpers next to that kid, and it becomes even more troublesome for us to kill him. Looking at the place where Jiang Chen and the others disappeared, one of the small black figures was a little dissatisfied. He is not an ordinary hairy boy, but a peerless evildoer who can kill Kaiyuan Sanjiang with a single sword. The other tall black shadow is faintly authentic. Even if he can kill Kaiyuan Sanjiang's 5 internal organs. Don't say Kaiyuan 3rd layer, even if Kaiyuan 4th layer warriors were assassinated by us, not a few. If our brothers really wanted to kill him, wouldn't it be a matter of catching them? The small man in black sneered disdainfully. Second, you must not underestimate that kid is probably not as simple as you think. You should know what Qi Tianrui is, but he didn't dare to do anything to that kid easily. Instead, he hired you and I to assassinate him at a high price. Don't you still feel the tricks in this? The burly black man said solemnly. That kid's identity is by no means simple. We either don't take action, then we must kill with one blow without leaving any clues. But now there are 4 more people around that kid. Those 4 are not fuel-efficient lamps. How can we kill him? The little black man said with a gloomy expression. Don't worry, we just follow, we will always find opportunities. The burly man in black said lightly, and immediately flickered towards Jiang Chen and the others, the other side. Under the leadership of Mo Jingyan, Jiang Chen and the others quickly passed through the dense forest and came to the mouth of a valley with slightly dim light. Brother Jiang Chen, this is the relic left by the strong man who returned to the original body. Mo Jingyan looked at the valley in front of him, smiled at Jiang Chen and said, this valley is shrouded by a poisonous mist all the year round. If we want to stay in the valley for a long time, we have to rely on Brother Jiang Chen. Boy, you're about to enter the ruins of the ancient powerhouse. Are you really going to bring the oil bottle beside you? If we encounter any danger for a while, we can't spare our energy to protect her. At this moment, Xing Shang's cold voice rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Just take care of yourself. Jiang Chen glanced at him lightly. My man, it is not your turn to protect. Chapter 367. You must kneel down and beg me now. I hope that you will encounter danger in the ruins in a while, and you won't kneel down and beg me. Xing Shang smiled coldly, his eyes also flashed an imperceptible cold light. The ruins of the ancient powerhouse are in danger. It's all about the strength of this kid at the first level of Kaiyuan, and there is a burden of innate realm beside him. Without their protection, it would be almost impossible for this kid to survive in the ruins. He wanted to see how hard this kid could be. Xianxia, can you shut up for me? The ruins of the ancient powerhouse are extremely dangerous. If you don't want to die, give me a bit of energy. Mo Jingyan frowned and couldn't help but shout to Xianxia. Master Mo, I am also thinking of everyone. This kid came with us into the ruins with a burden. If something happens, how can we have the energy to protect them? It can be seen that Mo Jingyan is so protective of Jiang Chen. Xianxia's face changed slightly, and he snorted coldly at Mo Jingyan. Xianxia has been very dissatisfied with Jiang Chen's joining. They could have eliminated Jiang Chen completely and snatched the third eye of the three-eyed green fox. At that time, 60% of the treasure Mo Jingyan got, and 40% of the two brothers. Now that Jiang Chen has joined in suddenly, doesn't this mean that their gains for a while will be reduced by at least 1/3? Don't worry, no matter what kind of danger you encounter in the ruins, I will not beg you. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth made a slight arc, but I think you might ask me now. Haha. That's ridiculous. A little kid of Kaiyuan first heavy, what qualifications do you have for me to beg you? Xianxia seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Does his dignified Kaiyuan quadruple realm powerhouse still need a Maodo kid from Kaiyuan first level for help? Jiang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to Xianxia. Without expression, he took out the three eyes of the three-eyed green fox from the ring, and quickly injected Yuan Li into them. A faint cyan brilliance burst out from the eyes of the three-eyed green fox. Cyan Guanghua quickly formed a cyan mask in midair, directly covering Mo Jingyan and Jiang Chen. The two Xing brothers on the side were completely ignored by Jiang Chen. The complexions of the Xing brothers both didn't look so good. Xianxia, who has always been impatient, roared in anger, Jiang Chen, what do you mean? The poisonous mist in the air in the ruins in front of me is very terrifying. Even the martial artist of Kaiyuan realm did not dare to stay in it for too long. If there is no shelter from the third eye of the three-eyed green fox, how can they enter it? The eyes of the three-eyed green fox are my treasure. I can use them for whomever I want. Is there any problem? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth rose slightly. You want to seek shelter? Yes, kneel down and beg me. Jiang Chen, don't bully others too much. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Xianxia's lungs almost exploded, and his eyes on Jiang Chen almost burst into flames. Okay, second, don't mess around, don't apologize to brother Jiang Chen. Just when Xianxia was on the verge of an outbreak, Xinghu's faint voice, who had not spoken aside, also rang directly in Xianxia's ear. Chapter 368, Ruins of the Blood Demon Hall. Brother, Xianxia suddenly raised his head and stared at Xinghu, his eyes also showed an unbelievable look. I asked you to apologize to brother Jiang Chen, didn't you hear it? Xinghu didn't say in a good manner, are you not even listening to me? Xinghu really didn't know what to say to his younger brother with well-developed limbs and simple mind. Now the third eye of the three-eyed green fox is in Jiang Chen's hands. If they want to enter the ruins, they must rely on Jiang Chen. Xinghu had to speak and scold Xianxia. If this kid is angered, and this kid really doesn't take the two of his brothers into the ruins, it will be more than worthwhile. Xinghu's choice to compromise does not mean that he will just leave it alone. They Xing clan twins have been together for more than 10 years, and they have never been humiliated by a hairy boy like now. After coming out of the ruins, he must have this kid pay a heavy price for it. Seeing that Xinghu insisted on apologizing to Jiang Chen himself, Xianxia only felt his heart frustrated to the extreme. However, Xianxia did not dare to violate the words of his elder brother. He had to suppress the anger in his heart, and said to Jiang Chen unwillingly, sorry, I was reckless just now. Okay, everyone said a few words less. The most important thing for us now is to enter the relics, not to argue here. Mo Jingyan also stood up directly at this time. He smiled at Jiang Chen and said, Brother Jiang Chen, what do you think? He didn't talk nonsense, and directly moved the eyes of the three-eyed green fox, and the faint glaucoma also enveloped the Xing brothers. Under the protection of the three-eyed green fox's eyes, a group of people quickly entered the valley, quickly. Everyone came to a cliff deep in the valley. Old Yuan, this is it. Seeing the black robe elder next to him suddenly stopped, Mo Jingyan couldn't help asking with a puzzled look. Well, I didn't have anything to avoid poison at the beginning, so I didn't dare to stay here for too long, so I used the formation to hide the entrance to the ruins. The black-robe old man nodded. He directly took out a token and waved it in front of him. I saw layers of mysterious light suddenly appeared on the cliff in front of him. The cliff in front of Jiang Chen and them disappeared strangely, and replaced by a hole leading down. 5th rank high-level phantom formation. This old guy is still a 5th rank formation mage. Seeing this scene in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help showing a look of surprise in his eyes. Master, be careful, this place is probably not that simple. The black-robed old man exhorted Mo Jingyan, and then took the lead into the cave. Go through a long passage. About 10 minutes later, the line of sight of the group of people became wider again. Everyone looked up, and a ruin of a broken building full of censored breath appeared directly in their sight. Such an architectural style, with blood demon imprints carved on the building, it seems that this place is really the remains of the legendary blood demon temple. The black-robed old man stared at the tens of millions of buildings, and could not help whispering. What? This is actually the remains of the Blood Demon Hall. Upon hearing this, the Xing brothers couldn't help showing a look of horror in their eyes. Blood Demon Hall. Hearing the murmur of the black-robed old man, Jiang Chen was also taken aback. Isn't this place left by an ancient strong man with an innate return body? How come it has become the ruins of the Blood Demon Palace? Now, Chapter 369, Fight the Undead Blood Zombies. Sister Ruolin, how could this place become the ruins of the Blood Demon Palace? Have you heard of the Blood Demon Palace? Jiang Chen was puzzled, so he had to speak to Chu Ruolin beside him. Blood Demon Palace, the sect that once flourished in the northern wilderness. It is said that the Blood Demon Palace in its peak period is very powerful, and it can almost compete with the current northern wilderness 3 sects on its own. It's just that they were defeated by the North Wilderness 3 sects and disappeared without a trace. It now appears that the ancient strong man with the innate return to the original body should be the person in the Blood Demon Palace. Chu Ruolin's somewhat solemn voice also rang in Jiang Chen's mind. Hearing Chu Ruolin's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help taking a breath. Fight against the 3 northern sects with your own strength. What powerful existence is this Blood Demon Temple? Old Yuan, this place doesn't look big. The Blood Demon Palace was once prosperous, and its sect relics should be far more than that, right? Mo Jingyan frowned slightly. The Blood Demon Palace is extremely mysterious. Even the 3 sects of the Northern Wilds don't know where their headquarters are. How can we easily find it? Old Yuan smiled slightly and said, this is just a part of the Blood Demon Palace. Mr. Mo, what's going on? Don't you say that this is the relic of a strong man who is born to return to the original body? Jiang Chen asked pretendingly. It's not wrong to say that it was the relic left by the strong man who returned to the original body, because he is the master of this branch of the Blood Demon Hall. The Blood Demon Palace has always been weird and unpredictable. I am afraid this place is not easy. Please be careful, Old Yuan said, and then carefully led everyone to the front. A few minutes later, everyone came to a stone bridge hundreds of meters long. The light on the stone bridge is very dim, and Jiang Chen and the others can still clearly see the many censored figures hovering on the stone bridge. These scarlet figures wandered back and forth on the stone bridge like walking dead. Even at a distance of hundreds of meters, Jiang Chen and the others could feel a censored breath coming toward their faces. These censored people on the stone bridge, what are they? Mo Jingyan looked at the dozens of censored figures on the stone bridge, his face instantly becoming more solemn. This is a blood zombie refined by the unique secret method of the Blood Demon Palace. Old Yuan said solemnly, the stone bridge is the only path leading to the ruins of the Blood Demon Palace. Let's take action together and kill directly. Before he finished his words, he immediately stepped onto the stone bridge. When Jiang Chen and the others saw this, they hurriedly followed. In the moment Jiang Chen and the others set foot on the stone bridge, the blood zombies wandering back and forth felt something instantly. Their gleaming, censored eyes all looked towards Jiang Chen and the others. The closest 2 blood zombies roared, and then rushed towards Jiang Chen and the others with their teeth and claws. With the movement of Old Yuan's palms, a horrible palm power swept out at the 2 blood zombies. The 2 blood zombies smashed a distance of several meters like a kite with a broken line. Next, a scene that shocked Jiang Chen and the others happened. I saw the 2 blood zombies that were slapped flying by Yuan Lao's palm. They just turned over and got up from the ground, and then led more blood zombies toward Jiang Chen and the others. Damn, these blood zombies don't seem to be killed at all. Looking at the oncoming group of blood zombies, Yuan Lao was frightened, his complexion became extremely difficult to look. Chapter 370. Who said there is no trainer here? It's just a group of walking corpses without thinking, I don't believe they can have immortality. Xianxia, who has always been impatient, yelled, and swept out one of the blood zombies with a big knife. The sharp sword aura swept across the army, and it was cut at the waist of the blood zombie in the blink of an eye. The blood zombies were directly cut into 2 pieces by Xianxia. Hee. It seems that this blood zombie is nothing more than that. Killing the blood zombie with a single knife, Xianxia couldn't help but smiled smugly. Humph, you are too happy too early, what you killed just now was just an innate blood zombie. Old Yuan directly poured a basin of cold water on him. Hey, even if it is a blood zombie in the Kaiyuan realm, I can't kill it. Xianxia laughed wildly, and immediately turned the long knife, smashed Washan with a force, and then smashed an oncoming blood zombie of Kaiyuan level. Kong dang, Xianxia's knife landed directly on the head of the blood zombie, and there was a sharp metal crash in the air. I saw that the blood zombie's body only gave a slight pause, and then the blood flashed in his eyes, and he rushed towards Xianxia again. Xianxia was shocked. The big sword in his hand danced wildly, and without hesitation used a mysterious sword technique to blast the blood zombie away. After being hit by Xianxia, the blood zombie quickly stood up from the ground unscathed. He let out a low growl in his throat, and rushed towards Xianxia with the blood zombies around him. Looking at this incredible scene in front of him, Xianxia's eyes finally showed a touch of horror that could not be concealed. Let's exit the stone bridge first. Looking at the group of blood zombies coming on rampage, Yuan Lao's expression changed slightly, and he quickly led everyone out of the stone bridge. And after they quit the stone bridge, the blood zombies who lost their target of attack again wandered aimlessly on the stone bridge. Old Yuan, these blood zombies are too abnormal, what should we do now? Mo Jingyan looked at the blood zombies on the stone bridge, his brows were twisted together involuntarily. These blood zombies can only be destroyed with absolute power. If you want to completely kill the blood zombies in the Kaiyuan realm, I am afraid that only the strong in the pill condensation realm can do it. Old Yuan sighed lightly. It would be great if we had brought an animal trainer on this trip. Old Yuan, what do you mean? Can the trainer conquer these blood zombies? Jiang Chen's heart moved, and a look of excitement flashed in his eyes. These blood zombies are powerful and immortal. The combat power of each blood zombie is even stronger than the 4th grade monster beast. If you can conquer these blood zombies, this is simply not too cool. These blood zombies were originally pets refined by the senior officials of the Blood Demon Temple. Now these blood zombies are unowned, and they have no consciousness. It is much simpler than controlling monsters. As long as a tier 4 animal trainer, these blood zombies can almost be easily subdued. Old Yuan sighed lightly. What's the use of saying these, we don't have a beast trainer now. Xianxia snorted coldly. Although these blood zombies are resistant to attack, the attack is not strong. We don't entangle them, just rush over. Who said there is no animal trainer here? Just when Xianxia's voice fell, a faint voice rang in his ears. Chapter 371. Conquer the blood zombies. Boy, don't you tell me you are still an animal trainer. Xianxia was taken aback for a moment. He tilted his head to look at Jiang Chen who was talking, and suddenly couldn't help but sneered in disdain. Jiang Chen said lightly, I am an animal trainer, is there any problem? Little guy, you are really an animal trainer, I don't know how many grades of the animal trainer have reached. Old Yuan looked at Jiang Chen with surprise. To conquer these blood zombies, you must at least have the strength of a tier 4 animal trainer. This kid's talent in martial arts is already very enchanting, can it be that he can still reach the 4th rank of beast trainer with the beast trainer? My trainer is not too high grade, but it shouldn't be a problem to subdue these blood zombies. Since brother Jiang Chen is so confident, we will cover you to subdue these blood zombies for a while. Mo Jingyan's eyes flashed, and he said directly to Jiang Chen. I disagree. If this kid can't tame the blood zombies, wouldn't this be a waste of everyone's time and energy? Xianxia snorted coldly. I think it might as well as everyone rushing over. Do you think it's okay if you rush over? The existence of these blood zombies is obviously to protect this place. It's fine for us to withdraw, but once we rush into the ruins, these blood zombies may not let you go. Little friend Jiang Chen is right. If we just rush over, we may not be able to get rid of these blood zombies. We will cover for a while, little friend Jiang Chen, try to conquer these blood zombies. Old Yuan nodded, and finally chose to let Jiang Chen try. If Jiang Chen can't tame these blood zombies, they can return safely. But if they rush directly, and finally cannot get rid of these blood zombies, they will have to be consumed by these blood zombies sooner or later. Seeing that both Mo Jingyan and Jiang Chen supported Jiang Chen, xianxia's face also became a little unsightly. He stared at Jiang Chen coldly and said, "Boy, you better pray that you can conquer these blood zombies, otherwise I will never end with you." He briefly discussed with Mo Jingyan and the other two, and the group stepped on the stone bridge again. After sensing the breath of Jiang Chen and the others, the blood zombies rushed forward again with their teeth and claws. Upon seeing this, the old people of Yuan all unanimously stopped most of the blood zombies and left a blood zombie in the Kaiyuan realm to Jiang Chen. Looking at the oncoming blood zombie, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. He directly displayed the imprint of controlling the beast in the ancient beast control technique and printed it on the head of the blood zombie. The imprint of the beast is instantly submerged into the body of the blood zombie. Jiang Chen had already clearly felt that he had established a connection with the blood zombie in front of him without any hindrance. These blood zombies, as expected, are already unowned, and it takes no effort to conquer them. Jiang Chen was immediately overjoyed. He quickly took the blood zombie under his control into the ring, and then continued to cast the beast control seal on the next blood zombie. This kid is really an animal trainer who has reached at least rank 4 or above. Seeing that Jiang Chen took a blood zombie to him lightly, whether it is Mo Jingyan and Yuan Lao, or the Xing family brothers, in their eyes looking at Jiang Chen, there was an incredible look of horror. Chapter 372, Even if I swallow, what can you do? The process of conquering these blood zombies was much smoother than Jiang Chen had imagined. Following Jiang Chen, the mark of controlling the beast was printed. In less than 10 minutes, a dozen blood zombies in the Kaiyuan realm were completely conquered by Jiang Chen. The remaining congenital blood zombies that Jiang Chen looked down upon were easily solved by Mo Jingyan's 4. Jiang Chen, these dozen blood zombies in Kaiyuan realm, I think you should come out and share them equally. After solving the blood zombies on the stone bridge, xianxia couldn't wait to say to Jiang Chen, for these blood zombies in the Kaiyuan realm, xianxia is naturally very greedy. Although the attack power of this thing is only equivalent to the warriors in the early Kaiyuan stage, it is very resistant, and it is almost difficult for ordinary Kaiyuan realm warriors to destroy it. If you can have 1 or 2 blood zombies, it is equivalent to carrying 2 undead bodyguards in Kaiyuan realm with you. Seeing xianxia's idea of killing zombies, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise his mouth slightly. He glanced at xianxia lightly. I have conquered these blood zombies. Why should I take them out and give them to you? Jiang Chen, don't go too far. If it weren't for us to cover you just now, could you conquer these blood zombies so smoothly? When xianxia heard Jiang Chen's words, his face suddenly became extremely gloomy. They solved these blood zombies together, but now this kid wants to eat alone. A cold light flashed in xianxia's eyes. This kid wants to swallow these dozen or so blood zombies, it's just wishful thinking. First, even if you didn't cover me just now, I can successfully conquer these blood zombies. Second, even if I am willing to give you the blood zombies, you don't have the ability to take it away. Jiang Chen sneered coldly. As soon as he moved his palm, 12 blood zombies appeared directly in front of xianxia. Jiang Chen pointed at 2 blood zombies with his fingers, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but set off a curve of contempt. Don't you want blood zombies? Then I will give you a chance now. Come on, as long as you have the ability to take all these blood zombies away, I won't frown. When xianxia heard Jiang Chen's words, he almost vomited blood for 3 liters. If I can conquer these blood zombies, you can just conquer them directly, so I need you to give me this opportunity. Jiang Chen, as an animal trainer, I don't believe you didn't transfer control of the blood zombies to us. xianxia shouted with a bad expression. I have the means to transfer control of the blood zombies. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth raised slightly. But, what are you? Why should I give you blood zombies? Jiang Chen, you want to swallow more than 10 blood zombies by yourself. This is too greedy. xianxia stared at Jiang Chen sternly. I would like to advise you, greedy people will not end well. I'm too lazy to give you this nonsense. If you want blood zombies, you can do it yourself. If you don't have the ability, just go away and don't chirp in front of me. Jiang Chen looked at xianxia indifferently. his eyes also showed a trace of impotentness. Xianxia laughed angrily, and the whole person instantly became murderous. It seems that you really intend to swallow these blood zombies. Even if I really want to swallow it, what can you do? Jiang Chen smiled proudly. With a movement of his mind, the censored eyes of the 12 blood zombies locked Xianxia almost at the same time. Chapter 373. You want to die, I won't stop you. Jiang Chen, what do you want to do? Looking at the 12 blood zombies in front of him, Xianxia almost didn't panic. He involuntarily backed up a few steps, and his mouth also let out a roar of anger. Xianxia finally realized that Jiang Chen was no longer a soft persimmon for him to need. Jiang Chen, who had conquered the blood zombies, almost became the most powerful existence in their temporary group. Any of these blood zombies in the Kaiyuan realm is a very difficult existence. If this kid directly controls 12 blood zombies in the Kaiyuan realm to kill, Xianxia will feel his scalp tingling after thinking about it. I don't want to do anything. I just want to tell you the fact that these blood zombies are mine now. Even if you have 10,000 dissatisfaction in your heart, you have to hold it back for me. I heard Jiang Chen's extremely arrogant words. Xianxia was trembling with anger, and even his speech became uncomfortable. But facing Jiang Chen, who controls 12 blood zombies, where does Xianxia have the guts to start with Jiang Chen at this moment? He had to look at Mo Jingyan with a gloomy expression. Master Mo, this kid wants to swallow blood zombies all by himself, you just say something. Xianxia really didn't believe it. Mo Jingyan and the others were not tempted by these blood zombies. These blood zombies were originally conquered by brother Jiang Chen, so how can you say it alone? Now that the obstacles to entering the ruins of the Blood Demon Temple have been resolved, if you still want to enter the ruins to find out, don't waste your time here. Mo Jingyan said lightly, and then strode towards the ruins ahead. Seeing that Mo Jingyan had no intention of fighting for blood zombies, Xianxia's eyes couldn't help flashing an unwilling look. Second, let's go, exploring the ruins is important, Xinghu said lightly, and then quickly chased after Mo Jingyan and others in front of him. The ruins of this branch of the Blood Demon Hall are not big. In just a few moments, Jiang Chen and the others almost strolled around the ruins. But apart from some fragmented buildings and corpses, there was almost nothing. It seems that we ran for nothing. When this Blood Demon Branch Hall was destroyed, it might have been scraped again, and there was almost nothing. Mo Jingyan looked at the situation in front of him and couldn't help but smile. Haha, that may not be true, look there. Old Yuan smiled faintly, and then pointed his finger to a certain direction on the left. Everyone looked at Yuan Lao's fingers. A blood-red hall appeared in their sight. This hall is reinforced by an array method, and it is also the only building in this ruin that has been completely preserved. Let's take a look in the past and maybe we will gain something. Yuan Lao's turbid old eyes flashed, and he took the lead to flash past the blood-colored hall. The group soon came to the door of the Scarlet Hall. Old Yuan looked around the Scarlet Hall for a while and then began to try to break the formation. It's just that he tried several ways to break the formation, but he couldn't break the formation on the hall. Old Yuan, can you break this formation? It really doesn't work, let's just force in. Seeing that Yuan Lao hadn't broken the formation for a long time, Xianxia said impatiently. Just when Xianxia's voice fell, a sneer of disdain instantly resounded in his ears. Idiot, this 6th rank formation Zhaodian Blood Fiend formation, you can get through it if you want to. If you want to die, you can try, I promise not to stop you. Chapter 374, Zhoutian Blood Evil Formation. Jiang Chen, you don't know how to pretend to understand, and be alarmist here. Lao Yuan is a 5th rank formation master, even he doesn't know what formation it is, how can you tell? Xianxia sneered with disdain. Even if he was killed, he wouldn't believe it, this kid could be even better than Yuan Lao in the formation. You don't believe you if you are an idiot. Since you know that the old Fa Yuan can't recognize it, and you want to forcefully break through, what's the difference between this and death? Jiang Chen expressionlessly said, if you want to die, I won't stop you, but don't send nourishment to this palace guardian formation. Little friend, Jiang Chen, are you also proficient in formation? Old Yuan also gave up breaking the formation at this time. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, his eyes also showed an incredible look of horror. The rank of the formation in front of him was much higher than he had imagined. With the strength of his 5th rank array mage, it was impossible to see what kind of array it was. But Jiang Chen did say the name of this formation just now. Doesn't this mean that Jiang Chen's attainments in the formation technique are more powerful than his 5th rank formation mage? Just now on the stone bridge, when Jiang Chen showed the strength of the 4th rank beast trainer, Yuan Lao was already very shocked. If Jiang Chen's attainments in the formation technique surpassed him as a 5th rank formation mage, it would be too enchanting. The way of formation, I can be regarded as 1 or 2. The formation in front of me is an extremely domineering rank 6 formation, called Zhaodian Blood Fiend Formation. Jiang Chen pointed to the shriveled corpses at the entrance of the hall and said, "Did you see those corpses? They should just want to break into the hall forcibly, but they were sucked into corpses by the formation." "What do you mean? Is this a formation that uses blood to nourish the formation?" Old Yuan suddenly realized. No wonder this formation has existed for so many years, and I haven't been able to detect any flaws. Yes, the most powerful aspect of this formation is that it can nourish the formation with blood. The more blood the formation absorbs, the stronger it will become. If you rush into the formation and let the formation gain fresh blood, it will only make it more difficult to crack the formation. Jiang Chen looked at the Zhou Tian Blood Evil formation in front of him and talked freely. Since brother Jiang Chen knows this formation, there must be a way to crack it. Mo Jingyan raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, with a strange look in his eyes. Of course, there is no formation that I can't break in this world. Jiang Chen smiled proudly, and then began to break the formation according to the method given to him by the system. 10 minutes later, the Zhaodian Blood Evil formation outside the hall was destroyed by Jiang Chen. Open. Jiang Chen broke through Zhou Tian's Blood Evil formation, and immediately blasted at the palace gate with a clean punch. The door of the temple opened. A crystal clear light, accompanied by a strong spiritual energy, instantly surged out of the hall. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but look towards the inside of the hall. They saw a pile of spar like a small hill in the center of the main hall appeared in their sight. A lot of crystals, and all of them are middle-grade crystals. Looking at the pile of middle-grade spar in the hall, Xianxia's eyes couldn't help flashing an extremely hot light. "What are you doing in a daze? Let's go in quickly." Before Xianxia's words fell, he took the lead in flashing towards the door of the hall when he moved. Chapter 375, The Legendary 7-Rank Spirit Pill. "Xianxia, stop for me." Seeing that Xianxia was about to rush into the hall first, Xinghu's expression changed and he quickly yelled. The most dangerous aspect of ruin exploration is to lead the battle. But Xianxia, an idiot, was the first to rush into the hall. Although the formation of the hall had been broken by Jiang Chen, it was difficult to guarantee that there would be no other dangers in the hall. Xinghu didn't want to be a bird in his early days. "Don't worry, since this hall is guarded by a rank 6 formation, there shouldn't be any danger in it." Jiang Chen cast a faint glance at Xinghu, and directly led Chu Ruolin into the hall first. "Walk into the hall." The rich vitality of the world and the colorful brilliance pounced towards you, giving people a refreshing feeling. Jiang Chen glanced slightly, only to realize that besides the spar, there was actually a bunch of precious materials in the hall. He just glanced at it casually and found several rare materials of the 5-grade pill. "Brother, hundreds of thousands of middle-grade spars, and so many precious materials, now we have developed." Xianxia looked at the situation in the hall and couldn't help but said with bright eyes. With so many resources, even if they are only divided into 2 to 3%, they are enough to keep their brothers from running around for several years. Xinghu looked at the spar and precious materials in the hall with a rare smile on his face. He looked up at Mo Jingyan and said, "Master Mo, you can allocate the resources here." Mo Jingyan nodded, and fairly divided the resources in the hall into several evenly. Jiang Chen and the others divided up the spar and precious materials in the hall. The benefits are distributed. The group of people was still unfinished, and continued to walk towards the inside of the hall. Jiang Chen and the others came to the inner hall of the main hall. Compared to the wide outer hall, the inner hall is undoubtedly much smaller. Jiang Chen glanced across the hall. When he saw the situation in the center of the hall, his pupils suddenly shrank. "I saw a scarlet figure sitting cross-legged on a stone platform in the center of the hall. There was no aura of life in this scarlet figure, and it had obviously been dead for many years. But what is shocking is that his corpse is very well preserved, even the skin and flesh are no different from normal people. According to ancient records, this blood demon branch hall has existed for at least 1,000 years. This corpse in front of me can be immortal for 1,000 years, which is incredible. Mo Jingyan said with a look of horror. He should have taken the legendary 7-rank spirit pill before he died. Old Yuan slowly said, as far as I know, there is a 7-level spirit pill that can make the body immortal for thousands of years after taking it. Cut. People are dead, even if you use a 7-tier spirit pill to make the body immortal for thousands of years, what's the use? Xianxia curled his lips in disdain. His gaze swept slightly, and he landed on a palm-sized jade bottle in front of the blood corpse. Look, what is that? Everyone couldn't help but follow Xianxia's gaze. Seeing the jade bottle on the corpse, Jiang Chen's pupil suddenly shrank. And the old Yuan on the side couldn't help but let out a scream. Pill-sealed jade bottle. This is actually a jade-sealed pill bottle used to store the 7th-level spirit pill. Hearing Mr. Yuan's words, the eyes of the Xing family brothers became hot instantly. The sealed pill jade bottle that preserves the 7-level spirit pill. Could it be that the jade bottle on the stone platform is filled with the legendary 7-rank spirit pill? Chapter 376, Blood Rebirth Technique. Jiang Chen, is that really a 7-pin pill? Chu Ruolin stared at the jade bottle on the stone platform with her beautiful eyes, do not know why. When she first saw the jade bottle, she suddenly had a strong desire to get it. It seemed that the jade bottle contained something very important to her, should be. Jiang Chen nodded, and said in a deep voice, only the spirit pills above the 7th rank can be stored in the sealed pill jade bottle. The reason why the 7-pin pill is called the 7-pin pill is because the pill has begun to have spirituality. If an ordinary container is used to store the 7-rank spirit pill, I am afraid that the pill will disappear without paying. Attention! Only the sealed pill jade bottle that has been specially processed can perfectly preserve the 7-rank spirit pill. Although the 7-rank spirit pill was near Chi-Chi, Jiang Chen didn't want to fight for it at all. He looked at the jade bottle on the stone platform, and suddenly felt an extremely uneasy feeling in his heart. Jiang Chen didn't do it, but it didn't mean that other people didn't do it either. I saw Xianxia's feet step on the ground, and his body rushed towards the stone like an arrow from the string. Xianxia's speed was very fast. He appeared in front of Shite almost in the blink of an eye, and then reached out and grabbed the Fengdan jade bottle on the Shite. Don't touch that pill bottle. Jiang Chen's expression changed drastically, and he quickly shouted at Xianxia. Xianxia ignored Jiang Chen's scolding, and immediately grabbed the pill bottle in his hand like lightning. Haha, 7-rank spirit pill, it's mine. Looking at the Fengdan jade bottle in his hand, Xianxia couldn't help but burst into laughter. It's just that his laughter has not yet fallen, and a strange blood glow suddenly erupted from the Fengdan jade bottle. Xianxia's palm that grabbed the Fengdan jade bottle turned into a blood mist, and disappeared ghostly. The most terrifying thing is that this disappearing trend has spread rapidly. Xianxia's entire arm has been inexplicably missing. Big brother, help me. Looking at his inexplicably disappearing arm, Xianxia's eyes finally showed a look of horror. Just as his screams fell, the speed of his body disappearing accelerated in vain. Just a few breaths, Xianxia's whole person turned into a blood mist and rushed towards the censored figure on the stone platform. The blood mist touched the blood-colored figure, like water spilled on cotton, and was absorbed by the blood-colored figure. And at the moment when the scarlet figure absorbed the blood mist, the heart of this blood-colored corpse that didn't know how many years it had existed seemed to be beating inexplicably. Blood-devouring rebirth technique. This is the secret blood-devouring rebirth technique in the legend of the Blood Demon Palace. This guy is going to be reborn, everyone, go back. Looking at this weird scene in front of me, old Yuan screamed in horror, and then quickly escaped with Mo Jingyan towards the outside of the hall. Seeing the old Yuan who fled hastily, Xinghu also didn't hesitate at all, his figure flashed towards the entrance of the hall. Sister Ruolin, let's go too. Just when he was about to take Chu Ruolin away, he found that Chu Ruolin flashed past the stone platform in the center of the hall. Sister Ruolin, what do you want to do? Jiang Chen was immediately frightened. He gritted his teeth and was about to forcibly take Chu Ruolin away. A dangerous breath instantly filled his heart. Chapter 377, Without them, I can still blow you up. Jiang Chen was inexplicably cold. As soon as the sole of his foot moved, his body shape burst back several feet like a teleport. And at the same time Jiang Chen exploded. The blood-colored corpse on the stone platform also moved instantly. He saw his closed eyes suddenly opened, and a strange blood burst shot out. A terrifying, censored storm, directly centered on the stone platform, quickly swept towards the surroundings of the hall. Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly tightened. With a wave of his palm, he quickly summoned 12 blood zombies to surround him, resisting all the censored storms. Sister Ruolin, block the censored storm. Jiang Chen couldn't help but quickly glance towards the center of the hall. Jiang Chen suddenly found out in shock. Chu Ruolin was not at all affected by the previous censored storm. She had appeared in the center of the hall unscathed, and that Feng Dan jade bottle that made Xing Shang's death at the touch of a touch, has no idea when it appeared in her hands. Chu Ruolin opened the Fengdan jade bottle indifferently, and a palm-sized blood-colored lotus flew out of the Fengdan jade bottle. The scarlet lotus flashed into Chu Ruolin's body. A dazzling, censored cocoon emerged from Chu Ruo's body, wrapping Chu Ruolin's whole person in it. Tisk tusk, it's really a double happiness. Unexpectedly, the day when the main hall master's bloodthirsty rebirth technique was activated, he even ushered in the reincarnated blood lotus saint. Just when Jiang Chen looked at this scene in shock, a ghostly laughter sounded abruptly in the hall. Jiang Chen's expression changed drastically, and his eyes also looked at the scarlet figure on the stone platform. The scarlet figure who had been sitting in the center of the stone platform suddenly stood up. There was a crisp bone-twisting sound, crackling loudly in the quiet hall. The blood-colored figure stood up, and the eyes glowing with monster blood looked directly at Jiang Chen. The taste of your blood is good, and the lord of the palace also feels a somewhat familiar breath from your blood. Now I have just been bloodthirsty and reborn, just using your blood to restore my strength. The scarlet figure licked his dry lips. With a move of his palm, a giant, censored claw measuring several feet in size grabbed Jiang Chen from the air. He directly controlled 12 blood zombies to smash the scarlet giant claws, and then rushed toward the scarlet figure menacingly. Boy, these blood zombies are all refined by the master of the temple. It's just wishful thinking to use these things to deal with the lord of the palace. The scarlet figure smiled contemptuously. His figure turned into a censored light, flashing past the blood zombies like a butterfly through a flower. Jiang Chen was horrified to discover that these blood zombies seemed to suddenly lose control, and they all froze in place. Boy, don't do useless struggles, hand over your blood obediently. 12 blood zombies were held down lightly, and the blood-colored figure directly and slowly forced towards Jiang Chen. HMPH, you can't help but value yourself too much. If you want my blood, I am afraid you are not qualified yet. Even without them, I can still blow you up. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold, and the secret method of rising dragon and the blood of Qian Guiyuan body broke out at the same time. His shocking punch, which contained a great punch, also exploded at the scarlet figure with lightning speed. Chapter 378, The True Meaning of Martial Arts has exploded. The powerful secret technique, the powerful bloodline, and the powerful fist intent, it's kind of interesting. But, with this strength, you still can't escape my palm. The scarlet figure gave Jiang Chen a surprised look. With a light wave of his palm, a censored energy lightly blocked Jiang Chen's punch. As a peerless powerhouse in the Divine Sea realm, even if he had just been reborn with the bloodthirsty rebirth technique, and his combat power was not enough at the peak period, he still had the strength of Kaiyuan 7th layer. To clean up the kid in Kaiyuan first heavy industry, isn't it a matter of grasping it? Seeing the scarlet figure, he blocked his fist. Jiang Chen's face did not change at all. As soon as his thoughts moved, the real meaning of Lei Ji, who had achieved great success, greeted the scarlet figure. You actually realize the two true meanings of martial arts. The scarlet figure was taken aback at once, and quickly resisted the true meaning of this thunder. He had just blocked Jiang Chen's true meaning of thunder, and a true meaning of fire that could burn everything had already struck him again. The true meaning of fire for a great achievement. Seeing that Jiang Chen once again displayed the true meaning of fire, the censored figure's expression suddenly changed. Where did he dare to neglect, and quickly urged his entire body to face Jiang Chen's blow. His figure also burst back several feet in an instant. Boy, how many kinds of martial arts have you really understood? The scarlet figure was frightened and furious. In his eyes looking at Jiang Chen, a look of jealousy finally appeared. The true meaning of fire martial arts, this is the nemesis of their blood repair. He has just reborn now, and his strength is less than 1/10 of his peak. The true meaning of this kid's great achievement is enough to cause a fatal danger to him. The true meaning of martial arts I understand is more than you want. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. I saw that his whole body changed in vain, and the two-épée sword intent directly slashed at the scarlet figure without mercy. 2. Double sword intent, how is this possible? Seeing the double épée sword intent that was slashed in the face, the scarlet figure couldn't help but let out an incredible scream. A great punch, the true meaning of thunder. The sword intent of the dual realm. Such powerful four martial arts true meanings were all displayed by a teenage boy. This kid. How come the evildoer is so terrible? In his current state, if he continues to entangle with this kid, he might really fall into the hands of this kid. The Lord of the Palace has taken note of today's affairs. Once the Lord of the Palace has recovered his strength, he will come to you to settle the account. The scarlet figure's eyes flickered slightly. He shouted angrily at Jiang Chen, rolled up Chu Ruolin on the side, and then turned into a censored light and rushed out of the hall. Leave Sister Ruolin with me. Jiang Chen shouted angrily. With a wave of his palm, he took the 12 blood zombies that had resumed action into the ring, and then quickly chased the scarlet figure. It's just that when he chased out the hall, the scarlet figure had already disappeared without a trace with Chu Ruolin. Jiang Chen's complexion was extremely green. He felt the censored breath remaining in the air, and quickly displayed the true meaning of the wind to chase after this breath. Chapter 379. Take it for life, spend it for life. Jiang Chen followed the censored breath all the way. In a short while, he had already chased out the remains of the Blood Demon Temple. Feel the direction in which the scarlet figure flees. When Jiang Chen was about to continue his pursuit, a ghostly man in black suddenly flashed out of thin air in front of him. Who is your excellency? Why is it blocking my way? Seeing the man in black who suddenly stood in front of him, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The man in black is short in stature and looks only 1.5 meters tall. However, the aura exuding from his body is extremely not weak, and it also carries a strong, censored, murderous aura. This kind of censored, murderous aura is obviously not something ordinary people can have. Get in your way, I'm not so bored. The man in black curled his mouth. He looked straight at Jiang Chen. I am the one who took your head. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes slightly. I have never known your excellency. I have no grievances in the past and I have no enmity in the past. Why do you want to kill me? As a killer, I never need a reason to kill. The corner of the black-clothed man's mouth made a slight arc. Someone spends 5 million lower-grade spars to get the head of your item. I'm just taking people's money to help people out. Hee 5 million low-grade spars are indeed a lot of wealth. But, I am afraid you are not qualified enough to take my head. Even if you have the fate of these 5 million low-grade spars, I am afraid that you will not have that fate. He looked at the black man in front of him indifferently. Give you a chance, tell me who hired you to kill me, I will consider sparing you a dog. Boy, dare to speak up in front of me when I die. Since I debuted, I have received countless assassination missions, but I have never missed it, so let me die. The man in black smiled contemptuously and took a strange step with his feet directly on the ground. His figure had already appeared in front of Jiang Chen, and a dagger glowing with a cold light in his hand wiped Jiang Chen's neck quickly. The black man's attack was quick, but Jiang Chen's speed was even faster. As soon as his blow was taken, Jiang Chen's figure disappeared out of thin air. The pupils of the man in black shrank suddenly, and an inexplicable chill instantly surged into his heart. Before he could move, a very oppressive horror punch has already fallen on his back. The man in black spouted out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew a few feet away in embarrassment to stabilize his figure. He looked back at Jiang Chen standing proudly behind him, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. Damn it, Qi Tianrui that censored dared to yin at me. The man in black was frightened. When they took over the task, Qi Tianrui told them that the goal was a kid with Kaiyuan first heavy. But the guy in front of you can defeat him with just one move. With his Kaiyuan quadruple strength, he couldn't even stop this kid's move. Such a terrifying strength. Is this Tamar what a hairy kid of Kaiyuan first heavy industry can have? When the man in black was frightened and angry, Jiang Chen's indifferent voice instantly resounded in his ears. I said, you can't kill me even with your ability. One last time, if you don't want to die, just tell me who hired you. Chapter 380. If you bully less, I will too. Boy, although I have to admit, you are much better than the intelligence we got. But even so, today you still must die. After falling into a brief shock, the man in black quickly recovered. He stared at Jiang Chen with stern eyes, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth in vain. I gave you a chance to survive, but you don't cherish it. If that's the case, then I will see you off. He was just about to start solving the man in black. A cold light suddenly appeared in the air, and the sharp killing intent locked him almost instantly. Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly. He suddenly raised his head, and a silver long sword gleaming cold and cold came out of the air, almost blinking an eye, and appeared less than 3 meters from his forehead. Looking at the silver long sword that was rapidly expanding in the pupils, Jiang Chen's second heavy sword intent broke out in an instant, directly shattering the killing intent that locked him into invisible. Jiang Chen's figure also became blurred in an instant. Almost at this instant, the tip of the silver long sword directly penetrated Jiang Chen's eyebrows. It was only a trace of phantom Jiang Chen left in the place that this peerless sword hit. And Jiang Chen's body had already retreated several feet. He stared closely at the tall man in black whose sword pierced his phantom. His face looked gloomy. Jiang Chen did not expect that there was a killer hidden in the secret. This assassin's ability to hide his breath is extremely high, like a ghost from hell, without any breath fluctuations. Even Jiang Chen, who has understood the 5 true meanings of martial arts, didn't realize it. Brother, you finally made a move. The short black man saw that the tall black man forced Jiang Chen back with a sword, and finally couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This kid is not easy to deal with, let's shoot together. The tall black man screamed, and immediately attacked Jiang Chen first. The short man in black did not hesitate at all, and cooperated with the tall man in black to kill Jiang Chen. Do you want to bully the less with more? Looking at the 2 men in black who were killing them with all their strength, the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but a slight arc. I'm sorry, I will do too much to deceive less. Jiang Chen thought. 12 blood zombies flashed out of thin air. Under the control of Jiang Chen, the blood zombies immediately surrounded the 2 black-clothed assassins who had been killed on the face. No, go back. Seeing the 12 Kaiyuan realm blood zombies suddenly summoned by Jiang Chen, the look of the tall man in black instantly became extremely frightened. He quickly greeted the little man in black to kill the 2 blood zombies behind him. 2 blood zombies were instantly knocked into flight by 2 black-clothed killers. But they soon stood up again to block the 2 men in black who wanted to retreat. The remaining 10 blood zombies also rushed toward the 2 men in black. Face 12 blood zombies that are completely undead. The figures of the 2 black-clothed killers became a little embarrassed. Under the siege of the blood zombies, the little man in black could not hold on first. His miserable screams also rang directly in Jiang Chen's ears. I am willing to tell you who the employer is, quickly. Let them stop. Chapter 381. Killers, kill them forever. Face 12 blood zombies that can't die anyway. The little black killer collapsed. He quickly begged Jiang Chen for mercy with a look of horror. The strength of each of these blood zombies has reached the Kaiyuan realm, and it is invulnerable to weapons and fire. Every time he knocks the blood zombies into the air, they quickly stick up like brown sugar. However, in just a few minutes, most of his vitality has been consumed. Go on like this. He is afraid that sooner or later, these blood zombies will be consumed alive here. The little man in black begged for mercy. Jiang Chen thought, and ordered the blood zombies to temporarily stop the attack. He looked at the little man in black and said indifferently, let's talk. Who asked you to kill me? Yes. It is the elder Qi Tianrui of the 3 ancient tribes of the True Dragon Kingdom, the Qi family. The little man in black quickly said the name of his employer. Sure enough, that old fellow Qi Tianrui. The old guy didn't dare to do it directly because he was afraid of his status as a disciple of Taishu Zong, but he secretly found a killer to deal with him. When he returns to Zulong City next time, he must settle this account with the old guy. Jiang Chen, I have told you who the employer is, can you let us go? After talking about his employer, the little man in black couldn't help but quickly said to Jiang Chen. Who told you that I want to let you go? Jiang Chen sneered, then once again controlled the blood zombies to attack the 2 black-clothed killers. The short black clothes were furious. While resisting the attack of the blood zombies, he shouted angrily, Jiang Chen, you don't say credit, didn't you say that I told your employer you would let us go? I did say, you tell my employer, if I am in a good mood, I will spare you a dog. It's a pity, I'm in a bad mood right now, so you'd better die. Killers, Kill them forever. Since these two guys dare to accept Qi Tianrui's hire to kill them, they have to pay for it. Ah. You censored, who doesn't talk about credit. Even if I'm a ghost, I won't know you. The little man in black suddenly let out a miserable howl. As time went by, the body strength of the short black man was almost exhausted. Under the frantic attack of the 12 blood zombies, the little man in black became more and more unable to resist. There are countless places to hang colors all over his body. The short man in black became a censored man covered in blood, and finally fell into a pool of blood unwillingly. And after the little man in black fell, the tall man in black quickly followed in the footsteps of the little man in black and became a blood corpse that could no longer die. Solved these two black killers. Jiang Chen took back the blood zombies, only to realize that he could not sense the breath of the censored figure that had taken Chu Ruolin away. It seems that I can't catch up. The scarlet figure seems to say that Sister Ruolin is the reincarnation of the Saint of Blood Lotus, so she probably won't be in any danger. I'll go to Taishuzong first. I will definitely have the opportunity to meet again in the future. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and immediately turned around and left. Jiang Chen appeared under a mountain peak with immortal mist enveloping and energetic. Looking at the towering mountain in front of him, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with excitement. Taishuzong, the legendary sect world. I am Jiang Chen, finally here. Chapter 382, Taishuzong, Taishu Ladder. Jiang Chen stared at the mountain in front of him for a long time, and then quickly flashed towards the only path into the mountain. Climb all the way along the winding and rugged mountain trails. About an hour later, Jiang Chen came to a huge stone platform with a length of several kilometers halfway up the mountain. His eyes swept slightly on the stone platform. Jiang Chen found hundreds of figures gathered on this platform. Almost all of these hundreds of figures are young geniuses who are rare outside. Some of them sat alone with their eyes closed, while others were talking in small groups. And among these hundreds of meters of young genius, Jiang Chen also saw some familiar figures. These people were all encountered when he was on his way in the wild and ancient land. Except for some people he met while on the way. Even Mo Jingyan, who had explored the ruins of the Blood Demon Temple with him, also appeared here at this moment. Looking at the figures on the stone, Jiang Chen couldn't help but glance towards the end of the stone platform. I saw at the end of the stone platform leading to the top of the mountain, there was a door that I didn't know what material to use. The door was tightly closed at the moment, no one knew what was going on inside. However, the three big characters of Taishuzong on the door frame are vaguely exuding endless power, shocking the soul. Just as Jiang Chen was looking at the situation on the stone, a surprised voice suddenly rang in his ears. Jiang Chen tilted his head and found that Mo Jingyan had already walked over. Brother Jiang Chen, I was forcibly taken out of the ruins by old Yuan, and found that you did not follow. I thought you had something wrong. I didn't expect you to appear here safe and sound. Mo Jingyan stepped forward and couldn't help but said in surprise. Jiang Chen looked at Mo Jingyan in front of him, and couldn't help asking curiously, Brother Mo, what are you all here for? We are here, of course, to wait for the opening of the Taishuzong Taishu Ladder. Mo Jingyan looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression. Didn't Brother Jiang Chen come to climb the Taishu Ladder? I came here just to enter Taishu sect. What is this Taishu Ladder? Although he had already passed the examination, he became a Taishuzong disciple. But Jiang Chen really didn't know anything about Taishu sect. Haha. This Taishu Ladder is actually used by Taishu sect to select disciples. Mo Jingyan smiled slightly and began to explain to Jiang Chen. In the three kingdoms under the jurisdiction of Taishuzong, there are only two ways to become Taishuzong disciples. One way is through the martial arts academy established by the three kingdoms. Every year, the martial arts schools in the three countries have a small number of recommended places. In addition, another method is to climb the Taishu Ladder, which is opened once a year. Taishu Ladder has a total of 99 steps. As long as they can pass the 99-stage Taishu Ladder and are younger than 25 years old, they can become Taishuzong disciples. While Jiang Chen was talking with Mo Jingyan, there was a sudden bang on the stone. Everyone looked for their reputation, and saw the majestic gate at the end of the stone platform suddenly opened. A 99-step ladder made of bluestone appeared directly in the eyes of everyone. At the same time, a faint voice resounded in midair instantly. The Taishu Ladder is open, and anyone who climbs the 99-stage Taishu Ladder can enter our sect and become a disciple of the Taishu sect. Chapter 383, Domineering Youth in Golden Robe. The annual Taishu ladder is finally opened. Last year I climbed the Taishu ladder, I was only the last few steps away. Today I must pass the 99-stage Taishu ladder and become a Taishu sect disciple. Haha, Taishuzong, here I am. With the illusory voice in midair falling, many people on the stone platform quickly rushed towards the Taishu ladder. Brother Jiang Chen, I'm going to climb the Taishu ladder, do you want to go together? Upon seeing this, Mo Jingyan couldn't help but quickly ask Jiang Chen. You go first. He already had the identity token of Taishuzong's disciple, and he was not in a hurry to climb this Taishu ladder. Then I will go first, I hope we can still want to see you in Taishuzong. As Mo Jingyan said, he quickly flashed towards the Taishu ladder. This guy seems to have confidence in passing the Taishu ladder. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and immediately set his sights on the Taishu ladder. Because of the existence of the system, Jiang Chen could see through the details of this Taishu ladder almost at a glance. The reason why this Taishu ladder is difficult to climb is because it has a very powerful 7-rank formation. Once anyone steps on the Taishu ladder, they will be pressured by this 7-rank formation. Moreover, every time a ladder rises, the coercion of the formation will become stronger and stronger, which is simply not something ordinary people can bear. The fact is just as Jiang Chen expected. Those young people who stepped into the Taishu ladder began to climb very quickly. Many people climbed dozens of steps almost in one go. But as they climbed the ladder higher, the climbing speed became slower and slower. There are even some weaker ones. After they climbed the 50th ladder, they finally couldn't bear the terrifying pressure on the ladder and directly retreated. In the next time, almost every moment, someone retreats from the Taishu ladder in embarrassment. In less than 10 minutes, nearly 1/3 of people failed completely. Oh, this 99-stage Taishu ladder is really not that easy to climb. Yeah, I climbed to the 60th step last year. I didn't expect that this year, I only climbed the 5th step last year. It seems that I am destined to be ineligible to be a disciple of Taishuzong. Some people who failed to climb could not help shaking their heads and sighing. Jiang Chen observed on the stone platform for a while. After most people had already climbed the Taishu ladder, he slowly walked towards the Taishu ladder. Although he is already a disciple of Taishuzong, he does not need to participate in the assessment of this Taishu ladder. He came to Taishuzong alone, without the guidance of Taishuzong's people. Now he can only enter Taishuzong through this Taishu ladder. Boy, from now on, Taishu ladder temporarily prohibits anyone from entering. If you want to climb the Taishu ladder, wait for me obediently. Just when Jiang Chen walked to the gate to enter the Taishu ladder, a tall young man in a golden robe immediately stood in front of Jiang Chen with a horizontal sword. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Your Excellency, what does this mean? The Jinpao youth said with a domineering look, next I will climb the Taishu ladder. I just don't want anyone to influence me on the Taishu ladder. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. This Taishu ladder is not yours. Your Excellency is too domineering. Chapter 384, I want to enter the Taishu ladder, you can't stop me. I'm so overbearing, what can you do? Today I, Duan Xing, came to climb the Taishu ladder, just to stay on the ladder list. If anyone dares to influence me, don't blame me for being rude to him. The young man in the golden robe looked at Jiang Chen condescendingly, his faint voice seemed domineering. This guy turned out to be Duan Xing. Could it be that Duan Xing, a genius of the Duan family, one of the 3 ancient tribes of the true Dragon Kingdom, how did he climb the Taishu ladder? On the stone platform, many people heard the domineering voice of the Jinpao youth, and their eyes showed incredible expressions. As the supreme genius of the 3 ancient tribes of the true Dragon Kingdom, Duan Xing is fully qualified to enter Taishu sect through the recommendation of Junlong Wuwan. Didn't you hear that Duan Xing wants to be on the ladder list? It is said that as long as you stay on the ranking list, you can directly promote the inner disciple. It is even possible that the elders of Taishuzong will take a fancy to and become a direct disciple. Hi, it seems that this ambition is not small. Hearing the talking voices around him, Jiang Chen couldn't help narrowing his eyes slightly. This Duan Xing, he even gave up the opportunity to enter Taishu sect directly and ran to climb the Taishu ladder. It seems that this guy is very confident. Jiang Chen didn't understand this so-called ranking list. But according to Jiang Chen's estimation, This ranking list should be the same as the Lingyun list assessed by the inner courtyard of the Lingyun Martial Arts Academy. Tai Zuzong's ranking list, its gold content is obviously not comparable to the Lingyun list of Lingyun Wuwan. As one of the three sects of the Northern Wilderness, Taishu sect has been passed down for thousands of years. Every year the Taishu ladder opens, attracting countless young talents from the three kingdoms to climb. And in this thousands of years of history, is it possible for ordinary people to stand out from generations of geniuses and leave their name on the ladder? Duan Xing can have the courage to challenge the ranking list. Jiang Chen admires this guy's courage a little. Admire it, it's just that Jiang Chen has always been the master of eating soft but not hard. If this guy is friendly, he might not mind waiting a little longer. But this guy had such a bad attitude, Jiang Chen naturally didn't intend to be polite. He looked at Duan Xing and said lightly, "What do you want to do? It has nothing to do with me. I am going to climb the Taishu ladder now, you are not qualified to stop me, let me go." Who is this kid? I'm afraid that there is a problem with his brain, and he dares to fight Duan Xing. Tisk tusk. A little-known Mauto boy dares to stray in front of Duan Xing. What's the difference between this and death? Seeing that Jiang Chen dared to be so arrogant in front of Duan Xing, many people on the stone platform couldn't help but mock with disdain. Hey, boy, you're crazy. In this true dragon country, you are the first one among your peers who dared to be so arrogant in front of me. Duan Xing laughed angrily. He stared at Jiang Chen provocatively. I won't let you enter the Taishu ladder today, so how can you do me? I want to enter the Taishu ladder, but you can't stop me. He directly displayed the true meaning of the wind, bypassing Duan Xing, and flashed towards the Taishu ladder. He just bypassed Duan Xing. Duan Xing's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost, and stopped him again. Chapter 385. You little brother, I've accepted it. Boy, you really have the ability. But if you want to sneak into the Taishu ladder under my nose like this, you would look down on me too much. Duan Xing narrowed his eyes slightly. This kid actually realized the true meaning of the wind. If he hadn't reacted fast enough just now, I'm afraid he would have really let this kid enter the Taishu ladder under his nose. Seeing Duan Xing, who was stopping in front of him like a ghost, Jiang Chen's gaze also couldn't help but condensed suddenly. Just now he showed the true meaning of wind. Not only was Duan Xing unaffected at all, but he was able to keep up with his speed and stopped him again. This Duan Xing's comprehension of the true meaning of the wind is no longer inferior to him, at least it has reached the point of a major success. Unexpectedly, you also realized the true meaning of the wind, which made me a little surprised. Jiang Chen stared at Duan Xing indifferently. But, are you sure you want to continue to stop me? Compared to this, I am more interested in your strength now. For so many years, you are the first person in your generation to have a comprehension of the true meaning of wind comparable to mine. Duan Xing stared at Jiang Chen with interest. If you want to enter the Taishu ladder, I don't have to stop you, as long as you compete with me. Jiang Chen raised his sword eyebrows. Let's talk, how do you want to compare? It's very simple, it will pass the Taishu ladder faster than any of us. Duan Xing smiled and said, if anyone wins, whoever is the boss. The loser must obey the other's orders unconditionally. What do you think? Your bet is a bit interesting. Since you want to compare, I will be with you. Jiang Chen said lightly. If you can take in a super genius from the three ancient tribes of the true dragon kingdom to be a little brother, it should feel very good. Hey. You are not afraid to flash your tongue when you speak big words, are you so sure that you won me? Duan Xing sneered coldly. He is a member of the middle Duan family of the three ancient tribes of the true dragon kingdom. The blood of the Duan family's Shenfeng was originally a blood that focused on speed. Once the blood of the gods broke out, coupled with the real meaning of a major wind he had understood, his speed had reached a very terrifying point. Moreover, whether it is the blood of Shenfeng or the true meaning of a heavy wind, it can very effectively resist the pressure on the Taishu ladder. Duan Xing really didn't believe that this kid could climb the Taishu ladder faster than him. Stop talking nonsense, if you want to compare, let's start. No matter what, you little brother, today I am accepted. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and immediately walked directly into the door and stood on the first step of the Taishu ladder. Seeing this, Duan Xing quickly stepped forward and stood beside Jiang Chen. The two of them looked at each other in the air in vain, and immediately activated their stature in unison. Climbing towards the top of the Taishu ladder. Both of them climbed the Taishu ladder to the extreme, as if they regarded the pressure on the Taishu ladder as nothing. Just less than a minute. The two had already crossed 20 steps. What is more shocking is, even if they climbed 20 steps in a row, the speed of the two climbed the same. The two came to the 50th ladder in the middle of the Taishu ladder. When they set foot on the 50th ladder, their climbing speed finally slowed down significantly. Chapter 386. You are the one who loses. Oh my god, the speed of these two people climbing the Taishu ladder is too fast. Where did the kid come from? He can keep up with Duan Xing's speed. It was seen that Jiang Chen and the other two quickly stepped up the 50 stairs like a stroll in the courtyard. Countless people were so shocked that their eyes almost stared out. Jiang Chen naturally ignored the shock of everyone. They are still climbing towards the top of the Taishu ladder with all their strength. The two jumped from 50 to 60. The difference between the formation coercion in the first half and the second half of the Taishu ladder is really not a star and a half. Climb the 60-story Taishu ladder. Jiang Chen felt the more and more powerful formation coercion on the ladder, and could not help but murmur in his heart. On the first 50 floors of the Taishu ladder, he barely received the slightest coercion after displaying the true meaning of the wind. And after 50 floors, even the true meaning of martial arts has no way to ignore the powerful pressure on the ladder. Both Jiang Chen's climbing speed has become a lot slower. However, compared to others, the speed of the two is still very fast. The two of them proceeded side by side and climbed another 20 floors to the 80th step. Around them, there are already many figures who are climbing with all their strength. These young geniuses who climbed the Taishu ladder half an hour earlier than Jiang Chen and the others have been caught up by the two of them. Boy, there are 19 steps ahead. If you continue to climb at this speed, you will probably lose in this competition. Board the 80-story ladder. Duan Xing suddenly smiled strangely at Jiang Chen beside him, directly inspiring the Shenfeng bloodline in his body. His body speeded up towards the 81st floor. Duan Xing directly opened a few steps away from Jiang Chen. Wow. Duan Xing can accelerate on the 80th floor. He has inspired the blood of the Duan family's Shenfeng, and intends to pass the Taishu ladder in one breath. Now that kid is going to lose. Seeing Duan Xing speeding up on the ladder in vain, everyone couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing. Duan Xing. This is the supreme genius of the famous Dragon Kingdom. Even in the entire True Dragon Nation, the martial arts talents that can rival Duan Xing are very few. This kid actually wants to compete with Duan Xing in a delusion. It is simply a dream. Seeing Duan Xing, who was rapidly advancing with the power of blood, Jiang Chen's face did not change at all. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, and he immediately took a strange step and quickly chased Duan Xing in front. Duan Xing directly rushed up the 90 steps after stimulating the blood in his body. He thought he had a sudden eruption, and he should have separated a lot from Jiang Chen. But when he turned around, he was horrified to find that Jiang Chen flashed up from the 89th floor. Seeing this scene in front of him, Duan Xing suddenly felt as if he had seen a ghost. His whole person stiffened instantly. Duan Xing, if you continue to climb the next 9th floor at this speed, I am afraid that the one who loses is you. Jiang Chen looked at Duan Xing. Playfully, he spoke to Duan Xing in the same tone, and quickly stepped on the stone steps with a strange step. Jiang Chen's body immediately jumped up the 91st step without hindrance. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.